Chapter 1. The Traffickers and the Old Man. The vast expanse of the southern Great Mountains has long been synonymous with wilderness and mystery. Even in modern times, the myriad peculiar customs and landscapes within continue to evoke the curiosity of many. Thus, it is only natural that this region has become a resource for tourism development. The numerous Miao villages scattered throughout the Great Mountains have consistently attracted the attention of travelers. Most households in the villages near the National Highway operate as both lodgings and inns, gradually amassing wealth through the influx of visitors. Even some of the more remote Miao villages have begun to bustle with activity. Recently, Gong has been in a rather dismal mood. Having submitted his thesis, he, unlike his peers who are preoccupied with job hunting post-graduation, is a candidate for graduate study recommended by his college. Thus, he took a few days off from his academic advisor and ventured alone into this enchanting mountain range. This time of year, which is not peak tourist season, he chose a less traveled and secluded route, allowing him the solitude he desired. Had it not been for the relatively detailed travel map in his possession, Gong might very well have lost his way and vanished within the mountains. Currently, he finds himself in a Miao village that bears little evidence of development. The entire settlement boasts but a single bamboo house that serves as both a guest house and restaurant. According to the proprietor's halting Mandarin, he is the only person in the village who has ventured beyond the mountains, thus placing him among those who are at the forefront of the village's trends. The owner, named Ajin, a name Gong did not fully catch nor felt the need to remember, is quite cordial towards Gong, one of his two guests. Although his speech is somewhat halting, he is quite efficient in his actions, promptly settling Gong in and preparing a sumptuous dinner that is both excellent and reasonably priced. Bang! The sound of a gunshot jolted the slumbering Gong awake. Listening to the cacophony of voices around him, intermingled with cries of fear and panic, he realized that he had not been mistaken. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and with the faint light of daybreak, Gong could make out the shapes around him even without igniting the oil lamp in his room. As he hurriedly donned his clothes, he hesitated, contemplating whether to venture outside. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open, startling him into a defensive stance, ready to find something for protection. "Xiao Chun, it's me. Come with me." Outside, the visitor was none other than Ajin, holding an oil lamp, his face etched with terror, his already faltering Mandarin now even more disjointed with urgency. As the cries from outside grew increasingly distinct, Gong managed to quell his rising panic. He stepped forward, grasping Ajin's hand that held the lamp, and swiftly blew out the flame, urgently demanding, "Ajin, what is happening?" At the moment when Ajin saw Gong blow the dust off the oil lamp, a shiver coursed through his body. Yet, with the presence of another person and an understanding of Gong's intent, he gradually regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "Cheng Xiong is dead, shot by people from outside. There are many of them. We must find a way to escape." Gong was unfamiliar with the bamboo house, so he followed closely behind Ajin, lowering his voice to ask, "Who are they, and what are they doing here?" I don't know," Ajin replied, clearly not possessing more information than Gong. His bamboo house was one of the taller structures in the Miao village, allowing him a view of events unfolding at a distance. Bang! Bang! Two more gunshots rang out, and chaos erupted outside. Voices could be heard approaching the bamboo house, speaking not in an unintelligible dialect, but in clear Mandarin. Ultimately, Gong was merely a university student, albeit a relatively outstanding one. He was already stretched to his limits in maintaining a semblance of calm. As danger loomed ever closer, he became increasingly flustered, while Ajin seemed to grow more composed. Hearing the sound of someone banging on the door, Ajin realized that the bamboo door, meant to protect against the untrustworthy, would be utterly ineffective against the intruders. He quickly grabbed the dazed Gong and whispered urgently, "We must escape through the window." The assailant soon burst through the door. As Gong leaped from the window, he barely had time to assess his surroundings before a forceful kick sent him sprawling to the ground. That a fierce voice echoed in his ears. "You think you can escape? Stay still, or my gun won't be so forgiving. Xiao Qi, go tie him up." Just as Gong managed to rise, a cold, hard pistol was pressed against his forehead. That a tall, gaunt man with a pallid complexion aimed the weapon at Gong, gesturing threateningly before binding his hands. Seeing a real gun at such close range was a first for Gong, and he trembled, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. While everyone harbors dreams of heroism, The disparity between dreams and reality is vast. At this moment, any display of bravado could lead to his demise, which would be an inconceivable loss. Hearing the shouts and curses from within the bamboo house, along with the jinn's muffled groans, it became evident that a jinn had also succumbed to capture. When a jinn was roughly shoved out of the bamboo house with his hands bound, he was surprisingly accompanied by the reclusive, old in stark contrast to a jinn's fear. The old man's face bore no expression, as though he were still seated at the table, enjoying his dinner. This old fellow certainly knows how to remain calm. He shows no reaction at all. The burly man who had kicked Qinggong seemed to revel in the panic of others and was visibly irritated by the old man's tranquility. He stepped forward, preparing to deliver a kick similar to the one he had given Qinggong. The kick was swift and fierce, aimed directly at the old man's lower back. Given the old man's frail appearance, a solid hit would likely result in grave injury. Just as the burly man was about to kick the old man, a figure lunged forward, shielding the elderly man from the impending blow. Thud. The impact was brutal, sending both the assailant and the old man crashing to the ground. The fallen figure was none other than Qinggong, whose hands were bound. Fortunately, he had absorbed the force of the kick with his back. Had it struck his abdomen, the consequences might have been dire. Enduring the pain, Qinggong couldn't help but regret his impulsive decision to defend a complete stranger, fully aware that complications awaited him. The old man, unscathed, quickly regained his footing. The calm demeanor he had maintained transformed, not into fear or gratitude, but rather into a look of resignation, as if Qinggong's actions had deeply displeased him. Seeing his intentions thwarted, the burly man laughed maniacally and exclaimed, Well, I didn't realize you had such guts. Want to play the hero, do you? I'll indulge you." With that, he advanced upon the still-recovering Qinggong, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Qinggong clutched his head tightly, attempting to shield himself while pleading, Don't hit me. That's my grandfather. He has dementia. Please don't harm him." In that moment of desperation, Qinggong's mind sharpened. The burly man wasn't genuinely intent on inflicting fatal harm. He merely sought a plausible justification for his actions. Indeed, the burly man paused, a grotesque smile spreading across his face. Well, I see you're a dutiful grandson. Today, I'll ensure you fulfill your filial obligations." With this, he struck with even greater ferocity, as Qinggong internally lamented his predicament. Succumbing to the relentless blows, a voice of authority resonated. "Enough, Lao San. Focus on the task at hand. Gather them all at the village entrance. Your gunshots may attract unwanted attention." The burly man immediately halted, clearly respecting the authority of the speaker. He spat contemptuously at Qinggong's feet and called out to a tall, slender accomplice, "Let's move, Xiaoqi. Anyone who misbehaves will get a taste of my wrath." Upon reaching a clearing outside the village, they found dozens of people gathered, primarily members of the Miao ethnic group, with a handful of armed bandits among them. The able-bodied individuals of the Miao were bound, while the elderly and women with children retained some freedom of movement, though their right feet were tethered together to prevent escape. Qinggong, a jinn, and the solitary old man joined the ranks of the captives, and apart from the muffled cries of frightened children and the hushed reassurances from adults, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. This oppressive atmosphere did not linger for long. It seemed everyone had assembled. Prompted by the bandits, the entire group of captives began to march deeper into the mountains. "Where are we headed?" Qinggong whispered to a jinn in front of him, noting that the thug responsible for surveillance stood at a distance. Furrowing his brow, Qinggong felt the lingering pain for where the third thug had struck him, making it nearly impossible to concentrate on the intentions of these men while he struggled to walk. The unfolding events often took unexpected turns before Qinggong could decipher the motives of the bandits. The man known as the third thug, with a scruffy beard, approached him. Once more, untied his feet, and promptly pulled him aside. Soon, a middle-aged man clad in a practical mountaineering outfit approached Qinggong and inquired, "You are not from the village, are you?" Qinggong nodded. Recognizing the voice as that of the man who had previously intervened to prevent the bearded thug from assaulting him, he surmised that this man was the leader of the bandits. The most striking feature of this man was a deep scar that marred his face. Feeling no need to conceal his identity, Qinggong replied, "My name is Qinggong, a university student from Rongqing. I came here to travel, primarily to accompany my grandfather, who suffers from dementia." He has always wished to see the magnificent landscapes of our country. The scar-faced man gestured for Chun Gong to cease speaking and instructed the bearded thug, "That should suffice. Lao San, you handle the rest." "Brother, this is money, we cannot afford to kill him." The bearded thug hesitated. "I dislike potential hazards. This is a risk. If you hadn't fired those 3 shots in the village, it might have been manageable, but now we are undoubtedly being followed. Keeping someone who understands the outside world within our ranks is perilous." The scar-faced man stated, and without further ado, turned to leave. Clearly, he was not fond of excessive explanations, and the impatience etched on his face dispelled the last vestige of hesitation in the bearded thug, who grinned menacingly, drew his pistol, and fired at Chun Gong. Chapter 2. The Last Cultivator. Even before the scar-faced man engaged in conversation with the bearded thug, Chun Gong had sensed something amiss. Although he yearned to resist or flee, his bound hands and the excruciating pain in his legs rendered him incapable of more than instinctively dodging to the side. However, his movements could not match the speed of the thug's gunfire. He barely evaded a shot to his heart. Yet the bullet struck his chest as Chun Gong collapsed to the ground. Time seemed to slow, and he reflected on the reasons that had brought him to the 10,000 Great Mountains. In the face of his impending demise, his past aspirations felt insignificantly absurd. Was he truly about to die? The folly of youthful impulsiveness had led him to abandon his studies, forsake his grandfather's hopes, and disregard his friend's care, venturing alone to this cursed place. A sense of unwillingness enveloped him. He lamented the countless vibrant experiences he had yet to embrace, the myriad of endeavors left unpursued, only to meet a solitary end in this desolate locale. Perhaps he would merely become a fleeting image on the evening news, but what significance would that hold? At that moment, a gasp rippled through the crowd as a white figure suddenly burst forth from amongst the captured Miao people. Before the bandits could react, the figure swiftly seized the fallen Chun Gong and, akin to a martial arts master in a film, leapt away, vanishing from everyone's sight in mere moments. Meanwhile, the lanky observer responsible for monitoring stuttered, "Teach third brother, it's that old man, the grandfather of that foolish boy." Astonishingly, he is a remarkable figure. That very instant, Chun Gong was being cradled by the seemingly frail and elderly man who was nimbly traversing the mountains. Assessing the distance they had covered and the condition of the unconscious Chun Gong, the old man chose a tree with a slightly drier ground to set him down. He gently checked Chun Gong's pulse, his expression grave. "Such is fate, to be entangled in such a predicament in this desolate place. It seems my old life is destined to end here," the old man murmured, shaking his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the barely alive Chun Gong. His expression bore a hint of conflict, yet predominantly a sense of relief. From within his robes, he retrieved a small green porcelain vial, murmuring, "The injuries inflicted by cursed artifacts are indeed troublesome. It appears I must make a sacrifice on your behalf. My surname is Chun, and yours is also Chun. Having called you grandfather twice, it seems we share a connection, though the price is steep." As he uncorked the vial, a dazzling green light burst forth. But the old man was prepared. He swiftly formed a hand gesture and pointed at the light, freezing it in place before, gradually directing it toward the gaping wound on Chun Gong's chest. The bullet had struck precisely at the center of his sternum. Although it had missed the heart, this location was undoubtedly critical. Given Chun Gong's current condition, he would likely succumb to death within 10 minutes. However, as the green light entered Chun Gong's chest, his entire body began to convulse violently, as if electrified. The pallor of his face, which had been drained from blood loss, transformed into a healthy hue. Upon closer inspection, one would observe the gunshot wound visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Once the wound had completely closed, Chun Gong's trembling body gradually stilled, his breathing becoming steady, resembling a peaceful slumber. The old man, who had been exerting immense effort to control the green light to heal Chun Gong, was now drenched in sweat. Seeing the improvement in Chun Gong's condition, he finally exhaled in relief. Yet he appeared increasingly frail. Where he once seemed merely weak, he now exuded the heavy aura of impending death, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. Young man, the true nature of this life-saving talisman is something I have yet to fully comprehend. Whether it brings you fortune or misfortune is beyond my concern. However, Your life has been spared for the time being. As for what lies ahead, may you find your own way. After struggling for so many years, I have grown weary of this solitary existence. Since you have chosen me to be your surrogate grandfather, I shall not neglect you. Allow me to gift you a life, and in turn, an extraordinary journey." The old man muttered to himself, gazing skyward as if making a final resolution. Then, with a sudden and forceful shout, an ethereal figure resembling a wise elder burst forth from his frail body, spiraling around Chun Gong 3 times before condensing into a luminous orb that descended upon Chun Gong's forehead, merging seamlessly with him. Meanwhile, the old man's diminutive form was swept away by the mountain breeze, disintegrating into a myriad of dust particles, vanishing into the ether. Upon awakening, Qinggong found his mind brimming with newfound knowledge. Although he had lost consciousness from fear and blood loss after being shot, it felt as though he had remained fully aware throughout the entire sequence of events from the old man's emergence to his miraculous revival. Gazing at the bloodstains on his chest and the tattered remnants of the old man's clothing nearby, Qinggong swiftly dismissed the notion that this was merely a dream. He accepted the reality before him. If the memories imparted by the old man were to be believed, he was now a cultivator. Moreover, if the old man's deductions were correct, he might very well be the only cultivator on Earth. As of now, Chun Gong's understanding of the old man was limited, for he was beset by a throbbing headache, a consequence of his brain struggling to assimilate an overwhelming influx of information. The notion of being a cultivator sounded enviable, an illustrious vocation brimming with promise, culminating in the ultimate transformation into an immortal being. Regrettably, life as a cultivator in this era is far from idyllic. Since the advent of the Western Industrial Revolution, the world has plunged into an age of legal transgressions. While technology flourishes at an unprecedented pace, the spiritual energy that once nurtured cultivation has dwindled, rendering the practice increasingly arduous. Indeed, cultivators have become an anomaly in the contemporary world, subject to its rejection. Chun Gong now felt the weight of this alienation acutely. At this juncture, Chun Gong learned that the old man's name was Chun Xiao. After healing him, the old man had employed a technique known as soul abandonment, imprinting his knowledge, experiences, and cultivation methods directly into Chun Gong's consciousness. However, the vastness of this information was overwhelming, and he could not possibly absorb it all at once. Only by meeting specific conditions could he hope to recall certain fragments. Chun Gong constructed a burial mound for the garments left behind by Chun Xiao. For someone like him, who had already established a foundation in cultivation and was in the initial stages of qi refinement, this task was not particularly arduous. Beside the clothing lay a rather inconspicuous ring and a somewhat battered jade pendant. Deep down, Qinggong sensed the value of these items, particularly the jade pendant, which appeared strikingly familiar, though he could not recall where he had seen it before. Without hesitation, he decided to claim them, slipping the ring onto his finger and suspending the jade pendant from his chest. However, after completing this endeavor, a sense of inexplicable weakness washed over him. The energy, known as spiritual power, that enabled him to surpass ordinary capabilities had been depleted, rendering the process of replenishing it exceedingly challenging. It was akin to spilling a bowl of rice. One could only gather the grains back one by one, each speck covered in dust. Despite this feeling of frailty, it did not hinder his actions. Thus, Chun Gong's primary objective was to locate the band of thugs led by the Scar-Faced Man. Regardless of the circumstances, he needed to rescue the kidnapped Miao compatriots. The motives behind the abduction of so many individuals by the Scar-Faced gang had always eluded Qinggong, making this an opportune moment to investigate further. After all, he now considered himself a hero of sorts endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, how could he possibly track down the Scar-Faced thugs and the group of Miao people? Although not directionally challenged, navigating the unfamiliar mountain terrain posed a significant challenge for him. In the midst of his frustration, a sudden flutter in his chest seemed to illuminate a target, as if he had experienced a moment of clarity. This sensation was likely the unique intuition of a cultivator, an enigmatic gift that served as a formidable tool for discerning fortune from misfortune. Just as he was about to set off, he felt a peculiar tingling in his chest, reminding him of the strange object known as the life vessel that resided there. This artifact, while capable of healing wounds, had unknown properties even Chun Xiao was uncertain about. What troubled Qinggong further was the fact that he still had a bullet lodged in his chest, the potential impact of which on his bodily functions was unknown. Yet, he resolved to push these concerns aside. As a cultivator, he must adapt to any bizarre and inexplicable phenomena. With a newfound sense of direction, he decided to follow the instinct that had surfaced. Guided by this inner feeling, he moved forward while striving to restore his spiritual power. After all, his adversaries were armed with numerous firearms, and in his current state, he hardly resembled a resilient fighter. It appeared that cunning would be his only recourse. However, he recalled that a gene had mentioned this mountain path led to a road where there would surely be vehicles awaiting to assist. If they managed to board a vehicle, he would be left far behind. That moment, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. The droplets soaked through his garments. A chilling sensation permeated his skin, seeping into his very being. Qinggong, who had previously felt that his spiritual energy was recovering at a sluggish pace, suddenly experienced a wave of refreshing clarity. Although the sensation was subtle, he finally noticed that the rate of his spiritual energy recovery had surpassed its consumption. In that fleeting instant, Qinggong extracted fragments of knowledge from Chun Xiao's memories regarding the 5 elements, spiritual roots, and cultivation techniques. It appeared that he possessed a water spiritual root, naturally endowed with a profound affinity for all things related to water. Furthermore, he discerned that cultivating in a water-rich environment would yield remarkable results. Simultaneously, a treatise on the cultivation method for water attribute spiritual energy materialized within the recesses of his mind. Chapter 3. The half-sage by the roadside, if not for the pressing matters at hand. Qinggong would have relished the opportunity to diligently cultivate the mystical technique known as the Xian Shui Ju amidst these majestic mountains. However, time was of the essence. Should he allow the scarred-faced man and his cohorts to escape, a lingering unease would ensue, creating a flaw in his mindset that could hinder his future cultivation. As the rain intensified, Qinggong felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. His steps grew lighter, and his awareness of the surrounding environment sharpened, allowing him to perceive his surroundings with clarity, even without the aid of sight. This unique spiritual perception, inherent to practitioners of the mystic arts, was ideally suited to the mountainous terrain and torrential downpour. Listening intently to the muffled sounds of curses and heavy breaths ahead, Qinggong discerned that he was nearing his target. Upon hearing the flamboyant voice of the bearded man alongside the suppressed cries of several children, an unexpected calm washed over him. Although he was somewhat taken aback by his casual determination of another's fate, his heart remained largely untroubled. Deep down, he understood that he was influenced by the memories of Qin Xiao. Countless lives had perished at his hands. As a cacophony of anger and chaos erupted, Qinggong recognized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived, as the Miao people made their final stand against the approaching vehicle. 3 days later, on a national highway outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, vehicles of all sizes traversed the road. Since the surge of tourism to the Miao region, the area had seen a significant influx of visitors. Even during this off-peak season, traffic remained plentiful. Adjacent to the highway lay a Miao village imbued with cultural charm, where numerous young women donned traditional Miao attire, greeting travelers from all directions. Yet, within this festive atmosphere, a discordant note lingered. On the path leading into the village sat a disheveled young man, were it not for the words fortune-telling etched into the rock wall behind him. He might easily be mistaken for a beggar. Many passers-by cast curious glances at the young fortune-teller, yet few were inclined to halt and seek his counsel. This young seer was none other than Qinggong, who had successfully rescued the abducted Miao villagers. However, the ordeal did not conclude there. The leader of the band, the scarred-faced man, had managed to escape amidst the chaos. The remaining henchmen, facing their demise, divulged little of value, revealing only that they were employed by a mysterious organization tasked with abducting certain individuals. The specifics of their mission were unknown to them, but the lucrative pay was sufficient to spur them into action. The only one privy to more information was their elder brother, the scarred-faced man known as Mountain Bear. Regrettably, Qinggong, at the initial stage of qi refining, despite benefiting from the cover of the heavy rain and the ensuing turmoil instigated by the Miao villagers, ultimately found himself thwarted. The Mountain Bear escaped under the protection of his accomplices. Once all the Miao villagers had reunited with the police who had arrived shortly thereafter, Qinggong quietly departed from the scene. However, Qinggong, who had already been thoroughly plundered by the likes of the bearded men, found himself troubled by how to conclude his extraordinary journey through the mountains. In his haste, He neglected to procure any money from those individuals before departing. Now, seated by the mountain path, Qin Gong silently operated the Xian Shui technique. Although this practice could not entirely alleviate his hunger, it allowed him to restore a modicum of spiritual energy and physical strength, enabling him to endure hunger more than usual. Yet, due to the rejection from the entire cosmos, the absorbed spiritual energy, while capable of fortifying his body, perpetually instilled in Qin Gong an uncomfortable sensation. Do you practice divination? Just as Qin Gong completed another cycle of the Xian Shui technique and pondered whether to attempt it once more, a melodious voice reached his ears. Slowly opening his eyes, he beheld a young girl, possessing a hint of heroism and dressed in a rather androgynous manner. Observing her mountaineering attire, it was evident she was an adventurer venturing into the vast mountains for intrigue and exploration. Qin Gong smiled faintly, confronted with his second customer since setting up his stall. He felt it necessary to adopt a more amiable demeanor. Nodding, he inquired, "Indeed, I possess the ability to tell fortunes. May I ask, dear lady, what it is you wish to know?" The young woman chuckled lightly, turning to the two men behind her. "Uncle Yun, Uncle Liang. It seems fortune tellers have adapted to the times. They greet women as beauties now." Pouting slightly, she clearly expressed her dissatisfaction with her two bodyguards for their lack of sophistication. Ignoring them, she turned back to Qin Gong and remarked, "Hey, judging by your age, you seem rather young for this profession. Why not pursue your studies instead?" As soon as Qin Gong's words escaped his lips, not only did the young girl appear taken aback, but the two men behind her also displayed expressions of surprise, astonished that such a casual remark from her could yield such a profound answer. "Ha ha ha, you're a university student? Then why are you setting up a fortune-telling stand here? Is it no longer fashionable for university students to solicit travel expenses by writing chalk messages on the street? And has it now transformed into undergraduates fortune-telling for attention?" The girl's moment of astonishment was fleeting, as she soon burst into hearty laughter. A flush crept across Qin Gong's face. He had indeed entertained the notion of crafting something to elicit sympathy and garner funds for his journey. However, on a subconscious level, he forbade himself from doing so. Moreover, in recent days, he had discovered that his intuitive abilities were surprisingly effective. Although their practical utility appeared limited at present, they sufficed to impress ordinary individuals in the mundane world. Consequently, he contemplated using fortune-telling as a means to accumulate travel expenses. It was undoubtedly impossible for Qin Gong to predict the future with absolute certainty. Yet, he possessed a vague premonition regarding minor events. For instance, upon arriving at the outskirts of a mountain village, he might sense that a passerby would encounter some misfortune, though the specifics eluded him. Soon enough, that very person would indeed slip and fall due to the treacherous path. This immediate, prophetic sensation inspired Qin Gong to consider earning money through divination. Practitioners of cultivation must not easily owe favors to others. The exchange of effort for reward is the pathway to enduring survival. Gazing into the eyes of the young woman, where a glint of mischief sparkled, Qin Gong understood her intention to challenge him. Though her demeanor bore no malice, he was not one to be easily outmaneuvered. Fixing his gaze upon her youthful yet strikingly androgynous visage, he felt a stirring within and remarked, "My dear, your venture into the mountains may not be characterized as fortunate or unfortunate, for entry is simply not possible." "Not possible? Why can't I enter? Are you truly going to prevent me?" The young woman was taken aback by Qin Gong's response. At that moment, however, his attention shifted to the path from which she had come, where several individuals were hastening towards them. Qin Gong sighed, realizing that his efforts had been in vain once again. Just as he intended to close his eyes and meditate on the Xian Shui Ju, he noticed a young girl hurrying a few steps, then briefly conversing with one of the two men who had accompanied her as they prepared to enter the mountains. She then swiftly departed once more. The man, with a stiff demeanor, introduced himself. "My surname is Wang, and I am Wang Yun. Speak, how much do you require?" "Are you truly a student at Rongqing University?" Wang Yun inquired, a hint of surprise crossing his features. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he retrieved 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Qin Gong. After watching the girl and Wang Yun depart in several vehicles bearing Rongqing license plates, Qin Gong carefully stowed away the 500 yuan and turned around, forcefully wiping the words fortune-telling from the mountain wall, erasing them entirely. Chapter 4. An unexpected encounter over a meal. 500 yuan may not suffice for some individuals' daily expenditures, but for an ordinary young man like Qin Gong, hailing from a modest family, it certainly covered a month's worth of meals. Thus, with this unexpected windfall, Qin Gong not only addressed his immediate needs but also replaced his tattered clothing with new garments, albeit of the street market variety, which at least appeared somewhat tidy and clean. Taking a swig from the mineral water bottle in his hand, he felt a sense of relief as the hydration eased his suffocating discomfort. With renewed vigor, he began searching for the bus to Rongqing University. It seemed that his future cultivation would have to commence with a focus on water sources. Although the spiritual energy contained in water was not greater than that in the air, at least it would not feel as oppressive. Rongqing University, as one of the foremost institutions of higher education in Shu's province, boasted a significantly larger scale than ordinary universities, equipped with a plethora of academic and living facilities. It was even said that some students had spent their 4 years without ever leaving the university town. Naturally, such anomalies were rare, at least in university life. One could not expect to engage romantically while confined to the small circle of Rongqing University. Consequently, when Qin Gong alighted at the main entrance, he observed numerous alumni congregating in groups or pairs as they exited the campus. "Hey you, stop!" A familiar voice called out just as Qin Gong was about to stride away. Qin Gong turned his head and was greeted by the visage of a spirited yet slightly androgynous young girl. What a small world it is. It was unexpected to encounter her at the school gate so soon after their parting. Did this enchanting beauty wish to consult him for another fortune-telling? With a smile, Qin Gong approached, though he maintained a respectful distance, aware of the 2 stern bodyguards stationed not far behind the girl. The young lady took the initiative to step forward, circling around Qin Gong as she scrutinized him intently. Finally, with a hint of disbelief, she inquired, "Are you truly a student at Rongqing University? How did you end up as a fortune-teller?" This question rendered Qin Gong somewhat uncomfortable, prompting him to respond nonchalantly, "It seems we are not acquainted. Why should I share this with you?" Just as the girl was about to retort, a yellow BMW pulled up beside them. The window rolled down to reveal a familiar face, Han Jing, the one who had pursued Li Ying as a girlfriend and had publicly ridiculed him. Next to him in the passenger seat sat Li Ying, Qin Gong's fellow townsman, who, while appearing somewhat uneasy, sat quietly beside him. At this moment, Han Jing, with a smug expression, turned to Li Ying and said, "You agree, don't you, my little Yingzi? Oh dear. I almost forgot you must be quite tired after these past few nights. Rest well, for in celebration of your hometown friend's return from his travels, let us indulge in some delightful activities tonight, ha 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 ha." Had this been in the past, Qin Gong would have certainly felt a pang of discomfort in front of Li Ying, as she had once been the object of his affections. However, after enduring life-altering experiences amidst the treacherous mountains, his perspective had shifted dramatically, allowing him to embrace a more relaxed demeanor. Qin Gong was open-minded, but that did not imply that others shared the same perspective. The spirited young lady standing before him gently tapped her head and spoke, "Your name is Han Jing, right? I've heard my cousin mention you, a certain Han family scion who drives a BMW yet exudes the air of a peasant." As the spirited young lady turned around, the smile on Han Jing's face froze, and his complexion instantly turned pale. "Lin Xueru." "Ah, no, Miss Lin, what brings you here?" Lin Xueru wore a frosty expression. She had heard every vile word Han Jing had uttered moments ago, and her heart was a tumult of shame and anger, though she could not betray her feelings. With an aloof demeanor, she retorted, "Why should I not be here? Have you been living too comfortably lately? Thinking that being a scion of the Han family grants you the liberty to look down on others?" Noticing Lin Xueru's intent to seize upon his misstep, Han Jing felt a chill of perspiration forming on his back, his forehead slick with sweat. Though he was indeed a member of the Han family, he belonged to a collateral branch, rendering him insignificant in Lin Xueru's presence, setting aside any desire to showcase his superiority before Qin Gong. Han Jing quickly began to soften his stance. "Miss Lin, you are magnanimous. I was unaware you were here, and I shall take my leave immediately." Had he known Lin Xueru was present, he would never have dared to utter such lewd remarks about courting or lavish spending. His mind was now a tumultuous haze, rendering him almost incoherent. Lin Xueru cast a sidelong glance at Qin Gong, her cold demeanor unchanging. "It seems the magnanimity should not be attributed to me. You have misidentified your target." Han Jing was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, addressing Qin Gong. "Qin Gong, I apologize for my past transgressions. I hope you can forgive me. I was merely jesting earlier." Qin Gong was well aware of Han Jing's true character, yet he found no interest in engaging with his insincere apologies. He directly addressed Lin Xueru, saying, "Let him go." Lin Xueru nodded, then turned to Han Jing and commanded, "Leave, and do not let me see you again." Upon hearing her words, Han Jing immediately drove away, but as he departed, he cast a fierce glance at Qin Gong through the rearview mirror, a flash of malice flickering in his eyes. Hey, how can you be like this? Regardless of the circumstances, I did help you earlier, and you're leaving so soon? You haven't even told me why you went to the mountains to become a fortune teller. And I am curious about how you managed to predict so accurately. Lin Shuiru clearly had no intention of letting Qin Gong off the hook and swiftly intercepted him. Has your old man recovered? Why are you so free to stop me and ask questions? Qin Gong continued to move, weaving around her as he spoke. Seemingly reminded by his words, Lin Shuiru slapped her forehead and rushed ahead into the school, exclaiming, Right, Grandpa still wants to see my cousin. Your name is Qin Gong, correct? I'll find you next time. Before Qin Gong could respond, Lin Shuiru had already dashed into Rongqing University, while Wang Yun and another bodyguard merely stood at the school gate, showing no intention of entering or greeting Qin Gong. Qin Gong had no intention of engaging in nostalgic conversations and, adhering to his own plans, proceeded directly towards the dormitory. Upon returning, he found his dorm mates, the leader Yuan Ming and the third member Yang He, present, while the fourth, Liao Shu, was presumably off pursuing some junior he had taken a fancy to. Once Yang He had dealt with his own boss, the trio began to converse in the dormitory. During their recent expedition to the mountainous Miao villages, Qin Gong had indeed witnessed numerous unique customs of the Miao people. Although Yuan Ming and Yang He appeared to be thoroughly engrossed in the discussion, the occasional exchanged glances between them indicated that their thoughts were elsewhere. Feel free to speak your minds. After all, we've been good brothers for several years now. What is there that cannot be said? Qin Gong, observing their hesitant expressions, took the initiative to address the matter. If this concerns Liang, you need not worry. My recent trip has afforded me clarity on many matters. She is simply not the right fit for me. Yuan Ming patted Qin Gong on the shoulder, visibly relieved, and remarked, I knew it. Our second brother is intelligent and academically gifted. How could he possibly be oblivious in matters such as these? In truth, not having had a girlfriend throughout college is of little consequence. Look at me, surrounded by Ulung and Abu. I can confidently say my 4 years in university have been fulfilling. Yang He, upon hearing Qin Gong's words, relaxed slightly, yet could not resist ribbing Yuan Ming. Is that what you call fulfillment? Brother, no offense, but you're practically drained from those romantic films. What will you do when it comes time to impress your future sister-in-law? Qin Gong's proposal was met with unanimous agreement. Yet Yang He expressed some dissatisfaction towards the fourth member, Liao Shu. That fellow, Yu Su, is always trailing after wealthy young masters and the female students. I heard he has been quite cozy with a freshman girl lately. Coupled with his incessant flattery towards Han Jing, he probably looks down on us now. He paused. Not that he doesn't know who Han Jing is. All right, let us drop it. 3 is 3, without Liao Shu. It's a bit more comfortable for the three of us. Yuan Ming interrupted Yang He's complaints, and the trio quickly tidied up before leaving the dormitory. If one sets aside the worries about the future, life in the fourth year is actually quite satisfying, as they need not toil for their livelihoods. At Rongqing University, aside from the student cafeteria, there are several more upscale restaurants, but these are typically venues for campus couples, characterized by romance and extravagance. Apart from the pleasant atmosphere, the food is average and the prices exorbitant, thus making them an unappealing choice for Qin Gong and his companions. Upon seeing familiar faces, the restaurant owner and chef, Zhaoan, who was resting outside, greeted them warmly. Ah, Yuan, Qin, and Yang. Here for another meal together? What do you fancy today? I've recently perfected my egg skin tofu. It's quite delightful. Yuan Ming, who harbors a passion for both culinary delights and romantic films, perked up at the mention of a new dish, exclaiming, Absolutely. I've been eager to sample your culinary prowess, and go. Besides the egg skin tofu, let us stick to the usual dishes and add 3 bottles of, no, make it 6 bottles of beer. Yang He pressed Yuan Ming's hand down and turned to Zhaoan, saying, Today, we're in high spirits. Let us skip the beer. And go. How about a bottle of that raw sorghum liquor? I've heard it packs a punch. Let us give it a try. Zhaoan chuckled in agreement and promptly summoned a server to escort the trio to the restaurant's only private room, while he busied himself with preparations. The server, Zhaoan's distant niece nicknamed Xiao Hua, was efficient and soon set the table with dishes. The first to arrive were 2 cold appetizers, 1 vegetarian and 1 meaty, accompanied by a plate of peanuts. The 3 friends dispensed with any formalities, each pouring a glass of liquor, and raised their cups in a toast. As the liquor slid down their throats, Yuan Ming was the first to falter, coughing from the burn, while Yang He fared little better. munching on food and exclaiming how potent it was. With the liquor flowing, the conversation began to flourish. Yang He recounted amusing anecdotes from the past few days at school, while Yuan Ming chimed in with additional details and expansions. The three became increasingly animated, and before long, half a bottle of liquor had vanished. Both Yuan Ming and Yang He had poor tolerances for alcohol. Being somewhat reclusive, their physical condition was not the best among their peers, and thus, a few cups of liquor already left them feeling lightheaded. After several days of refining his physical constitution with spiritual energy, Qin Gong has experienced a marked improvement. He possesses a natural affinity for liquid substances, particularly alcoholic beverages, and his immunity to alcohol has significantly increased. Consequently, a few glasses of white liquor now seem akin to a bottle of mineral water for him. In the past, upon dining at this establishment, merely consuming half a bottle of beer would prompt the arrival of their ordered dishes. However, now there has been an unsettling delay. Sensing something amiss, Qin Gong discreetly excused himself to the outside of the kitchen to assess the situation. Lao Zhao, you cannot delay payment any longer this month. Spare me the lengthy explanations. Just hand over the money, and we will take our leave. Otherwise, you might as well shut down this establishment. Qin Gong overheard a voice from the kitchen. He noticed Xiaohua cowering outside, as the previous patrons had vacated without a trace. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, he caught this exchange. Chapter 5. The ethical code of a rogue. Had this incident occurred in the past, Qin Gong would have lacked the capacity to assist Zhaoan. But now that he has encountered it, he feels compelled to intervene. He quietly reassured the anxious Xiaohua and leaned against the kitchen entrance, preparing to observe before taking action. Inside, Zhaoan wore a distressed expression as he continued to plead softly. Yonggu, it is not that I am unwilling to pay. Just yesterday, Hu Gu's men collected money. You come today, and this is a small business for me. I cannot procure the funds all at once. What does it matter to me that Hu's men collected payment? I am affiliated with Mao Gu, and let me tell you, this is protection money, not a fee for childcare. You have no choice but to pay, retorted a young man with yellow hair, whose eyes widened in displeasure at Zhaoan's reluctance to comply. He seemed ready to unleash his frustration. Before Zhaoan could respond further, Qin Gong sauntered into the kitchen, smiling as he interjected, well said. Indeed, Yonggu is collecting protection money, not childcare fees. Are you attempting to negotiate your way out of this? The yellow-haired youth and his two companions, upon hearing the interruption, glanced at Qin Gong, who appeared to be a student from the nearby Rongqing University, ready to hurl insults but unsure how to proceed, given that he had just defended their position. Qin Gong, disregarding the presence of others, continued to speak for himself. Since this is a protection fee, it is undoubtedly intended to ensure the safety of this establishment. Yet, it is regrettable that others come here to collect money, and you all seem indifferent. I must ask, do you possess even a modicum of professional ethics as ruffians? The blonde-haired man processed Qin Gong's words in his mind before realizing that he was indirectly implying that he should not be collecting money. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Qin Gong's nose, and declared, Who do you think you are? Do you believe I won't beat you to the point where even your mother wouldn't recognize you? Qin Gong gently turned his head, avoiding the spittle that filled the air, and firmly grasped the outstretched finger of the blonde youth. With a calm demeanor, he remarked, If you wish to insult, then do so, but do not involve the elders. The two lackeys of the blonde youth, witnessing their leader's humiliation, rushed forward to intervene, only to be met with Qin Gong's swift kicks, sending them sprawling to the ground, clutching their stomachs in agony. Although Qin Gong currently possesses only the Xianshui technique for cultivation, and his attacks lack any discernible form, his sensitivity of perception is significantly heightened compared to the average individual. Moreover, his strength is comparable to that of athletes who have undergone rigorous training, enabling him to easily contend with a couple of small-time thugs. Qin Gong released his grip, and the young man with the yellow hair clutched his twisted right index finger, howling for a while before regaining his composure. As he gazed at the two subordinates sprawled on the ground, he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. Fixing a fierce glare on Qin Gong, he defiantly declared, Kid, I will remember today's events. I am under the protection of Cat Brother. Does a wild cat have a subordinate like you? I feel embarrassed for him. Damn it, my men collected the protection fee here yesterday, and you dare to run rampant on my territory? Having finished his bluster, the yellow-haired young man intended to make a quick exit, but unexpectedly collided with the towering figure at the door. The tattoos visible on the exposed skin of this man indicated he was clearly from the same line of work as the yellow-haired youth. Lao Hu. No, Tiger Brother. What brings you here? This has always been Cat Brother's territory, You have crossed the line, he stammered. Not only was he outmatched in size, but his aura also paled in comparison to that of the imposing figure. Upon uttering those words, even his two subordinates bowed their heads, afraid to interject. The man known as Tiger displayed a disdainful expression and directly stated, "Whoever collects the money does the work. My men have already gathered the protection fees for this area. From now on, this is my territory. Get lost. Don't force me to take action, or I shall leave you crippled." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he shot a glance at Qin Gong and said coolly, "No need. I have other matters to attend to. Since you have paid me, should any issues arise, just inform me, and I will handle them. You still have guests, so I shall take my leave. It's all right. I can avoid trouble if I must. Worst case, I'll just stay at school after graduation. Perhaps I won't even remain in Rong City." Qin Gong replied casually, not wishing to elaborate further. Despite the commotion outside, Yuan Ming and Yang He remained inside the private room, which puzzled Qin Gong. Upon entering, he couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out the soundproofing of the private room was quite effective. During his brief absence, Yuan Ming and Yang He had consumed several more glasses of high-proof sorghum liquor. Neither had a strong tolerance for alcohol, and after imbibing too much, both had crawled under the table. As Qin Gong exited the restaurant's narrow alley, he spotted a tall figure standing at the entrance. It was the tiger from before. Seeing Qin Gong halt, Zhaoan, who was behind him, poked his head forward and asked, "Hey, Xiaochen, why are you stopping? This little Yuan is quite heavy." "Oh, Tiger brother, you're here." Saying this, Tiger brushed past Qin Gong, directly reaching for Yuan Ming from Zhaoan's grasp. "This is no concern of yours, Tiger brother. I can manage," Zhaoan stammered, startled, though somewhat intimidated. He still exerted effort to hold on to Yuan Ming. "Let go. This has nothing to do with you." Tiger's brow furrowed as he exerted slight pressure. Zhaoan, overwhelmed by Tiger's imposing presence and already timid, had no choice but to release his hold. He opened his mouth to speak but ultimately said nothing, casting an apologetic glance at Qin Gong before hastily departing. "It seems Tiger brother is looking for me. If there is something to discuss, bring it on, but do not involve my friends." Qin Gong had been observing from a distance, watching the actions of the tiger with a seemingly neutral demeanor. Harboring no malice towards Yuan Ming, nor any ulterior motives concerning Yang He, who lay collapsed beside him, it appeared that he was merely searching for his own interests. The tiger set Yuan Ming aside, his expression devoid of any particular emotion, and turned to Qin Gong, inquiring, "Are you Qin Gong, a senior from the Department of Environmental Science?" Qin Gong warily observed the tiger, assisting Yang He to a wall to sit while responding. "How did you come to know this? Have I somehow offended you?" The tiger chuckled, and one could not help but notice that in this dimly lit alley, where pedestrians were scarce, his smile was far more menacing than that of a professor sternly reprimanding students in a university lecture hall. "You have not offended me. It is merely that someone sought me out to teach you a lesson." It seemed such trivial matters were typically delegated to subordinates. But since fate had brought them together today, he decided to spare his underlings and take care of the matter himself. Chapter 6. The elder brother engages a tutor. The tiger was decisive in his approach. Having exchanged the necessary pleasantries, he advanced towards Qin Gong, reaching out to seize him. In the tiger's mind, a university student like Qin Gong, after years of academic pursuit, was either a bookish nerd or a reckless libertine, both archetypes synonymous with ineffectuality. However, to his surprise, his grasp missed its mark. Not only did he fail to capture Qin Gong, but the latter swiftly retaliated, launching a straight punch toward the tiger's face. With a sharp crack followed by a dull thud, Qin Gong found his fist deftly deflected by the tiger's palm, only to be met with a counter-elbow strike that forcefully pushed him away. You possess quite a bit of strength. Have you trained?" The tiger shook his somewhat numbed right hand, astonished by Qin Gong's power. Yet, it was Qin Gong who was truly taken aback. Previously, in the mountains, he had vanquished a band of robbers using the torrential rain and terrain to his advantage, leaving him with an inflated sense of confidence. He had momentarily forgotten that this world was replete with hidden masters of various disciplines. Nearly breathless, Qin Gong rubbed his sore ribs and exhaled, "You have trained. And your entire family must have trained as well. Otherwise, how could you be so formidable?" "Continue." The tiger, now somewhat intrigued by Qin Gong, regarded him with diminished disdain and once more pressed forward. Qin Gong indeed underestimated his opponent. Had he known that the tiger had once served in the nation's most elite special forces and was a master of close combat, he would never have dared to compare the tiger to the scarred henchman in the mountains. In contrast to the tiger's fierce and ruthless techniques, Qin Gong appeared utterly flustered. relying solely on his keen instincts and considerable strength to instinctively block and parry. Yet, more often than not, the tiger would breach his defenses and land a punishing blow. Damn, this guy's fists are incredibly hard. Chun Gong mentally cursed the tiger, who treated him like a human punching bag. But this did little to alleviate the pain inflicted upon his body. If only he could dissipate the force of those strikes. Unable to resort to spells that would reveal his true identity, he could only withstand the blows with his physical resilience. Amidst his thoughts, inexplicable techniques began to surface in his mind, somewhat reminiscent of Tai Chi, though not entirely the same. Just as he was about to succumb to a defensive posture, Chen Gong instinctively began to execute the moves that had emerged in his consciousness. Compared to the tiger's bold and aggressive style, Chen Gong's techniques appeared intricate and prolonged. Although his movements were subtle, every time the tiger's ferocious punches came within reach, they were effortlessly neutralized by Chen Gong's seemingly nonchalant maneuvers. The tiger was momentarily taken aback by Chen Gong's demonstrated resilience. Initially, he had perceived Chen Gong as lacking the demeanor of a martial artist, resembling instead a rural laborer honed by physical toil. Consequently, he believed that, despite some challenges, achieving his original goal of breaking a bone or two to report back to his employer would not be overly difficult. However, the tiger's punches, which had felt like striking a punching bag, were only causing Chen Gong to grimace without inflicting substantial damage. Now, it was even more astonishing. The man who had just been a human punching bag seemed to transform, exhibiting a set of impressive boxing techniques that deftly countered his attacks. At that moment, Chen Gong felt a mix of pain and joy, although this bout was somewhat frustrating. The ability to recall the water sword technique from Chen Chao's memories and find a worthy sparring partner was undeniably valuable. Unfortunately, Chen Gong currently lacked a sword, rendering the formidable water sword technique, reputed to be the most defensively potent in the realm of cultivation, ineffective. Moreover, as a form of swordplay from the cultivation world, its execution was indeed wondrous but demanded the consumption of spiritual energy. Chen Gong still possessed a modicum of spiritual energy within him, however. It could not withstand the relentless consumption of the weak water sword technique. Once his spiritual energy was entirely depleted, mere superficial techniques would be utterly insufficient to counter the formidable force of the tiger's fists. It seemed that he would have to endure this beating for now, as it was his underestimation of the world's heroes that had led him to this predicament. With this thought in mind, Chen Gong swiftly traced a semicircle with his hands, unleashing a sudden burst of energy to deflect the tiger's attack, sending him staggering back. "Stop!" Chen Gong bellowed, then took a couple of steps back himself. "If we continue this way, we shall never determine a victor. It appears you still have some strength left, and I possess a few tricks yet to unveil. However, we harbor no deep-seated enmity, thus there is no need for such a fierce struggle. I propose we cease this matter here." The tiger hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well. This matter was never meant for me to handle alone. If I cannot deal with you, my subordinates would stand no chance. Now that I have intervened, I have fulfilled my duty to my employer." At that moment, while Chen Gong hurriedly attended to the two inebriated gentlemen in his dormitory, the tiger, who had been fiercely battling with him just moments before, was now amicably seated in the office of Professor Gan from the Environmental Science Department at Rongsheng University, sharing tea together. "Tiger, what brings you here?" Professor Gan remarked with a broad smile, observing the notorious figure who held a certain reputation in Rongsheng. "Look at me. I have finished work and am still waiting for your esteemed presence. You appear to have been in another brawl." It was quite a coincidence that this Professor Gan was none other than Chen Gong's graduate advisor. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo, the tiger, displayed none of his former ferocity. He ran his hand over his buzz cut and awkwardly replied, "We are old classmates. You shouldn't jest about such things. You know well the circumstances that led me down this path. It is all a matter of survival." Professor Gan sipped his tea and shook his head. "They say power is derived from the barrel of a gun, yet in today's society, those who wield pins are eclipsed by those who wield fists. We have been classmates for years and have witnessed much of the world's tumult. Your situation is indeed difficult to discuss. I recall when we were in high school. You were among the top students in our class. Who could have imagined? Let us not dwell on that, old Gan. I have come to seek your assistance regarding a matter." Hu Jiangwo momentarily lost his train of thought before swiftly redirecting the conversation. "Speak then. What do you need my help with? Though I am merely a scholar, I have had a few students with influential backgrounds, and if you ask, I will not hesitate to assist in any way I can." Upon hearing Professor Gan's prompt agreement, Hu Jiangwo felt a surge of emotion. However, he shook his head and replied, "It is not as you might think. If I were to encounter any trouble in this line of work, I would certainly resolve it myself. In today's society, the debt of gratitude is not easily repaid. Between us, there is nothing to worry about. If I were to seek your help, who knows what might transpire later. The reason I am reaching out to you is for my precious daughter, Jingjing. Professor Gan, taken aback, inquired, "Oh, is she preparing for high school?" In her third year of middle school, it is indeed a crucial time for diligence. Hu Jiangwo sighed, scratching his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he confessed, "Ah, that wild girl of mine. Her grades were quite commendable in elementary school, and she performed reasonably well when she first entered middle school. However, now that she is in her third year, she has become increasingly defiant, spending her days with a troublesome crowd, and her academic performance has plummeted. This time, her entrance exam results were utterly dismal. Old Gan, you know I have only this one cherished daughter. My sole desire is for her to attend a good university and marry into a respectable family. I cannot let her follow in my footsteps." "Oh, I see. In that case, perhaps we could arrange for her to attend a boarding school. I have some connections. Qingji Middle School is quite good. A change of environment should prove beneficial," Professor Gan suggested. Having a considerable network within the education sector that could facilitate admission to a prestigious high school. Hu Jiangwo felt touched by Professor Gan's willing assistance. In a world where genuine camaraderie is rare, he believed such sincerity could only come from old classmates. "Old Gan, I appreciate your kindness, but you need not worry about which school she attends. While Qingjin Middle School is commendable, you may not fully grasp my daughter's nature. If she were to enroll in a boarding school, I'd likely find myself visiting the teacher's office daily. I have already made some arrangements for her to attend 6th Middle School. 6th Middle School is among the top high schools in Rome City." And it was evident that Hu Jiangwo had exerted considerable effort to secure a place for his daughter despite her lackluster exam performance. "Oh, I understand. So, what specifically do you need my assistance with?" Professor Gan queried. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiangwo sighed again. Xianyi passed away too soon. And you must bear the burden of being both father and mother. It is indeed a challenging situation. I must admit, I am not optimistic about what you are attempting. We live in a society governed by law, and I wonder how long your line of work can endure. Noticing Hu Jiangwo's hesitation, Professor Gan patted his knee and chuckled. Yes, let us refrain from interfering in each other's affairs and focus on discussing tutoring. I do happen to have a commendable candidate in mind for you. One of my students, who was granted direct admission to graduate school this year, has already graduated from his undergraduate program. His family is not particularly affluent, and he has spent the past 4 years financing his own education through tutoring, which I hear has yielded excellent results. However, there is one caveat. He is a male student, and I am unsure if you would mind that. Hu Jiangwo nodded repeatedly and said, "It's no concern for male students. My daughter is quite wild, and, being a girl, I fear she might be unmanageable." Hearing your words, it seems this student is indeed exceptional, and I have no doubt he can teach my daughter well. Professor Gan smiled and replied, "I can vouch for both his character and knowledge. Moreover, this child has served as an assistant on several of my research projects, demonstrating reliability and composure in his tasks. If you have no objections, I can arrange for you to meet him right now." Upon hearing Professor Gan's assurance, Hu Jiangwo had no further reservations and expressed his eagerness to meet the recommended tutor. Professor Gan took out his phone and dialed the number. Meanwhile, on the other end, Chen Gong, who had just finished a busy task, was still catching his breath when his phone rang. He quickly retrieved it and, upon seeing it was a call from his future mentor, promptly answered. "This is Gan Shuwen. If it is convenient for you, please come to my office." The voice of Professor Gan echoed through the phone. Although Chen Gong was somewhat surprised by Professor Gan's request for his presence, he quickly acquiesced, responding, "All right. I shall come over now." Chapter 7. An unlikely acquaintance. Professor Gan's office was not far from the student dormitory, merely a few hundred meters away. However, it took Chen Gong nearly 10 minutes to arrive. It was not due to a leisurely pace, but rather the aftermath of his altercation with the tiger, which had left numerous scars upon his visage. While these marks might draw little attention from his peers, they would certainly raise eyebrows if noticed by his mentor. Thus, he had to employ the Xian Shui Ju to tend to his injuries. Unfortunately, the current scarcity of spiritual energy rendered the technique less than effective. As Chen Gong pondered whether he might concoct an excuse to explain his condition, he felt a subtle movement at the location of the Ming Zhong in his chest. The spiritual energy within him instinctively gravitated towards the Ming Zhong, dispersing throughout his body as a result, and astonishingly, His wounds began to mend at an accelerated pace. Though the scars had been addressed, in that fleeting moment when the Ming Zhong absorbed the energy, Qin Gong experienced a sudden palpitation accompanied by a brief sharp pain in his chest, as if the Ming Zhong had shifted slightly to the left. However, with the pressing need to meet Professor Gong, he had no time to dwell on this matter. Upon arriving at the office, Qin Gong was taken aback to find that Professor Gong was accompanied by others, one of whom was an acquaintance. It was you. Even with Hu Jiangwo's composed demeanor, he was exceedingly surprised by Qin Gong's appearance, as he had not anticipated that the student he had intended to reprimand was, in fact, the esteemed protege of his old classmate. This revelation caused a flush of embarrassment to creep across his face. I was just about to make an introduction. How is it that you two are acquainted? Noticing the expression on Hu Jiangwo's face, Professor Gong first chuckled, but then, reflecting on the actions of his old friend, his countenance shifted to one of mild discontent. Professor Gong felt a sense of relief and remarked with a smile, I knew it. Young Chen is indeed an exemplary student, both in character and scholarship. So, allow me to formally introduce you. Come, Young Chen, this is my old classmate. General Manager, Hu of Zhengpai Construction and Renovation Company. Old Hu, this is the student I mentioned, Qin Gong. What a fitting name. Qin Gong, success in all endeavors. A fortuitous beginning indeed. Upon hearing Professor Gong's introduction, Qin Gong found it rather amusing. In today's society, it seems everyone feels compelled to assume the titles of manager or boss. One wonders whether his mentor is genuinely oblivious to the nature of his old classmates' pursuits or simply engaged in a facade. Nevertheless, Qin Gong extended his hand with confidence, firmly shaking hands with Hu Jiangwo. For Qin Gong, Hu Jiangwo could be considered an acquaintance formed through circumstance, previously, amidst the bustling restaurants and narrow alleys. He had never truly observed Qin Gong's appearance. Now, in the well-lit office, Hu Jiangwo took the opportunity to scrutinize him more closely. Qin Gong presents himself quite well. With a broad forehead, clear eyes, sturdy shoulders, and an upright posture. Though he does not don any designer brands, he appears clean, tidy, and full of vitality. Furthermore, with a clear understanding of Qin Gong's capabilities, Hu Jiangwo has grown increasingly confident in his ability to manage his wild daughter. He candidly stated, I have a daughter who will be entering high school right after the summer break. I would like to hire a tutor for her, and I wonder if you, Young Chen, could assist with this? The thought of tutoring the daughter of a tiger conjured an image in Qin Gong's mind, someone with spiky hair, adorned with metallic chains, tattoos, and freckles. However, given that his mentor had specifically sought him out for this matter, it would seem inappropriate to decline. Thus, Qin Gong readily agreed, saying, Manager Hu, you are too kind. This is not merely me assisting you, it is indeed you aiding me. I believe Professor Gong has already briefed you on my situation. Your trust in me alleviates my worries about job hunting this summer. Haha, splendid. It is settled then, Hu Jiangwo replied with a smile. I wonder when you might be able to come to my home. I am eager to rein in my daughter as soon as possible, so I can rest easy. Qin Gong pondered for a moment before responding. Although I have completed all my senior year courses, I still have some family matters to attend to. So I fear I cannot manage this week. However, by next Monday, I should be free of any other obligations. Would that be acceptable? Hu Jiangwo, despite only having completed high school and having navigated through life with unexpected turns, held a deep reverence for filial piety and loyalty. Thus, upon hearing Professor Gong's words, he felt a sense of reassurance and nodded, saying, No problem, no problem. In this day and age, it is rare to find young individuals who understand the importance of honoring their elders. If my daughter Jingjing possessed even half of your filial spirit, I would have far less to worry about. Previously, Hu Jiangwo had boasted about wanting to break his own bones, yet now he spoke of himself with such self-admiration. Qin Gong found it difficult to adapt to Hu Jiangwo's transformation and could only remain silent, listening attentively. The three continued to engage in casual conversation for a while longer, during which Hu Jiangwo shared some details about his daughter, and Qin Gong expressed his perspectives. However, with Professor Gong present, neither party felt comfortable discussing remuneration. Nevertheless, Qin Gong was not overly concerned. Judging by Hu Jiangwo's demeanor, he likely had ample financial resources. Graduation signifies separation, and after 4 years of camaraderie, good friends must ultimately part ways. This was a reality that everyone had been reluctant to acknowledge, but Professor Gong's invitation compelled Qin Gong to confront it. For Qin Gong, graduation was not an end, but rather a new beginning. After all, he had been granted a direct recommendation for graduate studies by the Academy. This was his choice and also the wish of his grandfather. Perhaps delving into academic research would better allow him to conceal his identity as a cultivator. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, Chen Gong stepped out of his dormitory and wandered along the Funan River that flows beside Rongqing University. Once heavily polluted, the river had seen significant improvements due to the global emphasis on environmental protection. As one of the top 10 livable cities in the country, Rongqing had invested considerable effort in pollution control, resulting in a marked enhancement of the water quality of Funan River, which was now suitable for drinking. The environment along the banks of Funan River was equally commendable, adorned with rows of willows, expansive grassy areas, and benches nestled within pavilions, making it a favored spot for leisurely strolls after meals. However, it was getting late, and the riverside park had grown sparse with visitors. Those who remained were often couples, disappearing into the dense thickets of the park. Perhaps this would be an ideal location to practice the Xian Shui Ju. With this thought, Chen Gong followed the intuitive pull in his heart, seeking out a tranquil spot with a slight abundance of spiritual energy and few passersby. He settled down cross-legged and began his cultivation of the Xian Shui Ju. After several days of practice, Chen Gong's understanding of the Xian Shui Ju deepened. It was said that mastering this technique could grant one the ability to soar through the skies, achieve immortality, and even manipulate water, transforming into a deity of water. However, Chen Gong's expectations for the Xian Shui Ju were not yet lofty. For now, he simply desired to ensure that he absorbed enough spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. According to Chun Xiao's recollection, in the past, cultivation sects would only admit disciples who had reached at least the mid-stage of qi refinement. Even for the most menial of roles, it was only those who attained the late stage of qi refinement who held a semblance of value for cultivation. Only disciples who reached the foundation establishment stage could be truly considered as having entered the realm of genuine practitioners. Chen Gong's path, though somewhat unconventional, still lacks much. All things possess a spirit, and humans, as the pinnacle of beings, are intricately intertwined with the world around them. Without humanity, the essence of existence is rendered hollow, conversely. A world devoid of humanity lacks true vitality. Thus, whether amidst the towering mountains or within the city of Rome, neither is an ideal locale for cultivation. It is only when human breath intertwines with the authentic spirits of nature that true spiritual energy emerges. With this newfound enlightenment, Chen Gong realized he had inadvertently discovered a sacred ground for cultivation. Building upon this insight and the foundation laid with Chen Xiao, he naturally progressed from the early stage of qi refinement to the mid-stage. Such advancement, while a modest threshold in the realm of cultivation, signifies that an individual has not only begun their journey but also possesses potential for further development. Transitioning to the mid-stage of qi refinement is neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. Some may never transcend this barrier, while others might resolve it with a fleeting moment of contemplation. Just as Chen Gong prepared to depart, a sharp pain surged through his chest once more. Since entering the mid-stage of qi refinement, his spiritual awareness had significantly expanded, allowing him to distinctly sense the command vessel, previously dormant in his chest, subtly writhing and inching to the left. Although the movement was slight, it was enough to instill fear within him. The left side of his chest housed his heart. Should the command vessel encroach upon that space, it was inevitable that dire consequences would ensue. Yet, if he attempted to utilize the Xian Shui technique to exert his spiritual power upon the command vessel, it would yield no effect, and the energy enveloping it would merely be absorbed, thereby enhancing the vessel's potency. Chen Gong gazed inwardly at the orb nestled within his chest, its round shape reminiscent of a fleshy sphere. Could it be an egg that required spiritual energy to hatch? The thought of a creature emerging from his chest and consuming him bit by bit sent a chill down his spine. Since he was unable to confront this anomaly for the time being, he decided to set it aside and ponder the possibility of surgical intervention in the future. With modern technology being so advanced, surely there existed means to extract anything. Chapter 8. The enchanting female dinosaur. The reason he refrained from studying in the library was that the library at Rongqing University closed its doors by 9 o'clock in the evening. Additionally, he found the dormitory, bustling with students, less appealing. The lecture hall, with its tiered seating, proved to be an excellent alternative. A gentle summer breeze wafted through the window, and very few individuals frequented this place at night. Chen Gong chose a seat by the window and swiftly immersed himself in his studies. Ever since Chen Xiao had utilized the soul separation technique to usher him into the realm of cultivation, Chen Gong had distinctly felt an enhancement in his memory. Not only had he acquired the extraordinary ability of spiritual awareness, but his cognitive processes also became remarkably clearer than before. Consequently, He had specifically borrowed a profoundly intricate book compiled by a foreign research institution, a tome typically reserved for scholars of the highest caliber. Thus, when he borrowed this book, he was met with a rather prolonged gaze of scrutiny from the librarian. Qin Gong is pursuing a degree in environmental science, a discipline that has garnered significant attention from the state in recent years, with substantial financial investment allocated to research funding across various universities. However, excelling in environmental science entails navigating a multitude of interconnected facets. The current global landscape of environmental pollution is remarkably diverse. It encompasses not only water and air quality, but also noise, which has emerged as a pertinent subject of study in environmental pollution. Consequently, Qin Gong believes that immersing himself in an array of related literature to broaden his horizons would be immensely beneficial. Qin Gong was engrossed in his reading. Yet as a cultivator, he possessed an innate instinct for self-preservation, allowing his spiritual perception to envelop the entire lecture hall. Though this exertion drained some of his mental energy, it served as a commendable means of honing his abilities. He was well aware of Su Xingjia's identity as the youngest female PhD in the history of Rongqing University. She had garnered a certain degree of fame. However, the reverse was not true. Su Xingjie was oblivious to who Qin Gong was. Su Xingjie was an anomaly within Rongqing University, not due to any eccentricities in her character or an unremarkable appearance, on the contrary. She had been voted as the most beautiful among the top 10 beauties of the university. It is often said, no PhD, no dinosaur. A phrase that aptly describes the female PhDs at Rongqing University. Yet, Su Xingjie stood as the singular exception to this rule. Nevertheless, the allure of her beauty coupled with her doctoral title rendered this exceptional woman both celebrated and profoundly solitary. Countless women competed to match her, while those deemed unworthy dared not approach her, leading this statuesque, strikingly beautiful PhD to experience the same awkwardness as her fellow female scholars. Unlike others whose brilliance drove men to keep their distance, Su Xingjie remained steadfastly focused on her academic pursuits, displaying a disinterest in romantic entanglements. Devoid of any gossip or scandal, which inevitably raised questions about her sexual orientation. Such unfounded rumors likely stemmed from those who had sought her affection yet met with disheartening rejection, further cooling her reception of male advances and establishing her reputation as the campus's renowned ice queen. When she noticed someone studying in the lecture hall, she was taken aback. In response to his nod of acknowledgement, she managed a stiff smile and a curt nod, which left Qin Gong momentarily dumbfounded, eager to return to his reading. Regrettably, this moment of distraction prompted Su Xingjie to frown, letting out a cold huff as she distanced herself to another seat to continue her studies. Qin Gong did not anticipate such a reaction from a momentary lapse in concentration. He could only manage a wry smile, choosing to disregard others and immerse himself once more in his book. Thus, the lecture hall fell silent again, save for the rustling of pages and the scratching of pens, with no other sounds to disturb the tranquility. As the clock approached 11:30 and the dormitory buildings were on the verge of closing, Qin Gong straightened himself and, after closing his book, prepared to leave. However, at that moment, he caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance emanating from Su Xingjie. Although he was aware of her approach, he had no intention of engaging with the school's aloof beauty and thus did not turn to acknowledge her. Su Xingjie's curiosity compelled her to approach him. Initially, upon seeing Qin Gong lost in thought, she presumed he was attempting to orchestrate a serendipitous encounter similar to those of his previous, tedious admirers, using his studies as a means to appeal to her interests. This led her to huff dismissively. Yet, to her surprise, for over 2 hours, Qin Gong seemed to completely disregard her presence, wholly absorbed in his studies. Intrigued, Su Xingjie felt compelled to discern what book he was engrossed in. The Theory of the Environment. She recognized this tome well. As a doctoral candidate in environmental science, she could only claim a limited comprehension of its contents. This book was a collective work by a prestigious American scientific academy, addressing contemporary environmental issues with a breadth of knowledge and delving deeply into numerous fields. After tearing her gaze from the book, Su Xingjie could not resist stealing another glance at Qin Gong before gracefully departing. This left Qin Gong, trailing behind her, momentarily entranced. For the sight of the slender legs and shapely form of the cold beauty from Rong University was not something one could observe so closely at any given moment, albeit through the taut fabric of her jeans. Speaking of Liao Shu, it is often said that university roommates forge the strongest bonds, and initially, Liao Shu shared a good rapport with Qin Gong and the others. However, it became increasingly evident that their aspirations diverged. Liao Shu had his own life philosophy and ambitions, although his family's circumstances were decent. Sustaining the high-end lifestyle he desired was simply unrealistic. In contrast, mingling with Han Jing and his circle allowed him to experience the lifestyle of the upper echelon he yearned for. Thus, after the second year, Liao Shu increasingly sought to integrate himself into Han Jing's social sphere, resulting in a superficial relationship with Chen Gong and the others, which was effectively severed following the recent incident involving Liang. Reflecting on this, Chen Gong felt a sudden jolt, the remnants of sleep vanishing. As a cultivator, he recognized that his desires should not be so easily swayed. He was acutely aware that he harbored no inappropriate thoughts regarding Su Xinjie. If the memory served him correctly, this was an omen of impending obsession. The tumultuous world of mortals is indeed not a realm where cultivators should linger, as it is rife with temptations and perils. Yet, it is precisely these dangers that serve to forge the resolve of a cultivator's heart. Consequently, a select few ascetics willingly venture into the mortal realm to navigate its challenges. However, among these practitioners, the majority often become ensnared by worldly desires, with only a minuscule fraction managing to extricate themselves from the shackles of the mundane, thereby solidifying their resolve. Legends speak of such cultivators possessing significantly enhanced abilities to confront inner demons during tribulations, though for Chen Gong in the present moment, this seems an exceedingly distant prospect. Under these circumstances, Chen Gong found it even less likely to find repose. He quietly rose from his bed and, upon noticing his three roommates deep in slumber, leaped out of the window. The floor of Chen Gong's dormitory was not particularly high, situated merely on the third level, a mere 10 meters above the ground, so there was no need for concern regarding potential injury. Upon leaving the school, Chen Gong hurried to the location he had previously discovered for cultivation, intending to diligently practice the Xian Shueju once more. The Xian Shueju inherently possessed the ability to calm the mind and soothe the spirit, and when it came to healing prowess, practitioners with a water spirit root were unparalleled. Those with a gold spirit root excelled in offensive capabilities, while wood spirit root practitioners were the swiftest. Fire spirit root practitioners wielded the most destructive power, and earth spirit root practitioners were adept at defense. Each type of spirit root practitioner possessed distinct strengths. There were also the legendary mutated spirit roots, such as wind and thunder, whose bearers were exceptionally formidable. Regrettably, Chen Gong had no opportunity to witness such beings at present. Upon arriving at the cultivation site, Chen Gong sat cross-legged, yet an overwhelming sense of unease plagued his mind, preventing him from entering the meditative state required for the Xian Shueju. A nagging premonition suggested that he might soon encounter significant troubles. Chapter 9. Serendipity Amidst Calamity. Chen Gong had yet to deeply reflect upon the nature of his predicament when an abrupt and excruciating pain seized his chest. He had previously believed that, having acquired spiritual power and transformed both his body and mind, his nerves had grown sufficiently resilient. After all, he had endured Hu Jiangwo's blows without uttering a single cry of pain. However, the sharp agony now felt as if it had penetrated his most sensitive nerves, compelling him to emit a sudden, anguished shout. Considering his surroundings, he realized that if he continued to scream in the stillness of the night within the park, he would inevitably attract unwanted attention. Thus, Chen Gong was forced to suppress his cries, letting out only low, guttural sounds to alleviate the torment inflicted by the pain. Through introspection, he perceived that the spherical entity within his chest, akin to an egg or seed, was indeed expanding, as if poised to break free at any moment. The clarity of the pain was driving him to the brink of madness. He desperately attempted to circulate the Xian Shueju in a bid to stifle the growth of the entity. Yet, this endeavor proved futile, for the spiritual energy served as sustenance for the entity. The more he channeled his energy, the more vigorous its movements became, intensifying his suffering. Chen Gong tore open the fabric of his chest and struck his palm against his own heart. However, his resilient physique withstood the trial he imposed upon himself. This strike, devoid of any lingering spiritual energy, could not inflict harm. Instead, the life orb swelled violently, and the surrounding flesh rapidly assimilated into Chen Gong's body. He immediately sensed a notable enhancement in his physical strength. Yet, no matter how much his body's fortitude increased, it offered him little solace in his current predicament. For adjacent to his heart, the life orb, a veritable time bomb, finally detonated. Chen Gong surveyed his surroundings, finding no instruments to aid him. Overwhelmed by desperation, he yearned to tear open his own chest and extract the cursed entity known as the life dough, crushing it beneath his feet. He believed that even a gruesome death would be preferable to the agonizing torment of his current existence, especially considering that posthumously he might find no peace. being devoured by the monster residing within him. At that moment, the flesh membrane encasing the life dough had vanished, revealing a diminutive humanoid form, eerily reminiscent of Chun Gong himself. Yet, this figure wore a grotesque expression, desperately clawing at its own chest, as if it too harbored something lethal within. In his anguish, Chun Gong clawed at himself in futility until his fingers grazed a hard object on his chest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the half of the jade pendant left by Qin Xiao. Although he had previously recognized its value, he had lacked an understanding of its significance. Now, with his life hanging by a thread, he had no time for contemplation. Seizing the pendant, he thrust its sharp edge into his chest with fervor. The point of the pendant proved unexpectedly sharp, effortlessly piercing his skin. Upon contact with his blood, it absorbed the crimson liquid like a sponge. As his life essence ebbed away, Qin Gong gradually collapsed to the ground. His suffering was profound. Trapped between the life dough siphoning his spiritual energy and the pendant drawing forth his blood, he was in excruciating pain, yet utterly devoid of strength to move. Was he to die again? The thought muddled his mind. Just then, the pendant seemed to have absorbed sufficient blood, halting its gruesome feast. It began to emanate an astonishing chill and a brilliant blue light. Concurrently, the diminutive life dough ceased its frantic clawing at Qin Gong's chest, its fierce countenance momentarily softening as it radiated a green glow, countering the pendant's blue luminescence. Fortuitously, they were in a riverside park, devoid of couples wandering through the thickets at this late hour. Otherwise, the extraordinary spectacle might have drawn a crowd. The green light of the life dough exhibited remarkable restorative properties, rapidly revitalizing Qin Gong's vital functions. Initially, the blue light of the pendant seemed to falter, but it drew strength from Qin Gong's body, continuously absorbing his life essence. While the green light could contest the blue, it simultaneously replenished Qin Gong's life, inadvertently fortifying the adversary. Soon, the humanoid life dough displayed signs of fatigue, its green glow waning, while the blue light surged forth, enveloping the life dough and crystallizing it into ice flowers, effectively freezing it in place. Throughout this tumultuous ordeal, Qin Gong remained an unwilling spectator, devoid of autonomy. As the half-pendant radiated frigid air, firmly anchored to his chest, while the life dough lapsed once more into a dormant state. This fierce struggle has truly exhausted Qin Gong, yet it has also bestowed upon him considerable benefits. The green light emitted by the life-threatening talisman appears to be an extraordinarily mystical energy, enhancing his physical strength to a level typically achievable only by initial-stage foundation-building cultivators. Following his recent breakthrough to the mid-stage of Qi refinement, he has ascended to the pinnacle of this stage in less than half a day, with the potential to reach the later stage of Qi refinement at any moment. However, the method of such elevation is undeniably excruciating. Were Qin Gong given a choice, he would prefer a slower pace of cultivation rather than endure the profound agony that penetrates into his very soul and marrow. Qin Gong lay on his bed, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts. He has now come to understand that the life charm he possesses is renowned as the King of Charms, a sacred relic revered by the ancestral shamans of the Miao people. It remains a mystery how Qin Xiao learned of the charm's potential to extend life, prompting him to seek it out. Eventually, Qin Xiao discovered that while this life charm indeed has the power to prolong existence, it harbors significant dangers. A moment of carelessness could lead to a backlash against its owner. Moreover, the charm shows no fear of the spiritual energy of cultivators, rendering it impossible to subdue. Only the half of a jade pendant worn by Qin Gong can temporarily seal its power. Regrettably, this jade pendant can only be activated by the bloodline of its original owner, and it comes with its own costs. While the pendant's sealing ability can indeed confine the life charm, prolonged usage allows the chilling energy to infiltrate the user's heart meridians. Should the life charm spare the user's life, the chilling energy possesses the potential to prove fatal. Qin Gong sighed with a wry smile, reflecting on his unfortunate streak of relentless challenges, one after another, leaving him with no respite. However, that half-piece of jade pendant felt strikingly familiar. He had long struggled to recall its origins. After the tumultuous events of the evening, he finally remembered. Wasn't it the heirloom that his grandfather had cherished and safeguarded? He distinctly recalled that it was also a fragmented jade pendant. Yet its touch evoked a warmth contrary to the chilling sensation of the one resting against his chest. After a night marked by an internal struggle, Qin Gong found himself utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Despite his reluctance to succumb to slumber, his weary body betrayed him, and he drifted into a haze of sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered that Liao Shu had already left. This dormitory was merely a place for him to rest, devoid of any emotional attachment. Meanwhile, Yuan Ming and Yang He had commenced their day with obligatory classes, one diligently researching romantic films from around the globe, while the other engaged in morning exercises online. There's breakfast, soup dumplings, and soy milk. Help yourself, Yuan Ming remarked, glancing up at Chun Gong before returning to his cinematic pursuits. He paused abruptly, a hint of embarrassment surfacing as he added, I must have worn you out yesterday. I didn't anticipate that the baijiu from Ngu would be so potent. It seems you couldn't withstand it. Qin Gong felt a stir in his heart and inquired, what is this? Has the work been finalized? Why was I not informed earlier? Were you planning to surprise me? Qin Gong nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, you all seem to have found pursuits that you genuinely enjoy. As for me, I am rather unfortunate, destined to remain here for several more years. By the time I venture into the job market, you might very well be affluent individuals. I hope you will take care of your brother then. He chuckled. Come on, you are a guaranteed graduate student in the institute. Or perhaps even pursuing a direct master's and doctorate. Everyone knows you are the nation's pillars of support. In the future, we shall rely on you to look after us. Yuan Ming, unusually, was not lost in his cinematic world. Rather, he focused more on Qin Gong and Yang He. Yet, no matter how hard it was to part, separation was inevitable. Qin Gong left the dormitory building and exited the campus, spending nearly half a day selecting various items for his grandfather and younger sister. Most of his purchases consisted of clothing and nutritional supplements. Although Qin Gong held little faith in the heavily advertised nutritional products, he nonetheless spent several hundred yuan of his savings on them. Additionally, he acquired a decent smartphone, which would certainly be useful for his younger sister, who was still in high school and preparing for university entrance exams next year. Moreover, he purchased a hearing aid for his grandfather, who struggled with his hearing. This device would be a significant aid for him. Returning to his hometown, Zizhou, could be accomplished by either bus or train. With the recent opening of the highway, the distance between Zizhou and Chengdu had shortened to just 3 hours by car, although the fare was rather steep. In contrast, taking the train, while requiring twice the travel time, was significantly less expensive. Thus, Qin Gong gradually made his way to the train station. As he walked, Qin Gong pondered many thoughts, such as how his grandfather endured a difficult life for his sake and that of his sister. Yet, his grandfather remained remarkably cheerful, as if nothing could daunt him. Only the aging lines on his face and his stooped posture revealed the immense burdens he bore. Now that Qin Gong had finally graduated with his bachelor's degree, he had opted to continue his studies in graduate school. While this aligned with his grandfather's expectations, he felt the weight of responsibility, especially with a younger sister still in school. The meager graduate stipend and research grants he received were hardly sufficient to alleviate his grandfather and sister's financial struggles. A surge of guilt toward his family ignited an intense longing for wealth within Qin Gong. He had never desired money so fervently before, a fortune that would ensure his grandfather and sister would never need to worry about their livelihoods. As this yearning for wealth took root in his heart, a name from Chun Qiao's memories surfaced, the Kunlun Group. This organization was an external consortium established by Chun Qiao's sect in the secular world, dedicated to providing various cultivation talents and resources. The mere thought of the Kunlun Group startled Qin Gong, for it was exceedingly renowned, one of the top 10 enterprises in the nation, and it even ranked among the top 500 companies globally. However, the token that connects to the Kunlun Group resides within the storage ring worn by Qin Gong. Although the ring possesses no particular mystery, it requires the mastery of the Xian Shui Ju to the 3rd level for activation. This implies that Qin Gong must elevate his cultivation to the latter stage of qi refinement before he can retrieve the contents of this storage ring. To possess a conglomerate like the Kunlun Group as an external organization, the Cultivation Sect must indeed be formidable. Chapter 10. Family Xi Prefecture is situated in the southeastern part of Shu Province, nestled between the two major cities of Rongqing and Yuqing, with the Tuo River running through it, offering convenient water and land transportation. However, due to its hilly terrain and dense population, it remains predominantly an agricultural county focused on grain production. This is Qin Gong's hometown. While it may seem relatively backward compared to many coastal regions, it boasts a profound cultural heritage. It is the birthplace of Chang Hong, a teacher of Confucius, and the county is home to several national key high schools and provincial key high schools, which have contributed a wealth of talent to the nation. The second high school is the only national key high school in Xi Prefecture, consistently achieving a commendable graduation rate in the annual college entrance examinations across Shu Province. This institution is also Qin Gong's alma mater, a place with which he is intimately familiar, reflecting on his grandfather and younger sister, who toil for their livelihoods. Qin Gong feels a deepening sense of guilt for not choosing to work immediately after graduation, intensifying his yearning for wealth. Yet, the Kunlun group seems to be beyond his current reach. Uncle Zhang, the gatekeeper at the school's reception, is an old acquaintance of Qin Gong. Unlike the typically hired security personnel, Uncle Zhang's children both teach at the second high school, making him a family member of the teaching staff. He has always been robust and dependable, and over the years, he has become a steadfast presence at the school's entrance. However, upon seeing Uncle Zhang, Qin Gong notes the telltale signs of aging upon him, which brings to mind the declining health of his grandfather. Ah, is that you, Qin Gong? Here to pick up your sister for the weekend? You're looking more spirited these days. Hurry in, Qinwan just strolled around here, claiming she was out for a walk. But who doesn't know she was waiting for her brother? Uncle Zhang's voice remains as resonant as ever, drawing the attention of several junior students lingering nearby. Who is that? He seems quite familiar with the gatekeeper, Zhang. Oh, you don't know? That's Qin Gong, a legendary figure from our second high school. I heard about him when I first enrolled in middle school here. He was quite extraordinary, a true academic prodigy. Prodigy? Isn't there one in our school now? The top student, no less. Shoo, keep your voice down, that's his sister. At that moment, the top student, Qinwan, involuntarily sneezed, rubbing her delicate nose in a playful manner, which left Wang Jiahui, standing in front of her, momentarily mesmerized. Why are you so annoying? I just want to walk alone. Why do you keep following me? Qinwan cast an exasperated glance at the ever-persistent Wang Jiahui. Though her words were fierce, she had no genuine intention of sending him away. Naturally, Wang Jiahui was not one to relent easily. He continued, Brother Qin Gong is a legendary figure at our No. 2 high school. How could he possibly engage in such menial tasks? Moreover, he is now a graduate student. While many from our county's No. 2 high school pursue further studies, being recommended to prestigious national universities for both master's and doctoral programs is truly a rarity. Upon hearing Wang Jiahui mention her brother's illustrious achievements, a proud smile involuntarily graced Qinwan's face. Just as Wang Jiahui noticed the softening of her demeanor and prepared to press his advantage, Qinwan suddenly shouted with glee and dashed towards the school gates. The transformation of the demure beauty into a spirited figure startled Wang Jiahui momentarily, but he quickly realized that the idol he revered had arrived. Observing his sister rushing towards him with unrestrained enthusiasm, disregarding the gazes of others, Qin Gong shook his head in mild exasperation, yet willingly scooped up his little sister, executing a full 720-degree spin that turned her joyful cries into shrieks of delight. Who possessed such charm that the most beautiful girl in their school would willingly leap into their embrace? How audacious! Yet, one might scoff, do you not even know him? He is her brother, the brother of the fierce flower, not to mention the famed flying tigers. After Qin Gong set Qinwan down, he smiled at his sister and then glanced at Wang Jiahui, who was following closely behind her. He affectionately ruffled Qinwan's hair and remarked, You've grown up, little one. Brother, you truly possess great strength, Qinwan replied, still a bit shaken as she patted her chest. Upon hearing Qin Gong's words, she quickly retorted, I am already an adult. Hello, big brother Qin, she continued. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Allow me to treat you. Let us dine out. Wang Jiahui chimed in cheerfully, having developed a considerable familiarity with Qin Gong as well. Without waiting for Qinwan to refuse, Qin Gong readily nodded and said, All right. I happen to be a bit hungry. My sister probably hasn't eaten either, so she should come along. He held a favorable impression of Wang Jiahui. Despite coming from a well-off family, he exhibited none of the typical vices of a spoiled child and excelled academically. It was a pity, however, that he had encountered someone like his sister, who seemed to be a jinx for him. Brother, who needs him to treat us? I can take you out myself. It will just be the 2 of us siblings, Qinwan insisted, tugging at Qin Gong's hand. He wasn't inviting you, so why are you in such a hurry? Are we going or not? If not, I'm going without you. Qin Gong's clear preference for his sister was evident, causing Wang Jiahui to brighten up and hurriedly arrange for the outing. The meal was quite simple, consisting of a few dishes at a restaurant outside the school. However, Qin Gong could tell that Wang Jiahui had put in considerable thought into the arrangements. While the ambience was not particularly elegant, it was clean and comfortable, and the 3 enjoyed their meal immensely. Nowadays, most rural areas have access to paved roads, though the conditions may not be ideal. Nevertheless, as long as vehicles can traverse them, they can be considered conveniently accessible. The small village where Qin Gong's family resides is conveniently located by the roadside. The siblings, burdened with various packages, alighted from the vehicle and immediately caught sight of their grandfather's frail and solitary figure in the distance. Each time Qin Gong observed his grandfather's gradual aging, a wave of emotion welled up within him. He pondered the immense toil this venerable and beloved elder must have endured to raise both him and his sister to adulthood. "Grandfather!" Qin Gong exclaimed as he sprinted towards the elderly man, wishing only to run faster so that he could spare his grandfather a few steps. Though the old man's hearing had waned, his eyesight remained sharp, and he swiftly grasped Qin Gong with his somewhat gnarled hands, which incessantly squeezed the boy's arms. Understanding the unspoken affection in his grandfather's gesture, Qin Gong chuckled. "Grandfather, there's no need to squeeze me. I've grown strong. I can devour several bowls of rice and a few steamed buns." Although his grandfather might not have caught every word, an almost telepathic connection seemed to exist between them. The elder comprehended Qin Gong's sentiments, nodding in satisfaction and breaking into a broad smile. At this moment, Chen Wan, panting slightly, caught up with him and could not resist indulging in a bit of playful affection. As they walked along the path, villagers greeted them warmly. Their respect for the grandfather stemmed from genuine admiration. This elder had nurtured the only university student in the village, though perhaps another would soon follow, also raised under his watchful eye. However, Qin Gong noted a subtle awkwardness in the villagers' expressions as they saluted his grandfather. Yet, with their reunion, there were many matters to discuss and tasks to undertake, which could wait for another time. As the years passed, the elder's mobility diminished and his hearing deteriorated. Meanwhile, Qin Gong had begun to earn a living, and his sister Qin Wan had grown quite responsible, assisting the family with numerous chores. Consequently, Qin Zhongwen gradually ceased his practice of divining fortunes for others, choosing instead to manage the family's small shop and earn a modest income to support their household. Qin Wan naturally took on the responsibility of cooking. The kitchen was a small shed constructed beside the house, while Qin Gong sat on the roadside with his grandfather, engaging in a casual conversation, exchanging words intermittently. Chapter 11. Fury. Qin Gong, feeling a tinge of guilt, addressed his grandfather. "Grandfather, I apologize. I have graduated from university, yet chose not to enter the workforce. Instead, I opted to pursue further studies." Qin Zhongwen, wearing the hearing aid gifted to him by Qin Gong, chuckled and said, "You foolish child, pursuing a master's degree is indeed a remarkable accomplishment. I could not be more delighted. Look at your sister, she has also made her mark. I hear the school intends to recommend her for university admission, yet she remains dissatisfied, deeming the institution not prestigious enough. Every day, villagers seek wisdom from your grandfather, asking him to impart his knowledge on how to educate children. Moreover, the village children come to me for purchases, claiming they wish to bask in our family's fortune. Our little shop is thriving, and we are by no means short of funds. So, rest assured and pursue your graduate studies. One day, you may become a scientist, thereby bringing honor to our family." Qin Zhongwen, a practitioner of the ancient arts, now speaks of university students and scientists, though he may not fully grasp the deeper implications of such terms. Yet, this does not diminish the pride he harbors within. "Indeed, I shall," Qin Gong replied. At that moment, Qin Zhongwen suddenly sighed and said, "My dear grandson, you bring me great joy in all matters, yet there is one thing that troubles me. Grandfather, if I have erred in any way, please tell me." "I shall make amends," Qin Gong hastily responded, feeling a pang of anxiety at his grandfather's words. Such is the traditional mindset of the countryside. Upon hearing Qin Zhongwen's remarks, Qin Gong couldn't help but chuckle softly. The continuation of the family line is, in his grandfather's eyes, perhaps the most significant unfulfilled wish. However, after that exchange, a subtle sadness and sense of loss washed over Qin Gong, as Li Ying's departure had left an indelible mark on him. "Why so quiet? Have you perhaps found a partner?" Qin Zhongwen mused excitedly to himself, convinced of this notion. Observing his grandfather pacing before him, Qin Gong felt a sense of unease. Fortunately, at that moment, his sister Qin Wan appeared just in time to diffuse the tension. "Grandfather, brother, it's time for dinner." The family gathered joyfully around the table, enjoying their meal as Qin Gong conversed with his grandfather. The elder had a habit of taking afternoon naps, and Qin Gong asked his sister to keep an eye on the small shop while he ventured out alone. Soon, he had located his target, the notorious idler of the village, Niu Er. "Niu Er, come here. I need to speak with you," Qin Gong called out, waving his hand in greeting. Qin Gong and Niu Er, though epitomes of stark contrasts in their village, are, in truth, steadfast companions and inseparable friends. However, after Qin Gong enrolled in high school in the county, their encounters became infrequent. Yet, the bond of friendship forged in their childhood is not easily forgotten. Qin Gong smiled faintly. In former times, such matters would have incited considerable indignation within him. However, his perspective had broadened. The meager amount from the subsistence allowance was inconsequential, and whoever desired it could take it. With a little effort, he could still ensure a comfortable life for his grandfather. Land requisition? What land? Upon hearing this, Qin Gong immediately became alert. The news was rife with incidents of violent demolitions and land seizures, resulting in significant unrest. His family resided on a vital thoroughfare within the village. Should anything occur, he would find himself regretting it too late. Indeed. Nyoer took a deep drag from his cigarette and said with resentment, I've heard that the provincial capital intends to construct the Rongyu high-speed railway, which will conveniently pass through our village. The land compensation is quite substantial, yet many specifics of the policy are known only to the village and town officials. The village secretary uses this matter to intimidate everyone, and when the time comes, he'll surely manipulate things to ensure that we receive less. Humph, he dares. Qin Gong scoffed coldly. Such antics were only feasible when he was deceiving the common folk, if brought to light. Neither he nor even the county secretary would withstand the repercussions. Alas, I cannot ascertain whether that old man dares or not. I only know that he subsequently approached my grandfather, Nyoer said with a hint of resignation. He claimed he wanted to issue a warning, suggesting that just because our family had produced two impoverished scholars, we ought not to feel superior. If we stirred up any trouble, he would ensure that my grandfather was apprehended by the authorities. With a resounding clap, Qin Gong struck the sturdy trunk of a nearby tree, causing it to tremble violently, startling Nyoer in the process. Come, let us seek out the village secretary for a serious discussion. While he could overlook others taking advantage or engaging in misconduct, involving his grandfather was an affront to his principles. He was determined to teach this self-important individual, who fancied himself the village's master, a lesson in humility. Wait. Nyoer grasped Qin Gong's arm, glancing around cautiously to ensure no one else could overhear. Brother Qin, I happen to know some insider information about this situation. You see, I may lack certain skills, but I am quite adept at gathering news from the 10 miles and 8 villages. Qin Gong temporarily suppressed the anger bubbling within him and asked in a subdued tone, What is the inside story? Speak. In truth, the issues concerning the subsistence allowances and land requisition were intricately linked to Shi Wangkai from the neighboring village. You may not be acquainted with him, but I know a bit. He was once involved in unsavory dealings and has numerous acquaintances in Zizhou County, having amassed wealth through the resale of construction materials. Eventually, he established a construction company. His daughter is married to our village secretary's son, and that child receiving the subsistence allowance for 2 months is his grandson. At this point, Nyoer swallowed hard and continued, You are aware that no one in our village would dare to confront the old man. Even that village secretary, if given a bit more courage, would still not dare. This is all instigated by Shi Wangkai. It is said that he wishes to secure the project for the passenger station of the high-speed railway here, which would grant him considerable influence over the land requisition process. It appeared that this matter was far from straightforward. Qin Gong quickly pondered, realizing that it would be improbable to untangle the complexities of the situation in a short time. However, if the sole aim was to ensure the safety of his grandfather and sister, then intimidating this Zhang Wangkai should not pose a significant challenge. Very well. We shall seek out Shi Wangkai. Ertzi, do you know where he can be found? Qin Gong decisively concluded. No matter how convoluted this affair may be, it must have a source. There was no need to concern himself with too many details. Once Shi Wangkai's threat was resolved, he believed there would be no further issues. Nyoer glanced at a tree trunk nearby, bearing an obvious handprint, gritted his teeth, and said, Brother Qin Gong, I know where he is. I will take you there. However, I have a request. After this matter is settled, you must take me to the provincial capital. You wish to go to Rongqing? Qin Gong replied, somewhat astonished. What about your parents and those younger siblings? Nyoer nodded and said, Staying here will only subject me to disdain. I too wish to venture out and strive for something. As for my family, having one more mouth to feed makes no difference. My parents will simply have one less worry. Moreover, once I achieve success, life will naturally improve for my family. Qin Gong did not deliberate extensively before acquiescing. In the present day, it is not uncommon for individuals from rural areas to seek employment in the cities. Although Nyoer possesses a somewhat carefree disposition, he is astute and not of ill intent. Thus, securing him a job in Rongqing should pose little difficulty. If all else fails, he could solicit assistance from Hu Jiangwell. Considering he is, after all, the tutor for his daughter, Shi Wangkai does not reside in his hometown. Instead, he has established a construction company in the town, erecting a modest 3-story building as his office. Nyoer and Qin Gong hailed a motorcycle taxi and, within approximately 10 minutes, arrived at the town of Nishuewan, where Shi Wangsai's construction company is notably prominent. At that moment, Shi Wangkai was seated in his office, reclining in a leather chair, squinting at the documents in his hands. These were the internal bidding documents for the Nishuewan passenger station of the county's high-speed rail project. With this in hand, his chances of winning the bid could soar to 90%, marking the commencement of a glorious chapter in his life. However, just as Shi Wangkai reveled in his splendid visions for the future, the phone on his desk rang inopportunely. "Hello, what is it?" he answered, a hint of irritation in his voice. "Mr. Shi, there are 2 young men outside who wish to see you. One of them is reportedly the grandson of that old fellow, Qin Zhongwen," came the report from his subordinate on the other end of the line. "Qin Zhongwen? That individual who has claimed a piece of prime land, with smoke rising from his ancestral grave? I was just contemplating how to acquire that plot for myself, and unexpectedly, his grandson has come knocking at my door. Humph, those Navi University students truly believe that righteousness will prevail everywhere." Shi Wangkai set aside the documents on the table and said, "Let them enter." Chapter 12. Even the wicked must be tempered by the wicked. Qin Gong gazed at the so-called workers lounging within the Wangkai Construction Company, remarking that labeling them as builders would be more accurately described as enforcers of demolition. Just by observing Shi Wangsai's subordinates, it was evident that he was no virtuous character. Accompanied by Nyoer, Qin Gong followed one of Shi Wangsai's lackeys into his office. The ostentatious calligraphy and paintings, the expensive yet disorderly solid-wood desk, and the mismatched light-colored leather sofa all conveyed to Qin Gong that this balding, corpulent man in his 40s was a quintessential nouveau riche. Shi Wangkai wore a disingenuous smile as he exclaimed, "It is our esteemed scholar Qin who has arrived. Uncle Shi has long heard of your illustrious name. How fortuitous that you come at such a time, for I have matters I wish to discuss with you." Qin Gong felt a wave of revulsion wash over him from Shi Wangsai's overtly insincere attempts at camaraderie, while Nyoer remained silent, leaving the situation in Qin Gong's hands. "Mr. Shi, as a prominent businessman, I dare not presume to call you uncle as a mere impoverished student. I have come to inquire about the land acquisition concerning my family." Qin Gong replied calmly. Internally, Shi Wangkai scoffed, his smile devoid of warmth as he said, "Aha. The land acquisition matter, that does not fall under my purview. I am currently preoccupied with other pressing issues. It's a foregone conclusion that our Wangkai Construction Company will secure this major project in the county. Being a university student, I shan't beat around the bush. There are many matters that prove quite challenging for me to manage, particularly when dealing with those unrefined farmers who only know of money. It is truly a struggle to reach any mutual understanding." Qin Gong smiled faintly, contemplating that such a nouveau riche, still burdened with the remnants of his humble beginnings, had already forgotten his roots. He spoke, however, with measured words. "Land acquisition is imperative. I have heard that Mr. Shi intends to purchase some land ahead of schedule. As for the price, it will be exactly as it should be. We shall neither demand a penny more nor accept a penny less. Nevertheless, I do not wish for my family to be subjected to any disturbances." Feigning astonishment, Shi Wangkai retorted, "Disturbances? Who has troubled your family?" He then called out, "Xiaolu, summon the brothers. Let us see who dares to disturb the residence of our esteemed Qin Dekaizi." At this cue, a dozen or so burly men, already waiting outside, surged into the room, each exuding an intimidating presence, clearly there to intimidate Qin Gong and Nyoer. Shi Wangsai's entourage was no stranger to such menacing tactics, and they executed their roles with practiced ease, declaring that no one had caused any disturbances while their eyes glinted with threats directed at Qin Gong and Nyoer. Had it been anyone else facing such a display, they might have faltered under pressure. Although fear gripped Nyoer's heart, the memory of Qin Gong's earlier display of strength provided him with a semblance of courage, allowing him to stand firm rather than succumb to the ground in despair. Qin Gong nonchalantly remarked, "It seems that the construction of the passenger station has not yet fallen under your jurisdiction, General Shi. Isn't that an inevitability?" Shi Wangkai completely disregarded the calmness in Qin Gong's tone, confidently asserting, "With the sufficient audacity and resources at my disposal, I can arrange for my associates to negotiate a purchase of your land in advance. I shall handle the subsequent complications of land acquisition, thus alleviating much of the hassle. What do you say? Is that agreeable?" "Very well. How much is General Shi willing to offer for my land?" Qin Gong inquired. 50,000. What do you think?" "This price is certainly generous enough to sustain your family for generations," Shi Wangkai boasted, extending 5 fingers dramatically. Unable to contain himself, Nyoer interjected, 50,000 is far too low. 50,000 would be more appropriate. I am well aware that Qin Gong's parcel of land occupies a pivotal location for the high-speed rail passenger station. And considering it was the ancestral home of his forebears, the compensation will undoubtedly be substantial. Neo Heir's assertion was not mere hyperbole. Although Qin Gong's family home was modest, the surrounding land belonged entirely to them. If compensation were to follow the customary practices of urban land acquisition, which typically included both housing and cash for the land, then 50,000 was indeed a reasonable estimate. However, this statement provoked Shi Huangkai, who slammed his hand down in anger, exclaiming, "Who is this blind little brat? Don't overstep your bounds. 5,000 is my final offer. If you refuse, I will ensure you regret it for the rest of your life. Get this brat out of here." At this, one of Shi Huangkai's subordinates rushed forward, intent on seizing Neo Heir. Yet, in a blink, the onlookers witnessed Neo Heir remain unscathed while the burly man who had charged at him was sent flying, crashing heavily onto Shi Huangkai's desk. At the peak of the qi refinement stage, Qin Gong could effortlessly overpower these local bullies, even without resorting to the weak water sword technique. With his swift movements and formidable strength, he dispatched all 13 assailants, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Had it not been for the spaciousness of Shi Huangkai's office, they might have created a chaotic scene akin to a human pyramid. Shi Huangkai swallowed hard. His voice strained as he said, "Young brother Qin, let us speak civilly. Let us sit down and discuss this. 50,000 is certainly negotiable." Qin Gong observed the unyielding glint in Shi Huangkai's eyes. He then turned to Neo Heir and said, "Erzi, please step outside for a moment. Mr. Shi, kindly ask your subordinates to leave as well. We have matters to discuss privately." "Privately? Discuss?" Shi Huangkai wiped the sweat from his brow and, after a moment's hesitation, gestured for his injured subordinates to exit. Qin Gong understood that if he were to leave now, Shi Huangkai would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. To compel Shi to relinquish his intentions, a formidable lesson was imperative, one that would instill a lasting fear, ensuring that any future thoughts of harm towards him or his family would evoke the terror of this very day. The fragment of jade pendant embedded in Qin Gong's chest incessantly served as a reminder of the lethal curse residing within him. A curse that could claim his life at any moment. This curse had, on that fateful night, inflicted upon him an agony so profound that it etched itself into the hearts of cultivators, a torment that was surely sufficient to overwhelm even Shi Huangkai. Qin Gong approached Shi Huangkai, and before the latter could react, he had already thrust his finger into Huangcai's chest, precisely at the spot corresponding to the location of the fatal point on Qin Gong's own chest. "What are you doing? What have you done to me?" Shi Huangkai exclaimed in a state of panic. However, he soon found no time to voice his concerns, as an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his chest, compelling him to scream in agony, unable to bear the torment. Qin Gong had observed that Shi Huangcai's office was sufficiently spacious, with commendable soundproofing, particularly during the summer season. With the air conditioning running and the doors and windows tightly sealed, any sounds emanating from Shi Huangkai were merely faint echoes outside, hardly disturbing anyone. Even those subordinates who might wish to enter and ascertain the situation likely lacked the audacity to do so at that moment. Qin Gong, drawing upon his own experiences of being tormented, intermittently alleviated Shi Huangcai's suffering, only to promptly induce another episode of anguish before he could recover. An hour later, as Neo Heir and Shi Huangcai's subordinates waiting outside grew increasingly impatient, Qin Gong emerged from the office, nonchalantly holding a 1 million yuan check issued by Shi Huangkai. No sooner had Qin Gong and Neo Heir departed than a couple of loyal subordinates rushed into the office, discovering their boss collapsed on the floor, his eyes filled with terror, murmuring, "Stop, please stop. Xiao Gong, where have you wandered off to, leaving Wanu alone at home? Look, our dear granddaughter is upset." Qin Zhongwen said with a cheerful smile. Originally smiling at her brother, Qin Wan playfully added, "Indeed, brother. How could you go out alone without taking me along for a stroll? Were you off to see Erzi? That won't do. You owe me some mental compensation. Furthermore, leaving me to watch the small shop alone entitles me to a service fee." Qin Gong had long been prepared as he took out a smartphone from a well-known domestic brand, which, though not particularly high-end, was specially designed for female users. For Qin Wan, who had always been frugal, it was indeed a rather splendid gift. Qin Wan joyfully accepted the mobile phone, eagerly exploring the new features of the smart device. However, Qin Gong was aware that his sister's enthusiasm for learning surpassed his own. Once she had thoroughly examined the functionalities of the phone, her interest would likely wane, leaving her only to make and receive calls. Observing his granddaughter's delight, Qin Zhongwen hesitated to dampen the youthful exuberance but could not resist remarking, "Xiao Gong, this must have cost a considerable sum. One is still in school." She could manage without a phone. Living in Rongqing, expenses can accumulate quickly. Moreover, you now have a girlfriend, don't you? It wouldn't do to be too miserly. You ought to be prudent with your spending. At the mention of his supposed girlfriend, Qin Gong felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment but refrained from correcting his grandfather. Simply responding with an affirmative hum. "Grandfather, we need not worry about finances at present. I will earn a substantial income in the future. And we currently possess a notable sum of money." With that, Qin Gong produced the check issued by Shi Huangkai. Although Qin Zhongwen had spent much of his life in the countryside, he was not entirely naive. Upon reading the amount on the check, he expressed disbelief. "Xiao Gong, is this a bank deposit slip? $1 million? Where did you acquire such wealth? Tell me, have you engaged in any illicit activities?" Startled by his grandfather's rising excitement, Qin Gong hastily clarified, "No, grandfather, your grandson neither steals nor robs. This is a check, compensation from Boss Shi for land acquisition." He then explained how Shi Huangkai had purchased their land in advance, deliberately omitting any mention of subduing several strong men in the process. Though skeptical, Qin Zhongwen chose to trust his grandson and refrained from further inquiries, advising earnestly, "Xiao Gong, you should keep this money safe for now. Didn't you say we wouldn't have to move until after the land acquisition? I've heard that the high-speed rail project won't commence until next year, so there is no rush. With you guarding the funds, I feel reassured." Chapter 13. The first encounter with Hu Ningjing. "Grandfather, I wish to ask you something," Qin Gong said, feeling somewhat hesitant. The jade pendant had always been treated by his grandfather as a treasured heirloom. Although he was the favored grandson, asking the elder for something made him feel uneasy. "Speak your mind. Don't be so reserved," Qin Zhongwen replied casually, squinting his eyes. Since learning of Qin Gong's relationship, he had felt a newfound lightness and vitality. "Grandfather, don't we have a jade pendant?" Qin Gong inquired. "What do you want to see that for?" Qin Zhongwen asked, surprised by his grandson's request. "It's nothing much, just curiosity," Qin Gong said, struggling to continue. He truly did not wish to deceive his grandfather, but revealing his health condition would only burden the elder with worry. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Qin Gong felt a surge of excitement within him. The ancient sage of his forebears might indeed be a practitioner of the mystical arts. And was it not true that Qin Chao also bore the surname Qin? Perhaps his very life hinged upon that half of the jade pendant held in his grandfather's hands. Observing the hesitance in Qin Gong's expression, Qin Zhongwen smiled and said, "This is not an object of extraordinary value. If you wish to see it, take your time and examine it. There is no need for embarrassment. What belongs to your grandfather ultimately belongs to you and Wanner." With that, Qin Zhongwen rose decisively and retrieved the half-jade pendant from a small cabinet containing ancient copper locks. When Qin Gong beheld the piece that matched perfectly with the one resting against his chest, his heart soared with joy. Meanwhile, Qin Zhongwen felt immense satisfaction knowing that his grandson appreciated the gift he had bestowed. In the following day and a half, Qin Gong spent his time with his grandfather and sister, the three of them engaging in an endless array of conversations. It wasn't until Sunday afternoon that Qin Gong, alongside his sister, had to embark on their journey back to school. Before departing, he sought out Neo Air to inform him that he would notify him once arrangements were made on his end in Rongqing. With his sister poised to take the college entrance examination next year, Qin Gong felt compelled to impart a few words of advice. Upon learning that her aspiration was to enroll at Rongqing University, the same institution he attended, Qin Gong merely offered her gentle encouragement without overly influencing her decision. As time was of the essence and he had committed to tutoring Hu Jiangwo the following Monday, taking the train was evidently impractical. Thus, Qin Gong opted for a bus instead. However, while still en route, his phone rang, and upon checking, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Confirming it wasn't a mere nuisance call, he answered. "Is the Xiaochen?" came Hu Jiangwo's voice from the other end. Qin Gong responded affirmatively. Yet he felt a twinge of curiosity. After all, was it not still prior to Monday? Why was Hu Jiangwo reaching out to them? "Have you arrived in Rongqing? Do you have any free time?" Hu Jiangwo inquired further. "Come now, there's no need for formalities, Mr. Hu. If you don't mind my presumptuousness, you may simply call me Uncle Hu," he continued. "I would like to request your guidance with my daughter tomorrow. So why not join us for dinner at my home today? It would be a splendid opportunity for you to meet Xiaojing as well." Hu Jiangwo elaborated. Qin Gong was not taken aback by Hu Jiangwo's proposal, as his prior experience as a tutor had accustomed him to meeting students ahead of time. However, what could Hu's home be like? "Well, Uncle Hu, I shall reach out to you once I arrive in Chengdu." "Indeed, once you arrive in Chengdu, give me a call." "And I shall come to fetch you," Hu Jiangwo cheerfully replied before ending the call. An hour later, Qin Gong alighted at the Chengdu bus terminal. Before he could make the call, he spotted Hu Jiangwo waiting for him in a Volkswagen Tiguan, suggesting he had been there for quite some time. Qin Gong was not one to stand on ceremony. He approached Hu Jiangwo directly to exchange pleasantries. Once they entered the vehicle, Hu Jiangwo escorted him to the Xanadu Garden community, situated along the scenic Westchun Road in Rongqing. Although Xanadu Garden was merely a mid-range residential area, its age of construction belied its high property values, which, due to its proximity to the city center, surpassed those of many newly developed upscale neighborhoods. Hu Jiangwo resided on the 12th floor of a spacious apartment, encompassing over 90 square meters, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. From the window, a panoramic view of the bustling Westchun Road and the picturesque Funan River unfolded. Surprisingly, the household was devoid of any maids or bodyguards, suggesting that only he and his daughter lived there. Upon entering, Hu Jiangwo promptly invited Qin Gong to take a seat while he called his daughter to join them. The door, adorned with a large poster, evidently belonging to Hu Jiangwo's daughter, swung open to reveal a vibrant young girl sporting a ponytail. She wore a loose-fitting t-shirt and denim shorts, her toes painted with nail polish, and earbuds nestled in her ears. An MP3 player clipped to her waist hinted at the energetic music she was absorbed in, her developing figure subtly swaying to the rhythm. This marked Qin Gong's first encounter with Hu Ningjing. While she was not conventionally attractive, she was not as disappointing as he had anticipated. He graded her entrance a respectable 65, a passing score in his lenient view, as he rarely deemed anyone unworthy. Hu Ningjing, still immersed in her music, glanced over at the dining table and pouted. "Dad, you haven't done anything yet. Why did you call me out? Aren't you worried about interrupting my studies?" It was only then that she noticed Qin Gong seated on the sofa, his tidy appearance starkly contrasting with the raucous youths typically associated with her father's circle. "Dad, who is he?" she asked, removing her earbuds. The sudden appearance of an ordinary-looking young man piqued her interest. "Jingjing, come here and meet Teacher Chen." Hu Jiangwo beckoned with a smile. Upon hearing this, Hu Ningjing's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by a revelation. "Dad, I told you not to invite any tutors to bother me. I'm about to enter high school. Can't I have a little freedom before then?" Relaxation. Freedom. With only the 3 of them present, it was impossible for Qin Gong to feign ignorance. Throughout his 4 years in university, he had taught numerous students, predominantly mischievous boys. Yet, hearing a girl articulate her rejection of his tutoring offer in such a clear and ringing voice was both awkward and somewhat endearing. Of course, Qin Gong was not the only one feeling discomfort in that moment. Hu Jiangwo shot his daughter a stern glare and then turned to Qin Gong with an apologetic demeanor. "I sincerely apologize, Xiaochen. My daughter has been spoiled by my indulgence. I hope you won't take it to heart." Qin Gong found himself at a loss for words. With Hu Jiangwo's remarks lingering in the air, he could only respond, "Uncle Hu, please do not say that. You are an old classmate of Professor Gong and a respected elder to me, so there is no need for concern. However, regarding family education, if your daughter truly wishes to..." At this moment, Hu Ningjing's expression brightened. It would be ideal if this detestable tutor could choose to withdraw on her own. Unfortunately, Hu Jiangwo would not allow Qin Gong to finish his statement, promptly interrupting him and pulling Hu Ningjing aside. Qin Gong was not lacking in confidence to handle this vibrant young lady, yet deep within, he was reluctant to engage with someone of Hu Jiangwo's background. However, out of respect for Professor Gong, he found it difficult to refuse. Ideally, it would be splendid if the other party could voluntarily withdraw. Nonetheless, the communication between the father and daughter swiftly yielded results. It was uncertain whether Hu Jiangwo asserted his paternal authority or made certain concessions, but ultimately, Hu Ningjing resigned herself to the fact that Qin Gong would be her tutor. In truth, Hu Ningjing's initial impression of Qin Gong was not unfavorable. After all, he possessed an appealing demeanor, exuding an aura that was difficult to criticize. He embodied the essence of a pleasant and sunny young man. If given the opportunity to spend time with him, she would eagerly accept. Regrettably, he was merely her father's hired tutor, which incited a sense of aversion within Hu Ningjing, a rebellious adolescent at heart. Her reluctance was palpable, evident even to the most oblivious observer, and Qin Gong was acutely aware of her sentiments. However, being a man of strong principles, he had already committed to this role. Having received her consent, he resolved to fulfill his duties to the best of his abilities. "Hello, Teacher Chen," Hu Ningjing articulated with a stiff tone, her disdain unmistakable. It was clear that she harbored a degree of trepidation towards her father, as she begrudgingly took a seat on the sofa opposite Qin Gong. Chapter 14. The schemes of a young girl observing his daughter's capitulation. Hu Jiangwo exhaled in relief and, seated nearby, spoke earnestly. Jingjing. Teacher Chen is a distinguished protege of your Uncle Gong. He is a direct admit graduate student at Rongqing University, pursuing both a master's and a doctorate. Although he hails from a rural background, he has managed to fund his education through part-time work, never asking for a penny from home. How remarkable is that? You should learn from him. Hu Jiangwo's words astonished Hu Ningjing. She was not truly a delinquent, merely experiencing a phase of rebellion. Chen Gong's background was indeed impressive. Contrary to her initial belief that her father had merely hired a college student seeking a meager income. Yet, at that moment, Hu Ningjing was resolute in her silence. Sulking without uttering a word, Hu Jiangwo felt somewhat awkward, casting an apologetic glance at Chen Gong before saying, "You two converse for a while. I shall prepare dinner. Xiao Chen, today you will have the pleasure of tasting Uncle Hu's culinary skills." With Hu Jiangwo's departure, the atmosphere between Chen Gong and Hu Ningjing grew increasingly tense. However, Chen Gong, a man of considerable experience in familial education, knew precisely how to navigate the current impasse. Indeed, while looking down on Chen Gong, Hu Ningjing deliberately remarked, "As for me, I have no other hobbies. I often watch my father's subordinates fight, and I simply enjoy fighting." Chen Gong secretly chuckled to himself, fearing that if he remained silent, everything would be difficult to maneuver. However, the moment you spoke, everything would become manageable. Following Hu Ningjing's lead, he remarked, "Fighting, while perhaps not the most suitable pursuit for young ladies, is rather necessary. After all, modern girls are often too delicate. Isn't the trend now towards the fierce girlfriend archetype? Heh, Ningjing, are you interested in combat? I wonder if you prefer our Chinese martial arts, Korean Taekwondo, or perhaps Western boxing." Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Hu Ningjing's eyes as a plan formed in her mind. With a look of feigned surprise, she exclaimed, "I never realized that Teacher Chen had such knowledge of fighting. Could it be that you are quite formidable? Am I not?" Chen Gong replied nonchalantly. "Hu Jiangwo is quite a prominent figure in Rongqing, yet he couldn't best me. Given my current abilities, I might even surpass him. Nevertheless," Chen Gong maintained a serene smile, responding, "I suppose I'm somewhat capable. Hee. Oh, Teacher Chen, are you deliberately being modest? You must be quite impressive." Hu Ningjing pressed eagerly. "I have the utmost admiration for martial arts experts. If you truly possess such prowess, I would greatly appreciate your guidance as a tutor." Recognizing the blatant bait, Chen Gong chose not to evade the trap but rather embraced it, replying, "Well, I suppose that holds some truth." Claiming to be quite capable is not an exaggeration. On the surface, Hu Ningjing's eyes sparkled with excitement, yet internally, she reveled in her triumph. "Boast all you like," she mused to herself. "They say a scholar is of little use in practical matters. A half-studying university student, thank goodness, has not turned into a bookworm. What does it matter if one holds a master's or doctoral degree? Such knowledge cannot be wielded as a weapon in a fight." In a tone that suggested she had found a kindred spirit, Hu Ningjing lowered her voice and confided, "Teacher Chen, if this is indeed the case, it would be splendid. You see, among my classmates, there are a few boys from martial arts families who delight in bullying others, and they are quite arrogant. Teacher, with your exceptional skills, could you perhaps teach them a lesson someday? It would certainly enhance my standing." Chen Gong shook his head inwardly, reflecting on the audacity of such a blatant scheme. It would surely terrify a typical teacher, but unfortunately for them, they had encountered me. Very well, Chen Gong readily agreed. Surmising that Hu Ningjing was likely to summon a few of Hu Jiangwo's lackeys to teach him a lesson, he anticipated he could rein in the situation, perhaps exacting a fitting reprimand, which might ease his future tutoring duties. "Come, Teacher Chen, have some water," Hu Ningjing said cheerfully, respectfully presenting a teacup. Internally, she reveled in the thought that this Teacher Chen would likely need several days to recuperate. Whether he would dare return remained uncertain. Just then, Hu Jiangwo emerged from the kitchen with dishes in hand. Upon seeing his wild daughter serving tea to Chen Gong, he felt both joy and surprise, interjecting, "What are you two discussing that seems so delightful? How is it, Jingjing? Teacher Chen is quite impressive, isn't he?" "Indeed, father, you have made an excellent choice this time." Hu Ningjing winked at Chen Gong, signaling the need for discretion regarding their earlier conversation. Chen Gong found her antics amusing, merely smiling in response without exposing the jest. Hu Jiangwo was quick in his movements, soon laying out an array of dishes on the dining table, prompting Chen Gong to regard him with newfound respect. "Xiao Chen, come taste my culinary skills. Please don't laugh. My cooking has been honed to cater to this little girl, Jingjing," Hu Jiangwo warmly invited. The casual atmosphere at the dinner table swiftly bridged the gap among them. However, As Qin Gong and Hu Jiangwo conversed more comfortably, Hu Ningjing grew increasingly uneasy, yearning for Qin Gong to recognize his boundaries and refrain from meddling in her life. Yet, if this teacher Qin truly possessed formidable capabilities, she would find herself with no escape route. No, she must devise a counterplan. Observing the camaraderie between Qin Gong and Hu Jiangwo, Hu Ningjing's mind raced. She interjected. Teacher Qin, you mentioned that your skills pale in comparison to my father's. Does that mean you can cook quite well yourself? This time, Qin Gong refrained from boasting, candidly replying, I can manage a bit, but I wouldn't call it good, nowhere near Uncle Hu's level. In the past, to take care of his grandfather and younger sister, Qin Gong had spent considerable time cooking in the kitchen, having learned his culinary skills from Wu Wan, making his humility quite genuine. Since that's the case, Dad, you need not worry about my meals at noon anymore. Let Teacher Qin prepare them for me, Hu Ningjing said, batting her eyelashes at Hu Jiangwo. That won't do. Xiao Qin is here to tutor, not to play the role of a nanny, Hu Jiangwo firmly rejected. Hu Ningjing pouted, displaying her discontent. Do you think I enjoy eating instant noodles and leftovers every day at noon? Noticing Hu Jiangwo's expression soften, yet remained silent, she shifted her focus to Qin Gong. Teacher Qin, your classes only last until 11. You certainly have time to whip up something for me. Besides, you could dine at my home, which is far better than eating at the school cafeteria. Listening to Hu Ningjing's reasoning, one cannot help but feel a profound sense of sorrow for his daughter, fearing that her nutrition may be inadequate. Hu Jiangwo also gazed at Qin Gong with a glimmer of anticipation, although Qin Gong was acutely aware that matters would not be so straightforward. He found it difficult to decline Hu Jiangwo's expectations. Moreover, the presence of the delightful young girl Hu Ningjing evoked not a trace of disdain within him, even though he was fully cognizant of her scheming intentions. Ultimately, he nodded and conceded, very well, but should the outcome be unsatisfactory, do not lay the blame at my feet. Despite her verbal assurances, Hu Ningjing could not suppress her triumphant demeanor. Once you undertake this task, I shall declare it unpalatable regardless of its quality. Let us see how you manage to prepare meals daily and avoid leaving me hungry, yet still have the audacity to visit my home. The thought of her own cleverness made Hu Ningjing chuckle with glee. Meanwhile, Hu Jiangwo was left somewhat bewildered, while Qin Gong could only smile wryly to himself, realizing he had inadvertently invited trouble upon his own shoulders. After they finished their meal and the discussion regarding tutoring reached its conclusion, Hu Ningjing retreated to her room, presumably engaged in some undisclosed activity. In the living room, only Hu Jiangwo and Qin Gong remained, exchanging idle chatter. Qin Gong took the opportunity to inquire about the matter that had prompted Hu Jiangwo to seek him out. Well, this is something I shouldn't ordinarily disclose, but since I find you to be a fine young man, I suspect your excellence has drawn envy from others. The individuals who approached me hail from the Han family. Recently, the underground forces in Rongqing have been in considerable upheaval, and I wish to leverage the Han family's influence to further my own endeavors. Therefore, I agreed to assist a distant relative of theirs in dealing with you. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Jiangwo chose to speak the truth. The relative in question is named Han Jing, correct? Qin Gong had already formed a strong suspicion regarding this individual, yet he sought further confirmation. You are indeed astute, young Qin. However, I must refrain from elaborating further. Hu Jiangwo replied with a smile, subtly affirming Qin Gong's deduction. Qin Gong did not linger on the topic, addressing Hu Jiangwo, Uncle Hu. Since your company is looking to expand its influence recently, are you in need of personnel? I have a fellow countryman named Nyo Air, who is quite sharp and dependable. He has always wished to visit Rongqing for a broader perspective. I wonder if he could be of use to you? Xiao Qin, you know well what Uncle Hu's so-called company is involved in. Are you not concerned about leading your friend into a potential pitfall? Hu Jiangwo replied with a smile, feeling more at ease in conversation now that Hu Ningjing was no longer present. This concern had crossed Qin Gong's mind as well. It was unlikely that Nyo Air could engage in a legitimate profession. After all, he had become accustomed to a more carefree lifestyle over the years, thriving among those who pursued less conventional paths and exhibiting considerable finesse. Observing Hu Jiangwo's demeanor, it seemed he was faring well. Working under him might provide valuable insights. Uncle Hu, you need not worry about that. My friend, while quite loyal, has not applied his intellect in the right avenues. If he were to come to Rongqing to work, it is doubtful he would last long. Since you are aiming for continued growth, it may be beneficial to allow him to gain some experience under your guidance. Upon hearing Qin Gong's words, Hu Jiangwo's interest was piqued, and he tentatively inquired, is he as capable as you are? Qin Gong chuckled and shook his head, remarking, he is merely an ordinary person. His ability to fight bears no relevance whatsoever. My modest skills stem from different circumstances. After finalizing matters concerning Yo Air, Qin Gong rose to take his leave. The sky was already darkening, and he had more pressing matters to attend to, so he decided not to linger any longer with Hu Jiangwo. Before departing, Hu Jiangwo made a point to inform Qin Gong that the supermarkets near Xanadu Garden Community permitted account charging, provided one mentioned his name, of course. After all, the expenses for the lunch must not fall upon Qin Gong, which left him bemused. He never anticipated that serving as a tutor for a figure in the underworld would come with such perks. Chapter 15. The intricacies of fate. The dormitory at school was evidently unsuitable for testing the effects of the ancestral jade pendant, should any unusual phenomena arise. It would be all too easy to attract suspicion at Rongqing University. Thus, Qin Gong chose to leave the campus and return to the location where he had previously cultivated. This site had proven advantageous during the last incident involving the manifestation of fate. In addition to the slightly abundant spiritual energy, there were no densely populated areas nearby. As night fell, it essentially transformed into a relatively safe haven. Qin Gong did not hasten to address the curse that afflicted him. Instead, he settled into a meditative posture and began to cultivate the mystical water technique. Apart from the previous incident when the curse manifested and emitted a verdant light that had remarkably enhanced his physical condition, allowing his inner spiritual energy to reach a saturated critical point, Qin Gong had never accumulated sufficient spiritual energy within him. Moreover, each time he inhaled spiritual essence and transformed it into spiritual power, the myriad impurities within that essence caused him considerable discomfort. As time swiftly passed while he practiced, several hours later, the riverside park within the range of Qin Gong's spiritual senses was devoid of any activity. At this juncture, he realized it was nearly time for action. He produced the half of the ancestral jade pendant gifted by his grandfather. Apart from its warm and smooth texture, it exhibited no discernible peculiarities. Were it not for its identical shape to the half that rested against his chest, he would hardly have paid it any heed. He attempted to channel some spiritual energy into the pendant, which showed no reaction whatsoever. Yet, intriguingly, this half of the pendant could completely accommodate his spiritual energy. Subsequently, he brought the half of the pendant in contact with the one against his chest, but still, there was no response. Qin Gong then experimented with several methods to provoke a reaction from the pendant, but to no avail, which compelled him to furrow his brow in contemplation. According to Qin Xiao's recollections, the pendant against his chest required specific blood to activate. If such a coincidence were true, it would imply that Qin Xiao had some connection to his ancestors. And perhaps both halves of the pendant necessitated the blood of his family's direct descendants to unlock their true potential. However, using blood to trigger this activation was a last resort, not out of doubt regarding its efficacy, but because it was entirely beyond his control. Should any adverse consequences arise, he feared he would be ill-equipped to handle them. The increasingly severe chill emanating from his chest made Qin Gong acutely aware that he could no longer delay. From the half pendant embedded in his chest, he observed blue tendrils extending perilously close to his heart. If this continued, he feared it would culminate in a dire fate akin to the curse's torment. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately bit into his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall directly onto the ancestral pendant. Instantly, the pendant reacted, but unlike the blue light emitted by the one against his chest, this half radiated a brilliant red glow. Where there had been a subtle attraction between the two pendants, an unexpected repulsion now emerged. Just as Qin Gong intended to force the pendant in his hand closer to his chest, the pendant there suddenly emitted a beam of blue light, firmly repelling the other half. At this moment, keenly attuned to the conditions within his body, Qin Gong noticed that the blue tendrils, which had previously encroached upon his heart, began to recede, as if the blue light pendant was contracting its power in preparation to confront the red light pendant he held. Indeed, it was effective. Qin Gong felt a surge of joy within, and he intensified the flow of blood, hoping to amplify the potency of the red jade pendant and draw closer to its power. However, to his astonishment, it soon became evident that not only was his own condition improving, but the humanoid life vessel at his chest was also stirring. Freed from the full suppression of the blue jade pendant, the life vessel began to move once more, enveloped in a faint green radiance. Although subtle, Qin Gong sensed his spiritual energy being drawn into a vortex created by the vessel. As the vessel absorbed Qin Gong's spiritual essence, it gradually regained vitality, instinctively writhing toward his heart. Meanwhile, the blue jade pendant reacted as if it had encountered a formidable adversary, focusing all its energies to oppose the red jade pendant in Qin Gong's hand, showing no response to the vessel's movements. Should this continue, it was feared that while the chilling energy within Qin Gong could be dispelled, he would inevitably suffer a backlash from the vessel, leading to his demise. In desperation, Qin Gong ceased the blood supply and withdrew the red jade pendant. As expected, without the interference of the red pendant, the blue jade pendant swiftly re-encased the life vessel, rendering it dormant once more. It seemed that his previous assumptions had been overly naive. This life vessel was not easily subdued. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the mid-stage of qi refining, Qin Gong's introspective perception of his body had deepened. He discovered that the outer membrane that had previously shed from the vessel had not truly vanished. Rather, it resembled roots extending from the vessel, firmly embedded in his chest. Despite the constant threat to his life posed by the vessel, it also offered considerable benefits. The impure spiritual energy entering Qin Gong's body not only reinforced his physical strength but also functioned like polluted air, providing necessary oxygen for survival while simultaneously impairing bodily functions. Yet, the nature of this vessel was enigmatic. It absorbed the less pure spiritual energy and, through the imperceptible root-like membranes, gradually released it. Although the quantity of this released energy was minimal, its purity was unparalleled. Qin Gong speculated that if he were to cast spells using this purified spiritual energy, the potency would be at least double, if not more, than that of the energy before purification. With a wry smile, Qin Gong rose to his feet and glanced at the spot on his chest where half a jade pendant was embedded, along with the deeper, more enigmatic life vessel. At present, he could only regard the life vessel as an uncontrollable conduit of spiritual energy, with the half-blue jade pendant serving as its switch. The remote control for this switch resided in the form of the half-red jade pendant he held in his hand. In this vast universe, being a cultivator was indeed no easy feat. Qin Gong couldn't help but express his sentiments. It was no wonder that Qin Qiao believed him to be the last of the cultivators. After all, practicing cultivation with such muddled and impure spiritual energy was akin to inhaling toxic fumes as if they were air. Over time, not only would his cultivation stagnate, but his body would also suffer tremendous harm. Qin Gong was indeed fortunate to possess a life chalice, a rare entity capable of purifying spiritual energy. Had there been no other life chalice in existence, perhaps the world would never have witnessed the emergence of a second cultivator. At that moment, a flicker of enlightenment dawned upon Qin Gong. Cultivators, in essence, bear a striking resemblance to ordinary mortals. Regardless of their pursuits, their ultimate desire remains the same: to live better lives. Yet, this world is often fraught with unforeseen changes that elicit a sense of helplessness. It is only when the environment becomes tainted that the average person recognizes the paramount importance of ecological preservation. Similarly, cultivators come to realize the dire consequences of neglecting their integration with the natural world only when spiritual energy becomes scarce and muddled. Unbeknownst to him, time had slipped away silently, and although the hour remained late, Qin Gong sensed that the diligent sanitation workers had commenced their day as labor. Almost instinctively, he took his book and made his way to the lecture hall where he had previously encountered that enchanting figure. The classroom, though notably quiet, was not devoid of life. At least, the graceful silhouette he recognized was present. The cold beauty, Su Xinjie. Upon hearing Qin Gong's entrance, Su Xinjie instinctively turned her head to glance. For it was indeed rare to see someone so dedicated to their studies at such an early hour, even during the summer break. Ah, it was him. A sense of inevitability washed over Su Xinjie as she regarded him. To be one who clutched a world-class tome throughout the night, even in her eyes. He was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet, she pondered in curiosity, what book would he delve into this time? Qin Gong's habitual seat by the window was situated slightly further back than Su Xinjie's. As he gauged the time, realizing it was nearly time to head to Hujian country, he noticed Su Xinjie also preparing to leave, her books neatly gathered. As she passed by him, her curiosity got the better of her, and she stole a glance, only to find Qin Gong engrossed in a rather obscure and tedious treatise on purification principles related to environmental science. While Su Xinjie observed the book he was reading, Qin Gong found himself captivated by the unique fragrance that wafted from her. As she walked by without pausing, his gaze naturally settled upon her alluring and elongated silhouette, lingering on her well-defined curves, which swayed enticingly with each step, stirring his emotions further. The cool beauty truly lived up to her reputation, exuding not only an air of aloofness but also striking beauty. As for why he was so drawn to Su Xinjie's figure, Qin Gong dismissed the thought. After all, attraction between the sexes is a natural phenomenon, wherein the yin and yang must harmonize to achieve true equilibrium. With this realization, an idea sparked within him. Perhaps the two jade pendants he possessed should also find a means to unite harmoniously, as the key to alleviating the threat of the life chalice lay therein. Yet, Why was it named the Life Chalice? There must be a reason. Why had practitioners of the past been able to attain longevity, while now they struggled even to cultivate normally? This must pertain to the mysterious force known as spiritual energy. Spiritual energy is the essence of the universe, but if this essence becomes tainted, it can lose its purity. While it may still bolster a practitioner's body and support their spells, it can also shorten their lifespan. The Life Chalice serves as a medium to purify this energy, albeit an imperfect one, fraught with considerable danger. It seems that Chun Xiao's quest for the Life Chalice to unravel the predicament of practitioners' inability to achieve longevity was indeed wise. Though perhaps a tad belated, no remedy, no matter how splendid, can cure a terminally ill patient. Chun Xiao understood this, which is why he chose to pursue this path. With this epiphany in mind, Chun Gong's steps lightened as he walked. Although the Life Chalice and the blue jade pendant felt like two volatile bombs tethered to his chest, he still possessed a detonator, did he not? Upon exiting the school gate, Chen Gong casually grabbed a bite to eat and glanced at the time. It was just past 7:30. Ample for him to arrive at Xanadu Garden by 8:30 to teach Hu Ningjing. The summer sun rises early, and before 8. The fiery orb had already dispelled the morning mist, casting its light upon the bustling individuals beginning their day. As the sun ascended, the city swiftly roused from its slumber. Shadows multiplied on the streets, and the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Xanadu Garden was not far from Rongqing University, so Chen Gong opted to walk. Relishing the leisurely pace as a form of relaxation and respite, Chen Gong possesses a profound sense of time. He adheres strictly to the agreed-upon schedule, neither arriving early nor late. Thus, after a leisurely stroll around the Xanadu Garden community, he found himself at the elevator at precisely 8:25. Arriving at the doorstep of Hu Jiangwo, he rang the doorbell punctually at 8:30. Chapter 16. A pleasant sensation. The doorbell echoed for what felt like an eternity before Chen Gong finally discerned some movement within. When the door swung open, his heart instinctively skipped a beat. Before him stood Hu Ningjing, clad in a delicate pale pink tank top and silk pajama pants, a combination that unmistakably showcased the graceful stature inherited from her father. The subtle allure of her figure, particularly the promising contours concealed beneath the tank top, quickened Chen Gong's heartbeat. Chen Gong indeed appeared somewhat lacking in resistance in matters of romance, as he had not yet taken the final step between men and women. Hu Ningjing merely glanced at Chen Gong with casual indifference before drowsily turning away. Just before entering her room, she stretched her arms in a long, languid yawn, clearly preparing to resume her delightful dreams. Chen Gong steadied his mind and let out a bitter smile, shaking his head. The class time had arrived. It was time to rise. He set down his backpack and called into Hu Ningjing's room. Yet, Hu Ningjing merely turned over, casually pulling the nearby cool blanket over herself. At this moment, Chen Gong swiftly assumed the role of a tutor, raising his voice slightly as he remarked, "Early to bed and early to rise promotes good health. Indulging in late slumber is detrimental to one's well-being. You are so bothersome. I just want to sleep, so please be quiet." Hu Ningjing finally spoke up, her tone laden with languor and reluctance, her words somewhat indistinct. Chen Gong furrowed his brows. Being disregarded by students on the very first day of class was certainly not an auspicious beginning. If this trend continued, he feared that a productive summer session would be a lost cause. In his previous experience as a tutor, dealing with unruly boys had been manageable, for he possessed various methods to discipline them. The most common technique involved a gentle slap on the backside, a form of punishment reminiscent of parental discipline, allowing children to associate the reprimand with the pressures of their guardians. Moreover, this symbolic yet affectionate contact significantly bridged the gap between individuals. "If you don't get up, I might just have to spank you," Chen Gong instinctively blurted out. However, the student, Hu Ningjing, remained unresponsive, seemingly on the verge of slumber once more. This left Chen Gong in a precarious position. Failing to follow through on his words would undoubtedly undermine his authority. He had no intention of allowing a student to lead him by the nose, so in a moment of impulsive determination, he swung his arm and entered Hu Ningjing's room. To his surprise, the interior was devoid of the gang-related posters that adorned the entrance. Instead, it was filled with trinkets cherished by an ordinary girl, and the air was suffused with a fragrance unique to youthful femininity. This unexpected scene caused Chen Gong to hesitate. Despite his repeated reassurances that she was merely a typical student, he found it challenging to treat a vibrant and alluring young woman like a boy in need of discipline. At that moment, Hu Ningjing slightly opened her eyes and caught sight of Chen Gong, arm raised as he entered her sanctuary. Her initial intent had been to embarrass him, but upon seeing him, her expression shifted, and her eyes widened as she fixed a fierce gaze upon him, seemingly attempting to repel this intruder with sheer will. Unbeknownst to Qin Gong, Hu Ningjing misinterpreted his composure as weakness, having grown up under her father's influence. She understood all too well the adage that kindness could lead to exploitation. Thus, rather than retreating, she defiantly lifted her chin and scoffed, "You dare." With that, she shot him a challenging glance, turned her head away, and rolled over to return to sleep. How audacious for a poor student to attempt to discipline her. Had he any inkling of her father's standing? Moreover, if he truly dared to act, she could easily concoct a tale of woe to have him dismissed. As these thoughts festered in Hu Ningjing's mind, she remained oblivious to the fact that her defiance only solidified Qin Gong's resolve. Without hesitation, his palm made contact with her backside. Hu Ningjing was taken aback. She had not anticipated that he would actually follow through. The sensation was entirely different from what she had envisioned. It was not merely a fleeting sting, but rather an overwhelming rush of embarrassment and strangeness. Akin to being struck by an unfamiliar man, the flood of feelings left her stunned. The idea of confiding in her father or even her closest friends seemed utterly unthinkable. Qin Gong found himself momentarily lost in thought, taken aback by the stark difference between the softness of a girl's form and that of a boy's. The sensation was unexpectedly delightful, even disorienting. Should he indulge once more? No, this was his student, a mere lesson was sufficient. And he must not entertain any improper thoughts. Moreover, should he strike again, he feared that this young lady might break into tears, a spectacle he would rather avoid. At this moment, Qin Gong could not afford to squander his previous efforts. His gaze remained as cold and authoritative as before, his hand poised in the air, suggesting it might descend once again. Hu Ningjing hesitated, lowering her head, lost in thought. "Get up and wash up. Today we have only 1 hour of class, after which you are free, provided you do not venture outside." Qin Gong, recognizing the moment's delicacy, left with a parting remark, gradually making his way out. The wise girl would not suffer in silence. She would remember this slap as a lesson learned, a temporary concession made for the sake of greater triumph. Hu Ningjing swiftly conjured a suitable excuse for her earlier retreat, dutifully rising from bed. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled forcefully, as if expelling the myriad bewildering sensations swirling in her mind. Once composed, Qin Gong directed his attention to the living and dining areas. On the dining table lay a bottle of milk and an egg, likely left behind by Hu Jiangwo that morning. However, it was evident that these items had long since lost their warmth. Despite the summer heat, consuming cold food was detrimental to one's health. The girl's morning preparations would not be completed in an instant, so Qin Gong naturally made his way to the kitchen, filling a pot with water to steam the milk and egg back to a comforting warmth. After accomplishing this, he even took a moment to peruse a book on the sofa, waiting for Hu Ningjing to finish her grooming. Without excessive adornment, the girl's freshness radiated from her white t-shirt and blue shorts, complemented by the delicate bracelet adorning her wrist, adding an endearing touch. "Hurry and have breakfast. I will be waiting for you in the study. We will study for an hour. Starting early means you'll gain your freedom sooner." Qin Gong instructed before heading to the study. Still miffed by the earlier slap, Hu Ningjing chose to ignore Qin Gong, silently approaching the dining table. However, upon touching the food, she was pleasantly surprised to find the milk and egg warm. "How curious. Did my father leave a bit later today?" "No. I have a clear recollection of his departure time, and for days now, I have eaten only cold meals. Not one to be easily deceived." Hu Ningjing's intelligence was well recognized both at school and home. It did not take long for her to deduce that Qin Gong had warmed her breakfast, a gesture that warmed her heart momentarily, only for that warmth to dissipate, overshadowed by the lingering sensation from the earlier encounter. Humph. Does he think to curry favor with me? A slap does not earn him a reprieve. Hu Ningjing bit into the egg with fervor. Although her mind was consumed with resentment, the warm sensation of the egg sliding down her throat was undeniably more comforting than when it was cold. After swiftly finishing her meal, she entered the study and asked, "Teacher Chen, you mentioned earlier that we would only study for an hour today, allowing me to freely arrange the rest of my time at home. Is that true?" "Indeed, it is true," Qin Gong replied with a smile. "Provided that you ensure your focus during that hour, half-hearted efforts will not suffice." However, in his heart, he harbored doubts about whether this somewhat rebellious girl would be compliant. As anticipated, Hu Ningjing promptly inquired, "Can I invite a few friends over to my house?" "Friends?" Qin Gong maintained a calm exterior while feeling a twinge of wariness inside. "What sort of friends? Male or female?" As Hu Ningjing's tutor, Qin Gong felt a responsibility to protect her from unsavory acquaintances. especially considering the precarious situation of certain students from an island nation introduced by Yuan Ming. Perhaps he was overthinking it. Hee, of course they are female. They are all my classmates, Hu Ningjing replied with a bright smile, easily discerning Qin Gong's caution and nervousness, yet she paid it no mind. Although her father was a notorious gang leader, he was quite strict with her, generally forbidding her from associating with delinquent youths. In this regard, Hu Jiangua had an advantage over typical parents, given that he was the leader of such individuals. Very well, Qin Gong nodded. Since they were classmates, they were likely of similar age. A few young girls could hardly pose a threat. Once granted permission, Hu Ningjing excitedly made several phone calls, inviting her friends to come over after 10 o'clock. Her radiant smile was infectious, had there not been an undercurrent of intrigue behind it. Qin Gong would have thoroughly enjoyed witnessing such joy. Hu Ningjing's foundation was solid, and she was quite intelligent. Thus, Qin Gong did not encounter any difficulties while teaching. Similarly, Hu Ningjing swiftly resolved one problem after another under Qin Gong's distinct instructional approach, which was markedly different from that of her school teachers. How wonderful it would be if she could experience such teaching methods at school. Wait, did you just say it's over? Hu Ningjing exclaimed, surprised. Just moments ago, she had been contemplating, under Qin Gong's guidance, how to optimally organize her morning schedule using mathematical principles to gain extra time for sleeping in. Yet, at the most critical moment, Qin Gong unexpectedly announced the end of the lesson. Qin Gong felt a sense of quiet satisfaction, realizing that his teaching methods remained consistently effective. As long as he could captivate his students' curiosity and ignite their interest, no challenge would seem insurmountable. However, he genuinely pondered how to utilize the morning hours more efficiently. Hu Ningjing, with a hint of reluctance, remarked, "It is often said that this world is shaped by the lazy, a statement that rings true. In the pursuit of ease, a myriad of tools designed to enhance our lives have been created, and these inventions are continually refined to facilitate even greater leisure in the future." He then added with utmost seriousness, "We agreed to limit our session to just 1 hour. Extending it further would be tantamount to overstepping our prior arrangement, would it not?" Hu Ningjing, albeit with evident reluctance, responded, "Of course, it does not count. This was my own suggestion, so consider it supplementary guidance." With a smile, Qin Gong spent a few minutes articulating his point, yet Hu Ningjing felt a sense of being deceived, inwardly seething. Let you bask in your triumph a little longer. Once my good sisters arrive, I shall trouble you. However, during this hour, the sheer joy of acquiring knowledge effortlessly began to influence her mood. Unbeknownst to her, the gaze she directed at Qin Gong was not as laden with animosity as she had envisioned. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at an opportune moment, and a radiant smile illuminated Hu Ningjing's face, causing her expression towards Qin Gong to take on an oddly peculiar quality. Qin Gong, initially brimming with confidence, now felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of Hu Ningjing, as if he had inadvertently stumbled into a trap. The door swung open, revealing 2 vibrant young women, akin to Hu Ningjing, dressed in slightly revealing attire. Given the sweltering summer heat, such attire was not excessive, however, with Hu Ningjing included. There were now 3 pairs of youthful, bare legs swaying about, nearly dazzling Qin Gong. It was not only Qin Gong who was intrigued by the new arrivals. The 2 girls were equally bemused by the presence of such a robust man in Hu Ningjing's home. While Hu Ningjing might harbor some reservations regarding Qin Gong's role as a tutor, the 2 newcomers were unencumbered by such concerns. At the tender ages of 15 or 16, they were in the bloom of youth, and encountering a charming older brother like Qin Gong, who exuded a blend of maturity and a subtle, sunny disposition after practicing the Xian Shui Ju, held an irresistible allure for them. "Who is he, Jing?" Fan Wenli whispered curiously in Hu Ningjing's ear, her eyes furtively darting towards Qin Gong. In their close-knit circle, Fan Wenli was regarded as a leading figure, always eager to take the initiative. This was not solely due to her innate leadership qualities but rather her precociousness, as she was unafraid to explore new experiences. Of course, her early maturity was not limited to her mindset. It was also evident in her form, as her loose-fitting shirt could not conceal her ample bosom. The boys held a keen interest in her, and she, in turn, enjoyed mingling with handsome young men. Qin Gong may not embody the archetype of a polished, handsome gentleman, yet his well-proportioned physique and a stature of 178 centimeters, coupled with an effervescent demeanor and a certain mature charm, render him undeniably captivating, warranting the title of a heartthrob among young ladies. Fan Wenli's inquiry piqued the interest of another girl. Zhang Ting, like Fan Wenli, was a close friend of Hu Ningjing from middle school. They shared an unbreakable bond, and now, discussing an attractive male figure, Both wore expressions of eager curiosity as they turned toward Hu Ningjing. Him? He is the tutor my father hired, Hu Ningjing replied somewhat reluctantly. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Having someone like him overseeing her felt anything but liberating. Was this truly happiness? Nevertheless, Zhang Ting wore an expression of profound envy, which left Hu Ningjing somewhat speechless. You are infatuated. How can you call this happiness, being supervised by a tutor? Hu Ningjing glanced at Qin Gong, who was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, and murmured. Fan Wenli, with an air of ignorance regarding her own fortune, jealously remarked, You are like a full man unaware of a starving one. Oh, how do I put this? I simply adore this older brother type of tutor. But alas, even if I begged my father, he would never hire someone like that for me. Zhang Ting nodded vigorously, her expression one of total agreement. It was now Hu Ningjing's turn to feel perplexed. Could it be that she truly was like a well-fed man ignorant of the plight of the hungry? No. It was more like someone oblivious to the blessings they possess. Qin Gong appeared to be leisurely seated on the sofa, engrossed in his reading. However, his heart was racing as he caught the occasional furtive glances from 3 youthful maidens, who were incessantly gossiping about him at the entrance. This predicament left him both amused and exasperated. With his current cultivation, even from a distance of 6 or 7 meters, he could effortlessly overhear every word of their conversation. A smile graced Qin Gong's face, yet internally he was grimacing, fervently wishing for their idle chatter to cease. Heaven only knew how the discussion might evolve. And should he find himself embarrassed, the efforts he had exerted that morning would be rendered utterly futile. Qin Gong resolved to take the initiative. Rising to his feet with confidence and approaching them to greet, Hello, my name is Qin Gong, and I am Jingjing's tutor. You must be her classmates. Perhaps at the age of Hu Ningjing and her peers, many are inclined to assess a man's charm based on superficial standards such as appearance. However, this does not imply that they are incapable of perceiving the most captivating qualities and depth of a man's character. Qin Gong was raised by his grandfather from a young age, shouldering the responsibility of caring for his younger sister, and later, taking on the role of caretaker for his grandfather. This arduous life, filled with experiences that his peers could hardly comprehend, naturally shaped him into a mature, composed individual with a profound sense of responsibility. The charisma emanating from such a character, coupled with his radiant appearance, is utterly captivating. Thus, when confronted with Qin Gong's greeting, the 2 young ladies appeared somewhat flustered, especially after having just shared intimate conversations typical among girls. Fan Wenli, despite her cheeks flushing slightly, was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming, Hello, Teacher Qin. Observing that Fan Wenli had taken the lead, Zhang Ting quickly caught up, introducing herself, Hello, Teacher Qin. I am Zhang Ting. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Fan Wenli, she added, unwilling to be outdone. Steady yourself, Qin Gong reminded himself internally, and then smiled, saying, It's a pleasure to meet both of you. Jingjing, you and your classmates enjoy yourselves. I shall retreat to my reading. He is just like the Prince Charming I envisioned, Zhang Ting echoed, her gaze lingering at the study door. Standing aside, Hu Ningjing rolled her eyes in frustration. Having enlisted the help of these 2 friends to devise a plan to tease their tutor, only to find them utterly entranced, Fan Wenli sighed and remarked, I would love to, but unfortunately, my parents are not as liberal as yours. Her eyes then sparkled with mischief as she poked Hu Ningjing in the side, whispering excitedly, Jingjing, what is it like to be alone with the male teacher? Has he been bothering you? Or have you been bothering him? Seeing Hu Ningjing's expression, Fan Wenli's eyes brightened as she eagerly pressed for details. Come on, spill it. There must be something juicy here. Chapter 18. Hu Ningjing's revenge plan with her 2 close friends staring at her with a peculiar intensity, their breaths quickening in anticipation. Hu Ningjing felt a wave of annoyance wash over her. She pinched Fan Wenli's ample thigh in frustration, retorting, Get lost. I'm not as infatuated as you 2. Her high expectations were met with disappointment, as Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting exchanged skeptical glances, clearly unconvinced. However, their curiosity regarding Qin Gong remained undiminished. Zhang Ting inquired. With his demeanor and physique, he could easily be a model, not just a tutor. By the way, what does he do? Surely he isn't just a full-time tutor? He is a graduate student at Rongqing University, apparently accepted directly into a Master and doctoral program, Hu Ningjing replied. Upon hearing this, both girls were taken aback, and Fan Wenli's eyes sparkled even more brightly. Zhang Ting, the most academically accomplished among them, was now visibly astonished and filled with admiration, exclaiming, Rongqing University. And he is a direct admit for a Master and doctoral program? He is practically my idol. How did your father manage to hire him? Hu Ningjing was not pleased with her friend's reactions, responding with mild irritation. What do you mean idle? He is the student of my father's classmate, whom my father hired to oversee my studies. This summer, I am destined to lose my freedom, which is utterly frustrating. The well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving. Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting once again looked down upon Hu Ningjing with disdain, lamenting inwardly why such fortunate circumstances never befall themselves. By the way, since Teacher Chun is a tutor hired by your father, why did you invite us over? Don't you have class? Zhang Ting inquired with curiosity. He mentioned that I only need to study for an hour, and the rest of the time is mine to manage freely, so I invited you both. Don't be infatuated. I brought you here to brainstorm ideas to let him know that Hu Ningjing is not to be trifled with, and it would be best for him to vanish from my sight soon. Upon hearing this, Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting instantly perked up. How thrilling and challenging this is. Dealing with a male tutor, especially one as charming and handsome as he, is far more entertaining than watching a soap opera. How do you propose we deal with him? Why not let me employ my charms, and you two can catch him in the act, then tell Uncle Hu that he made inappropriate advances towards me, thus forcing him to leave? Fan Wenli excitedly suggested, intentionally accentuating her ample bosom. Such a weapon, when wielded by a man, would undoubtedly attract various gazes. But faced with her two close friends, Fan Wenli could only endure their scornful looks. Infuriated, Hu Ningjing pinched Fan Wenli's thigh and spat, "You little seductress." However, Fan Wenli remained unfazed, retorting, "If you don't want to use such a brilliant plan, what do you propose?" Their gazes immediately turned towards Hu Ningjing. "I have already devised a plan. The first step is to make him cook for us. With the four of us dining together, he will be burdened with preparing an abundance of dishes, which will tire him out. Then we can complain that the food is unsatisfactory and demand he redo it." Hu Ningjing declared with a hint of pride. The three young ladies whispered and plotted in the living room, while in the study, Chen Gong felt an unsettling sense of unease. Although he possessed the ability to eavesdrop on the three girls' conversation, the moral principles instilled in him since childhood deterred him from such actions. Besides, what could three girls possibly conspire against him? Before long, Hu Ningjing, beaming with a sweet smile, politely knocked on the door and called out, "Teacher Chen, are you still reading? You are even more diligent than I am. Countless facts have shown that what appears too sweet is not sugar, but rather a sugar-coated bomb." Chen Gong responded with an acknowledgement and a nod, yet remained oblivious to Hu Ningjing's intentions. In her own home, Hu Ningjing felt no need for formality. She leaned closer to Chen Gong's cheek to glimpse the books on his desk, the strands of her long hair brushing against his nose, leaving a trace of youthful fragrance. "Teacher, you are quite impressive. You are reading such profound books, which I cannot comprehend at all." Hu Ningjing marveled, yet in the eyes of Chen Gong, this behavior resembled nothing more than a little fox wagging its tail. Chen Gong had to concede that although Hu Ningjing lacked the formidable resources of Fan Wenli, she possessed an allure that rivaled that of any peer. Consequently, he shifted slightly and inquired, "Aren't you going to accompany your two close friends? What brings you to me?" "Well, Teacher Chen," Hu Ningjing replied, "my two dear friends heard that you are an excellent cook, and they wish to stay and sample your culinary skills." Hu Ningjing nodded, her face surprisingly adorned with a rare expression of shyness. "Indeed, we are eager to savor your cooking," chimed in Fan Wenli from behind. She then lowered her voice and remarked to Zhang beside her, "There is no need for charm, just look, she has already employed it herself." Afterward, Fan Wenli, unwilling to be outdone, stepped forward and clung to Chun Gong's arm, playfully pleading, "Teacher Chun, please, our parents are often busy with work and make us eat instant noodles, which we are utterly tired of. Could you prepare a delicious meal for us?" On the surface, Chen Gong's arms appeared no different from those of someone who had engaged in light exercise. They were merely sturdier. However, due to his practice of the mysterious water technique, they exuded a gentle warmth akin to water. After embracing his arm, Fan Wenli nearly forgot her initial intentions, wishing only to hold on to it and revel in this extraordinary sensation. Meanwhile, Zhang Ting, with an air of vulnerability, implored, "Indeed, Teacher Chun, we beseech you." The fragrant aroma before him, the sensation of Fan Wenli's bosom against his hand, and the soft pleas from the young ladies left Chen Gong with no viable alternatives. "No problem, I shall take care of everything," he replied gallantly, simultaneously extricating himself from the girl's encirclement. Hu Jingjing's smile radiated even more brightly, her intentions unmistakably mischievous to even the most oblivious observer. She presented a pre-prepared note with great delight, saying, "Then we shall trouble you, Teacher Chen. This is our trio's favorite dish. We eagerly await the sumptuous feast you have prepared for us at noon." Chen Gong took the note, glanced at it, and was momentarily taken aback. The menu included 3 exquisite dishes and 3 soups, featuring intricate preparations such as shredded potatoes, spicy fish slices, and tender meat radish soup, all of which demanded exceptional knife skills and precise cooking techniques. It was evident that the 3 young ladies had invested considerable effort in curating this selection. Observing Qin Gong's expression, Hu Ningjing felt a sense of relief wash over her, and with a feigned innocence, she playfully inquired, "We each chose our favorite dish and soup. It shouldn't be too overwhelming, right? Also, if Teacher Chen has any preferences, we could prepare those as well." "That's quite reasonable. I think it will work out nicely," Qin Gong replied, a slight unease prickling at the back of his mind, though he maintained a relaxed demeanor. "However, with just over an hour left, I fear I may be quite occupied." The straightforwardness of Qin Gong took the 3 young ladies by surprise. They had anticipated at least some negotiation or perhaps a plea for mercy from him, yet he readily acquiesced. Nevertheless, Hu Ningjing soon found herself elated again. 6 dishes and 3 soups would be quite a feat to assemble, even in a restaurant, and the thought of leaving Qin Gong to tackle it alone was rather delightful. Qin Gong spoke with confidence, yet uncertainty gnawed at his heart. Rising, he said to Hu Ningjing, "You all stay home and enjoy yourselves. I shall venture out to procure some groceries." Just as he stood, Fan Wenli stepped forward, entwining her arm with his, playfully asserting, "I want to accompany Teacher Chen." It seemed that Fan Wenli had become enamored with the sensation of clinging to Qin Gong's arm, gripping it even tighter this time. This closeness allowed Qin Gong to distinctly feel the smoothness of her youthful arm and the fullness of her bosom. The boldness displayed by Fan Wenli left Qin Gong somewhat flustered. As he contemplated gently extricating his arm from her embrace, he was met with her innocent, radiant smile, which softened his resolve. He decided to acquiesce, taking a deep breath in an attempt to relax. Unfortunately, surrounded by 3 young maidens, the intoxicating fragrance of their innocence overwhelmed him, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Observing the 2 as they linked arms and approached the door, Hu Ningjing inwardly berated her close friend Fan Wenli, while feeling a sense of comfort in the presence of Zhang Ting, her devoted supporter. To her surprise, Zhang Ting suddenly gritted her teeth and dashed forward, intent on emulating Fan Wenli by taking hold of Qin Gong's other arm. However, Hu Ningjing, who had been acutely aware of her intentions, swiftly seized the opportunity, wrapping her arms around Qin Gong's arm, exclaiming, "I want to go too." Although Hu Ningjing may not have matured as early as Fan Wenli, her more active lifestyle endowed her arms with a silken grace and remarkable elasticity. Zhang Ting cast a begrudging glance at Hu Ningjing before reluctantly trailing behind Qin Gong. Qin Gong now finds himself in a state of both pain and pleasure, sandwiched between 3 vibrant young ladies, uncertain whether to revel in the delight or endure the torment. Upon finally descending the stairs, he breathed a sigh of relief as Fan Wenli and Hu Ningjing released him. However, the look on Fan Wenli's face indicated her lingering desire for more. The most disheartened was Zhang Ting, who could not help but lament her moment of hesitation when she rushed out, leaving her to merely observe Qin Gong's intimate exchanges with Hu Ningjing and Fan Wenli from behind, accompanied by 3 youthful beauties while strolling through the market. The fortune of such company was enough to draw envious gazes from passers-by. "Teacher Chen, how do you usually study at school? Do you read every day?" Zhang Ting finally seized the opportunity to inquire, batting her eyelashes. Qin Gong has now attained a certain level of ease, smiling as he remarked, "Haha, I spend the most time reading. However, my studies in environmental science often require me to conduct various research experiments. Environmental issues have become exceedingly prominent in contemporary society, and environmental science has emerged as a paramount concern among the populace. The young ladies who have yet to enter high school find the realm of scientific research, particularly in relation to environmental science, rather enigmatic, which further elevates Qin Gong's aura of profundity in their eyes. Do not presume that he merely dedicates his days to reading and conducting experiments. Teacher Chen is also a master of martial arts." At this opportune moment, Hu Ningjing interjected, her words leaving her 2 companions utterly astonished. "Is that true? Teacher Chen, you aren't merely pulling Jingjing's leg, are you?" Even though Fan Wenli admired Qin Gong immensely, she found it hard to believe the notion of him being a martial arts expert. Suspecting that Hu Ningjing was simply boasting, yet she couldn't resist posing the question. Qin Gong, however, remained indifferent. After all, to subdue Hu Ningjing, it was inevitable that he would have to reveal a few of his skills. So he modestly remarked, "I have practiced some family martial arts. Ordinarily, handling 3 to 5 burly men is not an issue." Haha. When Teacher Chen made a jest, his eyes did not even flicker. Were it not for our knowledge of your status as a graduate student at Rongsheng University, we would have undoubtedly fallen for it. Zhang Ting, with a smile, remarked, and her words instantly enlightened Fan Wenli, who realized that Teacher Chen and Hu Ningjing were merely joking, while she had taken it seriously. Chen Gong is truly modest. A mere trio of robust men, or perhaps even 50 would suffice. Regrettably, apart from himself, the other three perceived Chen Gong's claims as either boastful or merely a jest. Teacher Chen further mentioned that in a couple of days, he planned to engage in a contest with Lu Yi and the others, as Hu Ningjing remarked. Chapter 19, Culinary Mastery. At this revelation, Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting were genuinely taken aback. Fan Wenli expressed her concerns, stating, Lu Yi has trained specifically in Taekwondo, and I've heard that even the 6th middle school is considering admitting him as a special sports student. Is Teacher Chen truly up to the challenge? Little did he anticipate that Hu Ningjing had indeed found a worthy opponent. Chen Gong mused, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance, responding, Of course, I am Teacher Chen. Regardless of the veracity of Chen Gong's assertions, the quartet became increasingly animated in their conversation. Upon entering the supermarket, this youthful gentleman accompanied by 3 vibrant young ladies inevitably drew the attention of all present. Upon entering the supermarket, Chen Gong promptly assumed his role, beginning to select the ingredients for lunch. Fan Wenli picked up a large, pale green potato and, with an air of pride, remarked, Teacher Chen, take a look at this potato. It's quite nice, isn't it? This won't do, let's choose another, Chen Gong replied, opting instead for a rather unappealing potato, caked in dirt, which he placed into the shopping cart. Fan Wenli pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. What is wrong with my potato? It's clean and beautiful, with just a hint of green. Doesn't it perfectly meet the standards for organic produce? Indeed, I also think the potato chosen by Wenli is quite good. The one you selected, Teacher Chen, is simply too unattractive, Hu Ningjing chimed in, never missing an opportunity to add insult to injury. Chen Gong grew up in the countryside and is now focusing his studies on environmental science, possessing a profound understanding of botany. It is inconceivable that he could be stumped by such trivial questions. Grasping the potato selected by Fan Wenli, Chen Gong smiled and explained. The skin of this potato has turned green. Even if the green is faint, it is best to avoid consumption, as greening indicates the presence of toxic alkaloids, which may pose a risk of poisoning. Furthermore, this potato feels somewhat soft, suggesting it is not very fresh. And the presence of moisture on its surface indicates that its texture will be less than satisfactory. As he spoke, Chen Gong picked up a potato of his own selection. This one, while lacking an aesthetic appeal and appearing quite unseemly, has a dry surface and no green shoots. It is a variety with white flesh, and when stir-fried, it produces potato strips that are not only crispy and delectable, but also possess a subtle sweetness. Upon hearing Chen Gong's articulate explanations, Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting were filled with admiration and respect. However, Hu Ningjing felt somewhat discontented and muttered, with all that talk, who knows if it's true? Amidst the discussion on the merits of potatoes, it was impossible for Chen Gong and his companions to lack an audience. A woman who was also selecting potatoes stepped forward to support Chen Gong's assertions, prompting several young individuals, like Fan Wenli, who had initially chosen based on appearance, to discreetly reconsider their selections. Feeling a sense of defeat but uncertain of how to respond, Hu Ningjing's eyes fell upon some eggplants at a nearby stall. She casually picked one up and pretended to be knowledgeable, nodding and saying, this one looks good. Do eggplants even have eyes? Hu Ningjing seized the opportunity to express her dissatisfaction. The eyes refer to a colloquial term for the area where the eggplant's calyx connects to the fruit, which displays a white, slightly greenish band. In my hometown, we refer to them as the eyes of the eggplant. The larger the eye, the younger the eggplant. The smaller the eye, the older it is. Chen Gong explained while pointing it out to Hu Ningjing. At that moment, a young couple nearby, who had just chosen potatoes based on Chen Gong's advice, began to examine the eggplants as well. Following Chen Gong's guidance, Hu Ningjing indeed found the eggplant's eye but felt at a loss for words to counter his explanation. Throughout the remainder of their grocery shopping journey, although Chen Gong had to exert considerable effort in elucidating various points, he remained in high spirits, relishing the rare pleasure of being accompanied by a group of young women who admired him as they navigated the supermarket. Hu Jiangwo, feared and respected as a local tough guy, was quite the versatile family man at home. While the kitchen was not particularly extravagant, it was undoubtedly well equipped, featuring 2 frying pans and 2 rice cookers, one of which was specifically designated for soup making, much to Chen Gong's delight. The ability to cook rice, stir-fry, and prepare soup all at once was indeed the most ideal scenario. First, he rinsed the rice and set it to cook. The real test was about to begin. 2 gas stoves are ignited simultaneously. On one, an appropriate amount of clear water has been poured in, along with a piece of tofu intended for mapo tofu, which requires blanching and boiling salted water to achieve a delicately smooth texture. Meanwhile, the other pan contains a modest quantity of oil. It is essential to note that when it comes to stir-frying, more oil does not necessarily equate to better results, as the cooking temperature plays a crucial role. Chen Gong was busily engaged in the kitchen with a meticulous approach. In the living room, 3 young girls initially watched television, but soon their attention drifted towards Chen Gong. When Chen Gong, clad in an apron, wandered into the living room to retrieve a garbage bag, the 3 girls could no longer contain their curiosity. It was Fan Wenli who tentatively suggested to Hu Ningjing, "Shall we go take a look?" As if waiting for this cue, Hu Ningjing promptly made the final decision, leading the trio directly into the kitchen. Fortunately, Hu Jiangwo's kitchen was spacious, allowing the 3 girls to marvel at Chen Gong's multitasking as he simultaneously prepared ingredients and tended to the fish on the cutting board, their mouths agape in astonishment. Although Chen Gong's movements were relatively coordinated, managing 2 frying pans proved to be a challenge, as the heat was not consistently ideal. As he lifted the blanched tofu from the pot, he prepared to stir-fry 2 dishes at once. While he kept pace with the cooking, there were moments when the ingredients in the pans did not receive even heat. For instance, the mapo tofu required precise timing. Any miscalculation could drastically alter its flavor. Unfortunately, some areas of the pan were not heating properly, jeopardizing the dish's taste. In a moment of inspiration, Chen Gong grasped the handle of the wok and discreetly activated a technique known as the Xian Shui Ju, allowing him to control the flow of the sauce within the pan. To his surprise, this method proved effective. Though initially awkward, he quickly mastered the technique, enabling him to balance the sauce and oil, ensuring an even distribution of heat while minimizing the need for constant stirring. With the 2 frying pans under control, Chen Gong turned his attention to the fish on the cutting board. Having just employed the Xian Shui Ju, he couldn't help but also showcase the skills of the weak water sword technique. If Chen Xiao were to witness his disciple utilizing the art he had imparted for culinary purposes, one could only imagine the expression of astonishment on his face. Regarded as the foremost defensive technique in the realm of cultivation, the weak water sword technique, with its continuous flow, rendered Chen Gong adept at slicing fish with an elegance that was truly commendable. "Wow, Mr. Chen, your knife skills are remarkable. My mother can't fillet fish as quickly as you do," exclaimed Zhang Ting, her admiration evident. Hu Ningjing, equally impressed by Chen Gong's culinary prowess, though yet to taste the dish, mused that even chefs in 5-star hotels might not rival his skills. Nonetheless, she feigned indifference, asserting, "This is nothing. It's quite simple. Let me give it a try." With that, Hu Ningjing rushed forward, interrupting Chen Gong's rhythm to attempt the task herself. However, what appeared easy was, in reality, quite challenging. Having never wielded a kitchen knife before, Hu Ningjing struggled, failing to cut even a single piece of fish. With 6 dishes and 3 soups in progress, and 2 frying pans simultaneously in action alongside boiling soup, Chen Gong could not allow Hu Ningjing to experiment with the fish unsupervised. He stepped forward, gently grasping her hands from behind, and began to guide her through the process, teaching her the art of cooking, hand in hand. The fish must be sliced in this manner, applying a bit of force when making the cut. As Chen Gong spoke, his hands moved deftly, channeling a trace of watery spiritual energy that gently guided Hu Ningjing's somewhat bewildered hands. The fish fillets he produced, though not as exquisite as before, were crafted with commendable speed and efficiency. Once Chen Gong relinquished his hold on Hu Ningjing's hands and smiled before proceeding to fry the crispy meat. Hu Ningjing's previously defiant demeanor faded, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Fan Wenli approached with a mischievous grin, leaning close to Hu Ningjing's ear and whispering, "Jingjing, how does it feel?" "TSK, you are quite fortunate." Hu Ningjing, lost in a daze, nodded slightly. The electrifying sensation she had just experienced was undeniably delightful. Chen Gong was not overly concerned with the minutiae. His entire being was devoted to the culinary arts. However, he found himself somewhat dissatisfied with the current pace of his endeavors. The principal issue lay in the insufficient heat emanating from the pot. Even with uniform heating, the prompt preparation of both dishes and broth proved to be a challenge. If only he could infuse the heat directly into the ingredients. With this thought in mind, Qin Gong continued his seemingly acrobatic work in the kitchen while simultaneously intensifying the operation of the Xian Shui Ju, allowing the heat-laden oil and broth to permeate the ingredients. While the concept seemed straightforward, the execution posed considerable difficulty. The quantity of ingredients was substantial, with each piece requiring individual attention, thus presenting a significant test of Qin Gong's meticulous control over the Xian Shui Ju. Qin Gong's fingers danced gracefully as if strumming the strings of a lute, deftly manipulating the ethereal essence of water to infuse the ingredients in the pot with rich flavors. Although he could not claim to be fully focused, beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead within less than a minute. This was insufficient. Perfection still eluded him. Immersed in this unconventional method of cultivation, Qin Gong became increasingly attuned to the state of the ingredients in the pot. His control over the spiritual energy remained unbroken. In a bid to allow more juices to permeate, he began to toss the contents of the pot, a culinary maneuver frequently depicted in films and television. Mastering this technique would enhance the depth of flavor in the dish. "Wow, how impressive!" Zhang Ting exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration, mirroring the excitement of Fan Wenli. The fierce flames threatened to scorch the food, but continuous stirring ensured even heat distribution. It became evident that sometimes the strength of one's actions is not the sole determinant of the final outcome. Skill holds equal significance. Power can overwhelm finesse, yet finesse can also surpass power. Suddenly, a flicker of enlightenment graced Qin Gong's mind. In his relentless pursuit of enhancing his spiritual power, he had neglected the artful application of that power. Though this misstep on the path of cultivation was not entirely erroneous, it nonetheless led him astray. The true avenue of cultivation lies in the harmonious amalgamation of strength and finesse. With this realization, Qin Gong's focus intensified, honing in on the array of ingredients before him. It is said that a man is at his most charismatic when wholly absorbed in his work, and this sentiment certainly rang true for Qin Gong at that moment. Even Hu Ningjing, who had previously harbored reservations, now regarded him with admiration. As he deftly flipped the contents of the pan, an unexpected flare of flames erupted, a commonplace occurrence in the culinary world. However, Qin Gong was well prepared, skillfully wielding his water-based spiritual power to regulate the heat of the ingredients. At the precise moment of ignition, his control reached its zenith. A gasp echoed through the kitchen, as the young women had only ever witnessed such a spectacle on television, and witnessing it in reality left them momentarily flustered. Yet, the gentle smile Qin Gong turned towards them immediately dispelled their anxiety. Despite the exertion he felt, Qin Gong found the strength to reassure the girls behind him, for in grasping the harmonious existence of strength and skill, he had, without any hindrance, perceived the threshold of foundational cultivation. Although he had yet to make a genuine breakthrough, the insights he gained were invaluable. At the very least, he felt confident in managing the situation with the splendid array of dishes laid out before him, a veritable feast of 3 meat and 3 vegetable dishes, accompanied by 3 broths. Had it not been for the time-consuming nature of broth preparation, Qin Gong might have completed his culinary endeavors by 11:30. Now, though the clock had struck midnight, his efficiency remained commendable. As Hu Ningjing took her seat at the dining table, she exchanged knowing glances with Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting, signaling them to maintain their plan of critiquing Qin Gong's dishes. Although initially hesitant, they eventually nodded in understanding. The first to pick up her chopsticks was Fan Wenli, who swiftly sampled a piece of mapo tofu, only to spit it out in haste. Hu Ningjing's face lit up with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Fan Wenli's criticisms. However, to her surprise, Fan Wenli quickly blew on the tofu before taking another bite, and the moment the delicate morsel touched her palate, her face transformed into an expression of sheer delight. "It's exquisite. Truly a culinary masterpiece," she murmured with satisfaction. Zhang Ting, after tasting a piece of crispy meat, wore a look of disbelief. The crispy meat, having been simmered in broth, retains a delightful crunch while remaining tender within. "It's utterly delectable," she exclaimed. Hu Ningjing, feeling a surge of determination, decided to take matters into her own hands and directly fed herself the stir-fried potato shreds prepared by Qin Gong. This time, she found herself at a loss for words. The refreshing, crispy texture left her utterly speechless. During the preparation of the meal, Qin Gong assumed the role of the protagonist. However, at the dining table, 3 young maidens became the undeniable stars. The array of dishes vanished as if swept away by a tempest, consumed voraciously by the trio. Notably, the 3 generous bowls of soup, though deliberately prepared in lesser quantity by Qin Gong, still managed to cause their petite bellies to swell slightly. The 3 young ladies, devoid of any decorum, collapsed onto the sofa, each lifting their shirts, exclaiming praises for the delightful feast they had just savored, while simultaneously pointing and giggling at one another's protruding midriffs. Fan Winley, having lifted her shirt a bit too high, even revealed the lower curves of her upper form. Chen Gong's gaze swept over, nearly ensnared by the scene before him. He steadied his mind and could not help but chuckle while chiding. Could you ladies please behave a little more decorously? I am still here, after all. However, his protest fell on deaf ears. The young ladies paid no heed to his words. This was a testament not only to the deepening bond formed over their time together, but also to the trust they placed in Chen Gong. As Chen Gong finished washing the dishes and departed from the Hujian nation, the clock struck 12:30, marking the peak hour for office workers to indulge in their midday repast. On the bustling streets, a throng of people hurriedly made their way to eateries or back to their homes. At a crossroads, the red light illuminated the north-south traffic, halting the previously flowing masses. While vehicles began to rev up, with electric bikes, bicycles, and pedestrians converging at the intersection, eager to cross as soon as the green light appeared. When the red light flickered and the yellow light shone, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the crowd, anticipating the imminent opportunity to proceed. At this moment, a little girl of 5 or 6, adorned with an adorable cartoon backpack, joyfully sprang forth from the crowd. Spotting the extinguished red light, she gleefully called out something to those behind her before stepping onto the crosswalk. Just then, a white sports car barreled out from the southern road at an alarming speed. After executing an exaggerated drift to navigate the intersection, it aimed directly for the north-south crossing. However, the maneuver was not executed flawlessly. As the car reached the northern side of the intersection, it veered off course, heading straight for the young girl at the forefront of the crowd. Witnesses gasped in horror, many shielding their eyes in dread, while a piercing scream resonated through the throng, presumably from a relative of the girl. In that critical moment, a figure burst forth from the crowd, swiftly scooping up the stunned child into his arms. Simultaneously, the shrill screech of the car's brakes echoed. Yet it was too late. The vehicle continued its trajectory towards the rescuer. As the child was saved, before cheers could erupt from the crowd, an even louder gasp arose as it became apparent that, despite the heroic act, the individual cradling the girl could not escape the fate of being struck. In an extraordinary display reminiscent of cinematic stunts, the man leapt just as the car's front narrowly brushed against him, landing deftly atop the vehicle before gracefully descending to the ground, miraculously unharmed, while the girl in his embrace was merely startled. The rescuer was none other than Chen Gong, whose timely intervention averted what could have been a tragic spectacle. Given the high performance of the expensive sports car, it was evident that the brakes had not been fully engaged. For the car's owner, a collision meant trouble, but a fatality would render even that moot. At that moment, the window of the sports car rolled down, revealing a figure with hair dyed in a rainbow of colors and a face painted like a blank canvas, who emerged to hurl insults at Chen Gong. Who is this little brat who caused me to crash? Do you have any idea how much my car is worth? You couldn't even compensate for it if you sold your entire family. Under the sun, the emblem of the Ferrari gleamed brilliantly. Yet it drew forth a chorus of discontented boos from the crowd, with only a few daring to voice their outrage, fearful of drawing attention to themselves. Only the affluent or the privileged can afford such sports cars. Ordinary individuals dare not provoke them, which is a lamentable reality for our people. At this moment, Chen Gong, cradling the little girl, felt a chill wash over him. The pleasant mood he had derived from his interactions with 3 youthful beauties in Hujian and the serendipitous opportunity of breaking through to the initial stage of foundation establishment had been utterly shattered by the presence of this quintessential second-generation rich kid. Chapter 21. Let us see who is more arrogant. Suddenly, a woman in her 30s burst forth from the crowd, repeatedly calling out the little girl's name. She hurriedly approached Chen Gong, snatching the child from his arms, showering her with affection and concern. She's fine. The child is unhurt. Chen Gong reassured the flustered mother before striding towards the arrogant young man, who continued to spew obscenities. You bastard. Aside from that little brat, are you looking for trouble? You caused me to crash. Can you afford the damages? If you can't pay, I'll make you regret it, the young man boasted insolently, simultaneously reaching for his phone, presumably to seek assistance. Chen Gong appeared to stroll leisurely, yet he advanced rapidly, reaching the sports car driver in just a few strides. With a piercing gaze, he coldly inquired, "Did you not notice the red light just now? With the performance of this vehicle, failing to brake adequately could result in a fatality." The young man, no more than 20, met Qin Gong's stern stare and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. His body tensed involuntarily, yet he retorted defiantly. "Who are you to dictate how I drive? What's wrong with a red light? It's none of your business. If you weren't hit, consider yourself fortunate." The stench of alcohol wafting from the young man made it abundantly clear to Qin Gong the state he was in. Further dialogue would yield no fruitful outcome. "You scoundrel! You've caused me to crash, and now you stand there as if you're a mere post. Just wait, you'll be compensating for the damage to my car." The sports car driver continued his tirade, though under Qin Gong's unyielding gaze, his own eyes began to flicker with uncertainty. As a typical wealthy heir, he was unaccustomed to confronting issues alone. He relied on his entourage to handle such matters. Before help arrived, he knew that his bravado would only extend to verbal outbursts. He lacked the courage to confront physically. However, just as the young man believed he had found an easy target for his frustrations, a thunderous crack echoed, leaving everyone in shock. Qin Gong, whose temperament had thus far been relatively calm, felt his fury surge. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, he delivered a powerful punch to the luxurious hood of the Ferrari. The resounding impact left a noticeable dent in the pristine lacquered steel, rendering the once formidable material seemingly fragile. Good heavens! The sports car driver attempted to unleash another insult. Yet the spectacle before him abruptly stifled his words. A Ferrari worth over $3 million, impervious to collisions with iron barriers, had been crumpled by the force of a single blow from this man. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the young man hastily rolled up his window, trembling hands fumbling for his phone, desperately seeking assistance to escape this terrifying nightmare. Do not underestimate the placid, for when they finally unleash their wrath, the tempest of their fury is beyond the capacity of ordinary souls to endure. Qin Gong, in a certain sense, is a man of integrity. As long as his boundaries are not crossed, he is remarkably amiable, much like a mere victim of a youthful prank designed by Hu Ningjing, which he perceives as harmless fun. With another powerful swing, the left side window shattered completely. Qin Gong had no intention of allowing the arrogant driver to cower within the confines of his vehicle. He was determined to teach this presumptuous individual the price of his arrogance. How impressive! What a splendid strike! Let us see how he maintains his bravado now. He is akin to a superhero, save for the inability to fly. He embodies the essence of one. Witnessing someone stand up, the bystanders, who had previously quaked in fear of the sports car driver's influence, quickly rallied in support, providing an unceasing stream of moral backing. Qin Gong gradually approached the rear of the car. Although he had maintained a low profile until now, he did not mind being a bit ostentatious at this moment. With a population of over 1 million in Rongqing, it would not be an easy task for anyone to track him down afterward. With a sudden leap, Qin Gong delivered a powerful punch to the rear of the vehicle, one that was more forceful than any previous strike. The taillight and exhaust pipe were nearly shattered, rendering the badly deformed metallic structure unrecognizable as the rear of a Ferrari. The sports car owner's phone lay discarded nearby, his complexion pale and visibly paralyzed by fear. Qin Gong could even detect a pungent odor, suggesting that the sports car owner had soiled himself in terror, wishing perhaps that he could simply faint away in that moment. Qin Gong furrowed his brow and approached the man in the sports car, coldly stating, "This is merely a small warning from me. Should you continue to treat human lives as trifles, my fist shall not strike your vehicle, but rather your person." After venting his frustration, Qin Gong gradually regained his composure, suddenly realizing that he may have been overly emotional just moments ago. His heart fluttered gently, causing a change in his expression. He turned and slipped into the crowd that was incessantly applauding him, navigating through a narrow alley before vanishing from sight. The man in the sports car dared not utter a word of rebuttal, his lips trembling as he sat in his opulent vehicle, shivering in the midday summer heat. Qin Gong's astonishing display, of course, did not escape the notice of the keen observers. Within the vast monitoring room of the Public Traffic Control Center in Rong City, no fewer than 50 staff members witnessed Qin Gong's audacious act of smashing a car. "Incredible! This is nothing short of a Chinese version of Superman," a young monitoring operator exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. On the central screen before him, every movement of Qin Gong was vividly captured, while beside him stood a dozen or so leaders from the monitoring center. As the young operator realized the gravity of his situation, he quickly adopted a serious demeanor and returned to his duties. The moment the sports car appeared, the staff at the monitoring center had already taken notice and promptly redirected several cameras at the intersection for comprehensive surveillance. When they witnessed the sports car collide with a little girl, even those accustomed to witnessing harrowing accidents could not bear to watch as a charming young girl was sent flying. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astounded. drawing all the leaders present at the monitoring center to gather around. Although the personnel at the monitoring center could not hear the sounds from the scene after Chun Gong's heroic intervention, the arrogance of the sports car driver was palpable to all. Some leaders began to mentally prepare themselves for the possibility of being scapegoated. Such an incident would undoubtedly have significant repercussions. To quell public outcry, a sacrificial lamb would be sought. The higher-ups would be furious, the public would be outraged. The victim's family would demand accountability, and even a scoundrel like the sports car driver, who evaded legal consequences, would face condemnation. Such a scoundrel deserves a proper lesson. The shared sentiment echoed among the onlookers. As these thoughts brewed in their minds, Chun Gong's fist struck with remarkable force on the monitoring screen, providing both catharsis and trepidation. As the director of the monitoring center arranged for patrol cars to respond to the situation and prepared to personally assess the scene, Deputy Director Zhang Xinghua retreated to a quiet corner to make a phone call. Captain Liu, this is Zhang Xinghua. Yes, a traffic incident occurred at the intersection of Zhongnan Road today, involving a suspected ability user. I will make a copy of the surveillance footage for you. Understood. I will report any updates immediately. Zhang Xinghua spoke with the demeanor of a subordinate addressing a superior. Yet the content of his conversation violated several regulations of the monitoring center. At this moment, Chen Gong remained unaware of the ongoing activities within the monitoring center. However, he had anticipated the complications the cameras would pose when he was at the intersection, and thus he swiftly suppressed his inner fury. As he passed through the gathered crowd, he deliberately activated the Xian Shui Ju, darting into a narrow alley and vanishing from sight. What had provoked such an overwhelming surge of anger within him? As a cultivator, Chen Gong felt increasingly unable to rein in his emotions. Previously, during his time in the Hujiangguo, he found himself easily swayed in the presence of three vivacious young maidens. Just moments ago, at the crossroads, he could no longer contain his fury, resulting in the astonishing act of demolishing a vehicle with his bare hands. The former Chen Gong was not one to act impulsively. After mastering the Xian Shui technique, he should have been even less prone to emotional turmoil. There must be an underlying reason for this, which could only be discerned within his own body. Indeed, Chen Gong harbored a vague sense that, as his cultivation progressed, his emotional responses had intensified, rendering him more sensitive to various stimuli, both joyful and distressing. It was as if an emotional amplifier resided within him. Joy blossomed into elation, while anger escalated to fury. He gently touched the only peculiar area on his body, where he could feel the exposed portion of a jade pendant embedded in his chest. If there was anything he found utterly uncontrollable, it was undoubtedly the life vessel located at his chest. Although it was currently in a frozen state, its ability to filter spiritual energy remained unaffected. Did this imply that its growth had not ceased? If his cultivation level continued to rise, would the life vessel's development accelerate as well? This conundrum seemed to ensnare him in an inextricable dilemma. Without advancing his cultivation, he could not completely dispel the threat posed by the life vessel. Yet, with each elevation in power, the peril of the vessel would only magnify. For now, all Chen Gong could do was address the immediate issue at hand. Since his emotions had become problematic, he would first tend to the matter of his emotional state. Chapter 22. The inspiration of research. Chen Gong's cultivation has reached a point where he may break through to the foundation establishment stage at any moment. Consequently, his control over his spiritual energy has attained a considerable level, allowing him to sense the nuances of life and death with far greater precision than before. Nevertheless, in his eagerness to find a solution to his own predicament, he acknowledges that it remains a formidable challenge. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Chen Gong received a call from Professor Gong, asking him to visit his office. Chen Gong, come in and have a seat. Professor Gong warmly greeted him as he entered. He held a deep fondness for this exceptionally ambitious student. In the presence of Professor Gong, who had officially become his mentor, Chen Gong felt a profound respect and, as soon as he sat down, he inquired, Professor Gong, what brings me here today? Aside from your tutoring work with Old Hu this summer, have you taken on any other tasks? Professor Gong asked. Chen Gong shook his head and replied, no, I believe you might want me to participate in some research experiments, which is why I haven't sought other engagements. Professor Gong nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing his face as he said, that's good to hear. I happen to have a provincial environmental project that requires an assistant. Originally, your senior, Xie was assigned to this project, but unfortunately, he fractured his hand while cleaning his dormitory a few days ago and will likely be unable to conduct experiments for a month or two. Therefore, I would like to arrange for you to assist. What do you think? The prospect of a provincial environmental project took Qin Gong by surprise. He never anticipated being involved in such a significant undertaking. Generally, provincial projects come with research funding of at least 100,000 yuan, which is certainly no trifling sum. Although Qin Gong had previously participated in university research, he had merely served as a support staff member. Now, being appointed as a research assistant speaks volumes about Professor Gong's esteem for him. Naturally, Qin Gong felt a swell of joy at his mentor's recognition. But the weight of a provincial research project landing on his shoulders made it difficult for him to confidently agree on the spot. Noticing Qin Gong's apprehension, Professor Gong chuckled and reassured him, "Do not burden yourself with worries. Based on my understanding of your capabilities, your foundational knowledge is quite solid. What you lack is a bit of experience. Serving as an assistant should not pose a problem. Moreover, I will be a steadfast support for you. If any issues arise, I can certainly provide guidance." Seeing that Professor Gong had said as much, Qin Gong could no longer refuse. He inquired, "If I take on the role of research assistant, may I ask who the primary supervisor of this project is?" Professor Gong responded, "It is our university's youngest female Ph.D., Dr. Su." Dr. Su? Qin Gong was momentarily taken aback, somewhat surprised, as the image of the coldly beautiful woman appeared in his mind, along with her long legs and shapely figure. However, juxtaposed against that was Dr. Su's notoriously difficult personality. He was already burdened by the challenges posed by Hu Ningjing, and the prospect of dealing with another demanding individual like Su Xinjia left him feeling quite disinterested. Observing Qin Gong's expression, Professor Gong seemed to have an epiphany. He smiled and remarked, "Dr. Su may possess a rather unconventional personality, but her academic prowess is undoubtedly top-notch. In fact, she was the one who applied for this project from the province, and she has completed a significant portion of the project design and implementation on her own. Thus, this is an excellent opportunity for you to learn from her and enhance your own capabilities." Qin Gong could only nod in agreement, expressing his willingness to fully assist Dr. Liu. Upon receiving Qin Gong's formal consent, Professor Gong produced a stack of documents and handed them to Qin Gong, saying, "This contains the main proposal for the project along with some relevant materials. When you have time, please review them thoroughly. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to reach out to me at any moment." "Understood," replied Qin Gong as he accepted the documents. However, rather than delving into them immediately, he inquired, "When is the project expected to commence?" Professor Gong responded, "Naturally, the sooner, the better. The nation is placing great emphasis on environmental issues, and the provincial government has urged us to achieve results expeditiously. According to our plan, we hope to conclude this project by next year, which allows for approximately 6 months of work. Yet, as you are just beginning to engage with a provincial-level project, you will need some time to digest the materials at hand. I suggest we commence next Monday." After departing from Professor He's office, Qin Gong commenced an intensive preparation for his research. The project he has undertaken, focusing on the purification of water pollution through plants, evidently provides immense assistance for his cultivation. Throughout the process of selection and study, he must gather numerous plants for experimentation, which greatly aids his understanding of the current state of spiritual energy in the air. Purification is a concept that sounds straightforward but is, in reality, quite complex. Take, for instance, the spiritual energy of practitioners. Everyone desires the most unadulterated form of it, as it significantly enhances both personal transformation and the efficacy of spellcasting. However, thus far, Qin Gong has been unable to genuinely absorb pure spiritual energy, relying solely on the filtration from his life vessel. At this moment, a thought struck him. The spiritual energy currently stored within his body is almost entirely filtered through the life vessel, while this filtration seemingly purifies the chaotic spiritual energy. Could it be concealing other issues? Inspired by this revelation, Qin Gong promptly began to examine the state of his own spiritual energy. Yet, having relied too heavily on the operation of spiritual energy for self-assessment, utilizing spiritual energy to detect spiritual energy clearly yields no results. Fortunately, his significant emotional fluctuations do not constitute a serious concern and can be addressed at a later time. Qin Gong's memory can be described as exceptionally formidable. However, these research materials cannot simply be memorized without comprehension. Understanding and digesting the content has indeed consumed a considerable amount of his time. By the time Qin Gong extricated himself from the pile of documents, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Estimating that the time was nearly right, he called his sister, Qin Wan, instructing her to notify Yo Air to take a bus to Rongqing the following afternoon. assuring her that he would be there to meet him at the station. Subsequently, Qingong also spoke with Hu Jiangwo, informing him that the fellow townsman he had introduced would arrive in Rongqing the next day, prompting him to make the necessary preparations. After attending to matters concerning Niu Air, Qingong ventured to the school cafeteria for a modest meal before planning to continue reviewing the research materials in his possession. However, contemplating the prospect of spending the next 6 months conducting scientific research alongside a woman as icy as a block of ice made him feel somewhat uneasy. Should he perhaps establish a rapport with her in advance? With this thought lingering in his mind, Qingong unconsciously picked up his research materials and made his way toward the lecture building, hoping to find her in the lecture hall. To his surprise, there were 3 students studying there today, yet he did not see Su Xinjie. Qingong remained unfazed, as he had other matters to attend to. He picked up the materials provided by Professor Gon and settled into his familiar seat by the window, immersing himself in his studies. However, unlike previous occasions, this time he did not lose himself entirely in his academic pursuits. After all, he was intentionally seeking to cultivate a good relationship with Su Xinjie. To put it plainly, Su Xinjie was the head of the provincial research project. While he was merely a participant, she was the boss, and he was but a laborer. Professor Gon had entrusted this project to him, and he was determined not to let it falter. The first step in ensuring the project's success was naturally to foster a good rapport with his collaborator. Upon entering the lecture hall, Su Xinjie spotted Qingong. She held no aversion towards this diligent student, yet their acquaintance had thus far been limited to mere nods. Faced with Qingong's overly eager smile, she felt a sense of discomfort, informed by her extensive experience with unwelcome advances. This seemed insincere, a display of ulterior motives, an attempt to ingratiate himself. Another presumptuous individual, Su Xinjie thought, her gaze betraying deep disdain as she shot Qingong a cold glare. Qingong shivered under the piercing gaze, utterly bewildered as to what had offended this aloof beauty. Perhaps his smile lacked the warmth he had hoped for, he mused as a form of self-comfort, before turning back to the documents in his hands. As the teaching building neared its closing hour, Qingong resolved to make another attempt. He certainly did not wish to endure the icy demeanor of Su Xinjie in their future collaborative endeavors. Observing Su Xinjie rise and pass by his seat once more, he offered a smile he believed to be significantly more amiable than before. Yet, Su Xinjie showed no sign of acknowledgement, walking straight past him without a glance. Qingong's smile froze upon his face, yet his gaze involuntarily wandered downward, fixating on the contours of the other person's thighs and hips. A glint of icy disdain flickered in Su Xinjie's beautiful eyes. Qingong's repeated insincere smiles and gestures had utterly obliterated any semblance of a favorable impression she once harbored towards him. Having diligently practiced martial arts since childhood, Su Xinjie longed to execute a swift kick, sending this hypocritical young man, no different from the other sordid males, flying away. Chapter 23. The Awful Beginning with the Cold Beauty. Qingong was indeed preparing to leave, holding the research materials provided by Professor Gon. Just as Su Xinjie was about to teach Qingong a lesson, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the documents in his hands. "How did you come by this?" she asked, her expression turning even colder as she pointed at the materials. She was acutely aware that her research assistant for this project was Dr. Xiaoyu, who was also studying under Professor Gon, making him her junior. The fact that this research material was now in the hands of this despicable boy indicated the lengths he had gone to in order to approach her, revealing the depths of his deceit. Su Xinjie's words were frosty and tinged with admonishment, yet Qingong remained unfazed. Instead, he felt a surge of joy at finally having a common topic to discuss. He smiled and replied, "Oh, this? Professor Gon entrusted it to me. He asked me to assist you with your research project. Didn't he mention it to you? Hey, could you two take your romance outside? I'm about to close the door," called out the auntie at the entrance, half-jokingly. In this world, it was not the cultivators who were formidable, but rather the aunties. They seemed to appear at pivotal moments, influencing the course of events. Clearly, this one had considerable potential as well. Who would pursue a relationship with a frigid beauty like Su Xinjie? The auntie's lack of discernment was astonishing. No wonder she found herself trapped during the market's downturn. Qingong silently criticized. Su Xinjie's face darkened, as if she were on the verge of erupting. Qingong hastily interjected, "Dr. Su, let us discuss this outside so as not to disturb the elderly lady closing the door." Su Xinjie, finally mindful of the potential repercussions of her actions, nodded in agreement and exited the teaching building alongside Qingong. As soon as they stepped outside, Su Xinjie promptly inquired, You claim that Professor Gon sent you to collaborate with me, yet wasn't he Dr. Xie originally assigned to this task? Dr. Xie sustained an injury to his hand. Hence I am here in his stead, Qin Gong explained. Oh, I see. Su Xingjia's frosty demeanor began to thaw slightly, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. It appeared she had misjudged him, as he had sought to establish a rapport with her in light of their collaboration. Reflecting on the esoteric texts Qin Gong had previously perused, her curiosity piqued, and she asked, "Are you currently pursuing a doctoral degree?" "Not at all. I just graduated with my bachelor's degree this year," Qin Gong stated, unperturbed by the revelation. After all, doctoral candidates also begin as undergraduates. However, Su Xingjia's expression darkened. Pondering the capabilities of an undergraduate research partner, what could he possibly contribute other than menial tasks? If menial help was needed, it would be more prudent to enlist the elderly lady from earlier. Evidently, Su Xingjie was not one to mince words. She spoke her mind bluntly. Addressing Qin Gong without reservation, has Professor Gon truly exhausted his options? Why send a mere undergraduate to assist? If the project falters, who shall bear the responsibility? Dr. Su. You should trust Professor Gon's judgment and believe in my ability to support you in completing this project. Qin Gong earnestly attempted to rectify Su Xingjie's bias against him. Nonetheless, Su Xingjie remained unyielding, her tone icy as she retorted, "What reason do I have to place my trust in you? Just because you have perused some academic literature? Genuine research is not as simplistic as you may presume. Even if you are endorsed by Professor Gon, I cannot allow an undergraduate to hinder this project. I will discuss this matter with Professor Gon, and you need not squander your time with these research materials any longer." Her words finally ignited Qin Gong's ire. As he gazed at the poised yet frigid beauty preparing to depart, his voice turned steely. "Stop right there." Qin Gong was making every effort to control his emotions. Yet the anger stemming from being underestimated by others surged within him, amplifying his internal struggle. Upon hearing his call, Su Xingjie turned her head in surprise, evidently curious to hear what he had to say next. "Dr. Su, I believe you have erred in two significant aspects. First, my capabilities are beyond question until you have adequately assessed them. Second, Professor Gon is the true leader of this project, although you hold the position of primary responsible party. You are not the manager and thus lack the authority to determine the personnel involved in this endeavor." Upon returning to his dormitory, Qin Gong did not linger but instead exited the school and made his way to the park beside the Funan River. As night deepened, he commenced his practice of the Xin Shuiju. Chaotic spiritual energy gradually flowed into his body, and under his control, it willingly entered the Mingzhong, subsequently dispersing throughout his form at a more measured pace. With the enhancement of his cultivation, Qin Gong's spiritual awareness sharpened, revealing a perplexing issue. While the chaotic spiritual energy was purified through the Mingzhong, where did the impurities go? Previously, he had assumed they were absorbed by the Mingzhong, yet he now distinctly sensed that only a portion was consumed, while the remainder appeared to have transformed entirely into pure spiritual power, which seemed implausible. This was akin to sand in water, no matter how many times it was filtered. The sand could not become water. If the water containing sand remained unchanged post-filtration, there was only one possibility: the sand had diminished in size, becoming too fine to be filtered out. Did this imply that the seemingly pure spiritual power within his body was similarly intertwined with a substantial amount of altered impurities? If the sand theory held true, then the identifiable impurities prior to filtration would be nearly impossible to discern after the process. Given his current level of spiritual awareness was insufficient. One question led to another, and now he had to contemplate ways to enhance his spiritual awareness. With a wry smile, Qin Gong concluded his practice. Over an hour of cultivation had brought him closer to the foundation building stage, yet he recognized that haste could hinder progress. A balanced approach was essential for sustainable growth in his abilities. After reviewing the research materials provided by Professor Gon for a while upon returning to his dormitory, he finally retired for the night, knowing that many tasks awaited him the following day. Upon waking, he again had breakfast off campus and walked to Hu Jiangwo's residence in Xanadu Garden. An hour of study passed swiftly, and after the series of events from the previous day, Hu Ningjing's demeanor had notably improved. Just as Qin Gong felt pleased that the young girl had finally come to her senses, her next question revealed that she was still quite persistent. "Teacher Qin, this weekend I have made plans with my classmates to compete in that vacant lot next to the supermarket where we bought groceries last time. Will you be available?" Hu Ningjing inquired. Qin Gong was well aware that Hu Ningjing was unlikely to be fully convinced. If he did not demonstrate some genuine skill, he feared he would be unable to quell her doubts. Thus, he readily nodded and said, "No problem. Let us set it for 9 in the morning. I will inform Uncle Hu and take you out for a bit of relaxation." Hu Ningjing was overjoyed, having finally resolved the crucial issue. She had previously worried that Chen Gong might concoct excuses to evade her request. Chen Gong chuckled softly and remarked, "The study period has concluded. You are free to arrange your own affairs at home." Hu Ningjing dashed into the living room, seizing the telephone to inform Fan Wenli and the others about Chen Gong's upcoming competition with Lu Yi on Saturday morning. Utilizing the family landline in speaker mode, Hu Ningjing's excitement resonated clearly in the study, where Chen Gong could distinctly hear the exuberant shrieks of Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting, prompting him to shake his head in wry amusement. Meanwhile, in Professor Gan's office, he too wore a bittersweet smile as he faced the impassive Su Xinjie. "Professor, how could you change the participant at the last moment? Moreover, the replacement is merely an undergraduate." Although Su Xinjie's tone remained composed, a hint of dissatisfaction was palpable. Professor Gan chuckled awkwardly. "It appears Chen Gong has approached you. He tends to act with urgency, yet he is quite earnest. Xiaojia, I can assure you of Chen Gong's expertise and capabilities." Still somewhat skeptical, Su Xinjie replied, "Are you doubting the professor's judgment?" Professor Gan felt a twinge of frustration regarding his esteemed disciple and resorted to his trump card. With the professor's endorsement, Su Xinjie found herself at a loss for words. Could she outright declare that her mentor's discernment was flawed? While she had been excessively aloof towards her suitors, it did not signify a lack of respect for her teacher. Unbeknownst to this unfolding drama, Chen Gong concluded his tutoring duties and arrived punctually at the bus terminal in Rong City, where he encountered the observant Yo-Er. "Ertzi, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long. How does this place compare to home?" Chen Gong approached, patting Yo-Er's shoulder with a smile. Upon seeing Chen Gong, Yo-Er finally relaxed a bit, noting, "The provincial capital is indeed different. There are many people and vehicles, and the buildings tower higher than the tallest mountains in our village. What we consider the tallest structure back home pales in comparison here." "Brother Chen, you arrived just in time. I have just disembarked," Yo-Er said, a hint of excitement in his voice. "This city is vast. I took the bus and circled around quite a bit, utterly lost." As they conversed, two men clad in black suits approached, one of whom politely inquired, "Are you Chen Gong?" "I am here to escort Yo-Er on behalf of Hugo." Chen Gong had long anticipated that Hu Jiangwo would send someone over, and he was unperturbed by how Hu Jiangwo would arrange for Yo-Er. After all, a gem will inevitably shine, with Yo-Er's intellect and Hu Jiangwo's support. It was only a matter of time before he would rise to prominence. "Brother Chen, who are these two?" Yo-Er inquired uncertainly, observing that although the individuals were formally attired, they emanated a more formidable aura than Shi Wangsai's subordinates. "They are sent by Brother Hu to escort you. I had previously mentioned that Brother Hu wields considerable influence in Rongqing. I understand that you have little interest in menial labor, which is why I arranged it this way. If you are unwilling, I can make alternative arrangements," Chen Gong reassured him, noticing Yo-Er's unease. Yo-Er could not possibly refuse. He readily agreed and departed with the individuals dispatched by Hu Jiangwo. Meanwhile, Chen Gong prepared to continue his dealings with the school's enigmatic beauty. The first step being to dedicate time to articulate his insights and recommendations regarding the upcoming research project. Chapter 24. A dramatic turn of events. After spending nearly 3 days in preparation, Chen Gong finally organized his materials by Friday. Holding the manuscript, Professor Gan gestured for Chen Gong to take a seat while he began to peruse the document attentively. As he read, Professor Gan nodded approvingly. Despite having assured Su Xinjie of Chen Gong's capabilities, he felt reassured that he had indeed made the right choice after reviewing the submitted written material. "Excellent work. Remember to communicate and collaborate effectively with Dr. Su. I am confident that your abilities will earn her recognition," Professor Gan remarked with an encouraging smile. Feeling buoyed by Professor Gan's affirmation, Chen Gong exited Professor He's office, just in time to encounter Su Xinjie approaching him. Chen Gong once again greeted with a smile, watching as Su Xinjie approached ever closer, ready to offer a greeting. However, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, and she completely disregarded Chen Gong's presence. Walking past him without acknowledgement, Chen Gongjiang stood frozen, a chill enveloping him from head to toe, as the smile upon his face morphed into a bitter grimace. He had assumed that Professor Gan's silence on any issues concerning Su Xinjie implied her approval. Little did he know that this icy beauty regarded him with utter disdain. Given the current predicament, how could they possibly advance their research project? The two shared not a single common language. Chen Gong walked despondently along the tree-lined avenue of the school, only to catch sight of Shi Dengyu and Dr. Xiaoyu engaged in lively conversation with a girl by the roadside. Despite having his right hand bandaged, he still waved it occasionally, appearing far from the image of someone with a broken bone. Brother, you truly are something. To avoid Su Xinjie, you've even resorted to such a ruse. The girl next to him spoke without any attempt to lower her voice, making it easy for Qin Gong to overhear their conversation. Xiaoyu, with a hint of helplessness, remarked, "It was a last resort. You know why Zhao Huan, who shares my dormitory, has been wrapped in bandages for an entire week? Are you referring to that notorious womanizer, Zhao Huan?" The girl clearly held a rather unfavorable opinion of the person Xiaoyu mentioned. Xiaoyu chuckled, responding candidly, the Ice Queen. As cold and haughty as she may be, she possesses a devilish figure and an angelic face. It is nearly impossible for a man to resist such a lure. Moreover, her icy demeanor makes collaboration nothing short of torturous. Qin Gong showed no intention of lingering to listen further. The content he had already heard was sufficient for him. He had long been aware of the various rumors surrounding Su Xinjie's difficult temperament, yet he had not anticipated that she wielded such considerable influence among the doctoral candidates, compelling a male student to resort to such desperate measures. He feared that he might soon become a cautionary example of one who prioritizes desire over life itself. Qin Gong's eyes flashed with a chilling gleam as the scene at the intersection replayed vividly in his mind, filling him with disdain for the arrogant wealthy. Thus, he exhibited no inclination to evade, continuing his leisurely pace, curious to ascertain whether the sports car was indeed more resilient than his body, which had transcended the foundational stage of cultivation. The car emitted a piercing screech as it came to a halt just behind him, revealing a strikingly handsome young man within. Reminiscent of Han Jing, but possessing an even more captivating allure. His features seemed chiseled by an artist's hand, yet his gaze bore a frigid intensity directed at Qin Gong. With his heightened perception, Qin Gong sensed the palpable hostility emanating from the young man, yet he remained unfazed. His previous forbearance towards Su Xinjie did not imply that he would show any deference to an arrogant scion of wealth. However, the car's owner proved to be far more composed than the brash young man at the intersection, uttering not a word. After sizing up Qin Gong, he merely turned the vehicle and veered down a side street. After a swift dinner, Qin Gong prepared to ascend the stairs of the lecture hall to resume his studies. Yet, at the base of the building, he encountered the black sports car once more, parked beside a remarkably handsome young man. In terms of appearance, even the most sought after among the crowd would pale in comparison. Students occasionally entered and exited the building, and both genders directed considerable attention towards the pair, the boys envying the luxurious car, while the girls frequently stole glances at the dashing gentleman. Qin Gong made his way directly to the lecture hall, yet that evening he did not catch sight of Su Xinjie. However, at 9 o'clock, he appeared punctually at the designated spot indicated by Hu Ningjing, accompanied by Hu Ningjing herself, Fan Wenli, and Zhang Ting. 4 individuals were already present at the open space. One was a tall youth, nearly 6 feet in height, clad in a taekwondo training uniform, while the other 3 were muscular young men, bare-chested, and all standing over 5 feet 7. Upon seeing these 3 young men, the expressions of Hu Ningjing and her companions shifted dramatically, with Hu Ningjing's face paling the most, for she recognized them as 3 local ruffians under her father, Hu Jiangwo, although she was unfamiliar with their names. She knew the one with dyed blonde hair was called Huang Go, the one adorned with a dragon tattoo was known as Kai Huaxi, and the bulliest among them was referred to as Man Yo. Lu Yi felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. Having never been fond of studying, and with parents frequently away on business, he had grown increasingly unruly. Since taking up taekwondo, he often associated with these notorious ruffians. This time, Huang Go had enlisted his help to execute a grand scheme, the abduction of Hu Ningjing, aiding the wild cat in dismantling the tiger's influence. Huang Go, Kai Huaxi, and Man Yo were, in fact, infiltrators placed by the wild cat within Hu Jiangwo's ranks, poised to deliver a devastating blow at a critical moment, though they had yet to earn Hu Jiangwo's trust. Upon receiving Lu Yi's intelligence that Hu Ningjing was to engage in a contest with a private tutor, the 3 men immediately perceived this as an exceptional opportunity. Upon encountering Huang Go and his companions, Qin Gong's expression darkened. He needn't speculate to discern the purpose of these 3 individuals. Such wayward characters should indeed be avoided by Hu Ningjing, rather than summoned to confront him. "Did you bring these individuals here?" Qin Gong inquired with a hint of severity. Though Hu Ningjing was initially irate, she understood that these ruffians were subordinates of her father. However, she had no dealings with them, and they were likely aware that her father forbade any interaction with her. It was perplexing who had emboldened them to appear alongside Lu Yi. Yet, Upon hearing Qin Gong's admonition, her rebellious nature flared up, and she retorted sharply, "Why does it matter to you whom I choose to summon? Did you not claim to be quite formidable? Are you, perchance, afraid?" Qin Gong felt an uncontrollable surge of anger as he was openly confronted by Hu Ningjing. His gaze sharpened, and the formidable aura emanating from him silenced her, instilling in her an instinctive awareness that provoking Qin Gong was a perilous endeavor. "As for your associations with them, they cease today," he said in a deep, resonant voice, laden with an unmistakable sense of finality. Hu Ningjing, daunted, nodded in compliance. Standing beside her, Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting remained oblivious to the oppressive force radiating from Qin Gong, puzzled by Hu Ningjing's sudden adherence to his authority, given their usual discord. Lui and Huanggo soon approached, with Huanggo's eyes gleaming with malice. The sight of three young ladies surrounding a single man stirred discontent within him, who fancied himself rather adept in social circles. "Three lovely ladies, shall we find somewhere entertaining to spend time?" Kai Huashi, the first to address Hu Ningjing and her companions, leered at them, his gaze lingering unashamedly on Fan Wenli's ample bosom, even swallowing hard in a display of crude desire. "Sneak, do not be disrespectful towards the young lady." Huanggo feigned admonition towards Kai Huashi before turning to Hu Ningjing with a smile. "We heard from Lui that you are quite dissatisfied with a tutor from Rongqing University, and we are prepared to lend you a hand." His insidious gaze then shifted directly to Qin Gong. Hu Ningjing's expression shifted subtly. She was aware of the notorious reputations of these three ruffians. If they were to confront her teacher, it could escalate the situation beyond control, and she feared her father's wrath would be inevitable. Huanggo chuckled softly, his demeanor concealing ulterior motives. "Young lady, since you ventured out today, why not accompany us for some thrilling escapades? I possess an array of exhilarating diversions." "No need for your assistance, Huanggo," Qin Gong interjected with a polite smile. Huanggo's expression darkened, his gaze piercing through Qin Gong. "So you are the esteemed student from Rongda? It seems you possess quite the audacity, aspiring to be a gallant protector of flowers. However, I doubt you possess the requisite ability." He gestured to Lui, "Teach him a lesson. Remember, this is a splendid opportunity for you to earn merit." Qin Gong wore a smile on his face, though the anger in his heart had somewhat subsided due to Hu Ningjing's demeanor. Nevertheless, this did not imply that he was prepared to let the four ill-intentioned individuals before him off the hook. Lui, despite being several years younger than Qin Gong, possessed considerable talent in Taekwondo and showed no fear of an ordinary university student. Upon hearing Huanggo's remarks, he dismissed his previous concerns and resolved to put forth a commendable performance. With Hu Ningjing's intelligence, it was evident that the situation had spiraled out of control, particularly with the three ruffians who were ostensibly under her father's command, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. At that moment, she found herself regretting her decisions intensely. Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting had long desired to leave, and upon hearing Hu Ningjing's words, they immediately turned to depart together. However, Huanggo and his companions remained motionless, as a group of over a dozen tattooed young men surged into the open area, effectively sealing off all possible exits. Huanggo, brimming with arrogance, remarked, "Isn't this esteemed scholar claiming to possess a family martial arts legacy? It seems that even a few burly men are beyond her reach. Why is she attempting to leave before the contest has even begun?" Hu Ningjing shot a fierce glare at Lui, for these words were clearly relayed to Huanggo by him. Yet the current predicament left her utterly at a loss, prompting her to shout at Huanggo and his gang, "Aren't you afraid of my father finding out and making you suffer?" Upon hearing this, even the previously silent man Yo chuckled. Kai Huashi leered at Fan Wenli's figure while mockingly stating, "It appears our young lady has yet to grasp her predicament. As long as she is in our hands, does Brother Hu not have the authority over us? Moreover, word has already spread from Brother Mao that whoever captures the young lady will be entrusted with managing a nightclub." Chapter 25. The contest. Qin Gong had no intention of listening to Huanggo's grand visions of the future. Instead, he coldly remarked, "Are we still comparing? If we are, let us make it quick and dispense with the unnecessary chatter." Hu Ningjing was on the verge of tears, perplexed by Qin Laoshir's seemingly astute mind yet baffled by his obstinacy. Clearly, the opponent was not interested in any contest but was preparing for a kidnapping. Observing Hu Ningjing's worried expression, Qin Gong felt a sense of relief wash over him. He patted her shoulder and reassured her, "When have I ever deceived you? I assured you that 3 to 5 burly men wouldn't get close, and that remains true. Have no fear. Goodness, I've encountered bookworms before, but one so naive and boastful is a first." Huanggo sneered. "I've changed my mind. Lui, you need not intervene." Let me handle our distinguished scholar. Louis felt a chill run down his spine as he noticed the ferocity in Huang Go's eyes. Though he had practiced taekwondo, his fighting prowess paled in comparison to Huang Go's. He had once witnessed Huang Go sever a man's wrist with a single strike. Didn't I mention 3 to 5 burly men? One of you isn't enough. Why not have all 4 come at me together? If you feel that insufficient. Those blocking the road can join in as well, Qin Gong said casually, a smile playing on his lips. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Hu Ningjing and her companions felt a mix of anxiety and concern, while Huang Go and his cohorts were consumed with rage. Truly a prodigy. Even more arrogant than I, Huang Go retorted with a sinister grin. It won't take so many of us to deal with you. The 4 of us will suffice. However, with so many hands involved, if you end up missing limbs, don't blame us. Chen Gong's smile remained undiminished as he observed Huang Go and the others preparing to step forward. He raised a hand and said, "Wait a moment, dog brother. Since this is a competition, we ought to wager on the outcome. What do you think?" Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting were utterly stunned, clinging to each other foolishly while staring at Qin Gong. Only Hu Ningjing, having witnessed such scenes before, was slightly better off, though still not much more composed than her 2 companions, anxiously watching Qin Gong as he haggled with Huang Go and the others, wondering if they had been frightened into confusion. Huang Go, however, shook his head, wearing a look reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. Since Gao Kaixing is interested, we must indulge him, otherwise, today would lack excitement. Don't you think it's rather delightful to see the only support these 3 young ladies have been utterly defeated? The other 3 immediately donned expressions of admiration for Dog Brother's wisdom, no longer voicing objections to Huang Go's decision. Huang Go turned to Qin Gong, narrowing his eyes as if assessing a human-shaped punching bag, and inquired, "So, how shall we wager?" Kaiwashi was still casting a lecherous gaze at Fan Wenli, ready to explode upon hearing Qin Gong's words, but was halted by Huang Go. Although Huang Go's expression was grim, he patiently allowed Qin Gong to finish speaking, believing it unnecessary to argue over someone destined to fail. "Of course, if you win, I shall crawl around the empty space 4 times. And then give you 4,000 yuan, Qin Gong declared, casting a disdainful glance at Huang Go and the others before continuing. "What do you say? Are you willing to wager?" "Very well." Huang Go and the others had no objections. Instead, they regarded Qin Gong as a fool, unable to discern the prevailing circumstances. "Teacher Qin, it's all my fault. Hu Ningjing faltered, unsure of what to say, fully aware of the ruthless nature of these streetwise individuals. With Qin Gong stepping into the ring, she feared he might be left severely injured for life, and that she too might face dire consequences. As the others dispersed, leaving only Qin Gong and Huang Go's group standing in the center of the empty space, Huang Go feigned generosity, stating, "Go ahead, Gao Kaixing, enlighten us." "I believe it would be unnecessary. You should start first to avoid anyone accusing me of bullying the 4 of you," Qin Gong replied with a smile, as if he represented not just one person, but 10. Huang Go scoffed, no longer courteous, signaling for Louis to step up and test the waters. Louis, having honed his taekwondo skills, regarded Qin Gong, who was of similar height, with disdain. He stepped forward and bowed slightly, to which Qin Gong smiled and nodded in return, acknowledging the gesture. At that moment, Louis, with a sly grin, suddenly pivoted, spinning in place, and unleashed a powerful kick with his right foot. Hu Ningjing and the others instinctively shut their eyes, shocked that Louis would stoop so low as to launch a sneak attack on Teacher Chun while he was unprepared. Previously, they had found Louis's moves impressive and stylish, but now they dared not even look. This move possesses immense power. If an ordinary person were to be struck by it, 1 or 2 bones would likely be broken. However, the considerable range of motion also presents significant vulnerabilities. Were it not for the fact that Qin Gong is merely a student, Louis would not dare to employ such a technique. A chilling scream pierced the air, causing Hu Ningjing, who had her eyes closed, to involuntarily shudder. Yet, the sound did not resemble that of Teacher Qin's, prompting her to open her eyes. To her astonishment, she found Qin Gong standing serenely with a gentle smile, while Louis, who had attempted the sneak attack, lay on the ground, clutching his right leg in agony. Given the exaggerated twist of his leg, it was likely that a bone had been broken. Qin Gong is not the bookworm that others perceive him to be. He comprehends that the display put forth by Huang Go and his companions today cannot possibly end well, especially with the looming presence of Cat Brother behind them. Huang Go's expression darkened considerably. Moments ago, he had failed to discern Qin Gong's movements, resulting in Louis collapsing to the ground. "Shizi, go check it out," Huang Go instructed, Noticing that Chen Gong showed no inclination to pursue further, Shizi, wary of Chen Gong, hastily assessed Lu Yi's injuries. Then turned to Huang Go and said, "Brother Go, Lu Yi's leg is ruined. This kid is ruthless." Although Huang Go had already suspected the severity of Lu Yi's condition, the confirmation caused him to involuntarily draw in a sharp breath. "Forget about any rules. We should all take this kid down and fulfill Cat Brother's orders first." As soon as Huang Go finished speaking, the dozen or so ruffians surrounding them brandished their clubs and knives, converging upon Chen Gong in a frenzied assault. Meanwhile, Huang Go exchanged glances with Shizi and Manyo, and the three stealthily advanced toward the bewildered Hu Ningjing and her companions. "What are you planning to do?" Hu Ningjing stepped forward, shielding the frightened Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting behind her, forcing herself to maintain composure. Huang Go grinned, no longer worried about the situation with Chen Gong. After all, no matter how formidable Chen Gong was, he was but one man, and one pair of fists could not withstand the overwhelming force of many. "Miss, we mean you no harm. We merely wish to invite you to meet Cat Brother. As for what Cat Brother may do, that is beyond our knowledge." Huang Go relished the sight of Hu Ningjing's fear masked by a facade of calm. "Very well. I will go with you, but you must allow Teacher Chen and my two friends to leave." Hu Ningjing bit her lip, refraining from uttering any pleas for mercy, instead choosing to shoulder the responsibility herself. At that moment, Shizi and Man Yo lunged toward Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting, while Huang Go reached for Hu Ningjing. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed, followed by a scream. A wooden stick had struck Huang Go's outstretched hand with such force that it shattered his bones, the intense pain eliciting a cry of agony. Shizi and Man Yo, who had just seized Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting, were startled by this turn of events and finally noticed the dramatic shift in the battle unfolding in the center of the clearing. Though Huang Go and his gang had witnessed their fair share of brawls, they had never encountered a true master like Chen Gong. The formidable aura emanating from him was chilling, leaving them in a state of trepidation. As Chen Gong found himself encircled by this group of ruffians, a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up within him upon witnessing Huang Go and his cohorts lunging at Hu Ningjing. With no recourse but to unleash his fury, he unleashed a torrent of force that rendered the seemingly numerous bandits utterly defenseless. After swiftly knocking down 7 or 8 of them, the remaining thugs abandoned their fallen comrades and fled in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, Hu Ningjing and her companions broke free from Huang Go's grasp and retreated behind Chen Gong. Huang Go, clutching his injured right hand, made no attempt to hinder Hu Ningjing's escape. Instead, he suppressed his own terror and commanded Cauliflower Snake and Manyo, "Let us depart." Chapter 26. The thugs and the damsel in distress ignoring the groans of their fallen subordinates sprawled on the ground. Huang Go and his companions turned to leave the scene. Faced with such a formidable adversary as Chen Gong, continuing the confrontation seemed futile. They realized that, should they persist, they might not only fail to abduct Hu Ningjing, but also jeopardize their own safety. Suddenly, a makeshift machete descended from above, embedding itself in the ground before Huang Go. Chen Gong's cold voice pierced the air. "Brother Go, have you forgotten something?" The chilling tone emanating from behind Huang Go sent a shiver down his spine, compelling him to halt in his tracks. Chen Gong gently patted the shoulders of Hu Ningjing and her companions, hoping to offer them some comfort. However, to his surprise, the 3 young women instinctively recoiled, clearly shaken by Chen Gong's earlier display of prowess. What a terrifying presence he was, single-handedly dispatching over a dozen ruffians without sustaining a scratch. The sheer might of such an individual left them feeling apprehensive, especially considering their previous intentions to manipulate him for their own ends. With this thought, Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting felt a sense of unease creeping into their hearts. Chen Gong forced a bitter smile and chose to disregard the 3 scheming young women. He stepped forward to stand before Huang Go and coldly remarked, "Brother Dog, it is now time for you to fulfill your wager." Huang Go, suppressing the intense pain in his hand, asked with a trembling voice, "What do you wish to know?" Chen Gong pointed at the nearby rat snake and instructed, "You shall slither around for a while. I will converse with Dog Brother first. Remember, do not use your hands or feet. Move as a serpent does." The rat snake wished to protest, but Chen Gong narrowed his eyes, exuding an air of menace, and barked sharply, "Get lost." Startled, the rat snake's face was etched with fear as it trembled and retreated to the side, lying on the ground with its feet together and hands clasped behind its back, obediently slithering along the earth. Chen Gong nodded with satisfaction. Just moments ago, he discovered that those previously uncontrollable feelings of anger, when diligently sensed through his spiritual awareness and then forcefully projected outward, not only had the power to intimidate others but also mitigated the impact on himself. Yet, This sensation was both enigmatic and elusive. This method merely addressed the symptoms rather than the root cause, serving only to provide temporary relief. Observing the cauliflower snake writhing and slithering in the distance, the yellow dog struggled to swallow hard. Although the nearby bull had a commendable nickname, his trembling form revealed his lack of efficacy. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the clearing, seemingly assessing the situation before striding directly toward them. It was none other than Yo-Er, the individual Qin Gong had summoned during a brief respite to make a phone call. "Qin Gong, is this all your handiwork?" Yo-Er inquired, gazing at the disarray of bodies sprawled across the ground and the oddly moving cauliflower snake, his admiration for Qin Gong reaching new heights. "Ah, Yo-Er. You've arrived quite swiftly. These 3 individuals are now your responsibility. Please take them to meet Brother Hu. Is that agreeable?" "Haha. Brother Hu instructed me to patrol this vicinity, suggesting it would facilitate your summons. I never anticipated actually receiving your call. Brother Hu truly has an uncanny ability to foresee matters." Yo-Er scratched his head as he explained to Qin Gong. Qin Gong couldn't help but smile bitterly, realizing that his ability to foresee events was a mere illusion. Hu Jiangwo had likely received some intelligence and had long since made his arrangements, leaving Qin Gong to serve as a free bodyguard for his daughter. Enough of that. These 3 individuals are not to be trifled with. Can you manage them? Qin Gong observed the somewhat timid expressions of Huang Go and his companions, knowing full well that once he departed, these ruffians would not be easily subdued by Yo-Er alone. "Fear not, I have allies waiting outside. I shall call upon them at once." Yo-Er pulled out his phone to make the call, while Qin Gong chose to disregard him and led the 3 young ladies away from the open area. Particularly, Hu Ningjing recalled the various pranks she had played in the past and felt anxious about whether her delicate frame might be dismantled by Qin Gong, given his unflinching demeanor when dealing with those thugs. As Qin Gong walked ahead, he was plagued by a headache, contemplating how to manage the 3 young ladies trailing behind him. He had initially aimed to assert some dominance over Hu Ningjing, but it appeared that his efforts had backfired. Now, he needed to devise a means of remedying the situation. The warmth of his smile almost rivaled that which he had bestowed upon Su Xinjia. Yet the fierce demeanor he had just exhibited, coupled with the fearful expressions of Huang Go and the others, had left an indelible mark on the girls' hearts. To them, his sunny smile was imbued with an unsettling chill. "Teacher Chun, I sincerely apologize for asking you to prepare so many dishes the other day." Fan Wenli thought of her past audacious behaviors and felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. After some consideration, she decided it was best to extend her apologies first. Upon hearing this, Qin Gong was momentarily taken aback, only to notice that Hu Ningjing's complexion was quite alarming. Her face was pale, and beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead, as if she had just endured a severe illness. Filled with concern, he grasped her arm and inquired with genuine care, "Jingjing, why does your face appear so ghastly? Are you unwell? With such a pallor, there must be something amiss. Please, give me your hand." Qin Gong's expression darkened, and instinctively, he employed the emotional impact technique he had used earlier against the cauliflower snake, though its potency was not as formidable. Hu Ningjing, suddenly filled with trepidation, timidly extended her hand to Qin Gong. Although Qin Gong has never studied medicine, he is familiar with the practice of traditional Chinese pulse diagnosis. With an air of confidence, he placed his fingers gently on Hu Ningjing's wrist. Qin Gong's thoughts were rather straightforward. He intended to use his own spiritual energy to investigate the peculiarities within Hu Ningjing's body, seeking to discern the underlying issues. The moment he made this connection, a jolt of realization coursed through him, leaving him in a state of bemused amusement. As soon as Qin Gong's spiritual energy permeated Hu Ningjing's body, he immediately received a myriad of inexplicable sensations and information. Previously, Qin Gong had relied on his spiritual consciousness to introspect and assess his own condition. Therefore, although he was acutely aware that the spiritual energy within his body still harbored considerable risks even after being filtered through the life vessel, he had consistently been unable to devise a solution to address these latent dangers. Qin Gong had long speculated that his emotional fluctuations were influenced by his own spiritual energy. Yet he found himself unable to isolate the intangible elements affecting his emotions from that energy. However, Hu Ningjing possessed not a trace of spiritual power. Her heart was instead overwhelmed with panic and trepidation. Such pure emotional upheaval was immediately discernible to the perceptive Qin Gong. If he could unravel the principles behind the physiological reactions that caused Hu Ningjing's distress, resolving his own dilemmas would become a matter of simplicity. Reflecting on the reasons behind Hu Ningjing's alarm, Chen Gong couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Clearly, he had frightened the three young ladies quite significantly. Gently releasing Hu Ningjing's hand, he inquired softly, "Were you frightened by me just now?" Perhaps it was Chen Gong's earlier display of tension that finally prompted Hu Ningjing to recall the myriad ways he had shown her care and indulgence in the past. Gradually, her frightened heart began to ease, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded. "And you, too, I presume?" Chen Gong turned to smile at Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting. They both nodded in agreement, but it was the more mature-minded Fan Wenli who, in a hushed tone, remarked, "When Teacher Chen reprimanded those individuals earlier, he was so fierce. It felt as if he could devour them whole." Chen Gong endeavored to maintain his benevolent smile, kindly stating, "Those individuals are nefarious elements of society. If I do not project a formidable presence to subdue them, how can I ensure your safety? Moreover, the martial arts I practice emphasize the importance of aura. Should I reveal even a hint of weakness, we might fall prey to their malicious intentions." Although Hu Ningjing and her companions did not fully comprehend the intricacies of Chen Gong's martial arts and the concept of aura, they acknowledged his unwavering commitment to safeguarding himself and confronting malevolence. It was Hu Ningjing who first regained her composure. Her own father was a notorious gang leader. Though he had always shielded her from such affairs, she understood that without Chen Gong's protection today, her fate could have been tragically dire, potentially implicating her father as well. Thus, in the presence of her savior, it was only right that she cast aside any feelings of trepidation. Chen Gong observed that Hu Ningjing's mood had improved somewhat, prompting him to speak. "Jingjing, I noticed your complexion was quite poor a moment ago. Allow me to take your pulse once more. We must ensure no ailment arises." This time, Hu Ningjing obediently extended her hand. As Chen Gong employed his spiritual energy in conjunction with his spiritual awareness to examine her, he reached a conclusion. Indeed, after Hu Ningjing's emotions stabilized, some subtle internal changes occurred within her body, with certain imperceptible components significantly diminished. Chen Gong had long been acquainted with similar studies, which suggest that human emotions are influenced by certain chemical components. Moreover, some research posits that the reason for romantic love between individuals is not love per se, but rather the interplay of dopamine and hormones within the human body. Although Chen Gong does not fully subscribe to these notions, it is undeniable that these chemical elements can indeed affect emotional states. Presently, his goal is to comprehend these substances within the bodies of ordinary people and juxtapose them with the fluctuations of his own spiritual energy. This might lead him to alleviate his own emotional turmoil and even create a unique secret technique. Wow, Teacher Chen, not only are you skilled in martial arts, but you also possess medical knowledge. That is truly remarkable. Could you perhaps help me identify any issues I might have? After Chen Gong's diligent efforts, Hu Ningjing had recovered, and Fan Wenli also began to regain her vitality. Well, Wenli seems to have a penchant for fast food, which is laden with hormones and detrimental to health. It would be best to minimize such consumption in the future. Chen Gong placed his hand gently on Fan Wenli's wrist and quickly provided his insight. Teacher Chen, you can diagnose that? How astonishing. Fan Wenli expressed her admiration, her face reflecting complete belief, which encouraged Zhang Ting beside her to also show interest. The curiosity surrounding Chen Gong's medical prowess ultimately quelled the girls' initial fears, and they resumed their lively chatter, much to Chen Gong's relief. Teacher Chen, your martial arts are extraordinary, and your medical skills are equally marvelous. How wonderful it would be to have an older brother like you. Fan Wenli's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm once more. Indeed. I truly wish I could have an older brother like you, Zhang Ting chimed in, eager not to be outdone. Chen Gong smiled and said, I too wish I could have sisters like you. From now on, you may call me brother. Really? Is that truly possible? Fan Wenli and Zhang Ting inquired, their eyes sparkling with delight. Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you? Chen Gong replied with confidence. Chen Gong's prior accomplishments had elevated him to the status of a hero in the eyes of young girls. However, this once seemingly unattainable hero has now transformed into her own brother due to a single utterance, leaving them utterly astonished. Brother, from now on, if anyone dares to bully me, I will call you, Fan Wenli joyfully declared. Chen Gong nodded and said, of course, upon receiving your call, I will certainly teach a lesson to those who dare to bully my sister. Fan Wenli leaped up, clapping her hands in exuberance, exclaiming, wonderful, with such an impressive brother. Who would dare to bully me? As she jumped, her ample bosom seemed to bounce in tandem. Brother, I feel the same. Zhang Ting quickly grasped Chen Gong's arm, shaking it playfully in a manner akin to a spoiled child. All right, I will undoubtedly support my sisters, Chen Gong replied. Yet he noticed that Hu Ningjing stood aside with her head bowed, silent and pensive. This girl still worries that I might hold a grudge against her, Qingong thought. Stepping forward to gently address Hu Ningjing, Jingjing, you too should call me brother, for I would truly cherish having a sister like you. Happiness often arrives unexpectedly. And Hu Ningjing, somewhat incredulous, replied, then, I shall call you brother. Qingong nodded and remarked, however, you must continue to study diligently. I am indeed a very demanding teacher. It seemed that he was destined to be the scholarly older brother, as an unusual thought suddenly emerged in his mind. Chapter 27. The transformation of Hu Ningjing without enduring storms. How can one witness a rainbow? Adversities can strengthen bonds, and now. The relationship between Qingong and Hu Ningjing was quite harmonious. Hu Ningjing incessantly called him brother. And her melodious voice left Qingong feeling as if he had tasted honey, filling his heart with warmth and sweetness. This fondness reminded him of his younger sister, Qinwan, who was studying far away at Zizhou No. 2 High School. His gaze towards Hu Ningjing grew increasingly affectionate. You must behave well at home and not provoke your father's anger, Qingong advised before entering. Knowing that Hu Jiangwo would likely be quite busy lately and that he could help stabilize matters at home. In truth, even without Qingong's urging, Hu Ningjing had already intended to treat her father better, as a way of expressing gratitude for securing her an excellent tutor and a wonderful elder brother. Got it, brother. You're so nagging. You're almost catching up to my dad, Hu Ningjing said with a playful smile, shaking Qingong's hand mischievously. Qingong chuckled and shook his head, finding it somewhat difficult to adjust to Hu Ningjing's transformation. Yet, was this not precisely what he desired? In her innocent and radiant smile, there was not a trace of calculation. Open the door, wild girl. Qingong could not help but playfully pinch Hu Ningjing's nose, just as he would with Qinwan. At your command, brother. Hu Ningjing stood at attention before swiftly opening the door. There stood Hu Jiangwo, putting down his newspaper and beckoning to Qingong. Xiaoqin, come here and play a couple of games of chess with me. There is still plenty of time. I'll prepare some food later. Dad, I still want to study with my brother. Hu Ningjing promptly protested. This was reminiscent of the first day Qingong arrived, when Hu Ningjing, wearing headphones, claimed her father's presence disrupted her studies. You little rascal, not this again. Today your father has the rare opportunity to relax at home and wishes to play a game of chess, and you come up with this nonsense. Hu Jiangwo paused mid-sentence, recalling how his daughter had altered her address for Qingong. Suddenly, Hu Ningjing tugged on Qingong's arm, playfully sticking out her tongue at her father. I want to call him brother. What is wrong with that? Teacher Chun is just the right age. He is my brother. Hu Jiangwo found himself at a loss with his daughter's antics and could only turn to Qingong, saying, this girl has always been so cheeky. Please don't take offense, Xiao Chun. Qingong earnestly remarked, it's perfectly fine, Uncle Hu. I believe Jingjing is quite suitable to be my sister. She is willing to call me brother, which brings me great joy. See, I have no objections, father, so please refrain from meddling. Hu Ningjing replied with a sense of pride. Hu Jiangwo, feeling somewhat helpless, responded, I am not meddling. I merely wish to engage in a game of chess with young Chun. However, I would like to first study English with my brother. Hu Ningjing remained resolute, unwilling to relinquish Qingong. Observing Hu Jiangwo casting subtle glances in his direction, Qingong realized that his uncle Hu undoubtedly had matters to discuss with him. Thus, he said to Hu Ningjing, Jingjing, why don't you go read for a while? I will join Uncle Hu for a game of chess and return shortly. Just one game, is that agreeable? While chess may not be entirely correlated with intelligence or the agility and meticulousness of thought, individuals who excel in these areas often perform remarkably well during a game. Qingong, what does he do? A cultivator, which sounds impressive, but in reality, it is rather unfortunate. However, it is a profession that holds considerable advantages in the eyes of ordinary people. Coupled with his graduate student status, it is fair to say that his skills in chess are quite advanced. Xiaoqin, I must express my gratitude for what you did outside just now, Hu Jiangwo said while preparing to place his chess piece. Uncle Hu, you are being overly formal. Jingjing has recognized me as her brother. It is my duty to protect my sister, Qingong replied with a smile. However, I find it curious, since the wildcats have already targeted you. How is it that you remain so comfortably at home? Hu Jiangwo placed his piece down and chuckled. A few years ago, I preferred to take matters into my own hands, charging ahead in every endeavor. Now, however, I favor a more strategic approach. Naturally, I have my subordinates attending to the details. General, Qingong unabashedly captured a knight that Hu Jiangwo had carelessly overlooked, grinning as he said, Congratulations, Uncle Hu. Your influence is bound to surge, You might even unify the underground forces of Rongqing immediately. Ah, you rascal, why didn't you give me a heads up before taking that? Hu Jiangwo reached out to snatch the knight from Qin Gong's grip but grasped at nothing. Unifying the underground forces of Rongqing? It's not that simple. If it weren't for the troubles over at the Mountain Bear in the northern district, I would not dare to stir the waters like this. Mountain Bear? Qin Gong felt a spark of recognition upon hearing that familiar name, recalling his encounter with Qin Xiao in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Does he have a scar on his face? Hu Jiangwo, momentarily forgetting his lost knight, asked with surprise, You know Mountain Bear? He indeed bears a scar. Yet he is quite the enigma. It's nearly impossible for anyone to meet him. How do you know him? I don't know him personally. I've merely heard a friend mention him. So where is Mountain Bear now? In the northern district of Rongqing? Qin Gong had long sought to understand the purpose behind Mountain Bear's gang kidnapping so many individuals in the 10,000 Great Mountains, and now that he had a lead, he was determined not to let it slip away. Hu Jiangwo shook his head. I'm not sure. He has gone missing. This man suddenly rose to prominence in our northern district only to vanish without a trace, causing considerable chaos among the underground forces, which has afforded me the opportunity to expand my own influence. To be honest, after all these years in this line of work, my power is hardly significant. And whether I can rise above others now depends on seizing this opportunity. Just as Hu Jiangwo contemplated his future, Qin Gong seized the chance to capture another of his rooks, placing Hu Jiangwo in an increasingly precarious position, leading to a swift defeat. It seems one cannot discuss other matters while playing chess. Come, let us have another game. I shall demonstrate my true skills, Hu Jiangwo said, visibly disgruntled by his loss. Qin Gong wore an innocuous smile, causing Hu Jiangwo's heart to skip a beat. It soon became evident to him that Qin Gong had deliberately played lightly in their previous match, and now, as he intended to showcase his genuine skill, the outcome was even more disastrous. Indeed, Uncle Hu's chess prowess was commendable. Qin Gong could not resist concluding with a serious remark, which left Hu Jiangwo's rarely flushed face tinged with embarrassment. Xiaochun, I need to discuss something with you, Hu Jiangwo said, putting away the chess pieces and shifting the conversation, indicating that he would no longer subject himself to further trials of skill. Qin Gong smiled and said, Uncle Hu, please feel free to speak your mind. There is no need for formalities. Hu Jiangwo's expression turned serious as he replied, Xiaochun, you are aware that these days are critical in my struggle against the wildcat. This time is unlike any before. It is a matter of life and death for either him or me. I may very well be away from home for a few days, and I have genuine concerns about the safety of my household. Thus, I would like to ask if you could stay at my home during this time. Upon hearing this matter, Qin Gong did not deliberate excessively before agreeing, for during such extraordinary times, he felt uneasy leaving Hu Ningjing alone at home. When Hu Ningjing learned of Hu Jiangwo's decision, she erupted in joyous cheers, as if the freedom she yearned for was finally within reach. Ningjing, when your father is away, you must listen to your brother. If I discover that you are disobedient, I shall call your grandmother to come and take care of you properly. Hu Jiangwo's expression darkened as he issued this precaution to his daughter. Hu Ningjing's grandmother hailed from a traditional military family, known for her stern and rigid demeanor. Although she seldom displayed warmth towards Hu Jiangwo, she was exceptionally concerned for her granddaughter, enforcing strict discipline. If one were to inquire about Hu Ningjing's greatest fear, it would undoubtedly be her grandmother. Immediately, she declared, No, I will certainly listen to my brother. Rest assured, Uncle Hu, I will take good care of Ningjing. Qin Gong replied with a smile. The warmth of having a home felt delightful. After leaving the Hu residence, Qin Gong suddenly yearned to bring his grandfather to Rongqing to live with him, with his younger sister Qinwan likely to be accepted into Rong University. It would be wonderful for the family to reside together. Chapter 28. A significant funding gap. Having become acquainted with the environment along the Funan River over the past few days of training, Qin Gong understood that if his grandfather were to come live with him, it was imperative to find a place with good air quality and a pleasant environment. Although Rongqing lay in the plains with few mountains, there was indeed a modest hill, Woniu Mountain, near the Funan River. Adjacent to the mountain and water was Woniu Mountain Villa, an ideal location for both leisurely walks and mountain climbing. Furthermore, this area featured relatively new developments, with several well-renovated second-hand houses available for immediate occupancy. When it came to purchasing property, Qin Gong was not particularly knowledgeable, having never researched this area before. However, in recent years, while the housing market was often said to be declining, prices continued to rise. Thus, he resolved to consult a real estate agency to gather information. The real estate market in Rongqing remained vibrant, given its reputation as a renowned livable city. Riding the wave of this popularity, numerous prominent real estate agencies had emerged. Chen Gong casually selected one and entered. Upon entering, he was greeted by a young and attractive girl who was responsible for the reception. With the summer vacation just beginning, many recent university graduates in Rongqing were eager to secure jobs locally, leading to a significant uptick in rental business. Consequently, upon observing Chen Gong's age and attire, the girl assumed he was there to rent a property. "Hello, are you looking to rent a house? We currently have a selection of reasonably priced properties with convenient transportation options available for rent, including several affordable shared accommodations to consider," the girl enthusiastically and skillfully elaborated. Chen Gong smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, I am looking to purchase a house." The young lady was initially taken aback, but soon resumed her duties with even greater enthusiasm. Her name was Xiang Jie, and she had just begun working at this real estate agency. Being slightly younger than Chen Gong, thus he referred to her affectionately as Little Xiang. After a brief conversation, Xiang Jie quickly grasped Chen Gong's requirements. Her surprise quickly transformed into excitement, for she had encountered a significant client. "Mr. Chen," she began, "there is indeed a property at Wonia Villa. The owners are preparing to immigrate abroad and are eager to sell their domestic property, making the price quite reasonable. However, the house is rather spacious, resulting in a considerable total cost." With a smile, Xiang Jie pointed to a client profile, enthusiastically recommending it to Chen Gong. Chen Gong took a look at the property, which was a quintessential duplex villa-style residence, boasting an area of 150 square meters. The top-level duplex included a terrace, and due to the renovations, along with the garage and appliances, it was priced at approximately 2 million yuan. This price, considering the current market in Rongqing where the average cost is around 10,000 yuan per square meter, was certainly not insignificant. However, it remained within Chen Gong's financial reach. Should he find himself short on cash, he could always opt for a loan with a suitable guarantor. He was quite pleased with the property, envisioning the terrace as a space for his elderly relatives to cultivate flowers and for himself to hike or stroll along the Funan River during leisurely afternoons. "Shall we go and view the property now?" Chen Gong resolved to finalize the matter after assessing the actual condition of the house. Xiang Jie, who had merely selected this property at Chen Gong's request, felt it was indeed a fitting choice. Yet, the 2 million price tag was not something an average person could easily bear. Thus, she was taken aback by Chen Gong's words, astonished to discover that this young man was quite affluent. "Since it is the weekend, I believe it should be fine. Let me make a quick call," Xiang Jie replied. After contacting the landlord, she produced a written contract, which ensured that Chen Gong would not engage in any private transactions upon meeting the landlord, thereby safeguarding the agency's commission. Chen Gong reviewed the document, found no issues, and signed it without hesitation. Upon arriving at the site, Chen Gong felt even more satisfied. The property was located on the top floor of a small high-rise in Wonia Villa, featuring exquisite decor. The lower level comprised 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom, while the upper level included 2 additional bedrooms and a bathroom, with the master bedroom situated upstairs and a secondary bedroom downstairs, along with a study that could serve as a guest room when needed. Remarkably, there was also a nursery on the upper floor, indicating that the landlord was a thoughtful individual. The lower level boasted 2 balconies facing north and south, with the secondary bedroom featuring a bay window. The terrace upstairs, spanning over 10 square meters, provided a spacious view, ideal for gardening. Despite the astute businessman Xiao Jun seeming unlikely to lower the price, Chen Gong ventured to propose. "If Mr. Xiao is willing to sell for 180,000, I shall purchase it." Xiao Jun was quite straightforward, negotiating slightly before contemplating for a moment, eventually acquiescing to Chen Gong's price but stating that he would require about a month to vacate the premises. "Mr. Chen, it is quite remarkable that someone as young as you can afford such a spacious residence. At your age, I was merely an employee at a foreign company, living on a modest salary and bonuses while renting. May I inquire what business you are engaged in?" "I am still a student, a graduate student at Rongqing University," Chen Gong replied. This revelation surprised Xiao Jun, yet upon reflection, he realized that there were many affluent young individuals nowadays. If this young man were indeed a wealthy heir, he might consider selling the commercial property he owned alongside this transaction. Upon contemplating this, Xiao Jun addressed Chen Gong, inquiring whether Mr. Chen had any interest in investing in a commercial property. "I have a 40-square-meter shop on Shichuan Road that I am considering selling." Upon hearing this, Chen Gong was momentarily taken aback, having already sought ways to secure a loan for purchasing this property. The prospect of acquiring a shop seemed to present a significant financial gap. However, as a modern young individual, he understood the paramount importance of investment. The appreciation potential of residential properties had diminished considerably, whereas commercial properties were markedly different. After all, Chengdu's commercial landscape was flourishing. And Sichuan Road stood as a hallmark of this growth, offering substantial appreciation potential for its shops. How much rent can a shop like yours generate in a year? Qin Gong inquired. Last year, it yielded approximately 120,000. Moreover, with Sichuan Road being a renowned commercial street, rental prices are bound to rise in the future. Honestly, I intended to delay my sale, but my overseas company currently requires liquidity. Mr. Chen, being quite decisive, prompted my choice to sell earlier, Xiaojun candidly explained. Regarding the price, Xiaojun quoted 2 million. Considering the additional financial gap from the home purchase, Qin Gong would need to secure a loan of 2 million, which seemed implausible. As Xiang Jie informed Qin Gong, if he were to mortgage 2 million over 30 years, his monthly payments would exceed 10,000, thereby undermining his plan to cover the mortgage with rental income from the shop. After all, if he were to bring his grandfather over, and with his sister expected to move to Chengdu in the future, the family's monthly expenses would be considerable. Consequently, Qin Gong suggested he would like to view the shop. During the journey, he learned that Xiao Jun's shop had always been managed by his mother, who had never leased it to anyone else but had run a clothing store herself. Initially, Grandma Xiao represented other clothing brands, but the exorbitant agency fees prompted her astute business acumen to devise an alternative approach. She registered her own trademark, designed garments in her spare time, and collaborated with a small clothing factory to create a unique specialty store on Sichuan Road, yielding significantly higher profits than before. Mr. Chen, I cannot lower the price of this shop any further, but I can transfer my mother's registered Xuanfei clothing brand along with inventory worth approximately 50,000 to you at no cost, Xiaojun proposed, demonstrating his adept negotiation skills as he recognized that the parties were at an impasse regarding the price and sought a compromise. Qin Gong is currently troubled by how to secure a loan of 2 million yuan, thus he is not in a hurry to make a decision. If he cannot obtain the funds, words will be of no consequence. The two parties have yet to reach an agreement, and Xiaojun refrains from further discussion, merely urging Qin Gong to decide swiftly, as he is soon to embark on a journey abroad. Qin Gong took into account the necessity of time to gather funds, as he currently lacked even the amount required for the property at Wonium Mountain Villa. Therefore, he arranged to meet with Xiaojun next Tuesday to finalize the transaction contract. However, after bidding farewell to Xiaojun, Xiang Jie informed Qin Gong that her superior, the manager of the real estate sales department at the agency, wished to meet with him. Qin Gong felt a sense of curiosity. What could the manager of the real estate agency want to discuss with him? When he inquired with Xiang Jie, he did not receive a clear response, only that the manager wished to meet clients who had recently purchased properties through their agency. Noticing that there was still ample time, Qin Gong accompanied Xiang Jie to the agency's private reception room. Upon entering, they found a middle-aged man, portly and in his 40s, already seated and waiting. He was clad in the agency's uniform, and upon glancing at the name tag pinned to his chest, Qin Gong recognized him as Dong Yao, the manager of the business department, the very individual he was set to meet. As expected, Dong Yao gestured for Xiang Jie to close the door and leave. With a professionally affable smile, he approached Qin Gong and introduced himself. Mr. Qin, you are truly impressive, to be so young and already considering purchasing property. I am Dong Yao, the business manager of the company. What could Manager Dong possibly want to discuss with me? Qin Gong inquired, maintaining an air of composure. Dong Yao wasted no time, stating directly, I heard from Xiao Xiang that you have recently engaged in a substantial business deal involving nearly 3 million, certainly not a trifling amount. While you might not be experiencing financial difficulties, I would still like to ask if you have any interest in loan options. Chapter 29. The Loan Shark Incident. Dong Yao's inquiry struck a chord with Qin Gong, prompting him to respond, Are you involved in bank loan mediation here? I was not aware of such services. Dong Yao rubbed his hands together, hesitating momentarily before continuing, No, it's not bank loans. This is not part of our company's services, but rather a private recommendation for small loan services from a friend of mine. Loan sharks, Qin Gong thought, the term quickly surfacing in his mind despite Dong Yao's circumlocution. How intriguing that someone would market high-interest loans to him. It was no wonder he had asked Xiang Jie to leave for a private discussion. Private loans? Might the interest be excessively high? Qin Gong did not hastily decline. recognizing that securing over 2 million through conventional banking channels was not a simple endeavor. However, if it were a high-interest loan, he believed that with sufficient collateral, the process could be considerably more straightforward. Dong Yao, prepared for a rejection, was taken aback by Chun Gong's question and responded with enthusiasm. Not at all. The interest is even lower than that of banks. This piqued Chun Gong's interest, yet he was aware that there would be no such thing as a free lunch. There had to be some specific conditions attached. He remained silent, allowing Dong Yao to elaborate further. Indeed, Dong Yao quickly added, however, the requirements for collateral are quite stringent, and the repayment terms can be rather demanding. I wonder if Mr. Chen would be interested in discussing this in detail with my friend? Certainly, that would be agreeable. Let us proceed at once, Chun Gong replied boldly, without a moment's hesitation. Accompanied by Dong Yao, Chun Gong arrived at the entrance of a bar in the northern district of Rongqing. Given the early hour, the establishment was nearly empty. Yet a mere glance at the few unsavory-looking security guards positioned outside convinced Chun Gong that the loan shark Dong Yao had introduced him to was indeed a dubious character. As they entered, the guards cast dubious glances in their direction. Had it been anyone else, the sight would have likely inspired a hasty retreat. However, Chun Gong remained composed, following Dong Yao into the bar with a steady demeanor. Stop. What brings you here? A rugged-looking security guard, chewing on a toothpick and clad in slightly disheveled uniform, obstructed their path as Dong Yao prepared to ascend the stairs. The manager's office is upstairs. Don't wander about without purpose. Mengge. This is a client I've brought for Manager Niu. We're here to discuss business, Dong Yao replied, clearly familiar with this kind of confrontation. He produced a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to the guard, respectfully lighting it for him. Oh, business is coming in, is it? Mengge squinted at Chun Gong, a mocking smile creeping onto his face. Young brother, if you wish to speak with Manager Niu, it's not as simple as that. To ensure the safety of this place, my brothers and I work hard. So, how about a little token of appreciation? Dong Yao's expression shifted slightly. In lowering his voice, he implored, Mengge, this is a significant client. It represents Manager Niu's first deal. Could you show some leniency? In response, Mengge threw the cigarette but at Dong Yao's face, cursing, what significant client? Dong, don't think that just because you've attached yourself to someone named Niu, you've gained any real prowess. Let me tell you, I don't even regard Niu. Don't think you're any better. Either offer a token of respect or get lost. Humiliated by Meng Ji's outburst, Dong Yao felt his composure wavering. He glanced anxiously at Chun Gong, only to find him unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the tension that hung in the air. After a moment's contemplation, Dong Yao reluctantly produced several bills from his pocket, forcing a smile as he offered them to Mengge. Mengge, please use this to buy the brothers some cigarettes, just a small gesture. Surprised by Dong Yao's restraint, Mengge accepted the money, momentarily taken aback before stepping aside. You may proceed. I'm curious to see what kind of significant business Niu can secure. However, as soon as Dong Yao set foot on the staircase, Chun Gong was halted once more. Mengge, what is the meaning of this? Dong Yao demanded, his patience fraying, with a mocking glint in his eyes. Mengge glanced at Dong Yao and pointed at Chun Gong. Your token of respect has been delivered, so you may ascend, but he has yet to offer his. Before Dong Yao could respond, Chun Gong smiled faintly and interjected, Manager Dong, I believe it would be unnecessary for me to go up. Observing the current situation, I suspect that the forthcoming discussions may not unfold favorably. With that, he turned to leave. However, 3 more security guards appeared before him, blocking his path resolutely. Upon hearing Dong Yao mention Tiger Brother, Wang Ming's smile instantly vanished. He forcefully pushed Dong Yao against the stair railing and bellowed, Do not dare use Tiger Brother to intimidate me. I have followed him for several years. If not for my accomplishments, I have certainly endured hardships. A year ago, I was the head of security at the bar, and a year later, I still remain in that position. And now, to add insult to injury, they have appointed some insignificant newcomer as the bar manager, who dares to look down upon me. At this point, a glimmer of ferocity flashed in Wang Meng's eyes as he addressed the 3 approaching henchmen. What nonsense about customers. Beat him senseless and toss him out. Then I shall treat everyone to a delightful time at the bathhouse. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, the 3 loyal security guards immediately became exhilarated. Without a moment's hesitation, they lunged at Chun Gong, one of them wielding a steel pipe, clearly intent on inflicting serious harm. However, before the guard with the steel pipe could strike, Chun Gong had already made his move. His speed resembled that of a cheetah, leaving no time for his opponents to react. In an instant, he delivered a punch to each of the other 2 guards. Bang! Bang! Both punches landed squarely in the guard's midsections, causing them to double over in pain. Their expressions contorted in agony, evidently indicating that Chun Gong's blows were far from light. The remaining guard with the steel pipe and Wang Ming were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Qin Gong's prowess. The last guard, now close enough to Qin Gong, glanced at Wang Ming before letting out a wild scream and swinging the steel pipe toward Qin Gong's head. Qin Gong deftly sidestepped the opponent's strike with ease, then executed a side kick that sent both the assailant and the steel pipe soaring through the air, ultimately crashing into a table within the bar. Witnessing his three subordinates dispatched so effortlessly left not only Wang Ming but even Dong Yao momentarily speechless. Qin Gong slowly approached Wang Ming. The faint smile that once graced his face now replaced by a chilling demeanor that sent a shiver down Wang Ming's spine. Yet, Wang Ming, an old thug with ample experience in brawls, was not one to yield easily. With a fierce roar, he charged towards Qin Gong. Qin Gong stood resolutely, not flinching or evading. Just as Wang Ming's fist was about to descend upon him, Qin's right hand, swift as lightning, delivered a precise strike to his opponent's abdomen, causing the bar's security captain to immediately crouch down. As Qin Gong prepared to press his advantage, footsteps echoed from the upper floor, and shortly thereafter, a sharply dressed young man descended with an air of confidence. What transpired here? The young man inquired, addressing Dong Yao. Why are you seated on the ground? Dong Yao hastily rose to his feet and replied to the young man, Manager Niu, I managed to bring in a client with great difficulty. Yet Captain One not only refused to allow the client to meet you, but was also poised to resort to violence. Qin Gong gazed at Manager Niu, who approached with a stern countenance that soon transformed into a smile, relinquishing any intention of further entanglement with Wang Ming. He stepped forward and remarked, Ertzi, quite impressive. Donning a suit indeed lends you an air of sophistication. And now, you are a manager. Brother Qin Gong, what brings you here? The young man, none other than Niu Air, who had recently arrived in Rongqing, exclaimed with delight as he made his way towards Qin Gong. Ignoring the three security guards sprawled across the bar, Niu Air ushered Qin Gong into his office, while Wang Ming merely observed from a distance, his expression a mixture of complexity, refraining from any further action. Ertzi, how did Uncle Hu promote you to manager so swiftly? Aren't you concerned about your capabilities? Qin Gong expressed his surprise at Niu Air's presence, reflecting on the rapidity of his ascension. Though Hu Jiangwo trusted his recommendations, such speed was astonishing. And it was no wonder that Wang Ming harbored reservations. Niu Air, aware that Qin Gong abstained from alcohol, set down a cup of tea before responding, Brother Qin Gong, I am quite aware of my own strengths and limitations. While there are many who are bold and tenacious under Brother Hu, there are far fewer who possess the capacity for strategic thinking. Recently, Brother Hu's territory has expanded rapidly, necessitating personnel in numerous locations. Those who are both capable and astute have all been dispatched to oversee the new establishments, leaving the older venues to individuals like myself. However, it appears that your presence here may not be particularly stabilizing. Recalling Wang Ming's demeanor upon his own arrival, it seemed likely that Niu Air might struggle to establish himself here. Niu Air chuckled, dismissively stating, No worries, Brother Qin Gong, I have contemplated this. Some matters must be approached gradually. Take Wang Ming for instance. He has seniority and a good rapport here. If I were to confront him directly, I would surely be at a disadvantage. Yet, I am not in haste. He oversees security, while I manage finances. Having personnel does not necessarily equate to possessing wealth. But in the end, wealth will undoubtedly attract personnel. Qin Gong nodded in acknowledgement of Niu Air's mindset. By the way, Brother Qin, are you facing some financial constraints lately? How could you have let Dong Yao bring you here? Niu Air inquired. Indeed, I have been contemplating purchasing a property in Rongqing. However, upon finding one I fancied, I discovered my funds were insufficient. Initially, I intended to seek a bank mortgage, but Manager Dong brought me here instead. I never anticipated encountering you in this place. Aren't you managing Uncle Hu's bar? How did you find yourself dabbling in usury? Qin Gong spoke candidly, without concealing his thoughts from Niu Air. Niu Air chuckled awkwardly. Well, it's not exactly usury. When you calculate the interest, it's quite comparable to that of the bank. Brother Hu entrusted this bar to me, allowing me the freedom to manage it as I see fit. Financial matters are overseen by a dedicated accountant, so I need not worry about mismanaging the bar. I wanted to emulate those lenders I see on television, making money work for me, and find an additional lucrative venture. Recalling Wang Ming outside, Qin Gong smiled and remarked, However, it appears your business isn't progressing smoothly. Dong Yao mentioned I am your first client? If feasible, I would like to borrow 2 million. As for the interest, we can agree upon a reasonable rate. Should I default, a property and a commercial space I possess could serve as collateral. Qin Gong smiled, not intending to accept Niuer's goodwill. 2 million? Niuer was taken aback by the figure Qin Gong had stated. It constituted nearly 2/3 of what he could lend. The sum was considerable. In truth, the bar's liquidity is rather limited. However, I mortgaged the bar to the bank and, through certain connections, secured some interest-free and low-interest loans under the guise of sponsoring small enterprises, totaling approximately 3 million. Niuer's revelation surprised Qin Gong. He had not anticipated such audacity from him. As a fellow townsman, it seemed only right to offer support. Lending you the money should pose no issue, firstly. My collateral is more than adequate to guarantee your safety, and furthermore, we can negotiate a higher interest rate. Upon hearing Niuer's words, Qin Gong sensed complications arising. One could imagine the pressures Niuer faced in his current endeavor. Underground lending was not an easy realm to navigate. Fortunately, he was merely dabbling with a few million for now. Otherwise, given Hu Jiangwo's current influence, he might not be able to shield him for long. For short-term borrowing, unless Qin Gong planned to leverage his abilities as a cultivator to rob a bank or the like, he had no means of repaying the debt. Besides, if he were to resort to bank robbery, there would be no need for further discussions with Niuer. It seems I cannot collaborate with you on this matter. You know me well. I am but a struggling student, and it would be impossible for me to repay tens of thousands each month. However, if you wish to lend money, perhaps a change of environment is in order. It would be prudent to rent an office building outside. A bar is not the most reassuring setting. As he departed, Qin Gong could not resist offering a suggestion to Niuer. As the sky darkened completely, Qin Gong, who had been silently attuned to the state of his body, glanced at the time and proceeded towards the park by the river, his designated place for cultivation. Having traversed through the foundational stage, Qin Gong no longer perceived it as particularly mystical. The very term foundation establishment indicates that this is the most fundamental step for cultivators. However, with the depletion of spiritual energy in the world, achieving a successful foundation establishment has become increasingly arduous. Were it not for his own circumstances, even renowned ancient cultivators would find it exceedingly challenging to transition from the qi refining stage to the foundational stage in the current environment. After all, the spiritual energy is not only impure, but also riddled with numerous impurities detrimental to one's cultivation. Although the life vessel within Qin Gong produces various side effects during the purification of spiritual energy, it does not hinder the advancement of his cultivation. He could faintly sense that the life vessel was eager for his cultivation to progress, as this would allow it to acquire more spiritual power. As he activated the Xian Shui Ju, Qin Gong noted that while the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had not diminished, the transformation of this energy into spiritual power felt different than usual. Recently, he had not expended much spiritual power, thus his reserves remained relatively abundant. Based on past experiences, he typically required the operation of 2 cycles to reach a state of fullness. However, this time, he engaged in 4 complete cycles, yet still felt a lack of fullness within his spiritual reservoir. A trickle of spiritual energy entered his dantian, drawn in by the life vessel, which filtered and transformed the impurities within the spiritual energy before dispersing it throughout his meridians. Although it appeared that his meridians were brimming with power, Qin Gong continued to absorb and transform the energy, which still seemed to find room, much like pouring water into a cup that, despite appearing full, could still accommodate more without spilling over. Qin Gong sat cross-legged, serene and unhurried, continuing his practice of the Xian Shui Ju. He allowed the spiritual energy to flow steadily into his body, and at last, he sensed that the spiritual power within him seemed to have become denser and more substantial than before, with this sensation growing increasingly pronounced. Qin Gong possesses the remarkable ability to introspectively observe the condition of his own body. However, when it comes to sensing spiritual energy, he primarily relies on his feelings rather than direct visual perception. As his spiritual power grows, he unexpectedly discovers a faint green mist emerging within the meridians of his body. Through the mastery of his spiritual energy, he confirms that this ethereal green mist represents the essence of his own life force. The liquefaction of spiritual energy is the most evident sign of entering the foundational stage of cultivation. Yet, just as this green spiritual essence begins to take shape, Qin Gong feels a subtle sensation as if his meridians are on the verge of bursting. It appears that the liquefied spiritual energy possesses a quality far superior to the intangible gaseous form. With this newfound understanding, Qin Gong ceases his cultivation and realizes that he has naturally transitioned into the foundational stage. Upon reaching this stage, the spiritual energy within him begins to flow like blood, truly becoming an integral part of his being. The liquefied spiritual energy not only exhibits greater strength but also allows for effortless control, responding to his will with remarkable ease. Qin Gong glanced at the time. It was already deep into the night, and it would not be long before people began to wander near the park. Thus, he resolved to make his way to the school without further delay. If he was not mistaken, the ring he possessed must be the most precious spatial storage artifact in the realm of cultivation, a storage ring. The mere possession of such a treasure indicated that Qin Chao's background was far from ordinary. Although Qin Gong had already recalled many memories concerning Qin Chao's life, numerous crucial details remained elusive. However, the moment that mysterious force intercepted Qin Gong's spiritual perception, a method to unlock the ring surfaced within his memory. It seemed that the stimulation from the enigmatic power had extracted relevant memories from Qin Chao's consciousness. Originally, the exterior of this ring was fortified with a miniature formation known as the locking void array. The method to unravel this formation was relatively straightforward. One needed to inscribe a reverse array using spiritual energy to create a breach in the locking void array. For Qin Gong, whose cultivation was merely at the qi refinement stage, this task would have been impossible, as the spiritual energy at that level is formless and intangible, making it utterly implausible to inscribe it into an array. Even upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, particularly in the early phases, the challenge remained considerable. After all, the locking void array's surface was tiny, and to inscribe an even smaller reverse formation required an exceptionally high degree of precise control over spiritual energy. This, however, posed no problem for Qin Gong. While cooking at Hu Ningjing's house, he had become accustomed to manipulating spiritual energy to influence the heating of ingredients. This seemingly mundane act significantly enhanced his finesse in handling spiritual energy. Now, he merely needed to control the energy according to the array diagram in his memory, which was not particularly arduous. Once the locking void array was breached, Qin Gong's spiritual perception entered the spatial domain of the storage ring without obstruction. The space was not particularly vast, measuring around 30 meters in length, width, and height, yet it resembled a zero-gravity realm, densely packed with various items, fragrant herbs, classical-looking potion vials, luminous treasures, and neatly arranged flying swords. Indeed, flying swords, the quintessential weapon for cultivators to vanquish demons and uphold justice. Qin Gong had once believed he would have to rely solely on his fists to carve out his path, only to discover that this storage ring contained hundreds of meticulously organized flying swords. At the very center of the ring's space lay a token. As Qin Gong swept his spiritual perception over it, he discerned a formidable aura emanating from the token, as if holding it would grant him command over the world. The front of the token displayed an ancient character for order, surrounded by mythical beasts that seemed to belong solely to legends. The reverse side bore the two characters Kunlun, with a grand palace set against the backdrop of towering mountains. Kunlun, the foremost sect in the realm of cultivation, the Kunlun Sect? The information that flashed through Qin Gong's mind startled him. He had long been acquainted with the legends surrounding Kunlun, the Jade Void Palace, the 12 Golden Immortals, the Fan Tian Seal, and the Yin Yang Mirror. Strictly speaking, Qin Gong could be considered a disciple of Qin Xiao, thus aligning him with the Kunlun Sect. For over 20 years, Qin Gong, having emerged from humble beginnings without any substantial backing, was taken aback to find himself with such an indomitable pillar of support upon entering the realm of cultivation. It was no wonder that a colossal conglomerate like Kunlun Group could only operate as an external organization, given the formidable entity that lay behind it. Perhaps with this Kunlun token in hand, he might indeed negotiate with Kunlun Group. However, shaking his head, Qin Gong cast aside this fleetingly unrealistic notion. Although Qin Chao's memories indicated that all resources of Kunlun Group would unconditionally obey the directives of the Kunlun token bearer, who could ascertain the current state of Kunlun Group, boldly brandishing a mere token might lead to dire consequences. It was wiser to first seek out any elixirs that could aid in enhancing his cultivation. With this thought in mind, Qin Gong scanned the area where the elixirs were stored and noticed a bottle labeled Gathering Spirit Pill. This should prove beneficial, he surmised, and attempted to retrieve it. With a flicker of intent, a strand of spiritual energy swiftly coiled towards the bottle of Gathering Spirit Pill. Yet regardless of how he directed the energy, the bottle remained suspended in midair, unmoving. After several futile attempts, he abandoned the effort and shifted his gaze to the other elixirs. Unfortunately, each attempt resulted in failure. None of the promising elixirs could be procured. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he decided to try the most inconspicuous elixir. At the very edge of the assortment, he found a poorly presented bottle, likely a defective product, labeled Great Replenishing Pill. Well, it may not even qualify as an elixir, but rather a mere pill. This should suffice. As he summoned his spiritual energy, in an instant, the bottle of Great Replenishing Pill appeared in his hand, holding the porcelain bottle. Relevant information about the pill surged into Chun Gong's memory. It could strengthen the muscles and marrow, replenish vital energy, and extend the lifespan of an ordinary person. Such potency. This was hardly distinguishable from the legendary elixirs. Chun Gong felt a twinge of astonishment. The prospect of extending one's life was a dream sought by many, with countless health supplement companies leveraging this aspiration to achieve significant sales. Yet, even when aware of the potential deceptions involved, many would still be tempted to try. With the Great Replenishing Pill now in hand, Chun Gong's enthusiasm surged, igniting anticipation for the other treasures within the storage ring. Chapter 31. The Millennium Ginseng. Chun Gong searched through the storage space, hoping to extract additional treasures. However, just as with the previous attempt to retrieve elixirs, the majority of items remained immobile under the pull of spiritual energy, leaving him with only a few seemingly low-grade possessions. He managed to procure a ginseng root, a rather unremarkable flying sword, and a bracelet. These were all that he could retrieve after exhausting his spiritual reserves. It appeared that the more formidable treasures within the storage ring would only be accessible once his cultivation level increased. He chose not to disturb the Kunlun token at the center of the ring, as it would not be of immediate use, rendering it unnecessary to waste time on the talisman. The flying sword, named Iron Cutter, had seemed rather lackluster among the other swords, even giving Chun Gong the impression of being overshadowed. Yet, when he drew it from the ring, its blade emanated a chilling brilliance. Wielding it in hand, he could not help but feel its superior elegance and refinement. The bracelet, though appearing ordinary, was called the Might Bracelet when activated with spiritual energy. It could amplify his arm strength several times, proving to be surprisingly advantageous in critical moments. As for the ginseng, it was a common variety, but notably aged, boasting an impressive history of 1,300 years, according to Chun Xiao's recollections. This precious tonic had once been offered by a secular cultivation family to the Kunlun Sect. While invaluable for ordinary individuals, it paled in comparison to the benefits of a few days of seclusion for a practitioner. Holding the ginseng in his hand, Chun Gong could not suppress a chuckle, realizing that the funds he needed for purchasing a house and shop might very well stem from this root. In a bid to revive traditional Chinese medicine, Rongqing University had established a dedicated program in the field. Previously, to earn his tuition and living expenses, Chun Gong had worked various jobs and often assisted in research projects across different departments through introductions from Professor Gong. Although the pay was modest, the flexible scheduling allowed him to avoid conflicts with his studies and facilitated networking within the university. With the summer break in session, Professor Zhong was not present at the university office. Nevertheless, Chun Gong was aware of his home address. Around 2 in the afternoon, he arrived at the Mingyuan Villa community where Professor Zhang resided and rang the doorbell. Now, besides holding a position at Rongqing University and engaging in academic research, Professor Zhang was effectively in a semi-retirement phase. Prior to his tenure at the university, he had been a well-respected traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who had taken on 3 promising apprentices. Following their graduation, as the country renewed its interest in traditional medicine, he had garnered substantial wealth, and this villa was a joint gift from his apprentices as a gesture of filial respect for their master's retirement. The door was answered by Professor Zhang's housekeeper. His spouse had passed away several years prior, and he had no children. Each of his 3 apprentices pursued their own careers, leaving the day-to-day affairs of the household to be managed by the housekeeper. Soon, Chun Gong found himself in the parlor of the villa, where he encountered Professor Zhang. The professor, though in his 70s, appeared to be under 50, well-preserved and brimming with vitality, outpacing even the most diligent office workers. Professor Zhang had a favorable impression of Chun Gong, the industrious and capable student from the environmental science department. Yet he was puzzled by the student's unexpected visit. "You're Chun Gong, correct? I recall that our traditional Chinese medicine department has no ongoing research projects nor any materials requiring delivery to me at this time. Is there something else on your mind?" Professor Zhang asked directly. "Indeed, Professor," Chun Gong replied. "I possess a wild ginseng root that I acquired from Lianhua Pond. It seems quite aged, but I am uncertain of its authenticity, so I hoped you could assist me in identifying it." Chun Gong kindly fabricated a small lie. Upon hearing Chun Gong mention Lianhua Pond, Professor Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Had he not known Qin Gong to be a diligent and honest student, he might have asked his housekeeper to show him out. Lianhua Pond was renowned in Rongqing as an antique street, once a haven for treasure hunters. But now synonymous with counterfeit goods, any kind of fake could be procured if one were willing. Suppressing his displeasure, Professor Zhang spoke earnestly. Qin Gong, you must be a graduate student in environmental science. I have heard that Professor Gong holds you in high regard, and it would be wise for you to dedicate more effort to your studies. Young man, aspire not for the unattainable. It would be prudent to avoid places like Lianhua Pond. Qin Gong was certainly able to discern the subtle dissatisfaction concealed within Professor Zhang's seemingly kind words. However, he chose to feign ignorance and replied, I only occasionally find the time to browse. I only acted when I realized how extraordinary this item truly was. With that, Qin Gong retrieved a ginseng root, which he had neatly stored in a wooden box. Previously, this millennium-old ginseng had been kept within Qin Gong's storage ring, and now, as he pretended to rummage through his bag, a captivating fragrance filled the reception room the moment he unveiled it. Observing that Qin Gong seemed entirely unfazed by his comments, Professor Zhang was prepared to dismiss him. Yet, the instant Qin Gong revealed the wooden box, Professor Zhang was taken aback. The enchanting aroma was unfamiliar to him. Yet it left a lasting impression, as only exceedingly rare herbs over a millennium in age could emit such a scent. Despite being a seasoned luminary in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, he had only encountered such a specimen once or twice through a friend of one of his apprentices. Noting the change in Professor Zhang's demeanor, Qin Gong recognized an opportunity and promptly opened the wooden box, allowing the fragrance to intensify as the ginseng lay casually within. Professor Zhang cautiously extended his trembling hands. Just as he was about to touch the ginseng, he looked up at Qin Gong and inquired, Xiaoqin, may I lift it to examine? Of course, Professor Zhang. This ginseng is intended for your appraisal, Qin Gong replied. With utmost care, Professor Zhang lifted the ginseng, handling it as if it were a fragile soap bubble that could burst with the slightest misstep. Xiaoqin, where did you purchase this ginseng? How much did it cost? Can you take me to see the place? Professor Zhang asked after scrutinizing the ginseng for quite some time, finally concluding that it was indeed a rare specimen over 1,000 years old. I can't recall precisely. I found it in the flea market area of Lianhua Pond. The seller was an elderly man with a white beard, likely in his 70s or 80s, who claimed it was a family heirloom. I thought to myself, how could such a thing be a family treasure? He insisted that we were fated to meet and insisted on selling it to me. Qin Gong fabricated to evade complications. I felt a bit sorry for the old man, out there in the heat selling his wares, and since the price was reasonable, only 300 yuan, I decided to buy it, thinking of it as a charitable act. Charitable act? Professor Zhang appeared somewhat dazed, pondering that such benevolence would likely entice everyone, and the world would indeed become a place overflowing with love. Qin Gong's response effectively extinguished Professor Zhang's hopes of seeking another millennium ginseng. The more pressing concern now was how to manage the ginseng before them. Xiaoqin, this ginseng must be authentic. I am uncertain of its exact age, but it is undoubtedly over 1,000 years old. Such a specimen holds immense value. How do you intend to handle this ginseng? Professor Zhang pondered for a considerable time before hesitantly inquiring. A millennium ginseng is a rarity. If there were a way to auction it, it would certainly fetch an astronomical price. After all, such a life-saving treasure is something wealthy individuals would eagerly desire to possess. I haven't given it much thought. To be honest, I am not overly concerned about whether this ginseng is genuine. I merely wish to confirm it with you for my peace of mind. Professor Zhang, do you have any suggestions? Qin Gong replied humbly. Indeed, I have a suggestion. My youngest disciple has a friend who is quite interested in such matters and is capable of paying a substantial price. However, he has official connections, so he might inquire about the ginseng's provenance. I wonder if you would mind that. Professor Zhang considered thoughtfully. The mention of official connections made Qin Gong hesitate. But then he reflected that he had neither stolen nor cheated. He could adhere to his previous assertions and allow any scrutiny to unfold. I wonder how much this ginseng is worth. If it is your disciple's friend purchasing it, he wouldn't deliberately undercut the price, would he? Qin Gong asked. Professor Zhang confidently replied, my disciple's friend is of reputable character. As for the ginseng's specific price, it's difficult to determine. However, a few years ago, a 75-gram wild ginseng sold for 2.4 million. Your specimen is larger, and its age seems superior. It might fetch over 5 million. Taken aback by the figure Professor Zhang revealed, Qin Gong, holding the check for 1 million issued by Shi Wankai as a substantial sum, was momentarily stunned. Before Qin Gong could respond, Professor Zhang continued, Xiaoqin, This ginseng is indeed a remarkably precious item. Keeping it indefinitely may not be in your best interest. How about this? If it's convenient for you, I will make a call right now to see if we can facilitate this matter today. Chen Gong naturally had no objections to Professor Zhong's proposal, as the payment for the Wonia Mountain Villa and the Sichuan Road was still pending. The degradation of the environment not only threatens human living spaces but also has a more profound impact on flora and fauna. As a scholar of traditional Chinese medicine, Professor Zhang felt a deep sorrow over the extinction of many precious medicinal herbs. Take ginseng, for instance. It is rare to find even a 100-year-old specimen, let alone a millennium-old one. Time swiftly passed during their conversation, and approximately half an hour later, the housekeeper from Professor Zhong's home ushered in two men, dressed in starkly contrasting styles. The first, a middle-aged man in his 40s clad in traditional Tang attire, entered and respectfully greeted Professor Zhong before naturally taking a position behind him. The second man appeared younger, dressed in a well-tailored suit, seemingly in his early 30s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large, expressive eyes. His tall stature was quite uncommon in the southern city of Rongqing. Without needing an introduction from Professor Zhang, Chen Gong discerned that the man in Tang attire was likely Professor Zhong's disciple, while the man in the suit was presumably the buyer of his prized ginseng. Indeed, Professor Zhang smiled and addressed Chen Gong. Xiaoqin, this is the Captain Lu Tianming I mentioned, who works in a certain department of the state, though the specifics are confidential. He, Captain Lu, this is Chen Gong, an outstanding student from Rongqing University and the owner of this millennium ginseng. The wooden box containing the ginseng had not been put away, and thus, upon entering the reception room, both Professor Zhang's disciple and Lu Tianming were immediately captivated by it. It was only after Professor Zhang introduced Chen Gong that Lu Tianming redirected his attention to him. For a fleeting moment, Lu Tianming appeared momentarily distracted upon seeing Chen Gong. Despite its brevity, Chen Gong, accustomed to projecting his spiritual awareness outward, sensed it. When he noticed the glimmer of exhilaration in Lu Tianming's gaze, his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Chen Gong quickly surmised that Lu Tianming was a skilled individual. This assessment stemmed not just from his physique, but also from Lu Tianming's breathing, gait, and subtle movements. Originally drawn by the allure of the Millennium Ginseng, Lu Tianming's interest in Chen Gong seemed to intensify as he persistently inquired about Chen Gong's circumstances, his delight becoming increasingly evident. Captain Lu, if possible, could we discuss the matter of the ginseng first? I have some personal matters to attend to today and cannot linger here for long, Chen Gong finally expressed, losing patience with Lu Tianming's interrogative manner and directly steering the conversation to the day's main topic. Absolutely, 5 million it is. I'm merely an ordinary student. I have no connections to participate in the auction. Moreover, the price you've offered is quite fair and saves me a great deal of trouble, Chen Gong replied nonchalantly. Very well, please provide me with your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. Lu Tianming's decisiveness astonished everyone present. Now, Chen Gong paused for a moment, then swiftly provided a bank account number, within which lay the 1 million yuan provided by Shi Wangkai for purchasing land. After completing the transfer process and verifying the transaction details on Professor Zhang's computer, Chen Gong took his leave. Only Professor Zhang looked at Lu Tianming with some curiosity. Captain Lu, I hope you won't take offense, but you have never been so direct in your dealings before. You typically confirm matters 3 or 4 times before proceeding. What has prompted this change today? Lu Tianming chuckled, gazing mysteriously toward the direction of the villa's exit where Chen Gong had departed. Old Zhong, this student from Rongda is quite remarkable. I trust the materials he presented are beyond reproach. Behind Professor Zhong, his disciple Wang Yuan, who had some knowledge of Lu Tianming's department, expressed surprise. Tianming, anyone who can impress you must indeed be exceptional. Could it be that he is also? Lu Tianming waved his hand, signaling Wang Yuan to cease his speculation. Then gathered the ginseng from the table and, along with Wang Yuan, bid farewell to Professor Zhong. Upon exiting the gates of Professor Zhong's residence, Wang Yuan, filled with curiosity, inquired, Tianming, who exactly is this Chen Gong that commands your attention so? Old Wang, you needn't pry further into this matter. It's a state secret. Knowing too much could be detrimental to you. Lu Tianming shrugged, donning an expression of reticence. As for your conjectures, keep them to yourself. Having left Professor Zhong's abode, Chen Gong, clutching the bank card containing 6 million yuan in savings, felt significantly emboldened. He promptly called Xiang Jie from the real estate agency to finalize the arrangements for the shop. On Sunday evening, the same lecture hall welcomed Chen Gong once again. where he encountered Su Xinjie, still exuding her icy beauty. This time, Chen Gong refrained from initiating conversation, opting instead to quietly focus on his studies in his seat. As the classroom neared closing time, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Chen Gong did not look up, yet the scent lingered, swirling persistently around him. Refusing to dissipate as it had on previous occasions, Chen Gong shifted his gaze from the book and beheld two exceptionally long and shapely legs encased in black trousers. Perfectly still. Even without the form-fitting jeans, the allure of those thighs was undeniably potent. Just as he was about to indulge in further admiration, he suddenly came to his senses, startled to find Su Xinjie standing before his desk. Her beautiful eyes bore a hint of mild discontent, seemingly displeased with Chen Gong's excessive focus on her legs. Her cold, alluring lips parted slightly, then swiftly closed again, as if she wished to convey something to him, but struggled to find the right words. Come to room 502 in the experimental building tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon, Su Xinjie ultimately stated, before turning on her heel and departing. Chen Gong found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Su Xinjie's demeanor. After all, this aloof beauty had previously refrained from engaging in more than a few words with him. The fact that she had invited him to the laboratory building was quite surprising. Upon noticing the familiar documents in Su Xinjie's hands, he quickly realized their significance. They contained his insights and recommendations regarding the provincial research project for which he was responsible. Aimed at Su Xinjie, watching her retreating figure, Chen Gong smiled subtly. It seemed this cold beauty was not an unreasonable ice queen after all. For in the realm of academia, she exhibited a commendable honesty. On Monday afternoon, Chen Gong made a point to arrive at the laboratory building a good 10 minutes early, a departure from his usual punctuality. However, in pursuit of a fruitful collaboration with this frosty beauty, he deemed it prudent to arrive early. As he prepared to knock on the door of Laboratory 502, he inadvertently overheard Su Xinjie speaking inside. Her expression, as Chen Gong had anticipated, was rather grim and filled with a sense of grievance. Yes, even this cold beauty was not immune to feeling wronged. Facing the myriad of experimental apparatus in the lab was certainly preferable to confronting her duplicitous family. The sound of a knock at the door interrupted Su Xinjie's thoughts, restoring her customary icy demeanor. Please enter. Upon receiving her invitation, Chen Gong stepped in with a smile and greeted her politely. This time, Su Xinjie did not impose any further difficulties upon him. She merely nodded slightly and gestured towards a chair at the desk, saying, "Please take a seat. Tomorrow we shall officially commence this research experiment, and I believe it is essential for us to exchange our thoughts and opinions." The encounter between Chen Gong and Su Xinjie was not their first, however. It was indeed the inaugural occasion for them to sit face to face and deliberate on a matter of significance. This afforded Chen Gong the opportunity to openly scrutinize the legendary female PhD from Rongqing University. Su Xinjie possessed the quintessential features of a southern girl, a delicate oval face, a straight nose, and bright, radiant eyes, complemented by her tall and voluptuous figure, earning her the rightful title of beauty. Were it not for the prefix cold, one might imagine a multitude of eager candidates vying to serve as her research assistant. After perusing Chen Gong's scientific proposals and insights, Su Xinjie began to reassess her impression of this undergraduate partner, gradually altering her perception of him. Both were averse to superfluous chatter, swiftly transitioning into discussions regarding the project. Undeniably, Su Xinjie's doctoral title was far from mere embellishment. Her academic prowess was exceptionally high, and many of her opinions proved enlightening for Chen Gong. Conversely, Su Xinjie was equally astonished by the depth of knowledge Chen Gong exhibited during their discourse. He was able to articulate viewpoints on various specialized areas relevant to the project she oversaw, which inspired a sense of admiration within her. However, as they approached the specifics of the project's initial preparatory work, a divergence of opinions emerged. "I believe we only need to sample 2 representative polluted water bodies and select 6 types of plants," Su Xinjie asserted. "I must disagree. We require 4 representative water bodies, and the selection of plants should be 10 or even more," Chen Gong retorted, standing his ground. Su Xinjie's expression grew increasingly frosty and with a hint of irritation. She responded, "I must remind you that our province, Shu, is not the kind of water town densely interwoven with rivers like those in Jiangnan. To traverse 4 water bodies and select over 10 plant species, I believe we lack the requisite energy, time, and financial resources." In matters of principle, Chen Gong remains unwavering, asserting with resolute conviction, "I beg to differ. The preliminary preparations for scientific research are of paramount importance, significantly influencing the ultimate outcomes. This is a truth that requires little elaboration. The current research project aims to address the issue of metal pollution in aquatic environments through the use of aquatic plants. Given the lengthy growth cycles of these plants, if we fail to select appropriate species and habitats during the preparatory phase, any remedial actions taken upon discovering issues will lead to an unbearable expenditure of energy, time, and resources. Despite Chen Gong's multifaceted analysis, Su Xingjia's expression remained chillingly stoic, though her gaze began to yield. Chapter 33. A World for Two Ultimately. Su Xingjia acquiesced to Chen Gong's perspective. While the preparatory work would indeed be arduous, as Chen Gong articulated, it would greatly benefit the project's subsequent development. When are you available next? We must collect samples from several severely polluted rivers within the province. With the decision made, Su Xingjia swiftly transitioned into action. Conducting outdoor sampling is grueling, presenting a formidable physical challenge for researchers accustomed to the confines of the laboratory. In response to Su Xingjia's considerate inquiry about his schedule, Chen Gong felt compelled to reassess his perception of this enigmatic beauty. At least in the realm of scientific inquiry, she proved to be far from unapproachable. Chen Gong contemplated his recent life arrangements, primarily concerning the care of Hu Ningjing. According to Hu Jiangwo's estimation, it would take him approximately 10 days to completely dominate the territory of the wildcats. He would also need to allocate several days to the preliminary preparations for his research. Consequently, departing after 10 days would be ideal. During this period, he had some personal matters to attend to in Rongqing, which would prevent him from engaging in outdoor sampling throughout the day. He thought it prudent to prepare plant culture solutions and metal standard solutions in advance. Once these tasks were completed, he could set off in 10 days. What do you think? Su Xingjia had no objections to Chen Gong's suggestion and nodded in agreement. Chen Gong then expressed that he had tutoring work to do over the summer and hoped to schedule the research activities for the afternoons unless special circumstances arose. Su Xingjia also had no issues with this arrangement, as Professor Gon had previously discussed it with her, which was one of the reasons she had initially hesitated to accept Chen Gong as an assistant. When Chen Gong emerged from Laboratory 502, he noticed the sun had begun to set. He was surprised to realize that he had spent nearly 3 hours alone with the cold beauty since entering the lab at 2 o'clock. In disbelief, he casually glanced towards room 502, only to unexpectedly catch sight of Su Xingjia through the window. With his current eyesight, he could easily discern her demeanor, which was strikingly different from earlier. The wisdom she had exhibited during their research discussions had vanished, replaced by a vacant and bewildered expression. What could possibly cause such a transformation in a woman? A spark of curiosity flickered within Chen Gong. At that moment, a sleek black sports car sped past him, revealing a handsome profile. This person and this car were familiar to him. It was the young man he had once seen at school, who bore a slight resemblance to Han Jing. This striking young man, while reminiscent of Han Jing at first glance, possessed an elegance and charm that Han Jing lacked. Such a face could drive countless women to madness, yet in Su Xingjia's presence, it only elicited a sullen expression and unabashed disdain in her eyes. His slightly husky voice was imbued with magnetism, creating a lethal combination for women. The young master of the Han family showed no signs of anger, maintaining a smile as he remarked, "Uncle, this is for your own good. How can a girl spend all her time in the lab? Moreover, you are to be the heir of the Su group. If you become involved with scientific research, how will you manage the Su group in the future?" Su Xingjia scoffed repeatedly, expressing her aversion. "Han Chong, I warn you, these are my own matters. You need not meddle." Han Chong's lips twitched slightly. The proud man had seldom found himself at a loss in the presence of a woman. However, he quickly regained his composure, donning a facade of affability. "My father and uncle both hope that you and I can come together, and I personally hold Miss Su Xingjia in high regard. Therefore, it is only natural for me to express a bit more concern for you." Upon hearing Han Chong invoke his father, Su Xingjia felt an indescribable irritation. Faced with such blatant self-interest, she was overwhelmed by revulsion. Regardless of Han Chong's seemingly commendable qualities, she could not accept being treated as a mere bargaining chip in a transaction. The impact of his words struck her profoundly. The reason she had managed to conduct her scientific research quietly at Rongqing University was that her identity as the daughter of the Su Group's chairman had yet to be revealed. Should her father come to claim her, unveiling her true identity, the whispers of female dinosaurs and cold beauties would be nothing compared to the swarm of men eager to pursue her like moths to a flame. Silently, Su Xingjia began to tidy her books on the table, casting not a glance in Han Chong's direction as she strode out of the laboratory. Han Chong followed closely behind. observing her solitary departure with a gaze that darkened with malice. What a pretentious woman, he thought. Just wait until I possess both wealth and influence. You will find yourself trapped, unable to escape or seek solace. He hastened to catch up with Su Xinjie, his previous gloom evaporating into a mask of joviality as he eagerly opened the door of his Porsche for her, awaiting her entry. Su Xinjie shot him a cold glance and replied, "No need, I have my own car." This left Han Chong, who had been poised to make an impression, feeling somewhat awkward. Despite his spiteful thoughts echoing in his mind, he ultimately forced a gracious smile and climbed into his vehicle. Su Xinjie drove a modest Geely Panda. Though she had the means to purchase a sports car far superior to Han Chong's Porsche, this humble vehicle suited her current role far better. Despite the incongruity of its playful design with her icy demeanor, Chen Gong, now unburdened by the multitude of worries that plagued Su Xinjie, found himself in possession of 6 million yuan in savings. With such ample funds, he was able to purchase both the residence and the commercial property from Xiao Jun in one fell swoop. The following day, Chen Gong visited a real estate agency and signed 2 purchase contracts, one for a residence in Wonia Mountain Villa and another for a shop on Shichuan Road, with a total price of 3 million yuan. After finalizing the contracts, Xiao Jun handed Chen Gong an envelope, smiling as he said, "Inside are some documents and the keys for the clothing store. Please keep them safe. The inventory is still in the shop, so do take the time to count it when you can. As for the apartment in Wonia Mountain Villa, I will do my utmost to vacate it within a month." Chen Gong took the document bag, extracted its contents, and discovered various materials related to former employees of the shop and the garment factory, along with some design sketches by elderly Madame Xiao. It was evident that Xiao Jun had been quite meticulous in this regard. After Chen Gong finished reviewing the items, Xiao Jun produced a trademark transfer agreement and suggested, "Since we still have time today, shall we head to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to finalize the trademark transfer?" Chen Gong held little interest in the trademark. His primary motivation for purchasing the shop was to ensure a steady income for his grandfather upon his arrival. The shop's rent was relatively high yet stable, making it an ideal arrangement for his grandfather to manage. As for opening a store himself, he had no such intentions. Moreover, Xuanfei was not a genuine brand, so it mattered little whether they pursued it or not. However, seeing Xiao Jun's enthusiasm, Chen Gong felt it would be impolite to decline. Embracing the notion of not passing up an opportunity, he joined Xiao Jun in completing the trademark transfer and the utility account transfers, remaining occupied until nearly 4 in the afternoon. Once these matters were settled, Chen Gong prepared to head to Xanadu Garden. From Nyoair, he learned that Hu Jiangwo had expanded his operations significantly and had been too busy to tend to his home lately, prompting Chen Gong to get ready to officially move into Hu Jiangwo's house that evening. "Brother, what have you been busy with these past 2 days? You haven't given me any lessons." Hu Ningjing's discontented voice greeted him as soon as he entered. This elicited a wry smile from Chen Gong. Previously, this wild girl preferred him to stay as far away as possible and would avoid studying at all costs. Now, after just 2 days without lessons, she was reproaching him. "Well, who would have thought our Jingjing is such a diligent student?" Chen Gong teased. "Of course, you should consider who my teacher is. If my grades suffer, it would reflect poorly on you." Hu Ningjing replied playfully, giving Chen Gong's hand a friendly tug as they made their way to the study. "Indeed, you make a valid point." Chen Gong nodded in agreement. After an hour of studying, Chen Gong took Hu Ningjing to the supermarket. Throughout the journey, she held his hand tightly, chattering excitedly and clearly in high spirits. Chen Gong found himself rather fond of this sensation. After all, Hu Ningjing's hand was quite pleasant to hold, smooth and tender. Moreover, her elongated figure and vivacious appearance radiated youthful vitality, causing Chen Gong to occasionally lose himself in thought. At that moment, he realized that the latent danger he believed he had suppressed, the potential emotional influence of his fate, still lingered. Otherwise, he could not fathom why he felt so distracted. The soft, delicate curve of the girl's back pressed against Chen Gong's chest like a piece of warm jade, while her slightly elevated hips brushed against him, presenting an allure that he found hard to resist. The intense attraction between the sexes, which might typically be manageable, became overwhelming when they were intimately close, stirring a tumult of emotions within Chen Gong. Chen Gong yearned for immediate reassurance. Yet such actions were akin to the proverbial 300 taels of silver hidden in this place, likely to foster misunderstandings. He could also sense Hu Ningjing's heartbeat quickening, her back growing increasingly warm, and even detected a faint flush upon her cheeks. At that moment, Hu Ningjing herself was not in a better predicament. Fearful of her unusual state being uncovered by Qin Gong, she offered no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 34. Indecision. Feeling that Hu Ningjing was on the verge of losing her autonomy, Qin Gong resolved to cut through the confusion decisively. Grasping her somewhat bewildered hands, he swiftly began to slice the carrots into fine shreds. Unfortunately, cutting into thin strips was not as expedient as slicing. It required more effort and concentration to achieve uniformity. However, Qin Gong found himself in a position that felt almost like an embrace with Hu Ningjing, who leaned forward slightly, her hips subtly tilting back. As he cut, their bodies inevitably brushed against one another, compelling Qin Gong to awkwardly lift his own hips, striving to maintain distance from her. Fortunately, only a modest quantity of carrots was needed for the two of them, and with Qin Gong's conscious effort to hasten the process, he soon completed the task. Hu Ningjing, feeling flustered, could only respond with a bashful acknowledgement. A palpable awkwardness lingered between them, but it was swiftly alleviated the moment Hu Ningjing released the shredded carrots into the hot oil. The sudden sizzle of the cold carrots meeting the searing oil sent Hu Ningjing, who had never cooked before, into a flurry of activity, exclaiming and stirring in a panic. Qin Gong had to reappear by her side to regain control, and the two resumed their intimate camaraderie, reminiscent of siblings. As night deepened, sleep eluded Hu Ningjing. Her thoughts were a chaotic tangle, unconsciously drifting towards the wall that separated her from Qin Gong. Influenced by countless romantic dramas, she instinctively contemplated the phrase "a lonely man and a solitary woman," causing her heart to race with an unfamiliar sensation that lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. Meanwhile, seated on the folding bed in the adjacent study, Qin Gong was far less preoccupied. With his eyes closed, he commenced his evening practice. To ensure Hu Ningjing's safety, he refrained from venturing to the riverside park at night. Qin Gong had grown accustomed to the impure spiritual energy of the city, although sparse and stifling. It was better than none. Since entering the initial phase of foundation establishment, the spiritual liquid within him had begun to take on a more tangible form, leading to significant breakthroughs in addressing his emotional instability. Ideally, water attributes spiritual energy should manifest as a pure green. Yet Qin Gong discovered some muddled hues within his own energy, so faint that they would have gone unnoticed had he not been vigilantly monitoring his internal spiritual condition. Qin Gong once studied the phenomenon wherein, during moments of emotional tumult, a certain chaotic hue within his spiritual energy would be significantly amplified. Conversely, once he released this emotional strain, the hue would swiftly fade into obscurity. Presently, he is convinced that if he could devise a method to extract these anomalous energies, the adverse effects of the purification process would be entirely mitigated. However, Qin Gong dares not entertain aspirations of reaching the golden core stage. With the elevation of his cultivation, not only is advancing in power a challenge, but even acquiring sufficient spiritual energy has become arduous. Currently, he finds himself in the foundational stage of cultivation, requiring nearly 3 days to restore his full spiritual essence, assuming he engages in uninterrupted practice of the Xianshui Ju. If he were to practice only in his leisure time, it would take at least 10 days. Furthermore, the ice jade pendant lodged against his chest, a name gleaned from Qin Xiao's memories while sealing away his fate, also disrupts his cultivation. The presence of such peculiar entities within his heart meridian is not merely uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Qin Gong is quite content with his current circumstances. As Qin Xiao remarked, his life has already unfolded with remarkable and extraordinary experiences. Ideally, he would wish to traverse further along the path of cultivation, but even should that not come to pass, he has already encountered far more than an ordinary person. Desirelessness fosters strength. Non-action is indeed a form of action. The path of cultivation is enigmatic, seemingly contradictory yet embodying the truth of universal balance. Though pure cultivation cannot wholly replace sleep, it significantly restores Qin Gong's vitality. Thus, he finds himself rarely indulging in true slumber, often only managing brief naps as dawn approaches. By 7:30, he prepared a simple breakfast. At this juncture, he seizes every opportunity to hone his control over spiritual energy, and thus, the breakfast he crafted through deliberate application of the Xianshui Ju was notably more delectable than the average fare. Hu Ningjing, having only fallen asleep late the previous night, arose at 8, blissfully unaware of Qin Gong's tireless endeavors throughout the night. During the summer break, the number of individuals present at the university is sparse, and those remaining in the laboratories for research are even fewer. The experimental facilities at Rongqing University are exceptionally well equipped, with laboratories categorized into various types. Some, housing high-end experimental apparatus, are managed by designated personnel and generally restrict access to unauthorized individuals. Others focus on handling experimental samples, which are often volatile chemicals that can be harmful to human health. These are places that experimenters prefer to avoid. Additionally, there are specialized preparation rooms where cleaning containers and preparing solutions occur. At this moment, Chun Gong and Su Xinjie are situated in one such spacious preparation room, currently occupied solely by the two of them. Both are diligently engaged in cleaning the containers necessary for either cultivating plants or preserving samples from contaminated water bodies. The meticulous preparation of these containers is essential. Failure to do so in advance could lead to errors when time is of the essence. Regarding the preparation of the solution after washing, Chen Gong and Su Xinjie had their respective roles, and the two worked in perfect harmony, each attending to their own tasks. Chen Gong has always approached the preparation of solutions with meticulous attention to detail. At this moment, he was adjusting the pH of a particular solution, adding a single drop of phenolphthalein. The originally colorless phenolphthalein immediately transformed into a vivid red upon entering the solution, gradually diffusing until the entire flask radiated a soft pink hue. This phenomenon was a common occurrence in Chun Gong's previous experiments. The color change of phenolphthalein upon entering a solution and its subsequent diffusion resulted in a uniform pink coloration throughout. Diffusion typically occurs when substances move from areas of higher temperature to lower temperature, or when concentrated liquids migrate to less concentrated ones. This naturally led Chun Gong to reflect on the pale green, liquid-like spiritual energy within his own body. Ultimately, he resisted the urge to explore this thought further. Wavering focus is a cardinal sin in scientific research. Instead, he devoted his full attention to the task at hand. With a conscious effort to harness both his spiritual perception and energy, Chen Gong executed his actions with skill and swiftness, adeptly retrieving the necessary components from a myriad of preparation materials and completing the mixtures in a remarkably short time. Su Xinjie, during her own solution preparation, initially cast a worried glance towards Chen Gong. She was uncertain whether his practical skills matched his theoretical prowess. However, after merely a few observations, her gaze transformed into one of astonishment and admiration. The preparation of many solutions is not merely a matter of combining ingredients. It requires time for proper amalgamation. Thus, their preparations did not linger into the late hours, concluding around 4:30 in the afternoon. By the time they arrived at the riverside park designated for their cultivation, twilight had descended, and the area remained largely deserted. Even the occasional passerby paid little heed to Chun Gong's endeavors. As he attuned himself to the chaotic spiritual energy surrounding him, he discerned an abundance of impurities. Even employing the Kunlun Sect's mystical water technique for absorption yielded only meager results. Spiritual energy represents the essence of the air, while spiritual power is its concentrated form. In this modern world, where the air is heavily tainted, extracting spiritual energy and refining it into spiritual power is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Chen Gong now wishes to explore the principles of diffusion to address his challenge of insufficient absorption of spiritual energy. When sugar water and plain water are combined, the sugar naturally disperses throughout the entire volume without the need for stirring, achieving a uniform concentration. Could it be that the spiritual energy in the world resembles the sugar in the water, diffusing into the voids of the air where there is none? If he were to completely remove the spiritual force from a specific part of his body, thus creating a vacuum of spiritual energy, would the ambient spiritual force in the air not automatically flow into that void? This notion may seem absurd. Indeed, many other cultivators would dismiss such an endeavor as futile. For even if spiritual energy were to gather on its own, what would be the ultimate benefit? It would merely dissipate again, much like the breath of a person. Where spiritual energy enters and exits with each inhalation and exhalation, yet without actively cultivating, this mingled energy would still be expelled. However, Chen Gong is unique. Within him lies a mysterious fate vessel, capable of absorbing, purifying, and transforming the spiritual energy he gathers. This implies that as long as he continually provides the raw materials, the vessel will commence its processing automatically. Chen Gong closed his eyes, attentively tuning into the sensations emanating from his chest, the very core of his fate. Where the icy jade pendant resided, the flow of spiritual energy here had already been somewhat sluggish, and now Chen Gong chose to withdraw all the spiritual energy and essence contained within. Under his perception, the area surrounding the core of his fate was devoid of any trace of spiritual energy, and the core itself quivered slightly, seemingly ill at ease with this state of isolation. Qin Gong exerted great effort to maintain control, acutely sensing the turmoil within his chest, which filled him with a sense of suffocation. However, it was not long before he felt a thread of spiritual energy gradually merging with him. The dormant command vessel swiftly absorbed this energy, subsequently releasing a barely perceptible hint of spiritual power. Once this thread of energy dissipated, Qin Gong's chest returned to a state devoid of spiritual essence, prompting another surge of energy to flow in, only to be absorbed again by the command vessel, creating a continuous cycle. Yet, the pace of absorption was exceedingly slow. Even after an hour, he felt no enhancement in his spiritual strength. Nevertheless, Qin Gong remained undeterred, filled instead with unbridled joy. This represented a monumental breakthrough in his cultivation. Previously, he had to actively dedicate time to his practice, but now, by merely maintaining a state of spiritual isolation in his chest, he could achieve automatic cultivation. The slow speed of this automatic process mattered little. With time, the effects would undoubtedly improve. Thus, all Qin Gong needed to do in the future was to refine this concept. Chapter 35. A feast for the eyes. After 2 hours of cultivation, Qin Gong had become more adept at controlling the isolation of his internal spiritual energy. The remainder of his task was simply to sustain this control. As he walked along the path, he consciously directed the flow of his spiritual energy, confident that with the continual strengthening of this control, it would ultimately become an instinctive part of his being. At that point, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth would flow into his body effortlessly. Huningjing set down the remote control and stepped onto the balcony once more, peering toward the entrance of the community illuminated by the streetlights. People were coming and going, yet she could not spot Qin Gong's figure. Huningjing did not find it peculiar to be so preoccupied with her brother. Rather, she felt an increasing fondness for Qin Gong, as if he were meant to be by her side, rendering her life incomplete in his absence. Though still in her youthful bloom, Huningjing's physique had been honed through rigorous training, endowing her with all the elements to evoke desire in men, radiating an irresistible charm. Her long, graceful legs and the slightly elevated curves of her form were captivating. At 16, she was in the prime of her youth, an age traditionally associated with courtship and marriage. Huningjing had developed a burgeoning curiosity about romantic matters, yet her innate modesty and traditional constraints preserved her innocence. As she gently rubbed the shower gel on her skin, her fingers traversed sensitive areas, eliciting a peculiar sensation that caused her to pause and daydream. This feeling resembled the embrace of Qin Gong from behind, as if he were holding her hands while preparing a meal. The mere thought of Qin Gong sent her heart racing, and her hands instinctively wandered, inadvertently resting upon her curves. She pondered how it would feel if those hands belonged to her brother. A sudden thought intruded upon Huningjing's mind, causing her to tremble slightly. She felt a mix of embarrassment and an irresistible urge to delve deeper into the notion, her entire body becoming increasingly warm. Disgusted, she spat 3 times and hurriedly turned on the faucet. The warm water cascaded down, providing a surprising coolness against her heated skin, momentarily suppressing the terrifying yet tantalizing thought that had invaded her mind. After a gentle pat on her chest, Huningjing finally exhaled deeply, the flush on her face gradually subsiding. Oh dear, the bath towel remains in the bedroom, forgotten in her distracted state. It was only after her shower that she realized her absent-mindedness. Just then, the front door swung open, and a familiar figure entered. A jolt of shock swept through Huningjing's mind, rendering her motionless, standing bare and exposed in all her porcelain beauty, gazing blankly at the intruder, Qin Gong. Her pristine form, completely unclothed, stood in the living room, captivating Qin Gong's gaze with its sheer allure. Qin Gong can be considered as someone who has never truly experienced first love. His only affection for Li Ying culminated in an unsuccessful confession. In matters of the heart, he finds himself on a blank canvas. Under the influence of Yuan Ming, he has viewed a number of romantic films, yet they have merely been fleeting snippets. However, the impact of those fragments pales in comparison to the tangible allure of the girl before him. Qin Gong felt a dryness in his throat, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. A surge of chaotic spiritual energy suddenly erupted within him, and an infernal fire ignited from his lower abdomen, blazing fiercely. Qin Gong sought to divert his gaze elsewhere, yet for a man of his nature, this proved to be an arduous endeavor, particularly when the emotions that surged within him were magnified manifold. The struggle to maintain lucidity amidst such overwhelming feelings brought forth an excruciating torment, one that tempted him to surrender to despair. Finally awakening to her senses, Huningjing emitted a piercing scream, while concurrently, Qin Gong bit down on his own tongue. channeling his spiritual energy with fervor to separate the chaotic surge of energy that had suddenly intensified. This transpired in the blink of an eye, yet felt interminable, as if a century had elapsed. What to do? Though modern society is far less conservative than in ancient times, Chen Gong was acutely aware that what he had just witnessed was the body of an innocent girl, and the potential harm it could inflict upon Hu Ningjing weighed heavily on his conscience. How could he possibly provide her with comfort, despite his usual eloquence? Chen Gong ultimately realized that no words could remedy the predicament at hand. Explanations merely served as veils, and the more he spoke, the more awkward the situation became. Chen Gong sat on the sofa in the living room, troubled and at a loss for what to do. Ultimately, he decided to wait for Hu Ningjing to emerge and assess the situation then. At that moment, Hu Ningjing was in a far worse state than Chen Gong. She felt an intense heat radiating from her face and body. Her hands trembled incessantly, and her heart raced. Did he see? He must have seen. Although she had been panicking moments ago, she now vividly recalled the way Chen Gong's intelligent eyes had suddenly ignited with an extraordinary brightness as they beheld her unclothed form. Resembling a flickering flame, Hu Ningjing bore no ill will towards Chen Gong. Rather, that dancing flame instilled within her a sense of pride and affection, tinged with a hint of fear. She vaguely understood the implications of that flame. Yet, she did not resist it. If given the choice to be enveloped by a flame, she would undoubtedly choose the one reflected in Chen Gong's eyes. Her mind was a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, yet those bright eyes lingered within her consciousness, stirring not only a sense of embarrassment but also an overwhelming heat throughout her body. It felt as if time had frozen at that moment in the living room. What was he doing now? Would he recall what he had just witnessed? As Hu Ningjing's mind regained some semblance of clarity, her first thought was to ponder the man outside the door. Would he enjoy viewing her body? Surely not. Didn't T-men prefer the ample curves of someone like Fan Wenli? Ugh, what nonsense am I thinking? Teacher Chun is my brother. He is an adult, while I am still a child. But what if I possessed a figure like Fan Wenli? What then? Suddenly, the sound of knocking jolted Hu Ningjing from her reverie, as if her chaotic thoughts had been discovered by Chen Gong. Jingjing, could you come out for a moment? I need to speak with you. Chen Gong's voice resonated from outside, quickening her heart even further. Just as he was about to knock again, the door swung open. Hu Ningjing stood there in casual denim shorts, a cartoon-patterned t-shirt, her hair damp, her cheeks flushed, her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Chen Gong's eyes. She softly called out, "Brother," before making her way to the sofa. Seeing that Hu Ningjing appeared unharmed, Chen Gong felt a surge of relief. The weight of his concern diminished somewhat. At least from her demeanor, it seemed she was perhaps a tad embarrassed, but not angry. Still willing to address him as brother, indicating that she had not been significantly affected by the earlier incident. Initially, she had contemplated pretending nothing had transpired, yet upon encountering Chen Gong, she felt lost and anxious, rendering her earlier thoughts futile. The atmosphere grew awkward as Chen Gong, influenced by Hu Ningjing's emotions, found himself inexplicably tense, sitting in silence, unsure of how to break the ice. However, dragging one's feet was not in Chen Gong's nature, so ultimately, it was he who spoke first. Jingjing. Hu Ningjing responded, her heart racing with apprehension, uncertain of what Chen Gong might say. This incident was entirely unforeseen. I hope you can forget about it, all right? I do not wish for you to carry any psychological burdens. If you do, please be sure to tell your brother, all right? Chen Gong endeavored to soften his tone, aware that Hu Ningjing was particularly sensitive at that moment. Yet, at that instant, Hu Ningjing suddenly lifted her head, a playful smile illuminating her face as she reassured him. Brother, you need not worry about me. I am perfectly fine. Chapter 36. The summer breeze. Upon hearing Chen Gong's apologetic comfort, Hu Ningjing inexplicably found a surge of courage within her. She recognized the profound sense of guilt he harbored in his heart, and she resolved to alleviate his worries. No longer afraid to confront Chen Gong, Chen Gong was still pondering how to articulate his subsequent thoughts when he was surprised to see Hu Ningjing recover so swiftly. A sense of incredulity washed over him, accompanied by a flicker of concern. He feared that Hu Ningjing might have been affected by some distressing stimulus. Just as he was about to speak again, Hu Ningjing stood up with a smile. Brother, accompany me for a stroll down Shichuan Road. I haven't been shopping since the holiday began, she said gently, her gaze toward Chen Gong imbued with an unusual depth. Regrettably, Chen Gong remained oblivious to these subtle changes, feeling only relief that Hu Ningjing appeared unaffected. All right, brother will take you for a delightful outing, he replied, reassured, and promptly rose to his feet. As they exited, Hu Ningjing delicately placed her small hand into Chen Gong's sturdy grasp. In the dim light, a faint blush adorned her cheeks, her eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Qingong, in turn, felt a surge of happiness as he held her hand, realizing that the bond between them remained unbroken, as intimate as it had ever been. Under the night sky, Rongqing revealed a charm distinct from its daytime visage, particularly the bustling Sichuan road, which thronged with life. For many weary office workers, the night's leisure was just beginning. Huningjing, pulling Qingong along, cheerfully explored their surroundings. Upon entering the renowned music square of Sichuan Road, the central fountain suddenly sprang to life, its water jets rising and falling in harmony with the music, illuminated by vibrant neon lights. A truly magnificent spectacle. Brother, I want to see the music fountain. Hurry, let us move closer. Huningjing exclaimed with enthusiasm, as if this were her first encounter with this celebrated attraction. All right, let us go. Qingong laughed, guiding Huningjing by the hand as they strode toward the fountain. By this time, a large crowd had gathered around the fountain, all tiptoeing in an effort to catch a better view of the mesmerizing display. Although Huningjing stood tall at 165 meters. Among the sea of heads in front of her, she felt dwarfed. Lift me up, lift me up. A young woman implored her boyfriend from a short distance away. The young man smiled and promptly hoisted her into his arms. Brother, you should lift me up too, Huningjing requested sweetly. In the darkness, Qingong's expression subtly shifted, revealing a hint of hesitation. He had previously experienced the astounding allure that emanated from Huningjing and was uncertain whether he could maintain his composure while lifting her. Nevertheless, Huningjing was undeterred by his internal struggle. Having spoken her first words, she was unwilling to relent easily. She shook Qingong's arm and pleaded, Brother, please lift me up. Qingong ultimately found himself unable to resist the pleading and yearning gaze of Huningjing. After repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm, he smiled and gently bent down, wrapping his strong arms around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. This time, his hands, though separated by her shirt, clearly felt the smoothness of her skin. However, it did not evoke any inappropriate thoughts within him. Perhaps it was Huningjing's innocent eyes that made him perceive her as a younger sister. Or perhaps it was the brief surge of spiritual energy in the living room that temporarily dispelled any errant thoughts. Regardless of the reason, Qingong's mind was clear and untroubled, and this sensation was indeed delightful. Brother, a bit higher, Huningjing exclaimed, though she did not possess the voluptuousness of Fan Wenli. Her active lifestyle ensured a fit and sturdy physique. While certain areas had yet to fully develop, her weight was substantial, around 100 pounds. For an average person, sustaining such weight for long periods could prove challenging, yet for Qingong, it was hardly a burden. Hearing Huningjing's call, he smiled slightly and, with a decisive motion, lifted her above his shoulders, settling her comfortably there. Now, it was akin to viewing the world from the shoulders of a giant. The multitude that had previously obstructed his view vanished, leaving only the enchanting music fountain and the throng of heads bobbing below. Perched on Qingong's shoulders, Huningjing experienced a sense of triumph, casting a proud glance at the young woman who had initially wished for her boyfriend to lift her as well. I want to be like her, the young woman immediately protested. Witnessing Huningjing's carefree demeanor ignited a pang of envy, prompting her to voice a new request to her boyfriend. However, the boyfriend, his face flushed, exerted all his strength but still could not lift her onto his shoulders. Frustrated, the young woman pinched him playfully and pouted, You're so useless. Look at her, that tall girl can be lifted so easily. I should be much lighter. Huningjing's joy only grew, yet she remembered to show consideration for Qingong. After a moment, she said, Brother, please put me down. Having sat on his shoulders for an extended period, the refreshing scent of the girl enveloped him, and the sensation of her slender legs resting against him stirred a hint of distraction. Thus, when she willingly requested to descend, Qingong was more than agreeable. Brother, let's go climb Woniashan. After stepping down from his shoulders, Huningjing pointed towards the few hilly parks in the Chengdu city area, specifically Woniashan. Qingong chuckled and remarked, This idea is splendid. At this moment, Wonia Mountain must be quite refreshing, just the perfect place to escape the summer heat. A gentle breeze wafted through Wonia Mountain, rendering the oppressive summer warmth non-existent. From the summit, one could gaze down upon the Wonia Mountain Villa community, nestled against the mountainside. Within Wonia Mountain Park, numerous young couples could be spotted. In the dim light, some leaned against each other, engaging in light-hearted conversation, while others sat back to whisper secrets, or simply enjoyed the serene company of one another, quietly attuning themselves to the whispers of each other's hearts. Naturally, aside from those in pairs, there were also solitary figures perched on the rocks along the mountain path, contemplating life and its myriad mysteries. Qingong held Huningjing's hand, joyfully traversing the mountainside. Under Qinggong's guidance, they ascended a grand rock and settled atop its summit. The surface, smoothed and polished by the elements over time, offered a pristine vantage point from which to behold the vast, inky night sky adorned with twinkling stars, creating a unique charm. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the refreshing coolness of the mountain air, enveloping them in comfort. Hu Ningjing rose to her feet, embracing the mountain wind with outstretched arms, her face radiant with contentment. Qinggong smiled softly, choosing silence as he reclined upon the rock, his hands cradling his head, relishing the cool breeze of summer. However, Hu Ningjing soon devised a plan. She tentatively tilted her head and, noticing Qinggong's eyes slightly squinting with no reaction, she boldly rested her head directly on his abdomen. At last, she had discovered a wonderfully resilient and comfortable pillow, and with a satisfied smile, she closed her eyes, curling her body slightly, resembling a gentle, docile kitten. Qinggong opened his eyes and gazed upon the charming head of Hu Ningjing, contemplating the mischievous smile that would undoubtedly grace her face at that moment. A slight smile crept upon his lips as he gently closed his eyes once more. At this moment, Qinggong recalled his grandfather and younger sister back home. In a month's time, he would bring his grandfather to Rongqing to live with him, affording them the opportunity to hike together and engage in occasional exercise. Once his grandfather's health improved, he could present him with a nourishing tonic, prolonging their moments of happiness. Conversely, Hu Ningjing's thoughts were not so far-reaching. They were fixated on the man beside her. Her interests and hobbies were much like those of ordinary girls, and she was well-versed in the tales of idolized romances. From these narratives, she came to realize that she had likely developed feelings for this man. However, she dared not confide in anyone, for she was still young. Perhaps once she gained admission to Rongqing University and attended the same school as her brother, circumstances might change. Just then, a thought crossed Hu Ningjing's mind. Did her beloved brother have a girlfriend? The moment this notion emerged, it unraveled her thoughts into a chaotic tangle. Brother, you've been silent. What are you pondering? Hu Ningjing inquired. Nothing much, Qinggong replied. You're lying. You must be thinking about your girlfriend. Hu Ningjing seized the opportunity to probe. Haha. I don't have a girlfriend, so how could I be thinking about one? Qinggong responded with a smile. This answer brought a wave of joy to Hu Ningjing's heart, although she retorted, You're deceiving me. With your exceptional qualities, how could you possibly be without a girlfriend? Qinggong suddenly thought of Liang. It was but a fleeting moment, and he soon let it go. With a hint of self-deprecation, he remarked, I'm too poor to afford a girlfriend. Then when I grow up, I shall be your girlfriend. Hu Ningjing blurted out. Chapter 37, The Changes in My Heart. Qinggong smiled. He certainly could not take Hu Ningjing's words seriously. However, he relished hearing her express such sentiments, for it served as a testament to the bond shared between them as siblings. Qinggong gently patted Hu Ningjing's head, jesting. It seems I must wait a few more years. A few years would be ample time for my brother to grow fond of me. Once I gain admission to Rongqing University, I shall be with my brother every day. Hu Ningjing resolved silently within her heart. Ever since discovering that the diffusion of spiritual energy could facilitate automatic cultivation, Qinggong had maintained a vigilant control over the spiritual energy at his chest. Regardless of the task at hand, he always allocated a portion of his focus to that area, and now was the perfect moment to assess the effects of such practice. The diffusion phenomenon, being a natural occurrence beyond control, progressed at an exceedingly slow pace, yielding subtle results. Nevertheless, Qinggong could still perceive an enhancement in his spiritual energy. Beyond the energy itself, the area of his chest, designated for experimentation, had begun to undergo slight, nuanced transformations. Regrettably, these changes were not overt and lacking any reference material. Qinggong found himself at a loss to articulate their significance. Such matters cannot be rushed, and thus, he had mentally prepared himself for a prolonged endeavor. While automatic cultivation is indeed beneficial, one must not neglect the importance of active cultivation. With that thought, Qinggong seated himself cross-legged and commenced his practice of the Xian Shueju. Qinggong had resided in Xanadu Garden for 10 days. Hu Jiangwo had already made a phone call, stating that tomorrow he would likely begin to sort things out, at which point he would be able to allocate some energy and personnel specifically for the safety of his family. Thus, it was time for Qinggong to depart. During these 10 days, Hu Ningjing had exhibited remarkable performance. Not only was she diligent in her studies, but she also learned quite a bit from Qinggong in daily life. She could now independently prepare simple meals, alleviating the necessity of subsisting on instant noodles and cold rice when home alone, which brought Qinggong considerable comfort. As for the laboratory, everything had been progressing smoothly. Chen Gong and Su Xinjie were each engaged in their respective preparatory tasks, with little communication between them. Chen Gong could only gauge her mood from her expressions, which seemed to indicate that she had been grappling with some troubling matters, her demeanor growing increasingly somber each day. After 10 days of deliberate control, the area over Chen Gong's chest had truly transformed into a fully automatic spiritual energy absorption zone, and due to the presence of the Mingzhong, this automatic absorption capability appeared to be gaining strength. Much like a well-fed tiger exhibiting less aggression, the Mingzhong, previously immersed in spiritual energy, now seemed to develop a heightened urgency for it after being intermittently deprived. There was even a faint suggestion that it was beginning to exert a subtle pull on the spiritual energy surrounding Chen Gong. As he was to leave tomorrow, Chen Gong decided to give Hu Ningjing a final explanation. Jingjing, starting tomorrow, I will no longer be residing here. Hu Ningjing's mood was noticeably subdued. Still disheartened by Chen Gong's impending departure from her home, she was unprepared for an even greater blow that followed. Her body trembled slightly as she hurriedly asked, "How long will it be?" Chen Gong smiled and replied, "It will take about 10 days. As we will be working around the clock and traveling to various locations in Sichuan province." "So long. Does that mean I won't see my brother for over 10 days? Hu Ningjing pouted sadly, her tone imbued with a sense of pity. "You little girl, weren't you always trying to find ways to send your brother off before?" Chen Gong chuckled as he recounted the first time he met Hu Ningjing. Her cheeks turned a delicate shade of red as she lowered her head in silence, at that moment resembling a young wife bidding farewell to her husband. As night fell, the air in Rongqing became thick with humidity, heralding an impending rain. Sure enough, as flashes of lightning streaked across the sky, thunder followed in quick succession, disturbing the otherwise tranquil city. Hu Ningjing harbored an innate fear of such stormy weather. Shivering alone in the corner of her bed, clutching her pillow tightly while pressing her hands over her ears. Meanwhile, in the study, Chen Gong remained unfazed by the roaring thunder and utilized the stormy night to intensify his training. However, his meditation was ultimately interrupted by Hu Ningjing's piercing scream. Reluctantly, he found himself in her room, holding her hand tightly and offering continuous comfort until dawn broke. Upon returning to the laboratory, the exchanges between Chen Gong and Su Xinjie remained sparse, yet their prolonged companionship had cultivated a certain understanding between them. At the very least, they collaborated effectively in their tasks. Both possessed commendable experimental practices, a trait that garnered mutual admiration, unspoken yet far more gratifying than superficial praise. After tidying up the preparation room that day, the pair did not leave immediately, as they needed to prepare some tools and equipment for sampling in a heavily metal-polluted water area in Sichuan the following day. Rongqing University boasted a commendable research environment, providing specialized off-road vehicles and dedicated drivers for researchers embarking on fieldwork. However, given Su Xinjie's temperament, she was reluctant to involve unrelated personnel in her project and insisted on driving herself. Chen Gong felt somewhat awkward about the idea of a girl driving, realizing it might be prudent for him to obtain a driver's license. After all, with 3 million yuan in his bank account, purchasing a vehicle in the future would not pose a challenge, making life more convenient. After moving the tools, the hour had grown late, and as they exited the laboratory, Su Xinjie retained her usual cold demeanor. Chen Gong was undoubtedly aware that this was a reflection of Su Xinjie's character. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to it, thus he merely continued walking silently, with no intention of uttering a word. However, this time, a sleek black Mercedes was parked at the entrance of the laboratory building, beside which stood a robust and stern-looking man. Chen Gong distinctly sensed the intensifying chill emanating from Su Xinjie's presence. Upon noticing Su Xinjie and Chen Gong approaching, the man promptly opened the rear door and respectfully addressed Su Xinjie, saying, "Miss, please get in." However, Su Xinjie appeared oblivious to this and was about to walk away when a somewhat handsome middle-aged man with a chiseled face and an equally icy demeanor emerged from the front passenger seat. Upon seeing Su Xinjie, the coldness on his face vanished, replaced by a faint smile. Su Xinjie's expression shifted unexpectedly as she recognized him. "Uncle Sun, what brings you here?" she inquired. "Today is the 70th birthday of the elder Mr. Han. Your father specifically asked me to come and escort you to the celebration." Sun Lifeng replied with a smile. Su Xinjie was already aware of this event, having been informed by her father, but she had no intention of attending. As the elder Mr. Han was none other than Han Chang's grandfather, a man she had previously encountered, she was taken aback that her father would send Sun Lifeng to fetch her for the occasion. Su Wei understood that Su Xinjie held Sun Lifeng in high regard. Regardless of her aloofness, she could not refuse him. Furthermore, if the situation necessitated force, Su Xinjie would be unable to resist. Standing awkwardly to the side, Qin Gong found himself in a predicament, unsure whether to stay or leave, contemplating the connections between the unfolding scene and past events. Recalling the phone call he overheard outside the 502 laboratory and the image of Su Xinjie leaning alone against the window, he suddenly felt compelled to assist her. No matter how one looked at it, Su Xinjie was clearly reluctant to attend the elder Mr. Han's birthday celebration. Thus, with a troubled expression, Qin Gong stepped forward and spoke. Dr. Su, I see you have prior commitments this evening, but as the experiment has reached a critical juncture, I fear I cannot manage alone if you depart. Su Xinjie, already distressed, momentarily paused at Qin Gong's interjection, realizing the implication, and, feeling conflicted, turned to Sun Lifeng. Uncle Sun, as you can see, I truly cannot leave this evening. Perhaps you could relay my apologies to father, and I will forego the celebration. Sun Lifeng, possessing vast experience in navigating such situations, discerned the unspoken collaboration between the young lady and the man before her. However, he chose not to expose them, instead casting a meaningful glance at both Qin Gong and Su Xinjie before finally saying, in that case, it appears there is no alternative. Su Xinjie exhaled a sigh of relief and offered Qin Gong a grateful look. This was the first time her gaze towards him was devoid of any coldness. Sun Lifeng gestured towards the previously stern man and then entered the vehicle, addressing Su Xinjie. Miss, I shall take my leave now. Uncle Sun, travel safely. Su Xinjie replied with a smile, for since her mother's passing, he was the only one in that frigid household who had ever evoked a smile from her. Sun Lifeng let out a sigh and lowered his voice, saying, Miss, unless you can find a man who is more exceptional and possesses a stronger background than Han Chong, your father will not relent. You must tread carefully. Next time, it may not be so easy to escape. Watching the sleek black Mercedes disappear into the distance, Su Xinjie stood frozen in place, feeling an overwhelming chill envelop her. Sun Lifeng's well-intentioned warning sent her recently calmed heart plummeting into despair once more. Given Su Wei's relentless nature, he would never cease until he achieved his goals. As Sun Lifeng remarked, can one truly evade the first day of the lunar month only to escape the 15th? If only grandfather and mother were here. The thought deepened Su Xinjie's sorrow. Tears welled in her eyes but ultimately did not fall. Stubborn and proud, she refused to reveal her vulnerability before others. Qin Gong could certainly discern that Su Xinjie was in a state of profound distress. He contemplated offering her some words of comfort, but found himself at a loss for how to articulate them, aside from matters pertaining to their research. Their casual exchanges seldom exceeded 3 sentences. Ultimately, Qin Gong resolved to quietly withdraw. As he turned away, Su Xinjie felt an intensified sense of solitude and helplessness. Qin Gong, Su Xinjie's voice echoed from behind him, laced with an icy chill, yet tinged with an unprecedented fragility. Qin Gong gazed at Su Xinjie and slowly replied, All right. Chapter 38. The trouble of beautiful women and alcohol in Rome City. There exists a myriad of venues where one can indulge in the pleasures of drinking. The nightlife is indeed vibrant and diverse. Finding a bar to enjoy a drink is quite effortless. Regrettably, Qin Gong's knowledge in this realm is rather limited, as his sole experience in a bar was when he was taken by Dong Yao from the brokerage firm to borrow money. Nonetheless, it was an experience he had. And with the intention of supporting his friend's business, he suggested, let us head to the northern district. There are quite a few bars in that area. Su Xinjie, not one to frequent bars, initially assumed that Qin Gong was somewhat familiar with such places and nodded in agreement, saying, I'll drive over. Perhaps it is better if we take a taxi, Qin Gong interjected, shaking his head in disapproval. Su Xinjie, being an astute individual, understood the strictness of drunk driving regulations and recognized that Qin Gong was concerned about her driving after drinking. However, her stubborn nature resisted being swayed by others' decisions. Just as she was about to retort, she caught sight of Qin Gong's earnest gaze fixed upon her, stirring her heart and prompting a sudden change of mind. Very well, let us take a taxi. Upon hearing this, Qin Gong displayed a joyful smile, and the two quickly took a taxi to the bar overseen by Nyo Air. However, as soon as they entered, Su Xinjie furrowed her brow, as the cacophony within made her feel somewhat uneasy. When Qin Gong visited last time, the establishment had yet to commence operations, thus he was rather unfamiliar with the surroundings. Observing Su Xinjie's expression, he discerned her dissatisfaction and cautiously inquired, Shall we perhaps go to another place? No need, she replied. After all, It's merely drinking. It doesn't make a difference where we are. Su Xinjie seemed to have relaxed. Heading straight to the bar to order a drink. Chun Gong said little, simply positioning himself beside Su Xinjie, quietly accompanying her as she sipped her drink, soon revealing signs of inebriation. A beautiful woman invariably draws the gaze of men wherever she goes, and Su Xinjie was no exception, observing her consume one drink after another, accompanied by a seemingly frail scholar, stirred the curiosity of many onlookers. Eventually, two bold men approached with their glasses in hand. "Beautiful lady, let us take you to a better place for drinks," one of them declared, reaching out to grasp Su Xinjie's arm. "My friend, do you not see that I am right here beside her?" Chen Gong interjected, determined to protect Su Xinjie from any unwelcome advances. The two men halted their actions, their expressions darkening. "You expect me to believe you were with her?" The man on the right retorted, irritation evident in his voice. "Get lost." At this point, although Su Xinjie had consumed quite a bit, her awareness remained intact. Recognizing the potential danger of excessive drinking in such an environment, she nodded in agreement. However, Chen Gong underestimated her allure. The two men were already consumed by lust, disregarding their inhibitions. They noticed Chen Gong's lack of designer clothing, suggesting he had no connections or backing, and thus felt no concern for the consequences of their actions. Ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. "Kid, I advise you to mind your own business and get as far away as you can, or you'll surely regret it," the man on the left warned. "Get out of my way," the man on the right shouted, unable to contain himself as he raised his foot to kick Chen Gong. Chen Gong's face revealed a resigned smile, for this world operates in such a manner. The more one fears trouble, the more it seems to ensnare them. He understood that this matter was unlikely to reach a peaceful resolution. In the very moment the other party launched a kick, he swiftly retaliated with a strike of his own. Bang! Their legs collided. A piercing scream erupted from the man on the right, who collapsed to the ground, clutching the very leg that had aimed a kick at Chen Gong, wailing in agony. Chen Gong did not relent. After dispatching one adversary, he swiftly struck down another before the individual to his left could react. In but a fleeting moment, both assailants lay prostrate, and Chen Gong showed no mercy in his endeavors. "Let us go," he urged, pulling Su Xinjie towards the exit of the bar. As he noticed the growing number of onlookers, a sense of discomfort washed over him. However, the bar's security had already been alerted and rushed over to block their exit. Old Jiang, in visible distress, pointed at Chen Gong and lamented, "That scoundrel tricked me. Damn it, I'll make him pay." The security guard, seemingly familiar with old Jiang, wasted no time and launched a kick. A cry of agony resonated once more as the guard, much like his companion, fell to the floor, clutching his leg in torment. "Who dares to cause a ruckus in my territory?" A deep voice boomed from a distance. Wang Ming approached, his countenance brimming with fury. He had been engaged in flirtation with a newly hired barmaid, hoping to seize some advantage, only to be interrupted by this unwelcome disruption. In truth, the bar's security comprised mere ruffians under Hu Jiangwo, lacking any real prowess. Chen Gong had effortlessly toppled 3 of them with a single strike each, leaving the surrounding spectators awestruck. Although Su Xinjie felt a slight inebriation, her fundamental judgment remained intact. She was taken aback to discover that her research partner possessed such formidable skills. The group of security personnel, hesitant to intervene, displayed signs of relief. With Wang Ming present, their confidence surged considerably. Regrettably, the 3 guards who had previously been bested by Chen Gong had been reassigned by Niu Air, leaving no acquaintances of Chen Gong in sight. Had there been, their spirits would not have been so buoyant. "Mengo is here. That kid is finished," murmured onlookers, relishing the impending doom of the audacious newcomer who dared to act so brazenly in the domain of a tiger, particularly one as brutish as Wang Ming. Indeed, that lad is undoubtedly doomed for daring to strike here. Many in the crowd cast sympathetic glances at Chen Gong, well aware that Wang Ming was regarded as one of Hu Jiangwo's most formidable enforcers in the area. A bitter smile once again surfaced on Chen Gong's face. This situation was indeed difficult to articulate. Initially, he had intended to lend a hand in Yoer's business, but now it appeared he had inadvertently disrupted the other party's affairs. At that moment, the security guard who had fallen to the ground scrambled forward, clutching Wang Ming's thigh with a voice laced with desperation. "Brother Ming, you must stand up for us. It's that little brat who not only caused a ruckus in our establishment but also broke my leg." Almost simultaneously with the guard's utterance, Wang Ming's expression shifted dramatically, as if he had glimpsed something he wished to avoid. The fierce demeanor he had worn moments before melted away into a semblance of a smile. He kicked away the subordinate who had clung to him, treating him as if he were a filthy and repugnant rag. In the next instant, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Wang Ming approached Qin Gong with a beaming smile and remarked, "Brother, have these unwitting fools offended you?" Silence. It was hard to fathom such tranquility in the raucous bar. Onlookers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, widened their eyes in disbelief, while the security personnel stood dumbfounded, staring at their leader. Qin Gong, equally taken aback by Wang Ming's unusually courteous demeanor, casually inquired, "How is Manager Niu faring?" "I mean no harm. I merely wished to assist in his business and did not anticipate encountering such difficulties." Wang Ming turned to his subordinates, instructing, "Take these 3 foolish ones away. We wouldn't want to upset our esteemed guest." He then turned back to Qin Gong, offering a conciliatory smile. "Your concern is appreciated, brother. Manager Niu is doing splendidly. Under his leadership, our bar's revenue continues to soar, illuminating a prosperous future." Qin Gong began to comprehend the situation. It seemed that Niu Air possessed an extraordinary ability to swiftly subdue Wang Ming. He was unaware that his single punch had left a profound impression on Wang Ming, who now lacked the courage to confront him. During this expedition, Su Xinjie encountered virtually no inconveniences in her daily life, as Qin Gong shouldered all the burdens alone. He meticulously prepared all necessities, ensuring that when a particular item was required, he would promptly retrieve it. This close proximity fostered a burgeoning dialogue between them. Su Xinjie, unable to maintain her icy demeanor towards Qin Gong, occasionally allowed a somewhat stiff smile to grace her lips, which was indeed a rare occurrence. However, outdoor work inherently carries certain risks. Although the preceding days had unfolded smoothly, the final day brought an unexpected torrential downpour that disrupted their sampling efforts. They were initially positioned along a river with a modest flow when a sudden surge transformed the once traversable stream into a formidable torrent. Qin Gong and Su Xinjie found themselves stranded on an islet in the river's midst, which was formerly a modest hill. Fortunately, atop the hill stood an abandoned dwelling. Despite its dilapidation, it provided shelter from the majority of the wind and rain. That night, Qin Gong incessantly conversed with Su Xinjie, discussing academic inquiries, sharing amusing anecdotes from life, and recounting jokes from the internet. His relentless chatter gradually assuaged Su Xinjie's anxiety, ultimately lulling her into slumber. Although it was summer, the mountains remained somewhat chilly after the rain. Around 3 or 4 in the morning, Su Xinjie awoke from the cold to discover that she had been draped with a t-shirt, while Qin Gong stood bare-chested at the threshold of the dwelling. Chapter 39. Sudden bad news every morning. Qin Gong continues to visit Hu Ningjing's home for tutoring, and their relationship grows increasingly intimate. Hu Ningjing has become more diligent in her studies, showing remarkable progress. Recently, Hu Jiangwo appears to be in good spirits, likely due to a significant expansion of his influence, resulting in him spending more time at home. Occasionally, he invites Qin Gong over for meals and conversations, and after each gathering, it is always Hu Ningjing who takes the initiative to clean up the dishes, much to Hu Jiangwo's delight. Meanwhile, at Wanya Mountain Villa, Xiao Jun has already called to inform Qin Gong that in 1 week's time, the accommodation will be available. This means that in just another week, Qin Gong will be able to bring his grandfather to reside in Rongqing. In terms of cultivation, Qin Gong has made considerable progress with the automatic cultivation method on his chest, not only during meals and activities, but even while sleeping. The spiritual energy at his chest is subconsciously isolated, allowing for the absorption of spiritual qi. After Qin Gong's spiritual energy became relatively abundant, he began to experiment with sharing the anomalous substances within that energy. The reference method was inspired by an accidental act of separation he witnessed when Hu Ningjing emerged from her bath. However, what had been an instinctive action in a moment of urgency now posed a challenge to replicate in its entirety. Life appeared to unfold in a serene and beautiful manner. Everything progressed smoothly and in an orderly fashion. Yet, it is often during such tranquil moments that devastating news arrives, catching one off guard. Observing Qin Gong's profound sorrow, Su Xinjie felt a subtle pang of emotion welling up within her. With genuine concern, she inquired, "Qin Gong, what has happened?" It was then that Su Xinjie learned the reason behind Qin Gong's tears. She could deeply empathize with his feelings, recalling the tears she shed when her own grandfather passed away years ago. Qin Gong nodded and was about to depart when Su Xinjie spoke again, saying, "Waiting for the bus consumes too much time. I might as well drive you." Under normal circumstances, Qin Gong would likely have declined. But this was not a time for niceties. All he desired was to see his grandfather as soon as possible. So he nodded in agreement and walked towards the laboratory's exit. As Su Xinjie walked, She made a phone call and then drove Qin Gong to the entrance of the Rongyu Expressway, where he once again encountered Sun Lifeng in the black Mercedes. Sun Lifeng was somewhat surprised to see Su Xinjie with the young man he had met outside the experimental building. My Panda is less safe on the highway and lacks speed. Switching vehicles is quicker, Su Xinjie briefly explained. Not waiting for Sun Lifeng to voice his concerns before she accelerated the Mercedes onto the expressway. Sun Lifeng stood at the junction, watching the Mercedes vanish from sight. His expression complex. He had seldom witnessed Su Xinjie so anxious about a matter. Could it be that she has developed feelings for this young man? Sun Lifeng pondered. Worry etched on his face, well aware of Su Wei's temperament. Such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. As the Mercedes sped along the highway, Qin Gong, seated in the passenger seat, gradually regained clarity of thought. Dr. Su, thank you, he expressed. It's nothing. As long as your grandfather is well, that is what matters. Su Xinjie replied. Upon hearing Su Xinjie mention his grandfather, Qin Gong's heart tightened. His grandfather and younger sister were the two closest individuals to him in this world. The thought of losing either was an unfathomable horror. He was uncertain about the nature of his grandfather's illness and wondered if the tonic pills he possessed might be of any help. Lost in these thoughts, he felt a mix of hope and anxiety. Noticing that her words had plunged Qin Gong into deeper worry, Su Xinjie felt a pang of unease. She wished to offer him some comfort, but found herself at a loss for words, repeatedly attempting to speak, but failing to articulate her thoughts. Qin Gong's life experiences left Su Xinjie utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom how an elderly man could raise two children and nurture a remarkable university student like Qin Gong. Under ordinary circumstances, revealing the truth might only provoke a momentary ire from her grandfather, resulting in a few scolding words directed at herself. However, in the current moment, Qin Gong dared not entertain such thoughts. As he recounted tales from his past, Su Xinjie, her emotions stirring, noticed that Qin Gong had suddenly halted, his expression fraught with turmoil. Assuming something had gone awry, she hurriedly inquired, "What's wrong?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Gong turned to her, regarding her with an unusual gaze. Su Xinjie, striking in appearance and possessing an exceptional demeanor, was a distinguished female doctoral candidate. Had her expression not been so frigid, she would have undoubtedly been the epitome of an ideal girlfriend, one that her grandfather would surely adore. "Be my girlfriend," Qin Gong, in a moment of desperation, blurted out without considering Su Xinjie's potential reaction. "What?" Su Xinjie's heart raced, nearly losing control of the steering wheel in her hands, as her previously concerned expression transformed into one of profound dismay. Qin Gong realized that he had acted too hastily, leading to Su Xinjie's misunderstanding. He quickly clarified, "I did not mean it that way. I merely wish to ask Dr. Su to temporarily pretend to be my girlfriend." Su Xinjie's expression softened slightly. Yet the frosty demeanor remained unyielding as she firmly replied, "No." "Do you not have a girlfriend?" Su Xinjie inquired. "None." Qin Gong shook his head. Observing that Su Xinjie had not outright rejected his proposal this time, he felt a surge of hope, sensing that his plan might succeed. "I was pressed by my grandfather to claim I have a girlfriend, simply to please him. I had no idea he would take it seriously." Qin Gong confessed with a wry smile. Su Xinjie's heart stirred as if she had contemplated something, yet she remained silent, driving with neither agreement nor dissent. While Su Xinjie maintained her composure, Qin Gong could hardly contain his impatience. "Dr. Su," he exclaimed. To his surprise, Su Xinjie's cheeks flushed as she unexpectedly replied, "All right. But do not rejoice too soon. I have conditions." "What conditions?" "Feel free to state them. I shall comply as long as it is within my means." Qin Gong responded eagerly. At that moment, Su Xinjie suddenly felt a tinge of shyness, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she softly stated, "If I ever require you to masquerade as my boyfriend in the future, you must not refuse." However, she questioned within herself whether this tactic would truly be effective on her father. Compared to the Han family, Qin Gong seemed rather inadequate. Although Qin Gong found Su Xinjie's request rather peculiar, he promptly acquiesced. "Dr. Su, when you meet my grandfather, could you possibly soften your expression a bit? Your smile is quite charming. Why not share it more often?" Qin Gong ventured, observing the frosty demeanor on Su Xinjie's face. Upon hearing this, Su Xinjie fell silent for a moment before a faint smile graced her lips, her voice softening as she replied, "Is that so?" This smile was akin to a snow lotus blossoming atop a mountain, indescribably enchanting. Were it not for the matter concerning his grandfather, Qin Gong would undoubtedly have been captivated by her smile. Nonetheless, he sincerely remarked, If grandfather were to see how beautiful Dr. Su is, he would surely be delighted. Many men had praised Su Xingjia's beauty before, and she was not particularly swayed by such compliments. However, hearing Qin Gong express it brought her a sense of joy. Why do you still refer to me as Dr. Su? Su Xingjia playfully chided, her expression still somewhat awkward, yet coupled with her appearance and demeanor. It was already enough to bewitch the heart. Qin Gong was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly comprehended the situation. He nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you, Xingjia. Why are we still being so polite?" Su Xingjia playfully retorted. Qin Gong found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Su Xingjia's transformation. He had not anticipated that this cold beauty would not only be diligent in her research, but also wholeheartedly devoted to her role as a girlfriend. Su Xingjia's driving was swift, completing the 3-hour journey in just 2 hours. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they had already entered the urban area of Zizhou. It was the customary time for dinner, and Qin Gong had intended to treat Su Xingjia to a meal before heading to the hospital, but she declined, leaving him feeling grateful. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, Qin Gong first called his sister, then led Su Xingjia inside. The pungent scent of disinfectant filled the air, casting a heavy gloom over Qin Gong's spirits, and an ominous foreboding began to rise within him. As he searched for his sister's figure, hoping to reach their grandfather's ward as soon as possible, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. It was Lu Tianming, the captain who had directly purchased his Millennium Ginseng for 5 million at Professor Zheng's residence. At this moment, Qin Gong was solely eager to see his grandfather and had no inclination to pay attention to anyone else. However, Lu Tianming approached him directly. "Qin Gong, come quickly. Your grandfather may not have much time left," Lu Tianming said, his face marked by a hint of urgency. Without allowing Qin Gong a moment to respond, he grasped his arm and pulled him along. Qin Gong was plagued by an abundance of questions, yet upon hearing Lu Tianming's words, he cast aside all thoughts and hurriedly followed Lu Tianming towards the hospital room where his grandfather lay. He yearned to invoke the Xian Shui Ju, wishing to hasten his pace. When the elderly man caught sight of Qin Gong entering, his dim eyes suddenly sparkled with life, and his wrinkled visage blossomed into a benevolent smile. Qin Gong desperately held back her tears as she stepped forward to grasp her grandfather's withered, icy hand tightly. "Who is she?" Qin Zhongwen beheld Su Xingjia and Qin Gong entering together, his gaze fixated on Su Xingjia as he laboriously inquired. At that moment, Qin Wan and Wang Jiahui, who were stationed beside their grandfather, also caught sight of Su Xingjia and were secretly astonished by her grace and striking beauty. Su Xingjia harbored no disdain towards the elder. Upon hearing Qin Gong recount the stories of Qin Zhongwen, she found herself in awe of the elder's greatness in nurturing 2 exceptional grandchildren. Thus, upon witnessing Qin Gong's firm grasp of the old man's hand, his expression riddled with anguish, she instinctively approached the bedside and called out, "Grandfather! Grandfather, this is Su Xingjia, a doctoral student and my girlfriend." Qin Gong whispered into the elder's ear. A smile illuminated the grandfather's face, bringing him joy as he glanced at Qin Gong, then shifted his gaze towards Su Xingjia. His eyes, once clear, lingered momentarily on Wu Wan and Wang Jiahui, and to everyone's surprise, 2 tears escaped his dimmed eyes, silently falling onto the white pillow. With great effort, he lifted his hand as if to grasp something. "What do you wish for, grandfather? I can fetch it for you," Su Xingjia exclaimed anxiously. The elder gently shook his head, capturing Su Xingjia's hand before placing it alongside Qin Gong's. "Grandfather, see, my brother's girlfriend is truly beautiful," Qin Wan said, her voice trembling as she fought back tears, her eyes already swollen from previous weeping. The grandfather smiled once more, albeit with a slurred tongue, uttering, "Good, good. You all must cherish your lives together." "Indeed." Qin Gong nodded, then turned to Su Xingjia and the others, saying, "Please step outside for a moment. I wish to spend some time alone with grandfather." As he caressed the elder's hand, Qin Gong felt the heavy aura of impending death. He knew he had to devise a plan immediately, lest his grandfather truly depart. Although Qin Gong's request seemed peculiar, the resolute look in his eyes compelled Su Xingjia and the others to exit the hospital room. The grandfather's condition was not due to illness but rather the exhaustion of life itself. Qin Gong understood that even employing spiritual energy to heal his grandfather would yield no effect. Cultivators are still human, not deities. While spiritual energy can alleviate suffering, it cannot alter one's fate. At this moment, the only glimmer of hope lay in the precious elixir he possessed, the great supplement pill. This was the sole remedy he could offer, among the various supplies of a cultivator, classified into 4 levels: law, treasure, spirit, and immortal, with 12 grades. The great supplement pill belonged to the low-grade law category, capable of replenishing one's vital energy and potentially extending life for a time. Chen Gong retrieved a bottle of nourishing pills and poured one out. Instantly, the peculiar odor of disinfectant mingled with medicinal scents that had permeated the hospital room was replaced by a fragrant aroma of medicine. Upon inhaling this delightful scent, his grandfather's eyes brightened, and his previously waning spirit was suddenly invigorated. Chen Gong, witnessing the scene, was filled with elation and prepared to immediately feed the grand elixir into his grandfather's mouth. Xiao Gong, where did you procure this pill? Grasping Chen Gong's hand, his grandfather exhibited no intention of swallowing it. Instead, he inquired with a hint of excitement. Grandfather, let us consume it first, Chen Gong urged, bringing the elixir to his grandfather's lips. However, the elder suddenly shook his head with a bittersweet smile. This left Chen Gong momentarily stunned. And then the old man uttered words that astonished him. This is indeed a grand elixir, capable of replenishing vital energy and even prolonging life. Yet it holds no efficacy for me, as I have already ingested one in the past. What? Chen Gong had always perceived his grandfather as an ordinary man, never imagining that he was aware of the grand elixir, let alone having consumed one. In these final moments, the elder's mind was remarkably lucid, his eyes radiating contentment as he gently patted Chen Gong's head and softly spoke. I am not an extraordinary figure. The old sage who entrusted me with that piece of ice jade made me take a grand elixir, which is why I have remained relatively healthy over the years. I am delighted to discover that my little Gong possesses such a treasure. I can depart with peace of mind. Sensing the last flicker of life swiftly fading from his grandfather, Chen Gong, disregarding everything, forced the grand elixir into the elder's mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, its potent essence rapidly coursing through the old man's body. However, under Chen Gong's spiritual perception, he felt that the powerful medicinal force failed to awaken even a glimmer of vitality. Upon the return of Su Xinjie and Chen Wan to the ward, witnessing that both their loved ones had found a serene end, the grandfather slowly closed his eyes and departed this world, a smile adorning his face. Chen Gong felt as though the heavens had collapsed. The most significant aspect of his life had shattered unexpectedly. The anguished cries of Chen Wan and the soft sobs of Su Xinjie echoed in his ears, yet he could only grasp his grandfather's cold hand tightly, unable to utter a single word. Immersed in profound sorrow, Chen Gong had no inclination to manage any affairs. Everything was largely handled with the assistance of Lu Tianming and Wang Jiehui. 10 days later, all matters were resolved, including the complete transfer of the family home to Shi Wangkai for management. Chen Wan would henceforth accompany Chen Gong to Rongqing for her final year of high school, and he intended to find her an appropriate school there. Having somewhat regained composure from the grief of losing his grandfather, Chen Gong recalled Lu Tianming, who was not supposed to be present. Captain Lu, although I am unaware of your true intentions, I sincerely appreciate everything you have done for my grandfather, he expressed earnestly. Before his passing, his grandfather had been in the finest ward of the Zizhou First Hospital, with a dedicated medical team assigned for his care, an arrangement that was certainly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, likely orchestrated by the enigmatic Captain Lu. There's no need for formalities, Chen Gong. I find you quite intriguing, which prompted me to conduct some inquiries. Encountering your grandfather in such critical condition was merely coincidental. Lu Tianming responded candidly. Inquiries? Is it merely because of that millennium-old ginseng? Chen Gong's heart raced. He was not fond of being scrutinized by individuals with official backgrounds. Lu Tianming chuckled, produced his phone, opened a video file, and presented it to Chen Gong. It depicted a person smashing a sports car with bare hands, concluding with a close-up of that individual's face. Indeed, impulsiveness comes at a cost. Although Chen Gong had mentally prepared for the repercussions of his actions at the intersection, he did not anticipate being approached so swiftly. So, Captain Lu, do you intend to apprehend me or subject me to research? Chen Gong refrained from futile denials, knowing that there were numerous cameras at the intersection, eliminating any possibility of mistaken identity. You possess extraordinary abilities, which is not uncommon. I have no interest in subjecting you to research, as I share the same traits, Lu Tianming stated calmly. Observing Chen Gong's surprise and shock, he chose not to delve further, merely adding, it is not the right time for us to discuss this. When you have recovered, we can converse in detail. As the accommodations at Wonium Mountain Villa had yet to be vacated and no preparations had been made, Chen Gong could only allow Chen Wan to accompany Hu Ningjing for the time being. When he brought Chen Wan to Xanadu Garden, Hu Jiangwo was not home. Yet Hu Ningjing displayed an unusual warmth towards Qin Gong's younger sister. The two girls, not far apart in age, quickly grew familiar with one another. While worrying about Qin Gong, Su Xinjie had never contemplated how peculiar it was to be concerned for someone, particularly a man she had not known for long. It's nothing. I should do more. After all, I am the primary person responsible for the project, Su Xinjie remarked. Qin Gong, however, chose not to engage in conversation any longer, silently attending to his own affairs. Occasionally, during moments of leisure, he would find himself lost in thought, staring vacantly into the distance. Su Xinjie let out a quiet sigh, recognizing that Qin Gong had yet to emerge from the sorrow of his grandfather's passing. In truth, Qin Gong ought not to be so mournful. Nonetheless, he harbored an abundance of regrets. His grandfather, who had toiled to raise both him and his sister, had never enjoyed a single day of comfort in his 70-plus years. In a bid to ensure his grandfather's peaceful twilight years, Qin Gong had even prepared a lavish residence at the foot of Wonia Mountain, with less than a week remaining before moving in. Yet, fate had intervened, and his grandfather departed, leaving Qin Gong with an everlasting sense of loss. This regret also burdened him with profound guilt, as he chastised himself for his inadequacies, lamenting his inability to procure superior elixirs. Had he been able to acquire a precious elixir, or even one of greater potency, perhaps his grandfather might have lived a few more years. Chapter 41. The Care of Loved Ones. Qin Gong's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. As he stood there in a daze, his phone rang. It was Hu Jiangwo calling, informing him that he was waiting in front of the laboratory building. Qin Gong felt a warmth in his heart, fully aware of the reason behind Hu Jiangwo's visit. As he prepared to leave, Su Xinjie called out to him, saying, "This evening, let us return to the bar we visited last time. It was quite an enjoyable experience." Qin Gong cast a glance at Su Xinjie, realizing that the current Su Xinjie bore no resemblance to the frigid beauty she once embodied. "Thank you, Dr. Su, but I have an engagement this evening. Perhaps another time," Qin Gong replied, a hint of regret in his voice. A sudden wave of disappointment washed over Su Xinjie. This was her first time taking the initiative to invite a boy, hoping to offer him solace, only to discover that he already had someone to turn to for comfort. While grappling with her disappointment, an inexplicable anger bubbled within her. She donned her icy facade once more and declared, "Very well, I shall go alone." Her pride would not allow anyone to perceive her inner turmoil or sense of longing. So she resolved to present herself as someone who had long intended to visit the bar, merely seeking to invite Qin Gong as an afterthought. Qin Gong nodded slightly, but reminded before leaving, "It's best not to go alone. If you must, take a taxi." Watching Qin Gong's departing figure, Su Xinjie murmured under her breath, "What do you care?" Yet her expression softened. Perhaps in this world, only Qin Gong's concern for her was devoid of ulterior motives, making it something she could wholeheartedly accept. Downstairs, Hu Jiangwo stood by his Volkswagen Tiguan, and upon seeing Qin Gong emerge, he strode forward and clasped Qin Gong's hand firmly, offering words of comfort. "Xiao Chun, do not be too sorrowful. Come, let us go to my home for some drinks." Qin Gong nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Hu." Hu Jiangwo, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of guilt and replied, "Why thank me? I am ashamed, truly, that I only learned of the significant events in your family now. You didn't mention a word to me. If it weren't for your kindness in bringing your sister home to keep Jingjing company, I would remain oblivious." Qin Gong had previously mentioned that he could not attend the tutoring session due to family matters, not anticipating that Hu Jiangwo would take it so to heart. Guilt washed over him as he glanced at Hu Jiangwo, realizing that others genuinely regarded him as family while he himself had remained distant. "Let's go. Your sister and Jingjing are already preparing the meal," Hu Jiangwo urged as he ushered Qin Gong into the car. Upon arriving at Hu Jiangwo's home, the air was filled with a delightful aroma. Although Hu Ningjing's culinary skills were still developing, Qin Wan's cooking was truly commendable. The table was adorned with an array of dishes, and the two girls were already setting the table. The warmth of the home alleviated Qin Gong's sorrow, especially as he remembered his sister who needed his care. If he remained ensnared in his grief, what would become of her? Seeing Qin Gong's worn expression, Hu Ningjing felt a pang of sadness and an overwhelming urge to embrace him and offer comfort. "Brother, come quickly," she called out, dropping the utensils and rushing to pull Qin Gong to the table. Nearby, Qin Wan's eyes were still red, a clear indication that she had been crying moments before, further solidifying Qin Gong's resolve to emerge from his sorrow and care for his loved ones. Qin Gong was not accustomed to drowning his sorrows in alcohol, and his natural immunity to its effects made inebriation a challenging endeavor. However, the warmth of the dinner shared with Hu Jiangwo, Hu Ningjing, and Chen Wan significantly lifted his spirits. "Brother, Sister Wan, let us go for a stroll at Wonia Mountain," Hu Ningjing suggested after dinner. Taking Chen Gong and Chen Wan's hands, Hu Jiangwo smiled, saying, "That's a splendid idea. You three can go explore while I take care of the remaining chores at home." Once they left Xanadu Garden, Hu Ningjing, usually lively and mischievous, now walked arm in arm with Chen Gong, flanked by Chen Wan on either side. As they quietly made their way towards Wonia Mountain Park, people deal with sorrow in various ways. Some prefer the solitude of a corner, silently bearing their burdens, while others seek a confidant to share their thoughts and lighten their load. There are those who resort to drinking or running to vent their frustrations. During his 10 days in Zizhou, Chen Gong had already endured the solitude of his grief. Now, surrounded by those who cared for him, he began to see the beauty that life still held, particularly in the form of his two sisters. Upon reaching a large rock atop Wonia Mountain, the three of them lay back, gazing at the stars. "Brother, do you think I could attend high school in Rongqing next semester?" Chen whispered, her eyes fixed on the celestial display. "Yes, but I haven't decided which school yet," Chen Gong replied. "Brother, let her go to Luzhong." "I can ask my dad for assistance," Hu Ningjing interjected. Hu Ningjing's suggestion struck a chord with Chen Gong. Yet he knew that navigating the intricacies involved would require further discussion with Hu Jiangwo. Three individuals lay upon the rocks, engaged in a conversation that ebbed and flowed. Unbeknownst to them, the sorrow residing within Chen Gong and Chen Wan had lessened considerably, as they both came to realize that there were still cherished souls in their lives. "Brother, Sister Wan, do not grieve. Though grandfather has passed, there remains me, and my father. We are still your family," Hu Ningjing murmured softly. The empathy in her tone profoundly touched Chen Gong and Chen Wan. Indeed, while their grandfather had departed, life must carry on. They could not allow their own grief to overshadow the presence of their other loved ones. "Silly girl, grandfather was old. It was his time to go. In truth, I am no longer sorrowful, merely regretful. Why could he not have lingered a little longer?" Chen Gong did not articulate the source of his regret. Yet it seemed that both Chen Wan and Hu Ningjing understood. Gazing at his two younger sisters, Chen Gong was suddenly imbued with a sense of responsibility. With grandfather gone, Chen Wan would need to fend for herself. And as for Hu Ningjing, now that she had embraced the role of his sister, he felt it was his duty to alleviate her worries and shoulder his responsibilities. When the three of them turned their gaze back to the night sky, they found it to be extraordinarily beautiful. Having neglected his cultivation for the past 10 days, Chen Gong recalled Chen Xiao's previous experiences in this realm of thin spiritual energy. An extended period without practice could adversely affect one's progress, for a cultivator's journey was a constant battle against the heavens. Stagnation meant regression. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that his chest was continually absorbing spiritual energy autonomously, resulting in not only a halt to his regression, but a subtle advancement in his power. Since he had come to understand the dispersion of spiritual energy, he had spent a month mastering the control of his chest as a self-sustaining absorption zone. Over this month, the changes around his chest had become increasingly apparent. His muscles had grown strong, his skin resilient, and his meridians had widened, allowing for greater capacity of spiritual power. Most gratifying was the enhancement of his chest area, which had caused the muscles surrounding his heart to tighten, preventing any ease of access to his heart and significantly slowing the encroachment of the icy chill from his jade pendant. Furthermore, regarding the mutated spiritual energy filtered through his heart, Chen Gong had formulated a preliminary solution. Within the cultivation practices of the Kunlun Sect, there existed a technique specifically designed to refine one's negative emotions, known as the 7 emotions transmutation technique. This method was essential for disciples of Kunlun to contend with the tribulations of the heart during their trials. The technique bore a certain resemblance to the concept of returning like for like. Disciples of Kunlun directly faced their inner demons, transforming these distracting thoughts into thunderous emotional energy, which could then be unleashed to combat the heart's malevolence during tribulations. However, this technique was exceedingly time-consuming, requiring the disciple to immerse themselves in the mortal world for centuries to absorb and refine their experiences before it could effectively serve to resist the trials of the heart. Within the Kunlun Sect, this particular method of cultivation is rather obscure, were it not for Chen Xiao's responsibility to uphold the legacy of the Kunlun teachings. He likely would not have delved into such a seemingly trivial practice. Presently, Chen Gong does not seek to transcend tribulations, he merely aims for self-preservation. And thus his intention in practicing the 7 emotions transformation thunder technique is not to achieve mastery, but rather to maintain a relaxed mindset. The initial stages of the transformation thunder technique are easily grasped, yet achieving its full potential proves to be a formidable challenge, making it perfectly suited to Qin Gong's current circumstances. The technique itself is not particularly complex. Qin Gong only requires one night to comprehend the method, awaiting the opportunity to refine the chaotic and aberrant energies within his spiritual force during practice. After concluding his initial training, Qin Gong intended to attempt the creation of a secondary battlefield for automatic cultivation within his body. However, he soon discovered that maintaining a stable absorption of spiritual energy in his chest, while simultaneously modifying and controlling his abdomen, presented a far greater challenge. A moment's inattention could easily disrupt the energy seal in his abdomen. Noticing the lateness of the hour and recognizing that he is not one to rush results, he reclined on his bed and closed his eyes, allowing the area around his chest to continue absorbing spiritual energy. The following day, Qin Gong resumed his normal routine, first visiting a riverside park to practice the Xian Shui technique, and afterward heading to Hu Ningjing's residence. In the afternoon, he made his way to the laboratory. Su Xinjie, upon seeing Qin Gong's revitalized spirit, felt a surge of happiness, albeit tinged with a hint of regret, knowing that it was not she who had restored him, but another individual. As evening approached, a call came from Xiang Jie of the real estate agency, informing him that Xiao Jun would vacate the property at Wonium Mountain Villa completely the following day, and Qin Gong could retrieve the keys. Yet, this news did not elicit any joy from Qin Gong. Instead, it stirred within him a sense of melancholy regarding the dwelling. Although the exchanges between Su Xinjie and Qin Gong remained few, their relationship had noticeably grown more amicable following recent events. Once the experiments concluded and everything was tidied up, the two descended the laboratory building side by side, preparing to head to the school cafeteria. As they walked, Qin Gong inquired, "I heard our laboratory is equipped with an American Thermo-Scientific M6 atomic absorption spectrometer and a plasma full-spectrum direct reading spectrometer, both overseen by Dr. Su. Am I correct?" Su Xinjie glanced at him with curiosity, her voice playful as she replied, "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit." Qin Gong smiled and remarked, "I am aware that our environmental science department possesses these two instruments. However, I am uncertain about who specifically manages them. Given the advanced nature of these devices, they must be entrusted to someone reliable. Moreover, since Dr. Su has previously written extensively on experimental analysis, I surmise that she frequently utilizes them, likely being the one responsible for their management." Su Xinjie nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, as my primary research focus is on heavy metal pollution, the most advanced and commonly used instruments for testing heavy metals are these two. Therefore, I have taken on the responsibility of safeguarding them." "Oh, that makes perfect sense. While I have read extensively about instrument analysis, my hands-on experience is rather limited, making this an excellent opportunity for me to seek your guidance," Qin Gong expressed. His enthusiasm for the unknown evident as his thirst for knowledge and learning spirit was strong. At that moment, a sleek black Porsche came to a halt before the entrance of the laboratory building. A remarkably handsome young man stepped out of the vehicle, none other than Han Chong. Chapter 42. The love rival wearing a smile that could enchant any girl. Han Chong was about to enter the laboratory when he spotted Su Xinjie descending the stairs with a male companion. The two appeared to be engrossed in conversation, seemingly enjoying each other's company, and Su Xinjie's usual icy demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Han Chong's smile froze instantly, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and donned a faint smile as he approached them. Su Xinjie and Qin Gong naturally noticed Han Chong advancing toward them. Su Xinjie's expression shifted slightly, her smile vanished, replaced by an icy facade, and her eyes openly betrayed her disdain. Qin Gong maintained a composed demeanor, yet he could discern the subtle shift in Su Xinjie's attitude towards Han Chong. Her aversion was palpable, and he was also acutely aware of the profound animosity Han Chong harbored towards him. Though concealed, it was intensely felt. A glance towards the nearby Porsche and then back at Han Chong evoked memories of their first encounter with both the man and the vehicle. "Miss Su Xinjie, might I have the honor of your company for dinner this evening?" Han Chong inquired with a charming smile, exhibiting a gentlemanly demeanor. "I'm afraid I'm unavailable." Su Xinjie replied without a moment's hesitation, then turned to Qin Gong with a radiant smile, suggesting, "Gong, why don't we dine on Sichuan Road tonight? Afterward, you could accompany me for some shopping." However, both individuals were far from ordinary. They quickly regained their composure. Although Su Xinjie and Qin Gong had shared laughter in each other's company before, Today's display was notably enchanting. Her smile was particularly alluring. And her invitation to dinner and shopping was imbued with a sense of eagerness, almost as if to flaunt her intentions. Qingong, not one to be easily deceived, recognized that Su Xinjie was keen to distance herself from the young man before them. Were he to encounter another man of similar striking appearance and demeanor, he might have played the role of a matchmaker, considering Su Xinjie's age was ripe for discussions of marriage. Yet, regrettably, Qingong found no affinity for Han Chong. Beneath the veneer of elegance, he perceived a crude essence lurking beneath. Qingong nodded with a smile and said, "All right, I shall accompany you to browse for clothes." Han Chong, seething with rage internally, managed to maintain a faade of composure. His smile was somewhat forced, yet he spoke with an air of elegance. "Ah, it appears Miss Su has made prior arrangements. My apologies for the intrusion. Perhaps we could schedule another time. There's no need for another arrangement. I believe it is best to be forthright with young Master Han. I harbor not the slightest interest in you," Su Xinjie declared bluntly, showing no regard for niceties. Han Chong's lips twitched slightly, pausing for a moment before a confident smile emerged on his face. "Not to worry. I am certain that Miss Su will gradually develop an interest in me." With that, he turned his attention back to Qingong, adopting an arrogant demeanor. His eyes filled with disdain and even a hint of pity. To Han Chong, Qingong was a pitiable and ignorant individual, oblivious to the wealth and influence represented by the Han family. "My fellow student, you must be a junior to Miss Su. I wish to inform you that she is the lady I intend to pursue, so unless it pertains to academics, it would be wise for you to keep your distance." Han Chong's expression turned icy as he spoke coldly. "What do you mean by that, Han Chong?" Before Qingong could respond, Su Xinjie snapped angrily at him. Han Chong let out a cold snort, a faint smile resurfacing on his face as he leisurely replied, "It means nothing. I merely offer a friendly reminder to certain individuals to know their place and not to aspire beyond their reach." Su Xinjie was about to retort again, but Qingong nonchalantly interjected, smiling as he said, "Xinjie, do not stoop to the level of a toad. Let us proceed to dinner." Su Xinjie cast an approving glance at Qingong, her radiant smile returning as she disregarded Han Chong entirely. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, Han Chong's handsome visage darkened as his smile vanished, replaced by a menacing expression. "Kid, I advise you to keep your eyes open in the future, otherwise you won't even know how you met your end." Qingong's expression turned cold as he faced Han Chong's blatant threat, and he felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Although Qingong was aware that Han Chong possessed considerable influence, perhaps even surpassing that of the affluent scion Han Jing, he did not perceive any reason to feel intimidated. Moreover, as a disciple of the Kunlun Sect and a cultivator, he believed that no matter how fallen his status might be, he should not fear a mere rich heir. Only Su Xinjie, who understood the forces backing Han Chong, turned pale, about to speak when Qingong interjected, "You need not concern yourself with this. It is individuals like you, who are so self-righteous, that should be more apprehensive about their predicament." Upon hearing this, Han Chong sneered repeatedly, casting a fierce glance at Qingong before shifting his gaze to Su Xinjie, suddenly exclaiming, "I hear that Uncle Su is in talks with my father regarding the Qianshui Bay project." With that, Han Chong laughed coldly, climbed into his car, and departed. Su Xinjie, however, stood frozen in place, her complexion somewhat ashen. "Dr. Su, let's head for dinner," Qingong softly urged, noticing her daze. "Oh, all right," Su Xinjie responded, somewhat disoriented, and followed Qingong towards the cafeteria. Throughout their walk, Su Xinjie's face was clouded with worry, her eyes reflecting profound concern. This puzzled Qingong. He recognized the complexities and darker facets of contemporary society. Yet he found it hard to believe that the earlier individual could coerce Su Xinjie into a romantic entanglement or brazenly target him. "Dr. Su, do not fret about that wretched frog. If it dares to bother you again, simply inform me, and I shall break its legs," Qingong remarked, half jokingly yet with sincerity. However, Su Xinjie showed no hint of amusement. Her frown deepened. With a sigh, she advised, "In the future, it's best for you to keep your distance from him. He is far more dangerous than you might imagine. Do not inquire as to why. Simply understand that he is not the same petty thug you encountered at the bar. Easily dismissed. Given the chance, I will reveal the intricacies of this matter to you." Qingong, however, did not take Su Xinjie's words to heart. He quietly mused that it would be best if the other party refrained from provoking him, for one could never truly ascertain who would ultimately suffer the consequences. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, as the recent incident at the intersection had already attracted Lu Tianming's scrutiny, prompting him to adopt a more discreet demeanor. Su Xinjie, naturally perceptive, noticed that Qin Gong had dismissed her advice. Unable to delve deeper into the matter, she merely sighed and continued her way to the cafeteria. After finishing their meal in the dining hall, the two parted ways. Qin Gong once again visited the riverside park by the Funan River, preparing to commence his training. Su Xinjie, on the other hand, drove her panda towards the western outskirts of Rongqing. Exiting the urban area, she traveled westward, where the landscape became increasingly adorned with mountains and waters, and the air was significantly fresher than in the city. Beneath a small hill approximately 100 meters in height, there lay a flat expanse of greenery, encircled by a wall, with an asphalt road leading to its entrance. At the threshold of the wall stood two stern-faced guards, standing ramrod straight, far superior to the security personnel found in the neighborhoods of Rongqing. Within the walls, lush grass carpeted the ground, with winding paths leading to quaint courtyards nestled at the foot of the hill. A man-made stream flowed in front of the courtyards, spanned by wooden bridges, creating a semblance of the picturesque water towns of Jiangnan amidst the hilly terrain of Sichuan province. The courtyards featured various landscaped attractions reminiscent of the estates belonging to ancient noble families, all part of the suburban villa of Su Wei, the president of the Su Group. The Su Group is a family-run conglomerate with interests in real estate, energy, food, and numerous other industries, boasting assets exceeding 100 billion and employing thousands, making it one of the most prominent financial entities in the Southwest. As a modestly priced Geely Panda turned off the main road and drove along the asphalt path toward the estate, it appeared somewhat incongruous. The guards at the entrance, upon sighting the Panda, straightened with renewed alertness, and the gates swung open to allow passage. Many people envy those born into affluent families, enjoying a life of luxury. Yet some, like Su Xinjie, grow weary of such privilege. Adjacent to the mountainside, there was a plaza roughly the size of half a football field, its surface laid with massive, durable granite slabs. On one side of the plaza stood rows of racks displaying an array of cold weapons, showcasing the 18 styles of weaponry. In one corner rested a dozen dark red wooden stakes, crafted from the world's hardest iron birch, rumored to be harder than steel, impervious even to bullets. At that moment, a middle-aged man stood before the iron birch stakes, shirtless, his muscles taut and formidable, exuding an imposing presence. His deep-set eyes radiated a subdued intensity, and he stood tall with an air of authority. Adorning his chest was a tattoo of a fierce eagle, its menacing head raised proudly on his left side, bestowing upon him an aura of intimidation. Suddenly, with a commanding shout, the man sprang into action, leaping between the stakes with the agility of an eagle. His arms spread wide, fingers curled like talons, he struck the iron birch stakes with lightning speed. The plaza resonated with a piercing sound as the seemingly indestructible wood was marked with deep claw marks, sending shivers down the spine of any witness. If such talons were to strike a person, survival would be in grave doubt. The man moved deftly among the stakes, his strikes intensifying, and the chilling sound of ripping air crescendoed, creating an unsettling atmosphere amidst the summer heat. As he continued, the rapidity of his movements and the cacophony of his strikes grew increasingly frenetic. At that moment, Su Xinjie entered the square and, from a distance, observed a middle-aged man leaping among the wooden stumps, his claws resembling mountains, impenetrable and dense, his eyes betraying a complex emotion. The middle-aged man, evidently aware of Su Xinjie's arrival, displayed a hint of surprise. With a sudden stamp of his legs, his swiftly advancing figure came to an abrupt halt, remaining utterly still. He turned around and approached Su Xinjie. Gazing at him, she parted her lips and softly uttered, "Father." Chapter 43. Father and daughter. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Xinjie's father, Su Wei, the president of Su Corporation and the patriarch of the Su family. Additionally, Su Wei held the title of Left Guardian of the Eagle Claw Sect. The technique he had just practiced was the sect's ultimate skill, the Eagle Claw technique. As the world transformed and spiritual energy waned, practitioners gradually faded from public view, and the legendary martial world similarly retreated into the deeper recesses of society. However, this did not imply that the martial world had declined to the same extent as the realm of cultivation. It merely existed in a different form. We now inhabit a technological era and a society governed by law. The days when martial artists defied the rules and commanded respect have long since passed. Individuals from the martial world must now find alternative means to engage across various societal strata. On a lower tier, there are those like Hu Jiangwo, who thrive as societal ruffians. On a higher tier, some leverage sect resources to develop influence among the elite. Contemporary martial sects resemble alliances based on mutual benefit. While sects exert control over their subordinates, they no longer possess the power of life and death. For instance, the Eagle Claw sect has long since moved past the era where thousands of disciples pledged their lives at a single command from their leader. Currently, the core disciples number merely in the dozens, with their loyalty diminishing from generation to generation. The leader of the Eagle Claw sect, along with the left and right guardians, constitutes the apex of power within the sect, typically inheritable unless significant upheaval occurs. Su Wei inherited this position from his father, Su Xingjia's grandfather, becoming the left guardian of the Eagle Claw sect. Su Wei's dissatisfaction is justified. The accolades of being the youngest PhD from Rongqing University and a promising scholar in heavy metal pollution may impress the average person. But they hold little significance for Su Wei. What he desires is not merely a female PhD or scientist. He seeks a capable manager for the family and a formidable woman within the sect. With a slight sigh of resignation, Su Wei turned and walked toward his room. Upon entering, he gestured toward a nearby chair and said, "Please, take a seat." Su Xingjia, though reluctant, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Observing her demeanor, Su Wei coldly scoffed, stating with authority, "At 27 or 28 years old, you still lack proper decorum." Yet, Su Xingjia remained unmoved in her seat. The woman, noticeably pregnant, was Su Wei's second wife, and thus her stepmother. While Su Xingjie could empathize with her father's desire for progeny and did not oppose his remarriage 2 decades after her mother's passing, it did not imply that she would address this woman, who was 2 years her junior, as aunt or stepmother. Su Xingjie harbored little animosity towards Lin Xiaoyu. On the contrary, she found Lin to be rather pitiable. This woman devoted herself entirely to loving her father, yet all her father cared about was the child she bore. "I hear you are currently negotiating the Qianshui Bay project with the Donglian group of the Han family?" Su Xingjie inquired. "Indeed. How did you come to know?" Su Wei responded, somewhat taken aback. "Is that so? It seems that Xiao Chong informed you. Your relationship appears to be rather amicable. Have there been any new developments?" Su Wei finally received some uplifting news, a smile of relief gracing his face. Su Xingjie unreservedly corrected him. "Father, I believe you are mistaken. I have no connection with Han Chong. He merely conveyed this information to remind me that you wish to collaborate with the Han family. While I am merely a pawn in this partnership, and he is the pivotal figure." Su Wei's expression shifted, and he retorted, "Do not speak so harshly. After all, Xiao Chong is an admirable man, and you should be content." "Admirable? Can one's worth be measured by the amount of wealth they possess? Alas, that wealth does not even belong to Han Chong." Su Xingjie replied with a hint of derision. Su Wei's eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, "What is this attitude? Do you believe that a man without money is superior? And what of wealth? Is it admirable to leave one's wife alone at home, as you did with mother?" Su Xingjie retorted unyieldingly, her voice cold, tears glistening in her eyes. Upon hearing Su Xingjie mention her mother, his first wife, Su Wei's vigor deflated, aging him considerably. This was one of the most regretful aspects of his life, and he understood that his daughter still harbored resentment over her mother's passing. It was this guilt that led the usually domineering Su Wei to tolerate his daughter's stubborn and rebellious behavior time and again. Unfortunately, this time, he could not allow Su Xingjie to have her way. Family enterprises are both powerful and fragile. Within the family, there exists a hierarchy that dictates the dynamics, with continuous strife among the branches. The Su family comprises 3 main branches. Su Wei's line was originally the second branch, merely more influential. During previous political struggles, due to his father Su Yuan while aligning with the right faction, their power burgeoned, ultimately usurping the first branch and seizing control of the family. Regrettably, Su Yuan passed away too soon. After Su Wei assumed the role of family head, although he enjoyed governmental support, his foundation remained precarious. The first and third branches retained significant influence, while the second branch was riddled with internal conflicts, leaving Su Wei's position as family head perpetually unstable. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The greatest issue was that Su Wei had no son, only his daughter Su Xingjie. Were she to devote herself to the family business, Su Wei could, with the authority of the family head and the backing of the Yingzhou sect, force his daughter into a position of power. It would not be an insurmountable task, provided he took the time to solidify the second branch's influence and suppress the first and third branches. Regrettably, Su Xingjie harbored resentment towards her father, Su Wei, due to her mother's circumstances. Not only did she move out of the Su family estate, but she also devoted herself entirely to her academic pursuits. rendering her unfit to inherit the Su group. As matters progressed to this point, Su Wei felt a sense of despondency. Being overshadowed by the main branch and losing his position as head of the family was not an unbearable fate. After all, despite the conflicts, they were still family. The loss of power was one thing, but their livelihood remained secure. However, fate played another trick on Su Wei when it was confirmed through an ultrasound that Lin Xiaoyu was expecting a boy. The prospect of a late son reignited Su Wei's ambitions, prompting him to consider passing down the family legacy to his yet-to-be-born son. To safeguard this legacy, the most expedient approach would be to enlist external support, with Han Fengyuan of the Donglian group, the right protector of the Eagle Claw sect, being the most suitable candidate. Han Fengyuan had 3 sons, with Han Chong being the eldest and most outstanding, the one most likely to inherit the Donglian group. If Su Wei could arrange a marriage between his daughter and Han Chong, he would secure Han Fengyuan's backing, thereby solidifying his son's position. Unfortunately, Su Wei's ideal plan was met with staunch opposition from his daughter, which infuriated him. "What do you wish to do?" Su Wei broke the silence first. "I only hope to have the autonomy to choose my own marriage. So, father, please do not treat me as a mere pawn on the negotiation table for the Shishui Bay project," Su Xinjie resolutely replied. Su Wei could no longer contain his frustration, slamming his hand on the table in anger. "Impossible. This matter is mine to decide. Dad, we live in a society governed by law, which does not endorse arranged marriages. I have the right to choose my own path in love," Su Xinjie countered fiercely, her gaze unwavering and defiant. Su Xinjie fully understood her father's so-called intentions. She was not oblivious to the family dynamics. Yet, she could not comprehend the life goals her father pursued. The constant scheming, fighting, and exhausting struggles against their own kin, only to pass on such burdens to the next generation, was both absurd and tragic. Her words further enraged Su Wei, his expression darkening as he firmly declared, "This matter does not rest with you. By the end of this year, you must be betrothed to Han Chong." Disappointment, sorrow, and even a hint of hatred filled Su Xinjie's eyes. She knew her father would act on his words. The law held little sway over him, especially regarding her marriage. Any argument she could muster would be futile. As she coldly exited her father's room, the absence of familial warmth between them weighed heavily on Su Wei's heart. Yet, he convinced himself this was for her own good, believing that a young man as exceptional as Han Chong was the best match for his daughter, ensuring a perfect outcome for his family. Upon Su Xinjie's departure from the Su family estate, Su Wei made a phone call, commanding, "Keep a close watch on the young lady in the coming days." "Yes, protector," came the voice of a man from the other end of the line. Su Wei, feeling somewhat fatigued after the phone call, leaned back in his chair, gently massaging his temples. As Su Xinjie's panda departed from Su's estate, a black sedan appeared like a specter beneath the night sky, trailing the panda from a distance. Chapter 44. The invitation from Lu Tianming. The spiritual awareness expanded outward, discovering no anomalies. Chen Gong took a deep breath, opened the dormitory door, and was greeted by the square, well-defined face of Lu Tianming, who wore a faint smile. "Have you found me?" Lu Tianming, displaying no awareness of the impropriety of intruding upon another's quarters, casually seated himself on a stool and regarded Chen Gong. "What do you think?" Chen Gong sensed no hostility from Lu Tianming, allowing his spirit to relax slightly. "Do you recall what I mentioned during our last conversation?" Lu Tianming did not pursue Chen Gong's response but continued on, "In truth, we are not alone. The world is populated with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. What does that have to do with me? I merely wish to continue my studies and lead a tranquil life," Chen Gong replied. Lu Tianming shook his head, stating, "I beg to differ. Otherwise, you would not have resorted to such drastic measures concerning the sports car." "Very well, Captain Lu. I believe it is time for you to speak substantively, such as the true purpose of your visit." Chen Gong decided to be forthright. "I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the DTZ's 11th Special Operations Team," Lu Tianming declared. DTZ. Chen Gong expressed surprise and a degree of confusion. DTZ stands for the Special Task Force for Countering Abilities, a specialized department under the National Security Bureau. "You haven't heard of us? We refer to ourselves as the Barrier, while the outside world knows us as the Dragon Team," Lu Tianming elucidated. "Captain Lu, I feel compelled to reiterate that I prefer a peaceful existence and do not wish to be bound by excessive constraints, particularly by joining a national agency, which is not my desire," Chen Gong pondered before declining. "Constraints are not inherently negative. Consider the wealthy scion who recklessly drove the sports car. Had he been subject to adequate constraints, he likely would not have engaged in such outrageous behavior. Similarly, for a unique group like individuals with extraordinary abilities, the absence of constraints could lead to catastrophic outcomes. Lu Tianming showed no signs of relinquishing his pursuit. Chen Gong is indeed a quintessential university student from the Huashan nation, compassionate, respectful towards his elders, humble in demeanor, honest and trustworthy, grateful and willing to repay kindness, and deeply patriotic. Thus, he resonates profoundly with Lu Tianming's words. Yet his heart is beset with hesitation. Lu Tianming, possessing far more social experience than Chen Gong, quickly perceives the impact of his words and continues, in truth, joining DTZ will not significantly alter your life. You may regard it as a lucrative part-time position. It is important to understand that as a member of DTZ, you will often enjoy privileges inaccessible to the average person, such as assistance with your sister's admission issues. Chen Gong felt a stirring in his heart, yet simultaneously a twinge of aversion. What you speak of as privilege, I hardly consider it a commendable concept. Lu Tianming shook his head and replied with a smile. In this world, wherever there exists a disparity between the affluent and the impoverished, wherever power delineates boundaries, and wherever class distinctions are made, the existence of privilege is inevitable. While we cannot eradicate this phenomenon, we can certainly mitigate its detrimental effects. Limitation and constraint are indeed the more realistic and feasible methods and strategies. Perhaps you believe that as an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, you possess sufficient prowess to procure what you desire in this world and to ensure the safety of your loved ones. I can only assert that your confidence is misplaced and founded upon ignorance. Though Lu Tianming maintained a smile, his words grew increasingly incisive. Captain Lu, do you believe you truly understand me? Chen Gong retorted, discontent with Lu Tianming's somewhat aggressive tone. Lu Tianming responded bluntly, I do not understand you, nor is it necessary. What I need you to comprehend is that the number of extraordinary individuals in this world far exceeds your imagination, and many possess abilities that can be quite terrifying. Unless you intend to refrain from utilizing your abilities indefinitely, you will inevitably find yourself drawn into this circle, at which point you will realize that personal strength holds little significance. You will require an ally, a collective. Chen Gong is an astute individual, effortlessly discerning the subtleties of many matters. The intent of Lu Tianming is unmistakably clear. It embodies a form of coercion that is hard to refuse. Cultivating one's abilities may indeed be considered a variant of extraordinary powers, and aligning with DTZ does not seem to be a detrimental choice. Very well, Captain Lu. Chen Gong replied, though I am personally reluctant to serve within a government entity, your words resonate with truth. I am in need of an ally, a collective. While I relish the privileges bestowed by the organization, I am equally willing to accept its constraints. Excellent. Lu Tianming responded with evident delight. I am confident that you will not come to regret this decision. Upon your induction into DTZ, it is imperative that I gain a thorough understanding of the extraordinary abilities you possess. Are they of the ancient martial arts variety? Chen Gong felt a stir in his heart and inquired, is martial arts considered a form of extraordinary ability? If so, wouldn't that mean extraordinary individuals are quite common? Ancient martial arts are not merely ordinary techniques. They are legendary skills capable of feats such as scaling walls and inflicting harm from a distance. From your tone, it appears that your extraordinary ability does not stem from martial training, does it? Lu Tianming responded with curiosity. Indeed, my extraordinary ability allows me to manipulate water. Chen Gong decided to fully embrace the identity of an extraordinary individual. After practicing the Xian water technique, he could confidently assert that he controlled water. Elemental extraordinary individuals are somewhat rare in our homeland of China. It seems I have found a commendable teammate. Lu Tianming nodded, handing Chen Gong a rather unremarkable mobile phone. This is a specialized device for our barrier members. It serves both as a communication tool and an identity marker. I will contact you when there is a mission. Having said this, Lu Tianming prepared to depart. Chen Gong, somewhat perplexed, asked, is that all? No need for registration or testing. Lu Tianming turned back, smiling. We do have a method to conceal our identities officially, but when you receive your mission and report to the headquarters of Team 11, you will be provided with the relevant documentation. After Lu Tianming left, Chen Gong did not immediately begin his training. His decision to join the barrier was not solely swayed by Lu Tianming's words. He had long contemplated the necessity of finding an organization that could assist him. After all, the path of a solitary cultivator is fraught with difficulties. Meanwhile, as Chen Gong conversed with Lu Tianming, Su Xinjie was driving her panda aimlessly down the road. Her mood was quite dismal regarding her father's decision. She felt she had two choices, submission or rebellion. Regardless of which path she chose, hope seemed elusive. Submission might mean sacrificing her lifelong happiness as a bargaining chip, leading to a life of suffering. Rebellion would sever ties with her own father, yielding no positive outcome and not a scenario she wished to see. As a daughter, she had once fantasized about receiving her father's blessing when she truly fell in love with a man, yet such a situation seemed perpetually out of reach. Once Su Xingjia's emotions stabilized slightly, she realized she had driven to the Nyo bar in the northern district of Rongqing, a place Qingong had previously taken her to. The kitschy yet endearing name had been adopted after Nyo Air became the bar manager, and surprisingly, after the renaming, business had flourished. Naturally, Su Xingjia, with her cold and indifferent demeanor, did not favor overly noisy environments. Yet when she was feeling low, she instinctively thought of coming here for a drink or two. After entering the Nyo bar, she sat by the bar, gazing vacantly at the men and women dancing wildly on the floor. Not far away, in a corner, two stern-looking men, whose demeanor closely resembled that of Sun Lifeng, were secretly observing her. At this moment, Qingong chose not to engage in his usual training, but decided to take a stroll to clear his mind. Though the impact of my grandfather's passing is gradually diminishing, the thought of acquiring the property at Wonia Mountain Villa tomorrow stirs within Qingong a subtle sense of loss and melancholy. Reflecting on his grandfather inevitably brings to mind those who cared for him, leaving him to ponder whether Su Xingjia is among them, and what she might be doing at this moment. A remark made by Lu Tianming earlier today struck a deep chord within him, suggesting that his confidence is founded upon ignorance. Indeed, in his previous encounters with Han Chong, Qingong possessed a certain self-assurance. However, he now realizes that he may not fully grasp the true extent of Han Chong's capabilities, rendering the reliability of his confidence uncertain. It seems that Han Chong and Han Jing share a connection, as Han Jing once sought out Hu Jiangwo to reprimand him, and Hu Jiangwo might possess some insights into the forces behind Han Chong. Yet, it is rather late to approach Hu Jiangwo for such discussions, as it would likely cause concern for Jingjing and his sister. With these thoughts in mind, Qingong resolved to visit Nyo Air's bar, where certain matters that are inappropriate to discuss directly with Hu Jiangwo could be relayed through Nyo Air as an intermediary. Qingong gazed at the bold characters of Nyo bar at the entrance, a slight amusement dancing in his heart. Shaking his head, he stepped inside, only to be abruptly greeted by the sharp sound of shattering glass. Following the noise, he discerned a commotion ahead, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. "Get lost." A familiar voice reached Qingong's ears. Lifting his gaze, he indeed found Su Xingjia standing at the center of the circle. Her expression icy as she addressed a man sprawled on the floor, his face contorted in pain. What a remarkable coincidence it was to encounter Su Xingjia, and to witness her fierce demeanor. Qingong was not at all surprised by her martial prowess, having spent considerable time together. It would have been truly astonishing had he remained oblivious to such a fact. The man on the ground possessed a handsome visage, undoubtedly the epitome of charm and charisma in the bar, likely accustomed to effortlessly wooing women. Yet today, he had unfortunately chosen the wrong target. "Wait for me," the man exclaimed as he rose, cradling his injured left arm, leaving with a parting threat. However, as Su Xingjia narrowed her eyes, he quickly turned and fled, terrified of receiving another blow. Su Xingjia paid no heed to the departing figure, but two stern-looking men, who had been discreetly observing her every move, exchanged a few words. One of them, appearing even more menacing, stood up and followed the man who had just exited. After dispatching the bothersome man, Su Xingjia felt her mood lighten slightly as she resumed her quiet drink. Alas, her respite was short-lived, for soon another man approached her, seemingly intent on striking up a conversation. Su Xingjia's expression shifted, a wave of inexplicable irritation rising within her. These men were like pesky flies, impossible to shoo away. Just as she prepared to dismiss this new arrival, her eyes caught sight of a familiar face. Chapter 45. Su Xingjia's renewed distance. It was the only face that grew more endearing to Su Xingjia with each glance, and the sole visage that did not evoke distaste at this moment. In truth, prior to arriving for a drink, she had contemplated inviting this young man along. However, her recent conversation with her father illuminated the potential troubles that continued association might bring to him. She had once entertained the notion of having Qingong pose as her boyfriend to placate her father, but she now realized that such a ruse would serve no purpose and would only jeopardize Qingong. "May I join you for a drink?" Qingong inquired with a smile, acutely aware that many around him were eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, the remnants of Su Xingjia's earlier display still lingering in the air. Qin Gong could easily discern that Su Xinjie was currently in a state of distress. Regardless of the underlying cause, he felt it was his duty as a friend to offer her some consolation. Su Xinjie presented a bittersweet smile. A visage that Qin Gong had never encountered before, both beautiful and profoundly melancholic. He could not fathom what circumstances might lead this typically aloof and resilient woman to display such an expression, yet he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Qin Gong did not press Su Xinjie for the reasons behind her troubles. Instead, he simply took a seat, ordered a glass of red wine, and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, began to toast with her. In the corner of the bar, a certain individual observing Su Xinjie displayed an astonishment that surpassed that of others, seemingly unable to fathom why she would share a drink with such a man. The man who had just been subdued dashed outside the bar, glancing around before his gaze fixed upon Wang Ming, who stood not far from the entrance. He rushed over and exclaimed, "Mango, I've just been taken down by a stunning vixen. You must lend your brother a hand." Wang Ming scoffed, making no move to acknowledge the man, having already recognized Su Xinjie and understanding why he had stepped outside to engage in idle chatter with his subordinates. However, Wang Ming's amusement quickly faded when a powerful hand seized the man by the collar, lifting him off the ground. The man screamed in terror, but offered no resistance. "Mango, right?" inquired the composed man who had followed them outside. "Who the hell are you, emerging out of nowhere to act brazenly in my presence?" Wang Ming could overlook Su Xinjie's dismissal of a tiresome suitor, but he would not tolerate anyone's arrogance before him. The composed man replied leisurely, "Feng Biao. Your tiger brother often refers to me as Ma, while I prefer to call him Sick Cat." Wang Ming froze, and soon beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He was well aware that only a select few dared to call Hu Jiangwo Sick Cat. Individuals whom Hu Jiangwo had specifically warned his subordinates to avoid provoking, particularly the one before him, Ma. Wang Ming promptly retracted his haughty demeanor, repeatedly apologizing, his voice trembling slightly. Ma may be a seemingly ordinary nickname, but Wang Ming understood the weight it carried. "Handle this man," Feng Biao stated succinctly, exerting force as he tossed the lifted individual onto the unforgiving concrete floor, where he curled up, clearly in distress. Qin Gong accompanied Su Xinjie in a quiet revelry of drinks, their companionship marked by an unspoken understanding rather than a flurry of conversation. This seemed to be their most natural way of coexisting, cherishing each other's presence without the need for words. Eventually, it was Su Xinjie who could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired, "What brings you to a bar? It appears that this place does not pique your interest." "I am here to seek someone," Qin Gong replied somewhat nonchalantly. "However, I did not expect to find you instead." Her curiosity piqued further. Su Xinjie pressed on. "Who are you searching for in a bar?" "I am looking for someone to lend me money," Qin Gong responded with a hint of exasperation. "It seems rather challenging to find someone willing to borrow money when one has a surplus." Qin Gong's words are somewhat true, yet partly deceptive. His intention in seeking out Niu Air was not only to uncover some of the inner workings of the Han family, but also to assist Niu Air in expanding his low-interest lending business. With 3 million in funds at his disposal, he deemed it more beneficial to entrust Niu Air with the management of these resources, thereby lending his support to Niu Air's endeavors. Qin Gong's expression of helplessness and earnest tone made Su Xinjie unable to suppress a smile. She was well aware of Qin Gong's family circumstances. It was rather amusing to hear a poor lad speak of wealth in front of her, a young lady from a privileged background. With a playful glare, Su Xinjie teasingly chided, "You smooth talker." The two men who had been discreetly observing Su Xinjie's demeanor exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. "If you are so affluent, why not invest in a home or a car instead of lending to others?" Su Xinjie continued in alignment with Qin Gong's remarks. "I have purchased a house, you know, at Wonium Mountain Villa, over 100 square meters," Qin Gong replied with utmost seriousness. "That's splendid. Will you take me to see it today?" Su Xinjie playfully challenged. "Not today. The house still belongs to someone else. Perhaps tomorrow, as they should be moving out by then," Qin Gong stated earnestly. With a chuckle, Su Xinjie could no longer contain her laughter. "You must also have a wife by now." "What?" Qin Gong was taken aback by this sudden turn. "Well, she is currently at your mother-in-law's house, but eventually, she should be marrying you," Su Xinjie replied, mirroring Qin Gong's serious demeanor. Qin Gong helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, "Alas, it's truly disheartening that no one believes a word of sincerity these days." "Oh, come now," Su Xinjie interjected, fully engrossed in her conversation with Qin Gong, entirely oblivious to any previous discomfort. As Qin Gong engaged in conversation, He simultaneously employed his spiritual awareness to survey his surroundings. It did not take long for him to detect two stern men lurking in the corner of the bar, observing him intently. From these two imposing figures, Chen Gong sensed a hint of danger, indicating that their strength was formidable. Could they be sent by Lu Tianming? Unlikely, for having already agreed to join the barrier. There was no need for him to dispatch anyone to surveil him. Perhaps they were the individuals associated with Han from yesterday? No, that did not seem right. He felt no hostility emanating from them. Why the silence? Su Xinjie inquired, noticing Chen Gong's momentary distraction with a hint of dissatisfaction. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Gong's thoughts shifted, and he realized the purpose of the two men's presence. Oh, where? Su Xinjie replied skeptically, lifting her gaze to scan the vicinity. In the corner to your right, Chen Gong signaled discreetly. Following his direction, Su Xinjie quickly spotted the two men. This is bad, Li Mao. The lady has noticed us. Feng Biao remarked, his expression darkening. However, Su Xinjie did not approach them to stir trouble. She merely shot them a distant glare, offering a silent warning. Feng Biao and his companion awkwardly smiled back at Su Xinjie but made no move to leave, as Su Wei had instructed them to follow her. Thus they had no choice but to comply obediently. Chen Gong observed the subtle shifts in the expressions of the three individuals, his astonishment growing deeper. Initially, he had perceived Su Xinjie as merely an ordinary heiress. However, he was taken aback to discover that two formidable protectors were discreetly safeguarding her. This revelation affirmed Lu Tianming's earlier assertion that his own ignorance had clouded his judgment. Nevertheless, Chen Gong soon managed to calm his thoughts. Recognizing that Su Xinjie's identity was inconsequential, she was his friend, and that was all that mattered. The alteration in Su Xinjie's demeanor perplexed him and was difficult to accept, as he had believed they shared at least a semblance of friendship. Yet, despite the recent emotional upheaval, Chen Gong maintained a serene disposition, nodding at her as he would a friend. Su Xinjie's body momentarily stiffened, a flicker of emotion shimmering in her eyes, but upon recalling her father's presence, she forcibly suppressed that sentiment. Chen Gong was somewhat perplexed by Su Xinjie's sudden transformation, which reminded him of Li Ying from the past, causing a slight wound to his pride. Was it due to the disparity in their statuses? Chen Gong understood that Su Xinjie was not the type of person to act in such a manner, yet he was reluctant to lower himself to initiate a conversation, unwilling to delve into such an unfortunate topic. However, once Su Xinjie got into the car, he ultimately could not resist the urge to offer a gentle reminder, please drive carefully. After Chen Gong saw Su Xinjie off, he leisurely made his way toward the school. He began to experiment with the intriguing control of the spiritual energy surrounding his legs, hoping to enable them to absorb spiritual essence as effortlessly as his chest did. However, maintaining this control while walking proved to be quite challenging. Fortunately, he could draw upon his experience from the area around his chest, making the actual practice less daunting. Gradually, he felt a subtle response in his legs as the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth began to converge towards his chest and legs. The sensation of absorbing this energy was as wondrous as breathing, and Chen Gong quickly became immersed in the experience. This state of near absorption did not diminish his awareness of the environment. On the contrary, his perception became increasingly acute. With a stirring in his heart, he noticed a figure not far behind him, one of the two men from the bar responsible for protecting Su Xinjie. Chen Gong's lips curled up slightly in a self-deprecating manner as he mused that he was merely a destitute student, unworthy of pursuit. Following him was Feng Biao, who had acted outside the bar, alongside Li Miao, both of whom served as Golden Eagle Guards of the Eagle Claw sect. The sect leader and the two guardians each had 4 dedicated Golden Eagle Guards, a hereditary position characterized by unwavering loyalty. The former guard son Li Feng was one of these esteemed individuals. Although Feng Biao was a formidable martial artist with extensive insight and experience, he failed to perceive that Chen Gong was, in fact, a cultivator far superior to the average martial artist. Feng Biao trailed Chen Gong into Rongqing University, watching him enter the dormitory building, vanishing at the end of the staircase. Without delay, Feng Biao entered the dormitory and swiftly gleaned some basic information about Chen Gong from the elderly doorman. A student of merely commendable academic standing could hardly attract the attention of the young lady. It seemed he had been overly concerned. Shaking his head, Feng Biao turned to leave. Chapter 46. Teammates. The following day, Chen Gong acquired a spacious and luxurious residence, fully equipped, requiring only minimal personal items for him to move in. However, he had no immediate plans to take up residence. For Chen Gong, it seemed more prudent for him and Shan Wan to postpone moving in together, allowing her to stay temporarily at Hu Ningjing's home, where at least they would have companionship. As for himself, he could remain at the university until the semester commenced, and once classes began, he would relocate for the sake of convenience in his cultivation. Over the course of nearly a month, Chun-Gong focused on strengthening his legs and intensified his practice of the 7 emotions thunder technique. After expelling the foreign spiritual energy, he experienced a refreshing clarity. This month of training enabled his legs to absorb spiritual energy autonomously, akin to his chest, and due to their increased activity. The flow of spiritual energy seemed to accelerate, yielding even better results than that of his chest, with 2 regions of his body continuously absorbing spiritual energy around the clock. Even if the individual amounts were minimal, the cumulative total over time became quite substantial. Now, Chun-Gong had cultivated the Xian Shui technique to the 4th level, corresponding to the early stage of foundation establishment. According to Qin Shao's memories, due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, cultivation would generally stagnate after reaching the foundation establishment stage, making it difficult to absorb sufficient spiritual energy, a significant barrier to further advancement. One day, having risen early, Chun-Gong prepared to practice at the Riverside Park when his phone rang. It was the somewhat outdated flip phone given to him by Lu Tianming, and upon answering, Lu Tianming instructed Chun-Gong to report to Kunlun Building in the eastern district of Rongqing. As Chun-Gong exited the school gates, he swiftly hailed a taxi, arriving at his destination in less than 20 minutes, despite Lu Tianming not specifying a precise time for his arrival. It was still early, and the Kunlun Building was sparsely populated, as Chun-Gong fretted over the possibility of being intercepted by the building's security. Lu Tianming was already waiting at the entrance for him. "Xiao Chun, you arrived quite early," he greeted with a smile. "Come, let us meet your teammates." With Lu Tianming leading the way, the security merely glanced at Chun-Gong before allowing him entry. The Kunlun Building, a property of the Kunlun Group, soared 38 stories high. The first 5 floors housed expansive shopping malls, while the 6th floor was dedicated to gaming and entertainment facilities. The 7th floor offered dining options, and the 8th and 9th floors served as business lounges. The upper levels were reserved for rental and office spaces. Beneath the building, 3 levels of parking were available, and the exterior was covered in reinforced glass that shimmered in the rising sunlight, exuding an air of opulence. The elevator was nearly empty, containing only Lu Tianming and Chun-Gong. Upon noticing Lu Tianming pressing the button for the 10th floor, Chun-Gong observed the indicated functions of each level and wondered if they were heading for a group training session upon seeing the words fitness club. Upon entering the fitness club, Chun-Gong found the hall had been cleared, revealing 3 individuals at the center, 2 men and 1 woman. All appeared to be in their mid-20s, with the woman notably petite, standing around 5 feet tall, her cold gaze creating an uncomfortable atmosphere. The 2 men flanked her, presenting stark contrasts in stature. The one on the left was short and stout, wearing a friendly smile akin to that of a reincarnated Mithriya, while the one on the right was tall and lean, his indifferent expression belied by the impressive musculature visible beneath his attire. Upon seeing Lu Tianming and Chun-Gong enter, the stout man exclaimed with a grin, "Captain Lu, is this the new teammate? He looks quite cheerful, like a student." Lu Tianming chuckled, "Wei, you are indeed perceptive. Chun-Gong is a graduate student from Rongqing University." The tall, lean man responded with a smile. "Who would have thought we would welcome a scholar to our 11th squad? It is rare for our supernatural practitioners to settle down and study." Lu Tianming stepped into the center of the hall, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "All right, let us begin with introductions. From this day forth, our 11th squad is officially complete and ready to commence our operations." As Chun-Gong listened to Lu Tianming's words, he felt an unsettling sensation akin to being aboard a pirate ship. What did it mean to have a full complement of personnel, finally ready to commence operations? "I am Wei Xing, endowed with the extraordinary ability of a rubber body, granting me remarkable resilience against blows," declared the portly Wei first. "I am Qin Tianjun, possessing psychokinesis, allowing me to manipulate lightweight objects from a distance," continued the tall and lean figure. "My name is Yin Jiao. My power lies in wind manipulation, enabling me to move with great speed," stated the cold, shadowy girl. Lu Tianming, a practitioner of ancient martial arts, proficient in the use of the Overlord Spear. Lu Tianming added nonchalantly. Once the 4 had introduced themselves, their gazes converged upon Chun-Gong. He smiled softly and, discreetly invoking the Xian Shui Ju, condensing a droplet of water from the air. With a deft flick of his finger, the droplet swiftly struck a nearby dumbbell, producing a crisp sound. "I am Chun-Gong, with the ability to control water. It appears that the water I conjure possesses certain healing properties, Qin Gong articulated, extending his hands. As for combat, I seem to lack proficiency. The aptitude for combat among supernatural beings is not inherently bestowed. It is predominantly cultivated through practice. However, your ability to provide some level of healing is indeed a pleasant surprise. Lu Tianming remained undeterred by Qin Gong's words, resolutely adhering to his strategy. Each newly joined member must engage in a friendly spar with their teammates, facilitating an assessment of their capabilities. With that, Lu Tianming and the others retreated, leaving only Wei Xing and Qin Gong in the center of the arena. Qin Gong, feel free to make your move. I excel at taking hits. So you may attack me freely, Wei Xing said with a grin, patting his portly physique, exuding an air of readiness for whatever would come. Qin Gong had long since devised a plan. With a swift motion of his fist, he sent a spray of water into the air as he struck Wei Xing in the chest. Though Qin Gong did not exert his full strength, the blow was still far beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. Surprisingly, upon impact with Wei Xing, the force diverted, and the muscles on his chest exhibited a distinct ripple, akin to striking rubber. That punch was quite fierce, especially with the layer of moisture on your hand. Was it intended to protect your fist? Wei Xing remarked casually, seemingly unscathed. Indeed, I can utilize water to form a protective layer around my fist, allowing me to strike steel without sustaining injury, Qin Gong explained, having anticipated this question. In terms of sheer strength, you are perhaps only slightly inferior to team leader Lu, though your techniques pose little threat, Wei Xing commented before stepping aside, making way for Qin Tianjun to enter the fray. Although Qin claimed that he could only manipulate light objects with his telekinesis, it was evident that light was a relative term. As a barrage of dumbbells, fitness bars, and sandbags came hurtling toward him, Qin Gong found himself in quite a predicament, appearing quite flustered as he dodged the onslaught. Next up was Yin Jiao. This young girl, though not particularly tall or strong, posed the greatest challenge for Qin Gong. He estimated that without employing the full might of a true cultivator, his chances of victory were less than 50%. Yin Jiao's unique ability was to command the wind, and only through direct combat could one truly appreciate the terror of such a power. Wherever the wind blew, her figure would appear elusive and unpredictable, and coupled with the sharp dagger in her hand, it rendered Qin Gong, who was holding back, utterly defenseless. As Qin Gong hesitated, contemplating whether to concede, Lu Tianming called for a halt just in time. It seems the final match is unnecessary. Young Qin is indeed ill-suited for direct confrontation. I just wonder how effective your healing abilities truly are, Lu Tianming remarked, his brow furrowed with evident dissatisfaction regarding Qin Gong's performance. Shall we test it and find out? Yin Jiao stated, and without waiting for a response, she took her dagger and made a deep, long cut across her own hand, blood gushing forth immediately. Without a sound of pain, she simply frowned and extended her injured hand toward Qin Gong, her expression calm as she gazed at him. The others, including Lu Tianming, were taken aback, scrambling to find a first aid kit, having never anticipated such an extreme action from Yin Jiao. That's quite ruthless, Qin Gong thought, his heart racing. He had witnessed cruelty directed at others, but to see someone inflict such harm upon themselves was a first. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate in his actions. The blood, in its liquid form, was easily manipulated. With a mere thought, he staunched the flow. Then, a cluster of water droplets materialized around the wound, and to the astonishment of onlookers, the once deep gash began to heal at an observable pace. To those unaware of the nature of his abilities and the properties of water spirit energy, this spectacle was nothing short of astounding. However, for Qin Gong, who understood the intricacies of his craft, it was merely a demonstration of his prowess. Yin Jiao, whose expression had remained unchanged, gazed in astonishment at her arm as it miraculously healed, her face betraying her shock. The three onlookers were equally taken aback. Lu Tianming displayed a look of delight, as he had not anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential ability user he had recruited would turn out to be a rare healer. It appeared that the 11th squad had finally found their chance for redemption. Chapter 47, Ability Level Assessment. After treating Yin Jiao's injuries, Qin Gong exhibited a semblance of fatigue. Although he had intended to position himself as a non-combatant responsible for healing within the team, he was wary that displaying excessive ease during treatment might lead to his being exploited as mere labor. Lu Tianming meticulously examined Yin Jiao's arm, and upon confirming its full recovery, his expression brightened significantly. He then turned to Qin Gong and said, "Xiao Qin, Let us proceed to the 27th floor to assess your ability level. Noticing Chun Gong's slight weariness, Wei Xing and Qin Tianjun contemplated offering their assistance, joking that a teammate capable of instantaneous healing should be cultivated rather than disregarded, lest they find themselves in dire straits on the battlefield. Upon reaching the 27th floor and exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a series of individual offices and several conference rooms, resembling an ordinary corporate workspace. As they approached, Qin Gong discerned that many of the devices within exuded a hint of science fiction, appearing remarkably advanced. Lu Tianming did not pause along the way, directly guiding the group into a separate room filled with various large-scale equipment. He then picked up a helmet adorned with numerous wires and handed it to Qin Gong, signaling for him to wear it. Qin Gong hesitated for a brief moment before placing the helmet upon his head. Immediately thereafter, Lu Tianming stood before an apparatus arranged with 10 horizontally aligned lights, turning to Qin Gong and stating, "I am about to assess your mental fortitude. Generally speaking, mental strength correlates with an individual's level of extraordinary abilities. While there may be a few exceptions, in most cases, the results of such tests are quite reliable." Qin Gong nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Lu Tianming activated the apparatus. Initially, Qin Gong felt little more than a series of vibrations emanating from the helmet upon his head, while the lights on the device beside Lu Tianming began to illuminate, one after another. Upon the illumination of the third light, Qin Gong distinctly sensed a sharp, intense pain surging within his brain, causing him to furrow his brow. Nevertheless, it remained within bearable limits. Standing nearby, Wei Xing kindly cautioned Qin Gong, "Should you find it unbearable, do not hesitate to speak up." Although this testing method is quite precise, it also tests the limits of one's mental endurance. Do not push yourself beyond your means. Qin Gong managed to force a smile, indicating his awareness of the situation. The vibrations transmitted through the helmet grew increasingly intense, and the sharp pain in his brain reached a level that was nearly unbearable. A foreboding sense washed over him. If this continued, he feared he might become a simpleton. In a timely manner, he let out a loud shout, prompting Lu Tianming, who had been closely monitoring his condition, to immediately shut off the device. At that moment, 4 lights on the apparatus illuminated. Observing Qin Gong, who was now drenched in sweat after removing the helmet, Lu Tianming nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Very good. You have achieved a precise D-level mental intensity. The strength of your abilities aligns closely with this value, which is quite commendable. The crucial aspect is that you can now utilize a D-level mental amplifier, a substantial improvement over an E-level." Qin Gong was utterly perplexed and turned to Wei Xing, inquiring, "What is this ABCD? Could you elucidate it for me?" Wei Xing elaborated, "Among us, the gifted individuals, there exists a hierarchy of strength. The weakest among us, who are merely slightly more formidable than ordinary folk, are typically referred to as quasi-level abilities. Ascending from there, we have E-level, super E-level, quasi-D-level, D-level, super D-level. At the pinnacle lies the legendary super S-level beings. However, these are but mere rumors. Super S-level abilities are said to possess cataclysmic power, and I personally deem their existence highly improbable." Qin Tianjun produced a metal disc no larger than a fingernail and remarked, "This is a mental amplifier, capable of temporarily enhancing an ability user's mental strength. The more potent the mental force, the greater the abilities we can manifest. However, this amplifier is only safe for short-term use and cannot be employed for surpassing one's level. Otherwise, one risks severe mental disarray, possibly resulting in idiocy." Noticing Qin Gong's curiosity about the mental amplifier, Qin Tianjun placed it directly in his hand and continued, "This is a D-level mental amplifier, which can enhance mental strength by 50. This means it can nearly double an ability user's combat effectiveness. Although its duration is somewhat limited, the increase is still quite substantial." Qin Gong has yet to comprehend the true nature of mental strength, but upon hearing Qin Tianjun mention the possibility of enhancing his power by half, his interest was immediately piqued. Lu Tianming remarked, "Now that you have officially joined the barrier, the organization can provide you with a mental amplifier of C grade or below free of charge. You must understand that such an item is exceedingly rare. Ordinary ability users would find it nearly impossible to obtain." Reflecting on Lu Tianming's evident concern for his mental strength level and his own delight at the prospect of utilizing a D-grade mental amplifier, Qin Gong's heart stirred. He inquired, "Captain, you wouldn't have a matter to discuss with me, would you? You seem quite eager to assist me in testing my mental strength level." Lu Tianming chuckled heartily, patting Qin Gong on the shoulder. "Ah, a bright student is indeed perceptive. Since the conversation has reached this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Our Barrier 11 squad is, in fact, a newly established team. Although we are on par with the other 10 squads in rank, many privileges still require us to strive for ourselves. Observing the puzzled expression on Qin Gong's face, Lu Tianming continued, each squad in our barrier, aside from the various conveniences provided by the state, must also seek support from a financial consortium. After all, the equipment we utilize surpasses current technological capabilities, without substantial financial backing. All aspirations are mere fantasies. Take the mental amplifier, for instance. Although it is mass-produced, it can fetch a price of 2 million yuan in the ability user's black market. Relying solely on the state, many of our essential tools would remain unattainable. Has someone from the Kunlun group been injured? With modern medicine being so advanced, I doubt they would require my healing abilities, Qin Gong remarked. Not an injury, but rather an illness, one that medicine cannot resolve. Do you recall that millennium-old ginseng? I purchased it and promptly gifted it to the Kunlun group. They owe me a favor in return. Now, I need you to exert your efforts to fully bring them on board. Healing abilities invariably incorporate some degree of mental force, which ordinary medications cannot rival. Lu Tianming asserted confidently. What if I am unable to cure them? Qin Gong remained skeptical, casting doubt on Lu Tianming's optimism. Before Qin Gong departed, Lu Tianming added, by the way, your sister's transfer paperwork has been finalized. I heard you preferred Rongqing No. 6 High School, so I arranged her transfer there. If you have any dissatisfaction, please do let me know. Upon exiting the Kunlun building, Qin Gong glanced at his phone, noting that it was already past 9 in the morning, well past the time he was supposed to tutor Hu Ningjing. His phone displayed 4 or 5 missed calls. He wondered what Lu Tianming had been up to on the 27th floor that had disrupted his signal. It was no surprise that his 2 younger sisters were anxious. Reaching the roadside, Qin Gong hailed a cab and headed directly to Xanadu Garden, calling to assure them of his safety en route. Upon arriving at Hu Ningjing's home, he was immediately enveloped in a rush of movement. Brother! Hu Ningjing dashed into Qin Gong's arms, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, startling him greatly. Jingjing, what has happened? Qin Gong hurriedly inquired, only to notice Qin Wan beside him wearing a look of reproach, which further unsettled him. Upon his final inquiry, he discovered that nothing untoward had transpired. It was merely that Qin Gong, known for his punctuality, had not arrived at the appointed time today, causing the 2 young women to grow somewhat anxious. They attempted to contact him by phone, only to find themselves unable to reach him, which sent both into a state of mild panic, particularly Hu Ningjing, who feared for Qin Gong's safety. At that moment, Hu Ningjing realized she was still cradled in Qin Gong's embrace, while Qin Wan stifled a laugh nearby, causing Hu Ningjing's cheeks to flush as she gently pushed Qin Gong away, her eyes reflecting an indescribable sorrow. Brother, look at you. You could have at least called if you were going to be late. You made Jingjing worry so much that she was almost ready to call the police. Qin Wan remarked, her tone laced with playful teasing. Upon hearing this, Qin Gong felt a wave of warmth envelop him. Gently gazing at Hu Ningjing, he said, it is my fault. I shall ensure to inform you in advance, regardless of what transpires in the future. Hu Ningjing, who had been playfully winking at Qin Wan, felt an indescribable joy in her heart upon realizing how much Qin Gong cared for her feelings. She momentarily forgot her grievances with Qin Wan and smiled, saying, oh, never mind. I am magnanimous and shall not hold it against you. With that, she playfully made a face at Qin Wan. Qin Gong gazed at the increasingly obedient Hu Ningjing and was suddenly reminded that the summer vacation was drawing to a close, along with his tutoring sessions. He felt a pang of melancholy at the thought of not being able to see this little girl as often. Turning to Hu Ningjing, he said, Jingjing, my tutoring ends this week. You've been calling me brother for nearly 2 months now. I haven't bought you anything or taken you out for a meal. How about we go out to eat today? Hu Ningjing's previously joyful demeanor instantly diminished. She conceded with a nod while her mind wandered to the future. By noon, the 3 of them found themselves dining at a nearby Chinese restaurant. Qin Gong seized the moment to impart some earnest advice. Jingjing, you'll be starting school next week. I hope you will study diligently. By the way, Zhuanzi, I took care of your transfer paperwork this morning. Next semester, you will attend the 6th middle school, which coincidentally is the same school as Jingjing's, allowing you to look out for one another. Upon hearing this news, Hu Ningjing's spirits lifted slightly. With a serious expression, she declared, brother, don't worry. I will study hard and aim to attend Rongqing University in the future. This was the second time Qin Gong had heard Hu Ningjing express her desire to attend Rongqing University. He understood that gaining admission to such a prestigious institution was no easy feat even at 6th middle school. Only a handful of students successfully made it to Rongqing University each year. While having a goal is commendable, he believed that fixating too rigidly on it could be counterproductive. Thus, he sought to encourage Jingjing. There are many universities in our nation. It isn't necessary to aim solely for Rongqing University. As long as you give it your best, I will be equally proud. Perhaps it was the impending separation that emboldened Ningjing. She looked intently at Qin Gong and earnestly asked, "Brother, don't you desire for me to attend Rongqing University? Don't you wish to see me often at school in the future?" Her focused expression silenced Qin Wan, who typically loved to tease Ningjing. She merely continued eating quietly, rendering herself as inconspicuous as air. Qin Gong felt a stirring in his heart. From Ningjing's bold gaze, he subtly inferred certain implications. Yet, he refrained from delving too deeply into such thoughts. After all, there was nearly a decade's difference in their ages, and he still regarded her as a younger sister, which rendered him even more unable to tolerate such shameless notions. Although Qin Gong felt a whirlwind of contradictions within, a nonchalant smile graced his face as he calmly remarked, "Of course, I hope you can attend the same university as I do. It is certainly possible, for I am your brother. Furthermore, you and Zhuanzi are at the same school. Both of you are my sisters. How could I possibly neglect to see you or fail to answer your calls? Humph. Fan Wenli and the others are also your sisters." Ningjing, secretly pleased, interjected with a hint of jealousy in her voice. "You are different from them." Qin Gong responded instinctively, without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing this, Ningjing's heart swelled with joy, and she eagerly served him more food. Her eyes twinkling as she watched him eat. Qin Gong, increasingly reassured by Ningjing's fervent reaction, found himself growing more anxious. He contemplated cautioning her against prematurely pondering matters of romance, yet such a suggestion felt conspicuously contrived, especially with Qin Wan present. He feared that voicing such thoughts might irrevocably wound Ningjing's heart. Perhaps, given some time, this girl will forget such things, he reasoned internally, struggling to find the right words. He also mused that if, 3 years hence, Ningjing were to enroll at Rome University, studying alongside her might not be such a dire prospect after all. In the laboratory, graduate students clustered in small groups, engaging in lively conversation and laughter, while Su Xinjie stood isolated at her workstation, engrossed in her experiments, as if she resided in an entirely different realm. When Qin Gong entered the lab, many cast sympathetic and admiring glances his way. After all, collaborating with the enigmatic beauty was a challenge few could endure. Behind the scenes, these graduate students had even placed bets on how long Qin Gong would manage to work with Su Xinjie, with the most popular wager being that he would not survive the summer break, and upon his departure, he would undoubtedly receive a parting gift from the cold beauty. Qin Gong paid no heed to these matters and walked directly towards Su Xinjie. Today, Su Xinjie's mood was particularly dismal, the chill emanating from her being several times more intense than usual. This was due to the distressing news she had received from Sun Lifeng, revealing that her father had recently encountered significant setbacks in his career, with 2 of his projects incurring substantial losses, while opposition within the family grew increasingly hostile. In the face of such adversity, Su Wei had no choice but to place his final hopes on the Qianchuan project, a venture that bore the weight of desperation. However, amidst the internal opposition within the Su family, the Donglian group, which had initially been prepared to cooperate, suddenly adopted a vague stance due to Han Fengyuan's shifting attitude, leading to a financial shortfall that left Su Wei in disarray. The Qianchuan project involved funding exceeding hundreds of billions, marking a pivotal battle for Su Wei to solidify his authority as the family patriarch. Failure in this endeavor would deliver a devastating blow to his reputation, jeopardizing his position as the head of the family. In this critical moment, Su Wei could only turn once more to his daughter, hoping she would prioritize the greater good. If she were to marry into the Han family, the current predicament would be swiftly resolved, saving not only the Su family, but also himself, and even the unborn brother. However, the more Su Wei insisted on this path, the more disappointment Su Xinjie felt towards her father. A father who spoke sweetly while pushing his daughter into the flames left Su Xinjie feeling utterly cold. As she departed the Su family estate without offering any response, she sensed the frigid gaze of her father upon her, devoid of any emotion. Qin Gong's mood today is quite pleasant, as he experienced a surge of excitement after donning the mental amplifier last night. He discovered that the psychic energy Lu Tianming spoke of was intimately connected to his own spiritual consciousness. Upon wearing the amplifier, Qin Gong distinctly felt that the range of his spiritual awareness had expanded by half, and he was able to sense a greater influx of spiritual energy. This enhancement significantly improved the efficiency of energy absorption in his chest and legs. However, upon arriving at the laboratory and witnessing Su Xingjia's expression, Qin Gong could only let out a silent sigh in his heart. He could not fathom what had been troubling Su Xingjie, compelling her to shut herself off so completely. Seeing Su Xingjie's somewhat pallid face, Qin Gong expressed his concern, saying, "Dr. Su, you don't seem well today. Would you like to take a day off? Let me handle these matters." The graduate students in the laboratory had been observing the exchange since Qin Gong's arrival, and upon hearing his words, they exchanged knowing smiles. This audacious fellow, daring to pursue the aloof beauty and offering his unsolicited assistance, was surely courting disaster. This was a conclusion drawn from the long-standing experiences of the environmental science graduate students, consistently proven true. One master's student shook his head and whispered, "It seems this guy can no longer contain himself. At this rate, he will surely suffer within 3 days." Indeed, before the words had fully escaped his lips, Su Xingjie had lifted her head, casting a cold glance at Qin Gong, and replied icily, "No need. I can manage my own affairs." Qin Gong's discerning gaze is indeed sharp. He can discern that Su Xingjie has not been resting well lately, and her health appears somewhat fragile. He has grown accustomed to Su Xingjie's indifference, and when it comes to friends he cherishes, Qin Gong never relinquishes hope easily. Thus, he remains unfazed and continues, "You should heed my advice and take a rest." Within the laboratory, some had begun to shield their eyes, unable to bear witness to such a radiant young man potentially suffering due to overestimating himself. Yet, Su Xingjie remains unresponsive, silently engrossed in her experiments. In this world, only Qin Gong's concern brings her warmth, yet she hesitates to accept it openly, reluctant to reject it before so many others. This silence, however, is sufficient to astonish those around her. It is far from the typical demeanor of the cold beauty, as even inaction would usually elicit a retort or two. Qin Gong observed Su Xingjie's demeanor, feeling compelled to resume his own experiment. Just as the onlookers had grown weary of the spectacle and were preparing to await the next day's performance, an unforeseen incident transpired. The sharp crack of glass, accompanied by Su Xingjie's soft gasp, interrupted the experiment that Qin Gong was diligently conducting. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Gong grasped Su Xingjie's delicate hand. The onlookers in the laboratory were momentarily invigorated, and a suppressed gasp could be heard among them. Qin Gong's actions have undoubtedly surpassed Su Xingjie's limits. One can only fear that she might immediately expel him from the laboratory. "Do not move," Qin Gong declared loudly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Qin Gong felt a pang of distress, mingled with frustration. An experimenter, especially when in a compromised state, ought to cease their work. Su Xingjie's disregard for his counsel led to such a rudimentary blunder. How could he possibly refrain from feeling anger? Qin Gong's thunderous shout sent a jolt through the hearts of many. For the onlookers, this was no mere transgression. It was an outright affront to the unapproachable demeanor of the enchanting beauty. Breathless anticipation filled the air as everyone awaited the moment of her inevitable eruption, pondering the nature of the souvenirs Qin Gong might depart with. Su Xingjie had never witnessed Qin Gong's anger directed towards her, nor had she ever imagined he possessed such a formidable side. Thus, she found herself momentarily frozen, gazing at him in astonishment, her delicate hands paralyzed and submissive to his grip. As she regained her composure, an overwhelming impulse surged within her, a desire to collapse into Qin Gong's embrace and weep heartily, releasing the grievances she had endured over the past days. "Why must you be so fierce? The poor soul is already hurt, and you still scold her." Su Xingjie's face was a canvas of sorrow and reproach. In that moment, her vulnerability was laid bare before Qin Gong, devoid of any pretense. With a resounding crash, jars and bottles in the laboratory shattered across the floor, leaving everyone questioning whether they were witnessing a mere illusion. Qin Gong was utterly absorbed in his task, paying no heed to the reactions of those around him. With utmost care, he extracted the shards of glass from Su Xingjie's finger, rinsed the wound gently, and then disinfected it with medical alcohol from the first aid kit in the laboratory. Finally, he applied a bandage, discreetly channeling a touch of his spiritual energy to hasten the healing process. Throughout this procedure, Qin Gong exhibited remarkable caution, while Su Xingjie remained an obedient and compliant figure, her gaze filled with a dazed expression. The onlookers in the laboratory were collectively stunned. This bizarre scene surpassed their imagination and transcended their understanding. Su Xingjie nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your help." Once she departed, the atmosphere in the laboratory rejuvenated. Faced with such a mysterious occurrence, it was the duty of the graduate students, both masters and doctoral, to uncover the truth. A doctoral student from the environmental science department approached Qin Gong and directly inquired. You are Qin Gong, the new graduate student recruited by Professor Gong, correct? Senior, is there something you need? Qin Gong asked, puzzled, as he tidied the table. It's nothing urgent, just a question I would like to pose, and I expect you to be honest with me, the doctoral student stated, cutting straight to the point. All present leaned in with rapt attention, eager to discern the ultimate truth of the matter. You are too courteous, feel free to ask whatever you wish. Qin Gong replied with a smile. You have heard of Dr. Su's reputation, have you not? The doctoral student queried. Qin Gong nodded slightly. Who has heard of the renowned icy beauty? However, he found himself somewhat puzzled about what this senior brother truly intended to convey. Well, I shall not ramble on. I merely wish to inquire why you did not act when you grasped Dr. Su's hand. Qin Gong could not help but harbor a profound disdain for the group of taciturn yet gossipy graduate students before him. Nevertheless, the smile upon his face remained unwavering. After washing his hands meticulously, he spoke with a calm demeanor, saying, There is no particular reason. It is simply because I possess greater strength than she does. Qin Gong finished speaking and departed, leaving a group of graduate students in stunned silence. What a straightforward and direct answer. Strength and capability are fundamental. The truth lies in the unyielding pursuit of one's goals. Chapter 49. Embracing you at this moment, Su Xinjie sat alone in her office. Her gaze fixated on her 2 fingers, wrapped in band-aids, yet her mind lingered on the tension and seriousness with which Qin Gong had tended to her wounds. Ever since her grandfather and mother had departed from this world, Su Xinjie had become an isolated soul, devoid of true kinship and companionship, rendering her akin to an iceberg ever more unapproachable. However, with Qin Gong's arrival, that gentle warmth, akin to the silent nourishment of nature, finally began to thaw her icy exterior, allowing her to have her first genuine friend. This friend brought her solace and joy. Yet, under the pressure from her father, was she destined to lose this most special and singular friendship? Su Xinjie sighed, shifting her gaze to the outside world, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of confusion. At that moment, Qin Gong entered the office and was taken aback to see Su Xinjie lost in thought, stirring an uneasy feeling within him. He could not comprehend what was troubling her. He had assumed that as adults, they would be able to navigate their challenges and eventually recover. However, days had passed, and she seemed increasingly out of sorts. Given Qin Gong's nature, he preferred not to interfere in others' affairs. Everyone should have their own personal space. Yet, as a friend and research partner, he could not permit Su Xinjie to continue in this manner. Today it was merely a glass that had cut her finger. What if tomorrow it was a container filled with concentrated sulfuric acid? Or, heaven forbid, a chemical reaction that resulted in a catastrophic explosion? The situation could escalate dangerously. Come, let us take a walk, Qin Gong said, addressing Su Xinjie, who had turned to face him. Su Xinjie glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately shook her head, replying, No need, you should go about your business. Qin Gong could hardly tolerate such indifference and a blatant disregard for others' concern. A surge of anger welled up within him as he strode forward, seizing Su Xinjie's hand with determination and pulling her forcefully towards the exit. Su Xinjie was taken aback by Qin Gong's sudden action. By the time she sought to resist, she discovered that his grip was unexpectedly strong. Usually a kind-hearted individual, he now wore an expression that instilled a sense of apprehension in her, causing her to forget her own formidable prowess that could easily subdue several men. After her attempts to break free faltered, Su Xinjie resigned herself to the situation, allowing Qin Gong to guide her out of the office. Upon exiting the laboratory building, Qin Gong's earlier agitation had nearly dissipated, and it dawned on him that he had been holding Su Xinjie's hand all along. Having descended from the 5th floor to the ground level, her hand was smooth and supple, almost ethereal in its delicacy, and the sensation of holding it stirred an unexpected reluctance within him to let go. Su Xinjie had never been grasped by a man in such a manner. A whirlwind of emotion surged through her, her heart racing as the troubles of recent days momentarily faded from her mind. Unable to contain herself, she shot Qin Gong a playful glare and chided, Aren't you going to let go? You're hurting my hand. Qin Gong chuckled as he released his grip, only to discover a faint ring of red imprinted upon Su Xinjie's delicate wrist. A slight blush crept across his face, and he sheepishly apologized. I truly regret it. I inadvertently applied too much pressure just now. Su Xinjie gently massaged her reddened wrist, somewhat taken aback by Qin Gong's strength. Yet, her words were laced with playful reproach. I've never seen anyone treat a girl this way. You're quite the oaf. Her alluring gaze and fragile demeanor, combined with her teasing tone, compelled Qingong to silently admire her beauty. I may be a bit of a simpleton, but I wouldn't knowingly overexert myself in an experiment. Qingong retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. What business is it of yours? Who are you to me? Su Xinjie replied in a teasing tone. Who am I to you? Our relationship encompasses many layers. If we were to delve into it, I certainly have a say. Qingong responded earnestly. Su Xinjie, intrigued, inquired. Then tell me, how many layers do we share? Qingong feigned deep contemplation for a moment before stating. Firstly, we are alumni. Su Xinjie nearly shot him a disdainful glance, retorting. Does that even count as a connection? Qingong shook his head and replied. Why the haste? Are alumni not considered connections? Allow me to finish my thoughts. Under the disdainful gaze of Qingong, Su Xinjie, feeling quite indignant, retorted, Very well. I shall let you finish. I am eager to see how many layers of connections you can articulate. Qingong chuckled softly and continued. Secondly, we are senior and junior disciples. You certainly have a knack for twisting words. If we are to argue this point, then I am a senior to all of Rong Da's junior students. Su Xinjie retorted with feigned sarcasm. Am I truly twisting words? We share a common mentor, Professor Gon. There are but a few students under Professor Gon. Does that not make us senior and junior disciples? Qingong stated earnestly. Su Xinjie found herself at a loss for a rebuttal to Qingong's assertion and could only begrudgingly respond. Go on, elaborate further. I am curious to see how many layers of connections you can unearth. Qingong blinked and continued. We are still research partners, and you have also been my driver. Before Su Xinjie could respond, a look of anguish suddenly crossed Qingong's face as he added, I am still your ex-boyfriend. But alas, we have parted ways. Su Xinjie opened her eyes, momentarily taken aback by his unexpected declaration. However, she quickly regained her composure and couldn't help but raise her delicate fist to strike Qingong's shoulder, exclaiming, How outrageous! You even count that. Qingong stood firm and unyielding, a radiant smile gracing his face. Su Xinjie suddenly halted, her gaze fixed intently upon Qingong, and with heartfelt sincerity. She expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Qingong. You appear so wonderful, just as you are. Qingong replied with a gentle smile and a soft tone. Su Xinjie continued her silent journey ahead, her smile gradually fading, replaced by a profound veil of sorrow. Qingong let out a sigh and quietly followed suit. Within the campus of Rome University, there were numerous tree-lined paths, accompanied by benches for rest. Su Xinjie found a shaded spot and settled down. With Qingong sitting beside her, the two leaned against the benches, watching the beams of sunlight filtering through the leaves, and fell into a moment of silence. Ultimately, it was Qingong who chose to shatter this stillness. Unwilling to witness Su Xinjie continue to be troubled, he took the initiative to say, Would you like to share your worries with me? Her heart was in disarray. She was uncertain whether she had genuinely developed feelings for this sunny young man, or if she simply sought solace in someone during her moments of vulnerability. Nevertheless, she yearned to rest her head upon Qingong's shoulder. Thus, she gently leaned her head against him and softly murmured, May I lean on you for a moment? The fragrant scent wafted into her senses, a familiar aroma that had never been as vivid as it was now. A few strands of hair were lifted by the breeze, softly brushing against Qingong's neck and cheek. Having such a beautiful woman lean so intimately on his shoulder was an experience Qingong had never encountered before. And in that instant, he felt his heart race uncontrollably. Qingong possessed broad and sturdy shoulders, exuding a comforting aura that enveloped Su Xinjie with a profound sense of security as she rested against him, as if she had found her safest haven, sheltered from all worries. The two resembled a pair of enamored lovers seated beneath the shade of a tree, with the girl gently leaning on the boy's shoulder. Enveloped in tranquility, an unspoken agreement to preserve the serene atmosphere surrounding them. Qingong originally had a multitude of words he wished to express. Yet at this moment he refrained from speaking, fearing it might tarnish the rare and exquisite ambience surrounding them. Perhaps, allowing her to remain in this serene repose was the greatest solace he could offer her. Suddenly, Qingong felt a chill upon his shoulder. He hastily turned his head and was met with the sight of two streams of tears silently gliding down Su Xinjie's delicate visage, cascading onto his shoulder. What is the matter, Dr. Su? Qingong inquired, a hint of panic in his voice, for he was ill-equipped to deal with the girl's tears. At last, Su Xinjie surrendered to her emotions. The burdens of countless days weighed heavily upon her heart, nearly suffocating her. Now, with the opportunity to release her pent-up sorrow, she leaned wholly against Qingong, her tears falling like a string of broken pearls. Qingong felt somewhat at a loss, after a moment's hesitation. He ultimately raised his hand to gently stroke her silky hair, whispering softly, "Let your tears flow freely. If you feel the need to cry, do so. Once you've released your sorrow, everything will eventually pass." Su Xinjie wept with increasing intensity, stirring a pang of emotion in Qingong, who had always perceived her as remarkably strong. It made him ponder the depths of anguish that could culminate in such a display. Su Xinjie truly surrendered herself, casting aside all inhibitions as she wept heartily, allowing her grief to pour forth. Eventually, exhausted from her tears, she succumbed to a gentle sob, leaning against Qingong and drifting into slumber. In the presence of her pure and delicate visage, adorned with glistening tears, Qingong felt an overwhelming urge to protect her, vowing to shield her from any further harm. Tenderly, he enveloped Su Xinjie in his embrace, resting her head against his chest, while he caressed her hair with unwavering resolve, determined to safeguard this fragile woman at all costs. Qingong possesses a benevolent spirit, a kindness that, while rendering him somewhat vulnerable in the face of various challenges, also imbues him with an unwavering resolve when it comes to safeguarding those he cherishes. He has resolutely determined that, regardless of the obstacles ahead, he shall assist Su Xinjie in overcoming her tribulations. Su Xinjie found herself in a deep slumber, the rare tranquility following her emotional release allowing her to sleep until the sun dipped below the horizon. Beneath the cloak of night, the park within Rongda University began to reveal its romantic and intimate essence as countless couples, sheltered by the shadows, engaged in tender and affectionate exchanges in dimly lit corners. Upon awakening, as Su Xinjie gently nuzzled against Qingong's chest to ascertain the nature of her resting place, she reacted like a cat startled by a sudden step, leaping abruptly from his embrace. Despite the encroaching darkness, Qingong could distinctly perceive the flush of embarrassment adorning Su Xinjie's face, her hands awkwardly fidgeting as she sought to conceal her unease by playing with her hair. In this moment, Su Xinjie appeared undeniably beautiful, endearing, and intriguingly charming. With a subtle smile, as if nothing had transpired, Qingong rose and suggested, "Shall we go for a meal?" Su Xinjie responded softly, her gaze downcast, and followed closely behind Qingong as they traversed the path ahead. Along their way, they startled several affectionate couples, who, upon noticing the duo, quickly composed themselves. The pair conversed as though engaged in an academic discourse, while some bolder souls remained ensconced in their own intimate worlds, pondering the intricacies of life. Su Xinjie had never before encountered such romantic encounters at this hour and in this setting. Her cheeks burned with a crimson hue, particularly heightened by the lingering warmth from Qingong's embrace. The realization that many passers-by might have witnessed her repose against him intensified her embarrassment, propelling her deeper into a state of flustered disarray. Chapter 50. Confessions. Qingong found it somewhat amusing that Su Xinjie was so bashful. In truth, he had witnessed numerous romantic scenes during his 4 years in university, particularly under the influence of Yuan Ming and Yang He, with whom he had often wandered here aimlessly, intentionally disrupting the affairs of others. To his surprise, beneath the seemingly frigid exterior of the icy beauty, who instilled fear in the hearts of the boys from the environmental science department, lay a rather delicate sensibility. Qingong deliberately slowed his pace, walking alongside Su Xinjie as they exited the picturesque woodland path, making their way to the familiar restaurant, Delightful Bites. Under Zhao En's slightly surprised gaze, they ordered several signature dishes and a bottle of juice. Su Xinjie, having somewhat regained her composure, felt the flush of embarrassment fade, and her gaze towards Qingong became considerably more tranquil. As they enjoyed their meal, Qingong gazed earnestly at Su Xinjie and inquired, "You were deeply saddened earlier. May I ask what troubled you?" A tremor ran through Su Xinjie's heart, and her eyes dimmed momentarily. Gradually lifting her head, she met the sincerity, tenderness, and resolve in Qingong's gaze. She understood that his desire to assist her was profoundly strong. Nevertheless, she wondered if he could truly be of help. "Please, tell me," Qingong implored once more, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority. With a sigh, Su Xinjie finally spoke, "Are you familiar with the Su Corporation?" Qingong was somewhat taken aback by Su Xinjie's mention of the Su Group, and he nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I see." However, a wave of disbelief washed over him as he gazed at Su Xinjie. He was well aware that she was a person who preferred to avoid superfluous chatter, and the fact that she shared the Su surname while referencing the Su Group piqued his curiosity. Anticipating Qingong's reaction, Su Xinjie offered a self-deprecating nod and remarked, "Indeed, I have a connection to the Su Group, and it's a rather close one. Su Wei, the president of the Su Group, is my father." Qingong struggled to swallow a mouthful of food, which, once extraordinarily delicious, now felt akin to chewing wax. His gaze towards Su Xinjie was laden with astonishment. Yet, this astonishment did not linger for long. After all, Chen Gong was no ordinary individual himself. The treasures contained within his storage ring, if revealed, would likely surpass the entire value of the Su Corporation. However, before him sat the daughter of a billionaire, evoking a sense of peculiarity within him. This was not a scene from a television drama. The daughter of a billionaire, instead of remaining at home as a dutiful heiress, had ventured to Rongqing University to pursue a doctoral degree. Moreover, mere moments ago, she had been weeping in his embrace. This was not the typical narrative of an underdog triumphing over a wealthy beauty. Chen Gong now finds himself in a rather challenging predicament. However, this will not deter him from his earnest desire to assist Su Xinjie, for he is not one to shy away from difficulties. Observing Chen Gong's momentary surprise before he swiftly regained his composure, Su Xinjie felt a sense of comfort, realizing that this man before her was indeed extraordinary. I must admit, it is quite unexpected to discover that you are the daughter of the business magnate Su Wei, who is apparently one of this year's top 10 successful entrepreneurs in Shu Province, Chen Gong remarked with admiration. In truth, I merely wish to be the daughter of an ordinary family, Su Xinjie sighed. Chen Gong could sense the authenticity in Su Xinjie's words, yet he subtly shook his head. People these days are indeed peculiar. It seems as though they are ensnared in a fortress, with those outside yearning to enter, while those within long to escape. Is it truly that strange? Su Xinjie inquired. Chen Gong nodded and remarked, indeed, many people envy the lives of the affluent, particularly one as privileged as yours. Perhaps. Su Xinjie responded with a hint of self-mockery. But if one cannot even exercise autonomy over their own marriage and their personal freedom is constrained, then such a life, no matter how opulent, resembles a confinement. Chen Gong suddenly recalled Han Chong. Through Neo-Air, he realized he did not know enough about Han Chong's background. Only that it was equally profound. Your father wishes you to marry that toad? Chen Gong inquired. Su Xinjie found amusement in Chen Gong referring to Han Chong as a toad, which lightened her spirits considerably. She shot him a glance and replied, if he is a toad, he is certainly one with a remarkable background. After all, as the eldest son of the Donglian Group's chairman, it would not be a daunting task for him to pursue a swan. No wonder Hu Jiangwo preferred not to confront Han Jing directly. With the Donglian Group as his backing, Han Jing could indeed be quite arrogant, not to mention Han Chong, who was a direct descendant. Indeed, no matter how illustrious his background may be, it cannot alter the essence of him being a toad. My intention is not to insult him in any way, Chen Gong stated earnestly. No matter how significant his connections, Chen Gong felt no need to be intimidated, now that the situation concerning Su Xinjie was largely clarified. Despite facing two formidable adversaries, his resolve to assist her remained unwavering, and he was now remarkably composed. What is there to fret about? Simply inform your father that you do not wish to marry that young master. If he continues to pester you, just let me know, and I shall break his legs. Chen Gong remarked nonchalantly. In truth, the solution was as straightforward as that, though the underlying circumstances were far more intricate. Su Xinjie fell silent again. If the matter were truly so simple, she would not be so troubled. Perhaps we should refrain from discussing this any further, Su Xinjie suggested, preparing to change the subject. Chen Gong expressed his dissatisfaction, stating, this matter cannot be evaded. Is this not the solution to the problem? If we continue to procrastinate, do you truly intend to heed your father's wishes and marry that gentleman you do not care for? Su Xinjie abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Chen Gong's, her eyes reflecting profound helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, she sighed and replied, the situation is not as simple as you perceive. My father is a decisive man, but he is also merciless. To him, my opinions are easily disregarded. Can a father truly force his daughter into such despair? Although Chen Gong lost his parents at a young age, he could not fathom a father being so cruel to his own daughter. However, he was taken aback when Su Xinjie, after a brief moment of reflection, nodded with a hint of sorrow. She understood that for the sake of so-called family interests, her father would not hesitate to make any sacrifice. Chen Gong was taken aback. He had finally come to believe in Su Xinjie's earlier words about preferring to be the daughter of an ordinary family. To have such a ruthless father was truly an unbearable prospect. I must aid her. Chen Gong's determination grew resolute. Now, I simply wish to know, will you choose to resist or to submit? Chen Gong inquired. Does it make a difference? In any case, I will never marry into the Han family. Not even in death, Su Xinjie replied with a hint of bitterness. What a profound sense of helplessness it is to be born into such a family. Devoid of any freedom and unable to pursue one's own happiness. What is there to laugh about? Su Xinjie lamented, despair creeping into her heart as she realized her confidant was still capable of mirth. A jolt ran through Su Xinjie. Her eyes began to sparkle with a newfound clarity. Yes, even if she were to resist until death, she ought to embrace joy in her final moments. Qin Gong's smile faded. His gaze fixed intently on Su Xinjie as he solemnly declared, "No matter what transpires, I shall remain by your side. Did you not once express the desire for me to play the role of your boyfriend when the time called for it? I believe that moment has arrived. Though it may be a fade, I shall protect you as if I were your true partner. Your father shall not coerce you, nor shall any other man dare to harass you." Tears welled up in Su Xinjie's eyes once more. Qin Gong reached for a tissue to wipe them away, but it quickly became soaked. Truth be told, he remained utterly at a loss when confronted with a girl's tears. Ultimately, it was Su Xinjie who managed to compose herself, gazing at Qin Gong with a somewhat dazed expression, shaking her head as she said, "Qin Gong, thank you, truly. Thank you. However, this matter is beyond your intervention. My father and the Han family are forces you cannot oppose." Qin Gong gazed affectionately at Su Xinjie's tear-streaked visage. A surge of pride swelling within him. He was no ordinary man. A disciple of the Kunlun cultivation tradition and a member of the 11th squad of the DTZ barrier. He possessed a formidable reputation, though Lu Tianming may not appear particularly reliable. He was a person capable of casually offering 5 million for ginseng and establishing connections with the Kunyang group, not to mention his official backing. Surely, he could not be deemed weaker than the Su family or the Donglian. But what of it? Am I to stand idly by, witnessing you being toyed with and bullied? Qin Gong spoke coldly, and although he had begun to cultivate the 7 emotions thunder formula, its effects had yet to manifest significantly. At that moment, the fierce aura radiating from Qin Gong and his anger caused Su Xinjie to shudder involuntarily. Qin Gong raised his hand towards Su Xinjie, halting her from continuing. He solemnly stated, "Unless you explicitly tell me that you harbor feelings for Han Chong, there is no need for further discussion on this matter." Chapter 51. I will protect you. Qin Gong shed his former demeanor of humility, exuding a formidable aura that rendered Su Xinjie, who was typically strong-willed and proud, somewhat disconcerted. She suddenly realized her own fragility, recognizing herself as merely a delicate woman in need of protection. Gazing at Qin Gong, she perceived a glimmer of hope, as if this man before her could shield her from the constraints of her family. Yet, deep down, Su Xinjie understood that this was merely an illusion. Fully aware of the formidable power held by both the Su and Han families, she believed it was unlikely that Qin Gong could truly liberate her from her predicament. Nevertheless, she found herself moved by his actions, unable to suppress a subtle nod in response. As she looked at the tall and upright Qin Gong beside her, her eyes reflected a whirlwind of emotions. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she finally steeled herself and, albeit hesitantly, reached out to entwine her arm around his. With both clad in summer short sleeves, their bare arms brushed against each other, evoking an extraordinary sensation that transcended the ordinary. Qin Gong was relatively composed. After a brief moment of stiffness, he quickly regained his poise. Su Xinjie, on the other hand, lowered her head, her delicate face tinged with a faint blush. This was her first time so intimately and proactively holding a boy's hand, and the peculiar sensation of their closeness was electrifying. "Qin Gong, have you truly made up your mind to proceed with this?" Su Xinjie inquired, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Indeed, Dr. Su," Qin Gong replied with unwavering certainty. "Call me Xinjie." Su Xinjie boldly looked into his eyes, her voice gentle, yet imbued with a touch of defiance. This version of Su Xinjie was particularly captivating, causing Qin Gong's heart to race as he sincerely exclaimed, "You are truly beautiful, Xinjie. Is that so?" Su Xinjie responded joyfully, her heart unexpectedly swelling with sweetness at such praise, tightening her grip on his hand and drawing herself even closer to Qin Gong. Qin Gong felt somewhat anxious. He had never encountered such a situation before. His mind was in disarray, and he was uncertain about the nature of his relationship with Su Xinjie. After all, it was pitch dark, and there were no onlookers present. If they were to pretend, it seemed unnecessary. "Qin Gong, would you consider me truly as your girlfriend?" Su Xinjie suddenly asked, lowering her head. Qin Gong felt a tightening in his heart, yet he sensed that this was not a genuine expression of Su Xinjie's emotions. It was merely a fleeting moment of sentimentality. However, he could not bring himself to utter a direct refusal, so he smiled and replied, "Haven't we already become a couple?" Su Xinjie felt a twinge of disappointment. She was well aware of Qin Gong's implication, yet this relationship was a mere fade. In truth, Su Xinjie was somewhat perplexed. She was uncertain if her feelings for Qin Gong were genuine. She only knew that if she had to choose someone to marry, he would undoubtedly be her first choice. After Qin Gong's earlier encouragement, Su Xinjie quickly regained her composure. Regardless of the outcome, she believed she should remain cheerful. Even if they could not become a couple, it was not necessarily a misfortune. At least when she was compelled by her father to part ways with him, it would not inflict as much sorrow. Indeed, they were already a couple. Su Xinjie smiled, and in that moment, she felt no worries. The situation with Su Xinjie instilled a sense of urgency in Qin Gong. No matter how many grand declarations he made, if he did not enhance his own capabilities, all would be in vain. Qin Gong affixed the D-class mental amplifier provided by Lu Tianming to the center of his forehead. A slight sting coursed through him, and with the activation of his spiritual consciousness, the amplifier was set into motion. Not only did the range of his spiritual perception expand by nearly half, but his sensitivity to the spiritual energy within his body also intensified significantly. In such circumstances, extracting the foreign spiritual energy from his body using the thunder transformation technique became considerably easier than usual. Joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire. These 7 emotions are inescapable for any individual. Thus, not only do cultivators experience distractions during their practice, but the absorbed spiritual energy is also infused with these human emotions. With the aid of the mental amplifier, Qin Gong could distinctly perceive the chaotic energy swirling in the sky, a blend of cultivating spiritual energy, the unleashed desires of humanity, and some detrimental impurities to cultivation. Ordinary cultivators must meticulously avoid areas where impurities congregate and seek locations where spiritual energy is more concentrated for their practice. Furthermore, when absorbing spiritual energy, they must exercise caution to filter it themselves, condensing it into spiritual power before ultimately storing it within their bodies. The Xian Shuiju, originally a cultivation technique of the Kunlun Sect, inherently possesses a rapid absorption rate of spiritual energy. With the addition of the Ming Zhong as a filtering device, it boldly assimilates various chaotic ores, significantly enhancing efficiency compared to others. Now, with the aid of a mental amplifier, the speed of spiritual energy absorption has increased even further. Through the Ming Zhong, impurities are filtered out, transforming into a peculiar form of spiritual power infused with a myriad of erratic emotions. Qin Gong employs the 7 emotions thunder technique to extract this peculiar spiritual energy, which, under the refinement of the technique, crystallizes into numerous small, desire-infused thunder orbs. Although these orbs are diminutive in size, they can be stored within his body, ready to unleash upon adversaries when needed. However, Qin Gong instinctively senses a hint of danger from these colorful thunder orbs, while their exact potency remains unclear. One can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if a person were to experience a sudden, overwhelming surge of emotions. Combat would be the least of their worries. And maintaining mental stability would already be a considerable feat with the foreign spiritual energy now absent. The once again purified water-based spiritual energy reveals a pristine green hue, devoid of any impurities. Qin Gong, feeling a surge of inspiration, directs this exceedingly pure water-based spiritual energy into his storage ring, guiding it toward the compartment housing medicinal pills. His intention is to procure the superior grade San Yang Dan, a pill 2 levels above the Great Replenishment Pill, which can provide substantial healing benefits to cultivators, particularly those afflicted by cold energies. Upon consuming the San Yang Dan, one can swiftly dispel the chill toxins and restore their vitality. Furthermore, for cultivators with fiery or metallic attributes, the San Yang Dan can also augment their cultivation level, albeit this applies primarily to those in the Qi refinement stage. After retrieving the San Yang Dan, Qin Gong initially intended to further his endeavors by crafting a treasure-grade flying sword. However, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame him, revealing that his internal spiritual energy was somewhat depleted, and his overall spirit was exceedingly fatigued. While the purity of his spiritual energy had indeed reached an unparalleled level, its quantity had dwindled to a concerning degree, proving insufficient for his needs. Reflecting on the time spent, Qin Gong realized that 3 full hours had passed since he had begun practicing the 7 emotions thunder technique and extracting the San Yang Dan. The prolonged use of the amplifier had induced a strong sense of nausea, a clear indication of excessive mental strain. Continuing to force the use of the mental amplifier could result in irreparable damage to his mind. It seemed that his efforts for the day must come to a close. With this thought in mind, he removed the mental amplifier and found a suitable spot in the room to meditate, preparing for his meeting with Lu Tianming the following day. As the task from the Kunyang group would undoubtedly be challenging, when dawn broke, Qin Gong ventured to the riverside park to practice the Xin Shui Ju, further accumulating spiritual energy before heading to Hu Ningjing's home for supplementary lessons. After enjoying lunch with his two younger sisters, he prepared to meet Lu Tianming at the Kunyang building. On his way to the Kunyang building, Qin Gong received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he discovered it was his dormitory leader, Yuan Ming, on the other end. "Big brother, why have you changed your phone? Are you afraid of being harassed by the company's models?" Qin Gong gestured over the phone. "Come on, don't tease me, second brother. Let's get to the point. Are you free tonight? I would like to treat you to a drink. By the way, I've also invited third brother Yang He." Yuan Ming's tone revealed a hint of annoyance. It seemed he sought the company of friends to alleviate his troubles. "No problem. When the elder brother calls, we, the younger ones, must certainly show our respect," Qin Gong replied with a smile. "Good, that's the spirit of a true brother. Wait for my call tonight. I will drive over to pick you up." With that, Yuan Ming ended the call. Qin Gong arrived at the 27th floor of Kunyang building, only to find Lu Tianming and others awaiting his presence. "Qin Gong, you haven't arranged for a vehicle yet, have you? It hardly befits our status as members of DDZ not to have a car," remarked the short and plump Wei Xing, displaying an air of familiarity despite having only met Qin Gong 2 or 3 times before, yet now he seemed quite at ease. Qin Gong indeed relished this kind of personality. At least, it ensured that their interactions would not fall into awkward silence. He chuckled and remarked, "I haven't even taken my driving test yet, so the matter of a vehicle must be set aside for now." Qin Tianjun chimed in. "Not having a car is certainly inconvenient. Although we appear quite idle most of the time, when a mission arises, time becomes quite pressing. Our 11th team, despite being a newly established unit, consists of members who have previously worked in other teams, and when we get busy, it can feel quite overwhelming." Lu Tianming smiled and said, "Obtaining a driver's license is not an issue for us. As extraordinary individuals, we possess remarkably strong mental fortitude, making the test a mere formality. If you have a particular vehicle in mind, you could place an order. As long as it's not excessively extravagant, I can take charge of it. So, what sort of car do you desire? A Mercedes, a BMW, a Porsche, or a Ferrari? Let us avoid the Rolls-Royce or an elongated Lincoln, as that could cause delays." Wei Xing stepped forward playfully, suggesting, "How about a panda for me in the future? Thinking of Su Xingjia's pastel yellow Jili panda." Qin Gong blurted out, "Panda?" Even Yin Jiao, who had remained silent, shot Qin Gong a bemused glance. "Let us first discuss the upcoming mission," Lu Tianming insisted, redirecting the conversation. Chapter 52. The Lin family of Kunyang Group stands as one of the top 10-star enterprises in the Huaxian nation with unmatched economic prowess, particularly in Sichuan province. Although in recent years, the Donglian group of the Han family and the Su family's enterprise have risen rapidly, their foundations pale in comparison to venerable establishments like Kunyang. While the Kunyang building may not be the tallest structure in Rongqing, it is undeniably an iconic edifice, with all enterprises taking pride in being housed there. There is a saying within the industry, even if you run a mere shell company, having an office in Kunyang building lends your company a reassuring credibility. Of course, a shell company lacks the strength to occupy such a prestigious location. On the surface, Kunyang Group appears to be an exceedingly pure commercial entity, unlike the Su family or Donglian, which have some ties to the martial arts aristocracy and certain underground forces. It is precisely this purity that has allowed Kunyang Group to evolve into a formidable commercial empire. Only Qin Gong comprehends that Kunyang is not as simple as it seems. As an outer organization of the Kunlun Sect, it undoubtedly harbors deeper secrets. Concerning the task of treating someone within Kunyang Group, Qin Gong felt a degree of uncertainty. However, to him, this represented an opportunity to engage with Kunyang, and perhaps, in the future, he could leverage the Kunlun token to facilitate his endeavors with the group. Although Lu Tianming had fervently declared yesterday that he would have Qin Gong treat the ailment, he was not a reckless individual and had already devised a comprehensive plan in his mind. "Xiao Chun, this is some blood extracted from the patient. Can you discern anything from it?" Lu Tianming produced a small glass vial filled with dark crimson blood. As soon as the bottle was unveiled, a tremor coursed through Qin Gong's heart. From the modest amount of blood within, he sensed a trace of spiritual energy intertwined with a heavy aura of death. A foul stench permeated the air, devoid of life, steeped in desolation. Qin Gong unscrewed the cap, channeling his spiritual power to levitate the blood, allowing it to hover in the air. Indeed, our psychic abilities are remarkably acute, and I share this sentiment. Moreover, I perceive a mysterious force emanating from this blood. I ponder whether its owner might also be an extraordinary being. Lu Tianming nodded in agreement, clearly supportive of Qin Gong's insights. Captain, whom do you wish for me to heal? This individual must hold a significant position within the Kunyang group, for otherwise, their influence would not extend to the group's decision-making. Qin Gong inquired with curiosity. This person's status is not merely substantial. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Kunyang group owes its current standing to him single-handedly steering the ship through turbulent waters. He is Lin Jianan, the chairman of the Kunyang group, Lu Tianming finally revealed. Although this revelation was anticipated by all, hearing it confirmed by Lu Tianming still elicited a sense of shock. Xiaochen, I urge you to attempt to revitalize this blood. If you fail to accomplish even this, then it seems we shall have no choice but to avoid the embarrassment of making an appearance. Lu Tianming indicated toward the blood. Embarrassment? Captain Lu, did you not say that success or failure was inconsequential? Wei Xing queried, perplexed. In the past, that was indeed the case. However, the situation has now changed. I have received word that Ping Liang from the 7th team has arrived in Rongqing with his squad and has established contact with Kunyang, Lu Tianming replied, casting an uneasy glance at Yin Jiao. As expected, upon hearing about the 7th team and Peng Liang, Yin Jiao's countenance shifted dramatically, her demeanor growing increasingly somber. Seeing this, Qin Tianjin hastily urged, Qin Gong, quickly, try to see if you can restore the vitality of this blood. Qin Gong nodded, directing his attention towards the mass of blood. In truth, eliminating the putrid aura from this blood and restoring its vitality was not a daunting task. However, Qin Gong sensed that truly healing Lin Jianan would not be so straightforward. As Qin Gong skillfully manipulated the blood, he grasped a nearby cup and poured its contents into the viscous liquid. Soon, the blood and water amalgamated, churning and swirling with fervor. However, Qin Gong soon found himself straining. Although he could effortlessly separate the impurities within the blood, he deliberately complicated the process to align with his assumed identity, even coaxing beads of sweat from his brow. To the eyes of Lu Tianming and his companions, the mixture of blood and water coalesced. While Qin Gong exerted considerable effort to separate them, the once pristine water became murky and dull, whereas the mass of blood took on a semblance of vitality, particularly striking due to their close proximity. With a long exhalation, Qin Gong appeared fatigued. So, Captain, how does it look? He inquired with faint casualness. Excellent. It seems we shall be able to engage in a proper contest with Peng Liang at the Lin residence this afternoon, Lu Tianming replied, nodding with satisfaction. However, little Qin will need to employ the mental amplifier, or it may prove challenging. This afternoon, is it not now? Wei Xing asked. Certainly not now. Do you believe Lin Jianan would be recuperating at Kunyang building? Lu Tianming retorted with exasperation. He nodded again, saying, go ahead, I'll send someone to fetch you later. It would be wise to arrange for transportation. Are you certain you want a panda vehicle? Qin Gong did not wish to linger on this matter, and stated plainly. There is nothing wrong with the panda. We should support domestic products. Just ensure everything is appropriately equipped. The afternoon in the laboratory was rather uneventful. Upon learning that Qin Gong had matters to attend to, Su Xinjie took it upon herself to handle the last remaining tasks. Thus, Qin Gong soon found himself in Qin Tinjuan's car, arriving at a villa in the eastern outskirts of the city. In stark contrast to the luxurious grandeur of the Su family estate, the Lin family's villa in the eastern region appeared understated and rustic. Although it was enclosed by walls defining private territory, the structures within were not excessively opulent, comprising primarily spaces for living and relaxation. Lu Tianming, Wei Xing, and Yin Jiao were already waiting at the entrance. After regrouping with Qin Gong, the party was led by a servant into the Lin family villa. Upon entering, Qin Gong immediately sensed a distinct atmosphere. The seemingly unremarkable architectural layout exuded an unexpected tranquility, enveloping visitors in a calm that inexplicably soothed the spirit and relaxed the body. This is truly a place meant for dwelling and repose, remarked Wei Xing as they walked. After traversing several small groves, they soon arrived at an independent courtyard where Lin Jianan resided. In the courtyard stood a man and a woman. Ah, who do we have here? It's Captain Lu. What a coincidence, greeted the man with a smile. What coincidence? Captain Ping, are you here specifically to undermine me? Lu Tianming retorted with a roll of his eyes, showing little regard for decorum. "Ah, Captain Liu, your wit remains as sharp as ever," the woman beside him chuckled softly. As Liu Tianming engaged in verbal sparring, Wei Xing leaned closer to Chun Gong and whispered, "That is Captain Peng Liang of the 7th Squad. And the woman is He Mingyu. She does not get along well with our Captain Liu." "I can see that," Chun Gong replied with a smile. "Did you also notice that Peng Liang is Yin Jiao's ex-boyfriend, while He Mingyu is his current girlfriend?" Wei Xing continued in a conspiratorial tone, lowering his voice. Was it not courting danger to speak in whispers before someone capable of controlling the wind? Wei Xing chuckled awkwardly, promptly closing his mouth and stepping aside. Meanwhile, upon noticing the glum expression on Yin Jiao's face, Peng Liang too appeared somewhat unsettled, quickly falling silent. With such a key figure rendered mute, Liu Tianming could not target He Mingyu specifically, leaving the atmosphere rather chilly as they stood there awkwardly. Fortunately, the Lin family did not keep them waiting long. Soon, someone emerged to escort them into the reception hall. The hall was spacious, already occupied by several individuals who appeared to be members of the Lin family, evidently there to inquire about Lin Jinnan's health. Each newcomer was met with attentive gazes. As Chun Gong stepped into the reception hall, a delightful exclamation broke the previously hushed ambience. Following the sound, he beheld a familiar face. Lin Xueru, the young lady who briefly tended to her business outside the Miao village and subsequently extricated herself from a predicament at the gates of Rongda University, turned out to be a member of the Lin family. The realization that she traveled with dedicated bodyguards brought a sense of relief to Chun Gong. "Xueru, why are you making such a commotion, especially in front of so many guests?" Lin Tianfang, the current head of the Lin family and general manager of Kunlun Group, reprimanded with a stern expression. Lin Tianfang's mood had been rather bleak lately. His father's illness had worsened, and specialists from the provincial hospital had convened, yet found themselves at a loss. During this time, Lin Tianfang had also sought the expertise of various distinguished individuals through the Lin family connections. But the outcomes remained the same: helplessness. Were it not for Kunlun Group's pressing need for Lin Jinan to assume command, Lin Tianfang would have preferred to avoid entanglements with the authorities, particularly with the enigmatic organization linked to the National Security Bureau. "Brother, Xueru is still young and naturally lively. There's no harm in her exuberance. I doubt the two captains from the Dragon team would mind," spoke Lin Tianyu, Lin Xueru's uncle and Lin Tianfang's younger brother, who was also the largest shareholder of Kunlun Group aside from Lin Jinan. Peng Liang and Liu Tianming chuckled and readily agreed. Lin Tianfang's expression softened slightly, but Lin Tianyu continued to smile at Lin Xueru, asking, "Xueru, did you happen to see someone familiar just now? Is there someone among the Dragon team members you know?" "Uncle, it's not quite like that. I merely encountered a fortune-telling university student during my last visit to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Out of curiosity, I chatted with him. And surprisingly, I ran into him here today," Lin Xueru admitted candidly, discreetly sticking out her tongue. The phrase fortune-telling university student was indeed an odd combination of terms. Upon hearing Lin Xueru's words, the members of the incoming boundary team turned their attention to Chun Gong, as he was the only one with a university student background. "Who would have thought Miss Lin has such a remarkable memory to recall me?" Chun Gong smiled and readily acknowledged. "Indeed, the Dragon team is filled with extraordinary individuals, even including a fortune-teller," Lin Tianyu remarked with a chuckle, though his tone carried a hint of disdain, clearly revealing his lack of fondness for Chun Gong and his companions. "Enough of that, second brother. We must prioritize treating our father's illness," Lin Tianfang interjected, frowning as he turned to Chun Gong and added, "Captain Ping, Captain Liu, let us get to the matter at hand. I would like both of you to accompany the medical personnel and me to assess my father's condition." Chapter 53. Healing. Lin Tianfang's intentions were clear. Aside from Chun Gong and He Mingyu, all unrelated individuals were to remain in the reception area. Peng Liang was indifferent, but Liu Tianming felt uneasy about Chun Gong, considering he had only recently joined the boundary team and lacked experience in significant situations. If something were to go awry during the treatment of a figure as prominent as the chairman of Kunlun Group, the consequences could be dire. Chun Gong was indifferent, following He Mingyu closely behind Lin Tianfang. Apart from Lin Tianyu, the rest of the Lin family remained in the parlor. The room, adorned with an antique charm, featured a spacious wooden bed crafted from a particularly unique material, emanating a soothing fragrance that possessed remarkable calming properties. Upon the large bed sat an elderly man, his body entirely swathed in bandages, wrapped like a mummy. Only the strands of grayish-white hair and beard peeking through the gaps in the bandages betrayed his age. It was indeed a matter of embarrassment to trouble two members of the Dragon team for the elderly gentleman's ailment, yet his words, though lacking in vigor, were distinctly audible. Qin Gong was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that if Lin Jinan were indeed gravely ill, the situation would be far worse. Perhaps he would be in a semi-comatose state or unable to rise. To his surprise, Lin was able to sit up, and judging by his demeanor, he had not lost his mobility. Lin Lao, you are being too modest. The contributions of Kunlun Group to the nation are evident for all to see. It is only fitting that we extend our assistance to you. Yimingyu remarked with a gentle smile, her tone measured and unpretentious. Yimingyu was not the type of woman who would captivate at first glance, however. She possessed a certain enduring allure that radiated the distinctive charm of a mature woman. It was no wonder that Ping Liang chose to abandon Yin Jiao in favor of her embrace. Qin Gong remained silent, his gaze fixated on the bandages adorning Lin Jinan. Seemingly lost in thought. Father, he remarked, your ailment has persisted for so many years without a permanent cure. Despite our efforts to enlist numerous specialists, all have proven powerless. I cannot believe that these two members of the Dragon Team will possess the solution. Moreover, I've heard from Xiao Ru that this Mr. Qin Gong is quite young and has even dabbled in fortune-telling. This seems rather deceptive, does it not? I see no reason to squander time and incur this significant obligation. Lin Tianyu glanced at Yimingyu and Qin Gong, unabashedly expressing his thoughts. Lin Jinan shook his head, replying softly, Tianyu, you must temper your temperament. Without the support of the nation, would our Kunyang Lin family enjoy its current standing? I am not oblivious to your little thoughts. Yet, upon hearing this somewhat amusing nickname, Lin Tianyu's previously disdainful expression shifted, revealing a hint of surprise as he exclaimed, I did not expect the Dragon Team to invest so heavily this time. Actually inviting Miss He. I've heard she is now responsible for the health of several key national leaders and rarely makes appearances. In response to Lin Tianyu's admiration, He Mingyu's demeanor remained largely unchanged as she replied softly, Deputy General Lin, you flatter me. I am here at the behest of Captain Peng Liang to assess the situation. I cannot guarantee a cure for your father's illness. Despite her words of uncertainty, her eyes radiated confidence and pride. Lin Jinan nodded and then addressed Qin Gong, this Mr. Qin appears somewhat unfamiliar. You must have recently joined the Dragon Team. I've also heard from Xiao Ru about your fortune-telling. It's quite intriguing. You seem to have scrutinized the old man upon your entrance. Do you find his attire peculiar? Lin Jinan's eyes sparkled with interest as he added, your insight is commendable. Mr. Qin, you've discerned this detail well. At that moment, Lin Jinan suddenly emitted a low groan, his body convulsing violently, clearly in immense pain. Yimingyu's expression shifted, and she prepared to step forward, but Lin Tianfang stopped her. Miss He, my father's condition is rather unique. You must exercise caution and avoid any physical contact. Lin Tianfang stated earnestly. Step aside. I know my limits, Yimingyu replied with a nod, though it was evident to all that she did not heed Lin Tianfang's warning. Despite Lin Jinan's efforts to endure, his body trembled uncontrollably, releasing a foul odor accompanied by a pallid mist. Yimingyu, who had approached him, changed color and staggered slightly. Light. Yimingyu called out, her body suddenly emanating a faint glow. Upon contact with the ashen mist, it dissipated entirely and her complexion visibly improved. This is poison. Yimingyu spoke with unwavering confidence, feeling the protective radiance enveloping her. As she inched closer to Lin Jinan, the ashen mist that surrounded him dispersed upon contact with her light, as if it had encountered its nemesis. Nearby, Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu displayed expressions of hope, clearly harboring great expectations for Yimingyu's healing abilities. However, with the dissipating gray mist, Lin Jinan's body began to tremble increasingly violently, culminating in a pained roar erupting from his throat. He collapsed onto the bed, thrashing wildly as the mist seeping from beneath the bandages grew denser, beginning to counteract Yimingyu's healing glow. Yimingyu halted, evidently wary of the ominous mist, and retrieved a small metallic disc, swiftly pressing it to her forehead. A mental amplifier. Qin Gong recognized the object immediately. It appeared that Yimingyu was prepared to take a bold risk. Indeed, with the amplifier activated, her emanating light became even more resplendent, particularly her hands, which were nearly blinding. Reaching out toward Lin Jinan, she made contact with the dense gray mist that clung to him, producing a sizzling sound upon contact. Just as Yimingyu grasped Lin Jinan's right hand, he unleashed a sudden, ferocious scream, and a tremendous force propelled her away. Qin Gong, ever vigilant, leaped forward to catch Yimingyu. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu rushed to the bedside, anxiously inquiring, Father, how are you? Lin Jinan lay weakly on the bed, laboring to catch his breath. and replied with effort, "I'm fine, not dead yet. Check on Miss He." However, the situation for He Mingyu was less than optimistic. She had succumbed to unconsciousness, and faint traces of the gray mist had begun to manifest on her face. The mist seemed almost sentient, sensing Chun Gong's presence and lunging toward him, attempting to envelop him as well. The mist surrounding He Mingyu was considerably lighter than that enveloping Lin Jinan. Had it not been for Chun Gong's keen perception, its presence would have gone unnoticed. Sensing the essence of the mist, Chun Gong was compelled to inhale deeply, drawing it into his being. It resembled the errant energies he encountered while cultivating, albeit with slight differences. He guided the mist toward his chest, where it was naturally absorbed and transformed into a light green water elemental energy, though it remained unrefined, lacking the purification of the seven emotions thunder technique. Observing that Lin Jinan, though somewhat weakened, had stabilized, Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu finally turned their attention to He Mingyu. "How's Miss He?" Lin Tianfang asked with a hint of concern. Chun Gong examined He Mingyu's condition and found no residual gray mist within her. He looked up and said, "It's nothing. Merely an excessive depletion of mental energy. She requires rest." Lin Tianfang promptly instructed his aides to carry He Mingyu away, and then turned to Chun Gong, inquiring, "Mr. Chen, you have witnessed the situation. Do you still possess confidence in treating my father's ailment?" Lin Tianfang seemed reluctant to abandon hope, furrowing his brow as he continued. "We must at least attempt it. Can we merely stand by and watch my father suffer so?" Lin Tianyu glanced at Lin Jinan, who lay on the bed, and sighed. "I too wish for my father's swift recovery, yet every treatment inflicts further pain upon him. Do you not feel anguish in witnessing this?" Lin Tianfang also looked at Lin Jinan, his eyes reflecting a sense of compassion, before turning back to Chun Gong, stating, "Mr. Chen, you have seen the circumstances. My father's condition is indeed not easily remedied. If you do not possess genuine assurance, I believe we should reconsider. I think it is best to allow the old gentleman to decide on my treatment," Chun Gong replied calmly. Both Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu shifted their gazes to Lin Jinan, who slowly spoke, "Mr. Chun, what is your perspective on my condition?" Chapter 54. Heir of Kunlun Old Master Lin, "What you have is not actually a disease," Chun Gong began, uttering a surprising remark. Lin Tianyu was about to respond, but was halted by a gesture from Lin Jinan. Curiously, Lin Jinan asked, "Do you also believe this is poison, Mr. Chen?" "Not poison either," Chun Gong replied, shaking his head. "Intriguing. If it is neither a disease nor poison, then what is it?" Lin Jinan appeared intrigued, and despite his evident weakness, he exerted himself to sit up once more. Lin Tianyu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed in anger, "You fool! Do you think we are here to seek your fortune? If you lack the ability, do not feign the supernatural." Without casting a glance at Lin Tianyu, Chun Gong addressed Lin Jinan directly. "Old master, if you find my words to be reasonable, I believe I can facilitate your recovery. However, I would prefer that no one else interferes with my efforts here." Lin Tianyu was poised to interject, but Lin Jinan spoke first. "Tianyu, you and Tianfang must wait outside. Do not enter without my command." Reluctantly, Lin Tianfang tugged at Lin Tianyu, and they exited the room. "How does Mr. Chen intend to cure me?" inquired Lin Jinan. "Old master, simply call me Chun Gong. There is no need for such formality," Chun Gong replied with a smile. "In truth, I am not a stranger." Lin Jinan was taken aback, and just as he was about to respond, he was interrupted by the object in Chun Gong's hand, his expression one of disbelief. What Chun Gong held in his hand was none other than the Kunlun Order. Lin Jinan's voice quivered, clearly indicating his profound excitement. The Kunlun Order. To behold it is to behold the sect leader. Disciple Lin Jinan pays homage to the Order's envoy. Upon uttering these words, Lin Jinan struggled to bow before Chun Gong. Surprised by the potent effect of the token, Chun Gong hastened to assist Lin Jinan. However, before his hand could make contact, he was suddenly engulfed by several wisps of ashen mist that surged forth, rushing towards him. Chun Gong, undeterred and resolute, extended his right hand, plunging it directly into the mist. The ashen haze enveloped his arm, merging seamlessly with his being. Chun Gong immediately sensed the myriad of frenzied desires and the thick aura of death within the ashen mist, with no room for negligence. He diligently directed this gray vapor into the life vessel. The life vessel, which had been firmly suppressed by the ice jade pendant, exhibited signs of breaking free from its seal after absorbing this mist. The diminutive figure transformed from the life vessel trembled slightly, showing indications of impending awakening. With a thunderous shout, Chun Gong forcefully struck his chest with his left hand. The icy jade pendant pierced through his torso, directly pressing down upon the life vessel, ensconcing it in a fierce blue light that momentarily subdued it. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Gong retreated swiftly, distancing himself from the enveloping mist. Though it lasted but a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had traversed the underworld. The overwhelming energy of the gray mist and the sudden shift of the life vessel left him in a state of profound unease, particularly with the chilling sensation radiating from his chest, which proved almost unbearable. Yet, after absorbing and filtering this potent mist, the gathered spiritual energy surpassed what he would typically accumulate from a week of practicing the Xian Shueju. Is the envoy all right? Lin Jianan inquired with concern, hesitant to approach. I am fine. It appears you have absorbed too much chaotic energy during your cultivation, leading to this anomaly after years of accumulation, Qin Gong replied, suppressing his discomfort with a shake of his head. After absorbing a portion of the mist, Lin Jianan's spirit seemed to improve somewhat. Upon hearing Qin Gong's words, he nodded in agreement. You speak the truth, envoy. With the recent upheaval in the heavens and the earth, spiritual energy has become scarce, making it nearly impossible to expel that chaotic energy during cultivation. Initially, it seemed inconsequential, but over time, it has coalesced into a force beyond my control. Old Master Lin. Please just call me Qin Gong. I find the title of envoy somewhat uncomfortable, Qin Gong said. However, we must adhere to the rules, Lin Jianan insisted. How many members are left in the Kunlun Sect? Including you. Does it warrant such rigid formalities? Let us first resolve your predicament, Qin Gong replied dismissively. Lin Jianan fell silent, realizing there was little point in contesting this matter, and he chose to comply without further objection. It seems that within the spiritual energy you have absorbed, there exists an overwhelming amount of mundane desires, which have ultimately crystallized into a heart demon. If this situation is allowed to persist, I fear that within a year, you will either be completely dominated by this heart demon or your body will be eroded by impurities, leading to the loss of your physical form, effectively amounting to death. Qin Gong analyzed. Indeed, I have yet to cultivate to the nascent soul stage. If my physical body were to suffer, my cultivation would dissipate, leading to my demise. Lin Jianan affirmed. The nascent soul stage? Qin Gong was momentarily taken aback before asking, Old Master Lin, are you already at the core formation stage? Yes. I am in the late stage of core formation, Lin Jianan confirmed. Upon noticing the abnormalities in my body, I aspired to break through to the nascent soul stage, which would allow me to risk abandoning my physical form to pursue immortality. However, the higher my cultivation, the worse my condition has become. Now, not only am I unable to advance, but the power of this heart demon is also spiraling out of control. Late core formation, Qin Gong mused, feeling reassured. No wonder the spiritual energy contained within that mist was so formidable. It belonged to an existence 5 levels above his own cultivation. Qin Gong. It seems you may be able to absorb and refine this heart demon energy residing within me. If you can successfully refine it, I believe my physical anomaly should dissipate. Lin Jianan inquired. Qin Gong shook his head and replied, It is not that simple. The power of the heart demon is intertwined with your own spiritual energy. Not only am I unable to absorb it all at this moment, but even if I were to take the risk and do so, it would render the old master's cultivation utterly futile, and your entire spiritual energy would be drawn out alongside this heart demon power. Lin Jianan, upon hearing this, did not display much astonishment. He merely sighed and said, We are no longer in the era of cultivation. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is simply unsuitable for training. Even if I manage to preserve my cultivation, I ultimately cannot make any progress. It would be better to relinquish my cultivation and enjoy the company of my grandchildren at home. Old Master, I have just begun to regain some confidence in revitalizing the Kunlun Sect, and you are already so pessimistic. Who else can I rely on in the future? Qin Gong remarked in a half-joking manner. Do you have any other good methods? Lin Jianan inquired, somewhat taken aback. Well, this method would require the assistance of Yimingyu. Her power is quite formidable. It is purely purifying and eliminating. However, this process may harm your intrinsic spiritual energy, and her power seems somewhat insufficient. If I were to extract the heart demon power from your body and then allow her to focus on its elimination, that would pose no problem. Qin Gong proposed his idea. It sounded feasible, yet based on previous observations, Miss He's power appeared to be too weak. Lin Jianan expressed his concerns. After establishing the treatment plan, Lin Jianan summoned Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu, then pointed to Qin Gong and said, This gentleman is the envoy of Kunlun, and you two are to heed his instructions henceforth. His words carry the same weight as mine. Qin Gong expressed his confusion. Old man, what is this about? Lin Jianan replied, Although my two sons are not particularly accomplished, I imparted some cultivation methods to them in their youth. Despite their modest achievements, they are still disciples of Kunlun. With the Kunlun order in your possession, they should naturally heed your command. Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu were taken aback by Lin Zhanan's words. They had not anticipated that Qin Gong was affiliated with the Kunlun Sect. Tianyu, now that my health shows signs of recovery, you should set aside any petty rivalry you have with your brother. With Qin Gong's arrival at our Lin family, he bears the significant responsibility of revitalizing Kunlun, and we must unite to support him, Lin Zhanan stated, turning to his sons. Father, I understand, Lin Tianyu replied. His head bowed under Lin Zhanan's gaze, suppressing his desire to argue. Qin Gong, when shall we commence? Lin Zhanan inquired. I have no objections. We can begin as soon as Miss He Mingyu is prepared, Qin Gong responded. I will go fetch Miss He, Lin Tianfang said with excitement. Hopeful that his father's long-standing affliction might finally find resolution. He Mingyu, who had recently recovered, was soon brought into the room. Observing the respect that Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu exhibited towards Qin Gong, she felt a hint of surprise, though the confidence and pride she once held had considerably waned. Old Master Lin, the poison within you is exceedingly unusual. I fear I cannot eradicate it, He Mingyu stated candidly, having learned from a previous misstep. Miss He, the potency of the poison within Old Master Lin is due to its fusion with his internal energy from cultivation. Attempting to eliminate the toxin will provoke a backlash from his vital energy. It is not that you are incapable of eradicating it. Qin Gong offered a seemingly reasonable explanation without delving into excessive detail. Lin Zhanan cooperatively added, Indeed, Miss He, while Mr. Qin can separate the toxin, he cannot neutralize it. So we must rely on your expertise. He Mingyu regarded Qin Gong with surprise, doubtful of his capabilities. Nevertheless, she nodded, indicating that she was ready. Qin Gong placed a mental amplifier against his forehead and activated the 7 emotions thunder technique to its fullest extent. On the surface, it appeared that Qin Gong was guiding a mass of vapor towards Lin Zhanan, who had now unwrapped the bandages that had bound him. At that moment, Qin Gong realized that the bandages were, in fact, a low-grade treasure with formidable isolating properties. Once Lin Zhanan loosened them, his somewhat terrifying physique was revealed. He Mingyu felt a wave of nausea, and Qin Gong furrowed his brow. Lin Zhanan's body was riddled with various sores emitting a peculiar odor. And many areas were laid bare, exposing both viscera and bones. Had it not been for Lin Zhanan's own cultivation at the late stage of core formation, he would surely have succumbed to death. As the bindings that constrained his power faded, a dense, ashen mist enveloped him like a tangible entity. The vapor controlled by Qin Gong swiftly wrapped around Lin Zhanan, drawing the pallid mist directly into the water. While it appeared that Qin Gong merely extracted the mist from the water vapor, creating a separation, he was, in fact, utilizing the attributes of the 7 emotions thunder technique to consolidate this malevolent force. Now was the moment to eradicate these toxins with all his might. Qin Gong bellowed, and the mass of vapor transformed into an inky blackness, propelled away from Lin Zhanan's body under his command. Although the potency of this malevolent force was not particularly formidable in its offensive capacity, Qin Gong risked the peril of refining it, knowing that only the path of madness awaited him should he falter. He Mingyu once again forcibly employed the mental amplifier, directing a radiant beam of light toward the obsidian vapor. In Chapter 55, The Battle of the Sea of Consciousness, the malevolent force, stripped of Lin Zhanan's protective spiritual energy, offered no resistance to He Mingyu's purifying light, evaporating swiftly as if subjected to searing heat, accompanied by faint, piercing shrieks. Yet, the malevolent force within the vapor seemed to flow ceaselessly, continuously dissolving and reappearing. Beads of sweat began to accumulate on He Mingyu's forehead, though she had indeed rested briefly. Her prior healing had drained nearly half of her mental strength, and she now felt the strain of the endeavor. Qin Gong had not anticipated that Lin Zhanan's accumulated malevolent energy would be so formidable. As he manipulated the vapor, he was acutely aware that this malevolent force was rapidly diminishing. However, judging by He Mingyu's condition, it seemed unlikely that they could completely eradicate this malevolent energy. He Mingyu's complexion grew increasingly pale, and her outstretched hands began to tremble slightly, threatening to collapse at any moment. With a surge of determination, Qin Gong resolved to take a bold gamble. Before He Mingyu could completely succumb to despair, he altered his hand gestures and drew in the swirling mass of dark, deathly energy that was infused with a considerable amount of demonic power directly into his own body. The moment the vapor entered Qin Gong's being, a torrent of anger, madness, and despair swiftly engulfed his mind. rendering him utterly out of control as he collapsed to the ground. Seeing the dissipating black mist and feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, He Mingyu instinctively moved to check on Qingong's condition. However, his legs weakened unexpectedly, causing him to crumple to the floor, unable to rise. Lin Jinnan, having expended all his demonic energy, lay weakly on the bed, immobilized. Only Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu remained unscathed, and thus they were the first to approach Qingong. Yet, to their dismay, he now exuded a chilling aura reminiscent of Lin Jinnan's earlier state, accompanied by a pungent stench that deterred any attempt to approach. Knowing Qingong's identity, Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu felt compelled to intervene, but as they prepared to act, Lin Jinnan, straining to speak, cautioned, "Stop. Do not draw near. This situation is beyond your capability to resolve. What should we do, father? We can't just stand by and watch as Mr. Chen is poisoned to death." Lin Tianzhua expressed anxiously. "Indeed, father, Mr. Chen is a member of the Dragon Group, and it would be quite problematic if he were to perish here," Lin Tianyu added. Given He Mingyu's presence, the trio refrained from voicing many of their concerns openly, yet they were profoundly invested in Qingong's safety. "We can only hope that Mr. Chen can endure. This poison largely hinges on the strength of one's will, as long as he can hold on. I believe we can treat and detoxify him once Missy recovers," Lin Jinnan said, a hint of resignation in his tone. If Lin Jinnan could regain his full cultivation, purging the remnants of demonic energy from Qingong would not be a formidable task. Unfortunately, he had been tormented by this demonic force for over a decade. Compounded by the excessive impurities he had absorbed, his body had sustained significant damage, leaving him in such a weakened state that he could only observe helplessly. Meanwhile, Qingong had transcended into a profound state of consciousness. Upon inhaling the demonic energy, his awareness reached a mysterious realm. He found himself suspended in a vast, black ocean, where the act of flight, previously unattainable, now felt instinctual. "Where am I?" Qingong pondered, filled with confusion, as every direction revealed an endless expanse of water. "Ha ha, boy. I never imagined your body would surpass that old man Lin Jinnan's. I've truly struck gold." A chilling, derisive voice echoed in Qingong's mind. "Who are you? Show yourself." Qingong's mind stirred as he reached out to retrieve the iron cutting sword from his storage ring, only to find his hand empty. As fate would have it, a towering wave surged from the obsidian sea beneath his feet. Upon evading it, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of a man, aged and shrouded in a heavy aura of darkness. Recognizing the face before him, Qingong exclaimed in astonishment, "Old Master Lin, how could it be you?" The man replied ominously, "Do not be mistaken, young one. Though I bear an uncanny resemblance to Lin Jinnan and possess the same cultivation level of the core formation stage. He is he, and I am I. To avoid any confusion between us, you may refer to me as the Elder of the Heart Demon." Qingong was not a foolish individual. He clearly remembered the events that transpired before he ventured into this vast ocean. Upon hearing the words of the Elder of the Heart Demon, a conjecture immediately formed in his mind, though uncertainty lingered. Could this be the realm of consciousness? "Are you the very malevolent force residing within the body of old Master Lin?" Qingong inquired tentatively. "To put it that way is not entirely incorrect. Your primordial consciousness resides here. Once I consume you, I shall no longer need to live in hiding," the Elder of the Heart Demon replied. Qingong wished to articulate further thoughts, yet the Elder of the Heart Demon had already commenced his assault. A formidable wave of spiritual pressure surged forth, nearly suffocating Qingong. "Gagaga, a mere fledgling in the initial stages of Foundation establishment, prepare to meet your demise." While the Elder had previously exuded an air of uncanny mystery, the moment he unleashed his power, an overwhelming aura of malevolence nearly shattered Qingong's composure. Qingong hastily gathered his thoughts, focusing intently on the imminent crisis before him. As the Elder of the Heart Demon had articulated, the disparity between the two was indeed staggering. Had it not been for his previous collaboration with He Mingyu to vanquish the majority of the Heart Demon's power, Qingong would likely have found himself devoid of any opportunity to resist. The Elder's speed was astonishingly swift. Qingong could merely sidestep, narrowly avoiding a direct assault. Yet a fragment of his garment was torn away in the process. Although the grasp was not firm, the force still inflicted harm upon Qingong's body. The sensitivity of his consciousness was far more acute than that of his physical form, and the searing pain offered him a visceral understanding of the Elder's terrifying prowess, simultaneously igniting the warrior spirit within him. In the very moment when the Elder succeeded in his attack, Qingong swiftly elevated his body. While the Elder executed an unbelievable maneuver, flipping over and launching a kick directly at him. A radiant orb of 7 colors materialized in Qin Gong's hand, directly confronting the feet of the Elder of Inner Demons. A sly smile of triumph crept across the Elder's visage as his feet astonishingly transformed into the semblance of 2 sharp blades, poised to pierce through Qin Gong. Qin Gong was caught completely off guard by this transformation. However, it was too late for him to change his tactics. Gritting his teeth, he propelled the luminous orb directly forward. Boom! There was no spray of blood, only a resounding thunderclap, as the vibrant lightning enveloped the Elder of the Heart Demon. His feet, transformed into blades, were utterly mangled by the explosion, and the black ocean below was momentarily rendered void. This is the 7 emotions lightning technique. You actually practice such a futile method. You, a mere child at the early stage of foundation establishment, have trained in a technique meant for overcoming the tribulation of the heart demons. The Elder of the Heart Demon wore an expression of disbelief. His swirling dark aura dissipated significantly by the colorful lightning, revealing his grotesque visage. Yet, the brilliant lightning was evidently insufficient to obliterate the Elder within mere moments. He broke free, glaring at Qin Gong with palpable malice. With a wave of his hand, the black ocean beneath him surged into towering waves, subsequently forming a colossal vortex from which a jet-black longsword soared, landing directly in the Elder's grasp. Next time, I shall end your life, shatter your primordial consciousness, and seize your body. Everything that belongs to you shall then be mine, the Elder of the Heart Demon declared with vicious intent. Qin Gong narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly attuning to his surroundings. With a flick of his right hand, a long sword emanating a chilling glint descended from the heavens. The very sword he had previously been unable to draw, the sword of iron cutting. Observing Qin Gong's swift grasp of the subtle applications within the realm of consciousness, the Elder of Inner Demons' expression shifted, and his resolve for a swift resolution intensified. He immediately charged forward once more. 2 swords clashed, and a tremendous force propelled Qin Gong away, while the Elder of Inner Demons relentlessly pursued him. With another strike, the sword lunged directly toward Qin Gong's chest, its speed surpassing that of the previous assault. With the sword in hand, Qin Gong unleashed the full force of the weak water sword technique, striving to counter each relentless assault. He understood that if he forced himself to evade, the Elder of Heart Demons would only intensify his onslaught. Each strike sent tingling sensations through Qin Gong's arms, making his bones feel as though they were on the verge of disintegration. He could scarcely fathom what the outcome would be if the Elder were at the pinnacle of his power. Thunder! Qin Gong shouted, as 3 7 emotions thunder pearls manifested in his grasp, effectively neutralizing the Elder's lethal attack. Moreover, the cascading rainbow lightning not only thwarted the assault, but also left the Elder in a state of disarray. The entire realm of consciousness trembled violently, and Qin Gong clutched his head, his face etched with agony, clearly suffering from the repercussions of this confrontation within his own sea of consciousness. Impossible, the Elder of Heart Demons thought, realizing that even the most formidable old monsters in the tribulation stage could only cultivate 2 or 3 7 emotions thunder pearls at most. Although Qin Gong's thunder pearls lacked sufficient power, their sheer quantity was unexpected. The Elder was equally affected. It took him considerably longer to recover, and his weakened state was evident, indicating that the 7 emotions thunder pearls had inflicted greater harm upon him. Qin Gong felt as though his head were on the verge of exploding. Although he still possessed a few 7 emotions thunder pearls at his disposal, the grim realization struck him that if this continued, he would succumb to confusion before the Elder of Inner Demons met his demise. At that moment, an aged voice resonated. "Young friend, allow me to lend you my strength." Chapter 56. Master and apprentice. Before him stood a figure that had appeared countless times in Qin Gong's memories. Yet he had never truly seen it, Qin Xiao, his genuine master and a disciple of the Kunlun school's lineage. Upon witnessing Qin Xiao's arrival, the Elder of Inner Demons' expression shifted dramatically, transforming into a mass of shadow that swiftly plunged into the obsidian ocean below. "Vile creature, do you still wish to flee?" Qin Xiao declared, summoning the iron cutting sword from Qin Gong's grasp. With a single stroke, the radiant blade severed the connection between the shadow and the ocean. In another swift motion, a resplendent 7 emotions thunder pearl, even more dazzling than the ones Qin Gong had previously wielded, materialized in Qin Xiao's hand. Before Qin Gong could protest, the thunder pearl erupted into a cascade of multicolored lightning, striking the shadow that embodied the Elder of Inner Demons. Qin Gong gazed at Qin Xiao, momentarily lost in thought, unsure of how to greet him. "Should I address you as master or as fellow Taoist?" Qin Gong scratched his head and decided to speak candidly. Just moments ago, Qin Xiao had exuded an air of ethereal grace, embodying the essence of a carefree immortal. However, upon hearing Qin Gong's words, he rolled his eyes and retorted with irritation, "Of course, you should call me master. I was merely trying to maintain the esteemed demeanor of a great sect in the realm of cultivation by being polite, yet you took advantage of my courtesy. Do you not understand the importance of respecting one as teacher and the path?" Qin Gong stood silently, head bowed, attentively listening. Were it not for the fact that this spiritual imprint could not endure for long, I would strive to maintain some decorum, lest others mistakenly believe that the Kunlun Sect is weeping and pleading to accept you as a disciple. Qin Xiao mused to himself. "Master, what do you mean by it cannot exist for too long?" Qin Gong inquired. Qin Xiao's expression darkened for a moment, only to swiftly return to its former composure. She spoke. "What I mean to convey is that I have, in truth, already departed from this realm, leaving behind merely a spiritual imprint. I had intended to assist you further when you ventured into the Kunlun cultivation realm. However, fate has played a cruel trick. As you have encountered the embodiment of your inner demons, had I not emerged prematurely, I fear you would have met your demise here today. Now that I have rescued you, I have exhausted my spiritual strength and shall soon vanish entirely from this world." Qin Gong gazed at the elderly figure before him. Although this was their first exchange, memories of the past had always guided him, and a sudden wave of melancholy washed over him. "Hey, foolish disciple. You do not strike me as someone prone to such sentimentality. Over these days, I have observed your every action. Indeed, you have shown considerable promise in your cultivation, and your charm with the fairer sex exhibits a certain flair reminiscent of your master," Qin Xiao remarked, breaking into an odd smile. "Master, might you speak of something more serious?" Qin Gong responded, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. As if reminded by Qin Gong's words, Qin Xiao's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. "Disciple, you are the sole true successor of our Kunlun Sect. As for Lin Jinan, he is merely an outer disciple. It is a remarkable fortune for him to have reached the golden core stage. In the past, our Kunlun Sect bestowed great favors upon the Lin family, particularly as I once saved Lin Jinan. Therefore, his loyalty should be unquestionable. In the endeavor to revive our Kunlun Sect, do not hesitate to seek his assistance." "Master, I fear I may not bear such a heavy responsibility. Moreover, with the current upheaval in the world and the thinning of spiritual energy, I am fortunate to possess the life vessel, allowing me to cultivate normally. Yet, this also carries significant risks. How could I possibly revive the Kunlun Sect alone?" Qin Gong expressed. "Do not underestimate yourself. The life vessel is something I cannot even fully comprehend, and your journey to this point is already commendable. My time is limited, so I shall impart to you the true essence of the 7 emotions thunder technique. In the future, encounters with inner demons or external evils will pose little threat." Qin Xiao stated. It was revealed that the 7 emotions thunder pearl could manifest as heavenly lightning, capable of obliterating external demons. Using it akin to hurling a missile as one would a mere grenade was not much different. After teaching Qin Gong the method of wielding the 7 emotions thunder technique, Qin Xiao's figure dimmed slightly. Noticing the concern in Qin Gong's eyes, he offered a comforting smile. "Good disciple, the cycle of life and death is quite ordinary. A cultivator must possess a resilient heart. It is worth noting that we share a certain bond, though some matters may be beyond our understanding. We both bear the surname Chen, perhaps a sign of destiny. Could it be that Master is indeed an ancestor of our Chen lineage?" Qin Gong inquired. "By the way, Master, why is it that after reaching the foundation establishment stage, I am still unable to fly? I find that the ability to soar would be quite convenient." Qin Gong remarked, having tasted the sweetness of flight within his consciousness and yearning for such freedom in reality. In the past, cultivators could fly upon reaching the late Qi refinement stage with the aid of magical artifacts. However, due to the current scarcity of spiritual energy, it cannot sustain the consumption required for flight until one reaches the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. Nevertheless, if you truly desire to fly now, I do have a method, Qin Xiao said, pausing deliberately. Qin Gong inquired eagerly, "Master, do you possess any effective methods? Please share them with your disciple." The strip that Lin Jinan used to conceal the power of the heart's demons may appear unremarkable, yet it is a treasure of the lower grade. Known as the Screen Heaven Silk. While its offensive capabilities are lacking, its defensive prowess is commendable, capable of withstanding considerable attacks. Thus, it is indeed a valuable protective artifact. Once you venture out, be sure to retrieve that Screen Heaven Silk. With such a treasure at your disposal, you shall naturally attain the ability to soar through the skies, Qin Xiao advised. As Qin Xiao's figure began to fade into the ether, Qin Gong grew anxious. "Master, are you all right? Your disciple understands." Is there anything else you wish to impart? Observing Qin Chao's form becoming increasingly insubstantial, an inexplicable wave of sorrow welled up within Qin Gong's heart. In a moment of desperation, Qin Gong reached out, seemingly grasping something, and before his eyes appeared the slightly anxious face of Lin Tianfang. It was only then that he realized he was lying on the floor of Lin Jianan's room, surrounded by Lin Tianfang, Lin Tianyu, and He Mingyu, while Lin Jianan rested on the bed in the distance. Seeing Qin Gong awake, Lin Tianyu inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" "I am fine. How long was I unconscious?" Qin Gong glanced at Lin Jianan, noting that despite the frightening appearance of various festering wounds on his body, he seemed to have regained much of his spirit, evidently having freed himself from the entanglement of the malevolent energy. "It was merely a few minutes, but your appearance was indeed alarming, reminiscent of the symptoms the old master exhibited when he was poisoned. Are you truly unscathed?" He Mingyu interjected. "I am unharmed. The water element I control possesses healing and detoxifying properties. The residual toxins that invaded my body were not substantial, thus I was able to expel them myself." Qin Gong elucidated. "It is a relief to hear that, Mr. Chun. Tianfang, Tianyu, please escort our comrades from the dragon group to rest. I, too, must take some time to recuperate. Rest assured, I shall repay the kindness of the two gentlemen in due time." Lin Jianan instructed his sons. "Old master, if necessary, I can assist in treating your wounds. However, I am rather fatigued today and will have to postpone it until another time," Qin Gong remarked before taking his leave. Lin Jianan nodded in understanding, exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Gong. With He Mingyu present, there were many matters they could not openly discuss. And given the day's events, everyone indeed required a good rest. "How are things, Mingyu?" Ping Liang asked He Mingyu. "Though the old master's poison has been eliminated." Qin Gong from Team 11 exerted greater effort. "I fear your plan may not come to fruition this time," He Mingyu replied. "Not necessarily. The Lin family has never been particularly amicable towards us officials, even if Lu Tianming relies on Qin Gong to establish some connections. The Lin family may not feel compelled to support Team 11, Ping Liang reassured himself. He Mingyu chose to remain silent, having utilized the mental amplifier twice that day. Her mental exhaustion was profound, and she desperately needed rest. "Comrades of the Dragon Group, we have prepared a modest repast and some light wine. Please partake here. I have arranged accommodations for you all. Once my father feels better tomorrow, we shall express our gratitude for your great kindness," Lin Tianfang announced to Qin Gong. At the mention of wine, Qin Gong recalled his promise to Yuan Ming to join him for a drink. He had kept his phone off to avoid disturbances, but upon turning it on, he found he had received 7 or 8 missed calls. "Now I shall certainly face reprimand," Qin Gong thought with a wry smile, promptly requesting a brief leave from Lu Tianming. He then informed Lin Tianfang of his need to depart. Given Qin Gong's esteemed status in Lu Tianming's eyes as a benefactor to the Lin family, neither party held his rudeness against him. With the consent of both parties, Qin Gong hurriedly exited the Lin family villa. However, a familiar yet stern voice called out from behind, "Mr. Qin, President Lin has sent me to accompany you. While the surroundings are quite pleasant, hailing a taxi here is rather inconvenient." Chapter 57. The Three Brothers. It was Uncle Yun. Thus, Qin Gong felt obliged and nodded in acknowledgement, accepting Lin Tianfang's kindness without hesitation. The overly familiar address made Wang Yun somewhat uncomfortable, yet he refrained from commenting, merely nodding as he led Qin Gong to an Audi A6, which then sped towards the urban center of Rong City. Qin Gong sat in the back seat and dialed Yuan Ming's number. As soon as the call connected, he was met with Yuan Ming's disgruntled voice. "Hey, second brother. What have you been up to? Are you busy with experiments or chasing girls? Or perhaps you're juggling both? I've tried calling you several times, but your phone has been off." As Yuan Ming spoke, Yang He was nearby, fanning the flames, suggesting that Qin Gong should be punished with 3 large cups of wine. "Brother, I recently embarked on a research project, and unfortunately, I've been roped into working overtime by the supervisor today. I'll be there shortly. Where are you all?" Qin Gong explained with a smile. Yuan Ming provided a location before hanging up, clearly in high spirits from the drinks with Yang He. Qin Gong promptly revealed the location to Wang Yun, who nodded in acknowledgement without uttering much, merely accelerating the vehicle significantly. Wang Yun exhibited commendable driving skills, deftly maneuvering through the bustling city, and swiftly delivered Qin Gong to his destination without consuming excessive time. After bidding farewell to Wang Yun, Qin Gong took a moment to assess the venue where Yuan Ming had arranged for their gathering. It was not an upscale establishment, but rather a rather ordinary roadside eatery. However, judging by the bustling clientele, one could surmise the cuisine was likely delightful. Qin Gong, over here. Yang He stood up from a nearby table, waving to Qin Gong. As soon as he settled in, Yuan Ming promptly filled a large glass of beer for Qin Gong, stating, "You're late. You must first endure 3 penalty drinks. No more talk, just drink." Qin Gong smiled faintly and swiftly downed 3 large mugs of beer. "Oh, second brother. It's only been a short while since we last met, yet your tolerance for alcohol seems to have increased. I suppose you've been secretly sampling the Lab-S ethanol during your postgraduate studies," Yang He teased from the side. "What increase in tolerance? I merely made a mistake in front of my brothers. One must be straightforward in such matters," Qin Gong replied. Yuan Ming, sitting nearby, slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Well said. That is the spirit of true brotherhood. It is only in the company of our own brothers that one can feel so at ease. This so-called work is nothing compared to the joy of our time together." He lifted his cup and downed another drink, glancing at the several empty bottles around him, clearly having indulged quite a bit already. "Third brother, what is up with the eldest? He seems a bit off," Qin Gong observed, noticing Yuan Ming's displeasure. He sensed that Yuan Ming had gathered them for drinks due to some troubling matter, and he tugged at Yang He beside him. "Second brother, why are you prying? Today, let us just drink and not discuss anything else," Yuan Ming protested, slightly inebriated. "Eldest brother, we are brothers. We should share both joys and hardships. If we don't express our concerns, this drink will taste bitter to me." Qin Gong shook his head in response, noticing Yuan Ming sulking in silence. Yang He finally spoke up. "Second brother, you know there are truly shameless people in this world. I'm referring to Liao Shu, who once shared a dorm with us. Not only did he ruin things between you and Li Ying, but now, in his quest to completely attach himself to Han Jing, he is scheming against our eldest brother as well." Qin Gong, somewhat perplexed, speculated that the matter likely pertained to emotions in women. He promptly inquired, "How did Liao Shu and Han Jing get entangled with the boss? Didn't he just join that fashion company? You are now wholly engrossed in your research experiments. You ought to be well aware of our boss's situation. In truth, you may not have noticed, but our boss is quite the enigmatic man. After joining that company, he has been rather fortunate in matters of romance and has even managed to forge a connection with the daughter of the company's president. Good heavens. I can hardly believe it. The future sister-in-law has made her appearance in such a manner." Yang He remarked with a look of envy, exaggerating his excitement. "That's splendid. But how has Liao Shu become involved?" Qin Gong questioned. "Damn it, that fellow is simply inescapable, no matter where he goes. He must have used some backdoor means. I suspect he ingratiated himself with Han Jing to secure a position in that fashion company. Upon witnessing our boss with the future sister-in-law, he inexplicably sought out Han Jing again." Yang He replied with disdain. "That scoundrel, is he psychologically disturbed? Can't he bear to see others prosper?" Qin Gong was at a loss for words, astonished that such an individual existed in the world. In truth, if the future sister-in-law had chosen Han Jing, then our elder brother would not need to fret over such matters, akin to Li Ying's situation. Even if Han Jing were to reject her now, it would be her own doing. However, the sister-in-law has taken a liking to our elder brother and pays no heed to Han Jing. Yang He continued, "This is wonderful. Brother, congratulations on finding true love. Yet, Ling Ling's father has his eyes set on Han Jing's family background and forbids any further contact between Ling Ling and me. He has outright dismissed me from my position, and Ling Ling is confined at home." Yuan Ming finally spoke, his voice heavy with despair, draining another cup of alcohol. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's lament, Qin Gong was reminded of the pressured marriage facing Su Xinjie and pulled Yuan Ming aside. "Brother, you can't simply give up, can you? What difference does it make if I don't give up? Although my family has a modicum of wealth, it pales in comparison to Han Jing's. Moreover, Ling Ling's father is resolute, and her mother is eager to marry her off to Han Jing immediately. What can I do?" Yuan Ming replied helplessly. "If the future sister-in-law truly cares for you, you will surely find a way to be together. What do parental objections matter?" Qin Gong seized the cup from Yuan Ming's hand. "If you surrender like this, you truly do not resemble a man at all. What do you propose I do?" Yuan Ming, stirred by Qin Gong's words, retorted loudly. "What can be done? You 3 impoverished souls can only watch helplessly." An unharmonious voice interjected nearby, as Han Jing and a group of individuals encircled Qin Gong and the others, casting disdainful glances at the trio. "Han Jing, what are you up to? If something goes awry, you certainly won't escape." Yang He glared at Han Jing, raising his voice. "Escape? Why would I need to run away? It's astonishing that you all have graduated from university and yet remain so naive about this world." Han Jing scoffed. Han Jing disdainfully remarked, "And you, Qin Gong. If it weren't for the presence of the Lin family last time, I wouldn't have let you go so easily. Do you still yearn for your goddess? I've grown weary of her. I've explored every avenue. If you desire her, I shall gift her to you. To hell with you." As Han Jing reveled in his own arrogance, Yuan Ming, slightly inebriated, slammed his palm on the table and seized a nearby beer bottle, hurling it at Han Jing. Bang! The beer bottle was shattered by a punch from a man in black standing beside Han Jing, leaving Yuan Ming staring dumbfounded at the small shard of the bottle in his hand. He hadn't anticipated that Han Jing would bring along a few skilled fighters. Qin Gong observed the scene, a cold smirk forming in his heart, determined that Han Jing must be taught a lesson today. Upon witnessing Yuan Ming daring to strike first, Han Jing erupted in fury, commanding those around him, "Break these three audacious fools. As long as no one dies, do as you please." Although Yuan Ming and Yang He had somewhat introverted personalities, they were by no means timid. Upon hearing Han Jing's orders, they swiftly grabbed nearby stools and prepared to retaliate. Unfortunately, they were merely ordinary individuals, and not particularly strong ones at that. As soon as the confrontation began, they were quickly struck down. Had it not been for Qin Gong intervening with a serving plate from the table to distract their opponents, they would have surely collapsed. In the realm of the mind, Qin Gong derived immense benefit from his battle with the old demon. Now, engaging in combat with mere ordinary practitioners feels rather trivial. Among this group, there are only 2 genuine martial artists, both of whom were recruited by Han Jing through indulgence in wine and meat, while the rest are merely petty thugs. After a few cries of despair, the entire group was utterly stunned by Qin Gong's prowess. Observing the 2 fallen hired experts in the advancing Qin Gong, Han Jing felt a surge of trepidation. Though he had practiced martial arts for a few days, he had never encountered true combat, and he certainly did not believe he could contend with Qin Gong, who had effortlessly subdued his 2 aides. "Brother Chun, let us discuss this matter. Today's events must surely be a misunderstanding." "Yes, a misunderstanding, all orchestrated by that scoundrel Liao Shu," Han Jing stammered, retreating, clearly pondering how to escape. "I have little interest in a petty villain like Liao Shu. My concern lies with your incessant boasting before me. Is it merely your fine appearance that compels you to flaunt? Today, I shall gauge your true mettle," Qin Gong declared. As Qin Gong drew nearer, Han Jing, with gritted teeth, unexpectedly produced a handgun, a fierce expression crossing his face as he shouted, "To hell with you, die." Before Han Jing could pull the trigger, a flash of movement caught his eye, followed by a powerful force gripping his right hand. The searing pain rendered him incapable of holding the gun, and he watched helplessly as it fell into Qin Gong's possession. "Weren't you fond of discussing techniques and styles? Allow me to show you that I am also adept in such matters," Qin Gong remarked before delivering a resounding slap that caused Han Jing's face to swell dramatically. Qin Gong received slap after slap, each delivered from a different angle, producing distinct sounds with every strike. After a flurry of more than a dozen resounding slaps, Han Jing's face had transformed into a swollen visage reminiscent of a pig's head. Yuan Ming and Yang He had regained their composure. The small-time thugs who had previously encircled them had all retreated to the sidelines, with a few timid souls fleeing entirely. Observing Qin Gong's flamboyant display of slapping, the 2 brothers felt an indescribable sense of exhilaration. Initially, Qin Gong had little interest in squabbling with someone like Han Jing. However, having just emerged from a life-and-death struggle and witnessing his brothers being bullied, he instinctively regarded Han Jing as a target for his pin-up frustrations. At that moment, the sharp wail of police sirens pierced the air, and surprisingly, a pig-like grin spread across Han Jing's face, conveying a sense of impending doom for his adversaries. The patrons at the nearby food stall hastily vacated the premises, and Qin Gong promptly seized the still-dazed Yuan Ming, while Yang He bolted, leading them into a narrow alley. Though he had no fear of the police, Qin Gong was wary of complications. The trio navigated through a series of alleys, the sirens fading into the distance until they finally fell silent, at which point they paused to catch their breath. In contrast to Qin Gong's calm demeanor, the other 2 appeared somewhat disheveled. Despite Qin Gong's protective presence, they had inevitably sustained a few harsh blows, leaving them with bruised and battered appearances. Exchanging glances, particularly between Yuan Ming and Yang He, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Second brother, what shall we do now? We've attracted the attention of the police, and this matter may escalate," Yang He, who had consumed less alcohol, queried. "Indeed, second brother, what do you suggest? I never expected you to be such a fighter. That guy with the yellow hair outside our school pales in comparison to you," Yuan Ming remarked with a grin, only to flinch as the smile tugged at his wounds, causing his muscles to twitch in pain. "What is there to fear? I've already lost my job, I can easily find another. With such a vast city as Rongqing. Does Han Jing truly believe he can track me down? It's just that I'm reluctant to part with Ling Ling, Yuan Ming replied, his spirits somewhat dampened. My internet CAF has been struggling lately, so I might as well close it down to avoid becoming a target for Han Jing's revenge, Yang He stated matter-of-factly. I actually have an idea, but it depends on whether you both are willing to consider it, Qin Gong suggested. Given our current situation, feel free to share whatever idea you have, Yang He encouraged. Upon hearing Qin Gong mention the passing of their grandfather, Yuan Ming and Yang He offered their condolences, suggesting that he should have spoken about it sooner. It is already past. The elderly must eventually depart. Let us focus on the present, Qin Gong replied calmly. He had come to terms with his grandfather's departure. Although he felt a sense of loss, his grandfather had left this world with a smile. Oh, I didn't see that coming, second brother. It seems you've become quite wealthy, Yuan Ming remarked. Fully aware of the distinction between purchasing and renting a shop on Sichuan Road, his surprise evident. Big brother, please refrain from interrupting. Second brother, share your specific thoughts. Yang He urged, seemingly quite interested in becoming a boss. I have reviewed the relevant information about that clothing store. Its prospects appear quite promising. If it weren't for the original owner's plan to relocate overseas, it likely wouldn't be on the market. The store's daily revenue can exceed 2,000 yuan, which translates to over 800,000 annually. After deducting all costs, the net profit is around 300,000, Qin Gong explained. Is that true? I have worked in a fashion company, and I find it hard to believe a single shop can generate such profits, Yuan Ming expressed his skepticism. All right, second brother. I'll handle matters at the internet CAF and join as an investor to become a boss. Haha, Yang He said joyfully. After bidding farewell to Yuan Ming and Yang He, Qin Gong made a phone call to Lu Tianming. Although Han Jing belonged to the Han family, his status was likely not very high. As long as Lu Tianming could resolve the issues with the police, the remaining matters would not be as pressing. Qin Gong felt quite satisfied to have reached a cooperative agreement with his two brothers today. However, the specific plans for opening the store would need to be solidified after gathering a few more individuals for discussion. Lu Tianming, upon receiving the call, readily agreed to Qin Gong's request and informed him that the Lin family was preparing to host a formal dinner for them the following evening as a gesture of gratitude. He hoped that Qin Gong could persuade Lin Jinan to formally support the operations of Team 11 of DTZ. The next morning, Qin Gong specifically called Hu Ningjing, advising her to study independently and to consult Xinwan if she had any questions. He then casually sought out a tea house that seemed quite pleasant and arranged to meet Yuan Ming and Yang He there. In Rongqing, people relish enjoyment, and drinking tea while playing cards is a common pastime. Thus, tea houses offering recreational games are abundant and typically thrive in business. The tea house that Qin Gong chose is relatively tranquil, as it follows a high-end brand approach. The private rooms are exquisitely decorated, the ambience is delightful, and there are not many patrons. Qin Gong did not wait long before he saw three individuals enter the tea house, two men and a woman. The two men were naturally his good friends, Yuan Ming and Yang He, while the young woman accompanying Yuan Ming was most likely the Ling Ling he had mentioned. Elder brother, aren't you going to introduce us? Qin Gong inquired as he settled the three into their seats, glancing at the young woman. This is my girlfriend, Xie Ling, and this is my second brother, Qin Gong, who is now quite the tycoon. Having purchased a shop on Sichuan Road and seeking to partner with us in business, Yuan Ming replied. Xie Ling appeared to be around 21 or 22 years old, with smooth, delicate skin that was quite fair. Standing approximately at 165 centimeters, she was considered tall among women. A spark occasionally danced in her eyes, suggesting she possessed a certain vivacity. Hello, I've heard much about you from Yuan Ming, she said, shaking hands with Qin Gong before the four of them began conversing. Yesterday, I discussed the idea of opening a clothing store with elder brother and third brother. However, I lack experience in this field, so I will need your advice and insights to refine the plan. Initially, I considered simply renting out the shop on Sichuan Road and becoming a landlord. But that seemed rather regrettable, Qin Gong stated, getting straight to the point. If that shop can indeed yield profits of around 300,000 a year, merely renting it out would be quite unwise, Xie Ling remarked. Please, just call me by my name. Referring to me as Mr. In front of elder brother feels rather odd, Qin Gong laughed. Yuan Ming chimed in. Qi Ling, don't be too formal. We three have been brothers for several years. Our bond is different from those forged in bars and clubs. Feel free to address my second brother directly. Seeing that Xie Ling did not object, Qin Gong continued. I initially hesitated to open a store for two reasons. Firstly, although I have been in Rongqing, my academic commitments have kept me occupied with research projects, leaving little time to manage a shop. Secondly, I lack any knowledge of fashion design. After all, the previous store relied on self-designed clothing, and representing other brands would significantly reduce profit margins. Regarding the second concern, Xia Qiling interjected, "If you trust me, I would like to attempt some designs. I studied fashion design, and while I lack practical experience from my father's company, I believe I can give it a try." There was a harmonious undertone to her words. "I believe that would be fine." The previous owner of the clothing store mentioned that although the shop carries the Xuanfei brand, many of the designs are merely modifications of popular big brand garments. I am confident that my sister-in-law will excel in this area. We can entrust the design aspect to her. Chen Gong responded with evident delight. Upon hearing this, Xie Qingling felt a surge of excitement within her. After all, the sense of accomplishment that comes from having one's own designs sold in the marketplace is undeniably gratifying. "Let us delineate our roles," Chen Gong suggested. "I shall take charge of the storefront, while the third brother can provide some funding. The eldest brother will oversee management, and the eldest sister-in-law can handle the design aspect. This arrangement constitutes a technical investment, and the profits will be evenly split among us three brothers." Yang He interjected, "Second brother? It is not that I prioritize profit over loyalty, but I believe it is prudent to establish a detailed agreement regarding financial matters. A rough division may suffice in the short term, yet should our earnings increase significantly, any financial disputes could inevitably strain our brotherly bond." After contemplating Yang He's words, Chen Gong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the third brother raises a valid point. I have witnessed too many familial rifts stemming from failed partnerships in business. As reported in the news, this matter shall be determined by you, third brother. Once settled, I will merely review it with the eldest brother. I am well versed in the online sector and can also oversee the development and promotion of our online store, Yang He stated, his enthusiasm bolstered by Chen Gong's affirmation. Xia Qiling added, "As for the garment processing aspect, I will need you, Chen Gong, to take a trip. The connections on my father's side may not be of use in this regard." The four of them exchanged ideas and swiftly refined their business strategy. As they noted the time approaching noon, they exited the tea house, ready to dine. After their meal, Yuan Ming hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Second brother, as we embark on this venture together, I believe it would be more convenient for us to share accommodations. This way, we can easily communicate during our free evenings." Chen Gong glanced at the somewhat unnatural expression on Xie Qingling's face and felt a stirring in his heart. He remarked, "Elder brother, you haven't secretly whisked away your future sister-in-law from her family, have you?" Observing Yuan Ming's awkward smile and Yang He's playful demeanor, Chen Gong realized that his suspicions were correct. He continued, "In fact, I possess an apartment at Wonium Mountain Villa that I have yet to manage due to time constraints. Hence I have not moved in. Since we are on the topic of accommodations, why not move in today? You can serve as my free labor. And once everything is arranged, I will have my sister join us, and then it will be quite lively." Yuan Ming stepped forward and enveloped Chen Gong in a bear hug, exclaiming joyfully, "Good brother, you have done my brother a tremendous favor. What are we waiting for? Let us move our belongings at once." Yang He chimed in with excitement. Chapter 59. Su Xingjia's little temper. Although they needed to return to school for an experiment in the afternoon, there remained ample time to assist a brother in moving a few items. Yuan Ming's home was conveniently located in Rongqing, making retrieval easy, while Xie Qiling, having sneaked out, had little to carry, only the essentials were necessary. As for Yang He, being from outside Rongqing, he merely needed to pack up his internet CAF gear. As a grown man, his requirements were simpler. Upon their arrival at the apartment in Wonium Mountain Villa, the lavish decor and spacious, bright living room prompted Yuan Ming and Yang He to exclaim that they had become brothers with a wealthy individual. However, Sketchy Ling, coming from a well-off background and possessing considerable worldly experience, stood to the side, smiling as she watched the three engage in playful banter, her modesty holding her back from joining in. "Thank you, elder brother. I could never blame you," Yang He said with a grin, casting a sly glance at Yuan Ming and Xie Qiling. Xie Qiling, feeling shy, lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, choosing to remain silent while Yuan Ming continued to chuckle foolishly. "Well, I have an experiment this afternoon, so I shall take my leave," Chen Gong announced. "You all can manage whatever you need to procure." With that, he departed. Unconcerned with the antics of the trio inside the house, Chen Gong hailed a taxi to school, reflecting on the convenience of having a car, and pondering when his request to Lu Tianming for a panda would be fulfilled. When Chen Gong arrived at the laboratory, Su Xingjia had already commenced her experiments. Upon spotting Chen Gong, her eyes lit up, and she began to approach him to greet him. However, as if recalling something, she pouted her lips, turned her head away, and pretended as though she had not seen Qingong at all. Qingong intended to approach Su Xinjie to greet her. But unexpectedly, before he could utter a word, he encountered an unyielding obstacle. He found it rather peculiar. They had held hands and embraced before, yet suddenly, an air of aloofness had enveloped them. Fortunately, Su Xinjie did not display her usual icy demeanor towards Qingong today, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Having grown accustomed to her frigid expressions, he felt fortunate to witness her more neutral visage. Consequently, Qingong decided to forego the customary greeting and promptly immersed himself in his experiments, especially since his tardiness had already set him back in his progress. However, women can be quite enigmatic creatures. They may display a petulant attitude, and should one choose to ignore it, misfortune may ensue. Su Xinjie's emotions were rather convoluted. All she desired was for him to engage in a few more words due to his late arrival, and she had deliberately donned a sulky countenance for that very purpose. To her dismay, he truly seemed indifferent. With such expectations, she had waited for over a day, only to be met with Qingong's hasty farewell the previous day, followed by an absence that left her restless through the night, as she anxiously awaited a phone call from him, a call for a date. Yet, more than a day had elapsed, and upon seeing Qingong today, he appeared as if nothing was amiss, leaving Su Xinjie's heart brimming with hope to plummet into desolation. Qingong remained steadfast in adhering to the pretense of being merely friends with Su Xinjie. Little did he know that the inexperienced Su Xinjie had unwittingly become ensnared in her emotions, regarding him as her true boyfriend. "Hey, Qingong, Qingong." As Su Xinjie's frustration mounted, she could no longer contain herself and called out his name. The tranquility of the silent laboratory was abruptly shattered by her voice. Drawing the curious gazes of several onlookers towards them, Qingong lifted his head, only to be met with the furious visage of Su Xinjie. He appeared remarkably innocent, utterly bewildered, and profoundly astonished. Unfortunately, the expression on Qingong's face filled Su Xinjie with an overwhelming sense of grievance. She stamped her foot, a gesture imbued with femininity, and, adopting what she believed to be a fierce tone, exclaimed, "How could you treat someone like this?" The sound echoed, and it was not just Qingong who was taken aback by Su Xinjie's almost playful display. Several fragile glass containers also bore the brunt of the moment. Qingong was utterly perplexed. Although he arrived somewhat late, he had endeavored to shoulder the more arduous and menial tasks of the experiment. In his dedication to Su Xinjie, he had even resolved to stand against two formidable families with substantial underground influence. Was such sacrifice not sufficient? He found himself at a loss for words in response to her remarks. Fortunately, Qingong was not entirely a mere bookworm. He harbored a subtle awareness of Su Xinjie's demeanor, a burgeoning sentiment stirring within his heart. Qingong was concerned about her well-being. With no other option, he set aside his work and followed her into the office. "Xinjie, what troubles you? Who has upset you?" he inquired innocently. "Who else could it be but you? You despicable fellow," Su Xinjie exclaimed, her lips pursed in indignation. "Me? What have I done?" Qingong responded, bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Su Xinjie could no longer contain her frustration. "What have you done? Indeed, what have you done? You have done nothing. Why didn't you invite me to dinner? Why did you not go to the classroom to study at night? Why haven't you called me? Why have you done nothing at all?" Though Qingong refrained from voicing his thoughts, aware that such words could provoke her further, he recognized that he needed to soothe her feelings at this moment. "How about we go out for dinner together tonight, and then study together afterward?" Qingong suggested cautiously. "Do you think I care?" Su Xinjie's anger had subsided somewhat, and she recalled the implications of her earlier words, her cheeks flushing slightly. However, her pride prevented her from conceding. Qingong gazed at Su Xinjie's charming demeanor, momentarily entranced. "What are you still staring at? Hurry up and commence the experiment." Su Xinjie's cheeks flushed deeper. Qingong's unwavering gaze dissipated any lingering frustration, leaving her heart brimming with joy, while the remnants of disappointment faded away. "Are you still angry?" Qingong inquired. "Conduct the experiment. I have no time to harbor grievances against you." As Su Xinjie recalled her earlier demeanor, an even greater sense of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to shoot Qingong a playful glare. Qingong chuckled softly before turning away from the office, leaving Su Xinjie behind, lost in a daze. What was the matter with her? Why was she so concerned about him? Could it be that she had truly fallen for him? As she pondered this, her heart began to race even faster. Yet, the stern visage of Su Wei flashed in her mind, the shadow of her family legacy stifling her thoughts, as she feared sinking deeper and suffering greater. However, Qin Gong's words echoed in her ears. Since you have decided to resist to the end, whether in joy or sorrow, life must go on. It is better to remain cheerful. Su Xingjia's smile astonished everyone in the lab. No one dared to wager on how long Qin Gong could endure under the icy demeanor of the beauty. But some were now prepared to bet on how long it would take him to win her heart. Qin Gong, weren't you quite interested in the 2 instruments I manage? How about we conduct an operation on them this afternoon? Su Xingjia softly suggested as she approached Qin Gong. What? We are using the instruments today? Qin Gong inquired, his surprise palpable. Indeed, I wish to test a batch of samples that underwent hydrolysis yesterday to check their heavy metal content. This will also fulfill your desire to learn about instrument operation, Su Xingjia responded with a gentle smile. Fantastic! Qin Gong exclaimed, waving his arm in delight. This was a rare opportunity. Although Rongqing University is renowned nationwide, the curriculum for instrumental analysis is largely confined to theoretical study, as the advanced scientific instruments involved are not accessible to just any student. Mishandling them could lead to troublesome repairs. Most of these sophisticated instruments are imported, and even a minor malfunction requires a detailed report for replacement, which entails a lengthy process. Consequently, apart from dedicated personnel, few have the opportunity to engage with them. Su Xingjia allowed Qin Gong to operate an atomic absorption spectrometer, and during the practical process, he easily grasped the principles of atomic absorption. This experience also allowed him to review and integrate his previous theoretical knowledge swiftly. Once the analysis concluded, it was time for a meal. Qin Gong had to call Lu Tianming to request leave, assuring him repeatedly that he would find a time to address the sponsorship issue for his team. In his view, securing support from Kunlun Group for Team 11 should not be overly challenging. Although Lu Tianming expressed his grievances over the phone, Qin Gong sensed that he was not truly upset. Lu Tianming seemed excessively lenient with his team members. To make amends for his previous oversight, Qin Gong and Su Xingjia went to the classroom together after lunch for self-study, remaining until after 11 before parting ways. Upon returning to the apartment at Wanya Mountain Villa, Qin Gong noticed a remarkable transformation in the space. It was impeccably tidy, with fresh flowers and various decorations adorning the corners, a clear testament to Xie Qingling's influence. Perhaps having tidied up for an entire day, Yuan Ming and the others had already succumbed to slumber. Thus Qin Gong chose not to disturb them and ascended the stairs alone. However, the upper floor had also been meticulously arranged. Fresh sheets lay neatly folded, and the entire space was immaculately clean. Even his laundered garments had been washed, dried, and neatly placed in the wardrobe. Chapter 60. A preliminary trial of the array talisman. There is an undeniable difference when one shares a dwelling. Observing the changes in his room, Qin Gong couldn't help but reflect on the notion of bringing his sister, Qin Wan, over as well. After indulging in this sentiment, Qin Gong resolved to commence his cultivation for the day. The familial pressures stemming from Su Xingjia's situation, coupled with his previous battles within the sea of consciousness, had intensified his dedication to cultivation. Now, in addition to striving to elevate the Xian Shui Ju to the 5th level, thereby propelling himself into the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he needed to devote more time to mastering the 7 emotions transforming thunder technique, a method that serves as a nemesis to all spiritual entities, which he had once witnessed demonstrated by Chen Qiao with unparalleled potency. After practicing for over 2 hours, Qin Gong finally paused to rest. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled Chen Qiao's mention of the Yutong Jian during their time in the Sea of Consciousness. He raised his hand to glance at the storage ring on his finger and extended his spiritual awareness into it. Within this storage space lay a plethora of treasures that were more for observation than for touch. Qin Gong did not linger on these trinkets, but instead focused on a rather unassuming rectangular jade stone. This was the Yutong Jian, a device utilized in the cultivation realm for recording techniques and events. Though it was merely the size of a finger, its information capacity far surpassed that of a portable hard drive. The quantity of Yutong Jian was limited, evidently chosen with care by Chen Qiao, and they primarily consisted of records pertaining to various techniques that Qin Gong currently found no use for. After all, one cannot improve by merely accumulating knowledge. It was wiser to concentrate on perfecting the Xian Shui Ju first. Among them were also references to alchemy, but the required materials were exceedingly rare. And after a mere glance, Qin Gong dismissed them, acknowledging that such resources were beyond his current reach. There was also a Yutong Jian dedicated to array formations and talismans, which piqued Qin Gong's interest significantly, for when utilized correctly, the power of array seals could be formidable. Qin Gong resolved to craft 1 or 2 amulets in accordance with the methods outlined within this jadeite manual, intending to bestow them upon his sister, Hu Ningjing or Su Xinjie. Regardless of their efficacy, they would serve as a token of his affection. Fortunately, he had already prepared some related materials among his collection of rings, and thus he directly retrieved a dozen jade stones. Paper talismans, wooden talismans, and jade talismans among them. The jade talismans are regarded as the most sophisticated, boasting greater usage frequency and enhanced effectiveness. Qin Gong first took a piece of green jade in his hand and, following the method outlined in the Jade Sutra, began to inscribe a symbol array upon it using his spiritual power. However, as he hastily reached a critical juncture, his impatience led to a deviation, and to his astonishment, the entire jade transformed into powder. Learning from this experience, Qin Gong became increasingly cautious. He picked up another piece of jade and meticulously infused it with spiritual energy, carefully and slowly etching each symbol. Once the symbol array was completed, the infused spiritual energy began to circulate autonomously within the stone. His water elemental spiritual power, which inherently possessed the qualities of tranquility and healing, now flowed within the jade, gradually emanating its essence. It appeared that the wearer of this jade would find it relatively effortless to maintain their health. Moreover, should this energy be subjected to an intense external stimulus and be triggered instantaneously, it might indeed serve as a protective shield. This gathering spirit array utilized the fundamental principle of the 5-element cycle to create a space of high spiritual energy density. In essence, to establish this 5-element array, 5 pieces of jade, each with distinct attributes, were required. Although Qin Gong possesses only water elemental energy, the 5 distinct types of elemental stones do not necessarily require the infusion of corresponding elemental forces. It suffices to inscribe the formations that represent these 5 attributes according to the method of seal engraving. The attributes include the ruthlessness of metal, the swiftness of wood, the gentleness of water, the ferocity of fire, and the weightiness of earth. These 5 seemingly ordinary jade stones, once engraved with the array symbols, astonishingly underwent such marvelous transformations. Qin Gong grew increasingly curious about the art of array talismans, and could not resist the urge to set up a 5-elements gathering spirit array on his balcony for experimentation. It was the transition from late summer to early autumn, with a gentle breeze caressing the balcony and the vast expanse of stars twinkling in the sky, presenting a scene of enchanting beauty. However, as Qin Gong meticulously arranged the 5 spirit stones according to the array's formation, he was immediately enveloped by a sensation of temporal and spatial disarray. Looking up, he was astonished to find that the starry sky had vanished. There was neither heaven above nor earth below, only a wondrous display of colorful luminescence. Taking a step forward, the entire array shifted once more, the radiant colors pulsating as if on the verge of activation. Fortunately, Qin Gong was aware of the array's exit, and given that the primary purpose of the 5-elements gathering spirit array was not to ensnare or harm foes, he easily extricated himself. Standing outside the array, he gazed back at the balcony, where the scenery remained unchanged, save for the presence of the 5 jade stones. Yet, the moment one stepped into the vicinity of these stones, the earlier spectacle would re-emerge. It appeared that the art of array talismans was indeed remarkable. These seemingly insignificant 5 jade stones possessed the ability to harness the forces of nature, concealing profound mysteries within. Qin Gong picked up one of the jade stones, attuning himself to the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from it, similar to the protective talisman from before, constantly radiating outward. Could this emanation possibly incite subtle alterations in the fabric of space within the heavens and earth? The mere power contained within these 5 jade stones could hardly be responsible for such a transformation. However, their interplay, their mutual influence, served to amplify and induce an effect that ultimately triggered a spatial anomaly. If he were to grasp the underlying principles at play, might it not enhance the efficacy of the spirit-gathering array? Reflecting on the unprecedented abundance of spiritual energy he had felt moments prior, Qin Gong found himself increasingly exhilarated. Yet, arranging such formations was an exceedingly meticulous endeavor for cultivators. As the saying goes, a slight deviation could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Any alteration, once a formation had solidified, was unfathomable, given the multitude of factors involved. Nevertheless, Qin Gong was resolute in his determination to persevere. By collecting sufficient data, he could consult Lu Tianming for assistance, inputting this information into a computer to compute every conceivable variation and identify the optimal combination. With this thought in mind, he felt an urge to call Lu Tianming. Just then, he heard a knock at the door, followed by Yang He's voice calling out, "Second brother." It's time for breakfast. It was then that Chun Gong realized he had been lost in thought all night, and it was already 8 in the morning. All right, I'm coming down, he replied, hastily freshening up before heading downstairs. On the dining table were 4 bowls of congee, along with some fried dough sticks and steamed buns. Yuan Ming and Xie Ling were already seated, while Yang He stood by, waiting. Second brother, if you don't hurry. I might just be overworked as the light bulb here, Yang He teased, glancing at Yuan Ming and Xie Ling. You moving in has certainly saved me the trouble of going out to buy breakfast, Qin Gong chuckled. Yuan Ming added, today was a bit rushed. But we can prepare breakfast at home in the future. Qi Ling's cooking is quite good, homemade, hygienic, and delicious. What is the issue? We have a washing machine. I can just toss it in without a second thought, Yang He replied nonchalantly. After finishing breakfast, Chun Gong set off for Xanadu Garden. Although Hu Ningjing had become quite diligent in her studies, he still hoped to fulfill his promise to her. With the summer vacation drawing to a close, today marked the final lesson. Chen Gong arrived punctually at Hu Ningjing's home. As soon as she appeared before him, he was taken aback. She had evidently made a special effort to present herself beautifully, looking refreshingly lovely. Yet, no matter how striking her appearance, it could not conceal the profound sorrow reflected in her eyes. How could Qin Gong possibly be oblivious to this? He was acutely aware of the reason behind Hu Ningjing's melancholy, and he found himself subtly affected by it. After a momentary pause in his gaze, he swiftly regained his composure. Today, Qin Gong delivered his lessons with remarkable detail, and Hu Ningjing listened with rapt attention, as if this tutoring session had transformed into a delightful experience. Both cherished this precious time together. However, the clock inevitably struck 11, and as Qin Gong concluded the lesson, a tinge of sadness crept into his voice as he said, "All right, Jingjing, we'll stop here for today." Upon hearing this, Hu Ningjing's body trembled slightly. And with a quavering voice, she asked, "Brother, is this really the end of the lesson?" "Yes, it is. Today marks the final day of summer tutoring. Starting tomorrow, I won't be coming to tutor you anymore. But even in my absence, you must heed your father's advice and study diligently. Remember, I am eagerly awaiting the day you are accepted into Rome University," Qin Gong affirmed with a nod. Hu Ningjing replied, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Qin Gong, brimming with a luminous sparkle. "Brother, I really can't bear to part with you," Hu Ningjing mustered all her courage to declare. Qin Gong smiled gently, affectionately stroking Hu Ningjing's head as he said, "Silly girl, I am right here in Rongqing. I am not leaving for distant lands. Whenever you wish to see me, it will be but a moment's notice." He then added, "By the way, I have prepared a gift for you." "What kind of gift?" "Hurry, brother, let me see it," Hu Ningjing exclaimed, her excitement momentarily alleviating the sorrow of parting. Qin Gong produced the talisman he had whimsically crafted the day prior. Originally an unremarkable piece of green jade, it radiated an extraordinary charm after being infused with spiritual energy. Although it bore no particularly unique design, in the eyes of Hu Ningjing, it was the most exquisite gift in the world. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed as she took the jade into her hands, feeling its soothing texture. Carefully, she opened her palm to examine it, then pressed it against her chest, sensing a subtle warmth that permeated her entire being. "This was made by your brother just for you. How do you like it?" Qin Gong inquired, pleased to see Hu Ningjing's delight in the jade. "Will you put it on me, brother?" Hu Ningjing suddenly spread her arms wide, gazing intently at Qin Gong, her shyness evident. Chapter 61. A kiss seals the bond. Qin Gong instinctively wished to decline Hu Ningjing's request, as the constraints of traditional morals made him hesitant to confront her increasingly forthright advances. However, as he gazed at Hu Ningjing, who radiated an alluring aura yet possessed eyes filled with earnestness and innocence, he found himself unable to utter the word no. Instead, he felt a flutter in his heart. After a moment of difficulty, he nodded, accepting the jade pendant that had been crafted into a protective charm. Standing before Hu Ningjing, he gently encircled her fair neck with his hands and fastened the charm around her. "How does it look? Is it beautiful?" Hu Ningjing inquired, pointing to the pendant resting against her chest. "It is beautiful. You look lovely in anything, Jingjing," Qin Gong sincerely praised. Upon hearing his words, Hu Ningjing's face lit up with joy as she caressed the charm against her chest. The delightful sensation it provided made her wish to hold it there forever, as if she were cradling Qin Gong close to her heart. "Brother, to express my gratitude for this wonderful gift, I have something for you as well." Suddenly recalling something, Hu Ningjing reached into her backpack and retrieved a small box. "Oh, you have a gift for your brother too?" "Let me see," Qin Gong said, curiosity rising within him as he accepted the box from her hands and opened it with delight. Inside lay a Nokia flip phone with a silver exterior. While it may not have kept pace with the modern trends of ubiquitous smartphones, it perfectly aligned with Chen Gong's standards for usability, durable and practical without unnecessary frills. Clearly, Hu Ningjing had put considerable thought into selecting this phone. Well, Jingjing, you truly have an eye for quality. I absolutely adore this phone. It surpasses my expectations. As if I had chosen it myself, Chen Gong exclaimed joyfully. Really? Brother, you're not just saying that, are you? Hu Ningjing asked, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Inside the box was also a phone case, perfectly suited for wearing at his waist. Seeing Chen Gong so pleased with her gift brought immense joy to her heart as well. Chen Gong picked up the leather case from the box and fitted his phone into it, securing it onto his belt at the waist with perfect ease. The color and style chosen by Hu Ningjing seemed to be tailor-made for him. Just as Chen Gong was about to lift his head to commend Hu Ningjing and bring her a bit more joy, she unexpectedly seized his hand and placed it upon her own face. Chen Gong found himself momentarily immobilized. The silky sensation emanating from his palm, coupled with the profound affection reflected in Hu Ningjing's eyes, sent a jolt through his heart. He realized that Hu Ningjing was loath to part ways, and he too cherished the sight of her enchanting smile each day. At that moment, his heart brimmed with emotion. Finally, he extended his arm, drawing Hu Ningjing into his embrace, tenderly caressing her silky hair, inhaling the refreshing fragrance that surrounded her. Hu Ningjing relished the feeling of safety and warmth enveloping her in Chen Gong's arms, filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. She nestled her head against his chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Though it carried a hint of chill, it brought an immense comfort. Despite their separation, they remained in the same city, however. The vastness of Rongqing, with its millions of inhabitants, made it all too plausible that they might never cross paths again. Hu Ningjing understood that in Chen Gong's eyes. She was merely a girl, one who still required several years to blossom into a woman. So much could transpire in those years. Perhaps she could wait. But by the time she was ready, he might have become someone else's husband. It was possible that at the moment of his marriage, she would still be striving to fulfill her promise of gaining admission to Rongqing University. In the past, she had fantasized that Chen Gong would wait for her for 3 years, envisioning herself by his side at university. Yet, when the moment of true farewell arrived, her heart awoke to a stark clarity. Those dreams had ultimately shattered. Thus, her reluctance deepened. She was unwilling to see the love she yearned for come to an end before it had even begun, and tears welled up in her eyes, cascading like scattered pearls. After spending such a considerable time together, Chen Gong had never witnessed Hu Ningjing cry. Not even during that harrowing encounter with a group of thugs when fear and despair had clouded her heart. This realization filled him with an acute sense of anguish. Leaving him utterly helpless, he had no means to confront the tears of a woman, nor the tears of a young girl. What troubles you, little one? Why are you crying? He finally asked, lifting her face with gentle urgency. As she gazed into his concerned eyes, the distance between them had never felt so intimate. A glimmer of determination flickered in Hu Ningjing's gaze as she suddenly rose on her toes, wrapping her arms around Chen Gong's neck. Her moist lips pressed against his, and before he could protest, she clumsily initiated a kiss. Chen Gong was momentarily bewildered. He had never encountered such an unforeseen circumstance. Nor did he possess any experience in the realm of affectionate gestures. If he so desired, he could easily push Hu Ningjing away. Yet, he could sense her firm embrace, her fervent kisses, and the sheer exertion of her efforts. This was the utmost she could offer. Chen Gong was acutely aware that he was kissing a 16-year-old girl, a transgression that starkly contradicted his moral standards, verging on an act of criminality. Yet, could he truly bring himself to push Hu Ningjing away? Would the harm inflicted upon her by such an action be greater than the implications of accepting this kiss? Chen Gong was engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle, mirroring the increasingly fervent kiss of Hu Ningjing. It seemed as though he would be ensnared in this mental conflict indefinitely. Hu Ningjing's first kiss had claimed Chen Gong's own, and ultimately, he did not push her away. When they naturally parted, it felt as though an entire century had elapsed. Hu Ningjing appeared to have expended all her strength, bowing her head and standing there listlessly, resembling a child ready to confess to her parents. Yet in her downcast gaze, there was no trace of remorse, only determination and audacity. Having taken this step, it was as if she had fulfilled a promise to herself. Perhaps a single kiss could not anchor a man, but she was resolute in ensuring that Chen Gong would remember her, that he would forever recall the sensation of her first kiss, and that he would never forget the girl named Hu Ningjing who bestowed upon him her inaugural kiss. Chen Gong reluctantly regained his composure, his gaze toward Hu Ningjing laden with intricate emotions. He had previously harbored suspicions regarding Hu Ningjing's affection for him, Yet today, all doubts crystallized into absolute certainty. Qin Gong could once dismiss Hu Ningjing's vague declarations of love with a smile, believing that time would alter everything. Alas, before time could effect such change, circumstances had evolved into an inescapable reality for him. I'm sorry, Jingjing, Qin Gong finally spoke, realizing that he should have taken responsibility for his missteps rather than reacting in the moment. Brother, you needn't feel remorse. This is not your fault. It is I who am fond of you, and it is my own volition, Hu Ningjing boldly and resolutely proclaimed, her unwavering gaze fixed upon Qin Gong, showing no sign of retreat. In contrast, Qin Gong found himself unable to meet her eyes, feeling the weight of his transgressions reflected in her bright and clear gaze. Jingjing, you are still young. There are many things you do not yet comprehend, Qin Gong managed to utter with great difficulty. Hu Ningjing's expression dimmed slightly. Her age was a topic she preferred to avoid. With a hint of uncertainty, she replied, I am not a child anymore. I am already 16. I heard my grandmother say that girls could marry and bear children at that age. Seeing the glimmer of tears in Hu Ningjing's eyes, Qin Gong realized that continuing this conversation could truly wound the young girl's heart. He decided to change the subject. It's getting late. Let us prepare lunch. Your sister Wan is still outside. Hu Ningjing paid no heed to his words and directly asked, Brother, will you remember me? Will you remember everything that has transpired today? Qin Gong found himself at a loss for words, his heart in turmoil as memories of their time together flooded his mind. Their first meeting, the moment he saw her emerging from the bath, their excursion to Wonia Mountain, and their first kiss. How could he possibly forget such moments? With a sense of helplessness, he replied simply, I will. Instantly, a radiant smile illuminated Hu Ningjing's face. As long as Qin Gong could remember the moments they shared, what did she have to fear? Regardless of the future, she would have the opportunity to reclaim this man who remembered her from the grasp of another. Brother, I will go call Sister Wan. Let us go buy groceries together. Hu Ningjing exclaimed joyfully, dashing out of the study to find Qin Wan. Qin Gong stood there, his mind a tumultuous whirlwind. Just as he began to untangle his thoughts and had yet to exit the study, he was startled by a piercing scream of delight from Hu Ningjing. Unsure of the unfolding circumstances, Qin Gong hastily rushed outside, only to find Hu Ningjing fervently grasping Qin Wan's hand, incessantly inquiring, Sister Wan, is it truly so? You would not deceive me, would you? Qin Wan said with a smile, How could I deceive you? I pondered for a long time before making this decision. I was even worried that you might not welcome it. How could I not welcome it? I am overjoyed, Hu Ningjing replied happily. Qin Gong, somewhat perplexed, gazed at the two individuals and inquired, What are you discussing? Brother, I wish to continue residing at Jingjing's house when school commences. It would be delightful for us to attend and leave school together, providing each other with companionship. What do you think? Qin Wan looked at Qin Gong, her eyes brimming with earnest pleading. Qin Wan's words left Qin Gong feeling somewhat troubled. Could he possibly refuse such a request? After all, it would not be appropriate for him to have his sister living with him, although several individuals had already settled in Wonia Mountain Villa. It was indeed inconvenient regarding school matters. Observing the joy and anticipation on Hu Ningjing's face, coupled with his sister's earnest plea, Qin Gong found it impossible to utter a single refusal. Chapter 62. Healing once more after having lunch, Qin Gong departed from Hu Ningjing's home. Even after walking quite a distance, he could still feel her gaze upon him. The afternoon's experiment unfolded without any extraordinary occurrences. Qin Gong made sure to inform Su Xinjie that he had matters to attend to, and under her slightly displeased scrutiny, he headed towards Lin family villa. This time, Lu Tianming had come to pick up Qin Gong. Once Qin Gong was in the car, Lu Tianming smiled and remarked, So Xiaochun, having a car is indeed more convenient, right? Are you really sure you want a panda? Cars are merely tools for transportation. The make does not hold much significance for me. However, I have recently acquainted myself with the performance of domestic vehicles, which is rather unsatisfactory. How about this, Lu? Could you arrange for me a BMW Panda? Qin Gong replied. A BMW Panda? I might as well have a Mercedes Panda, Lu Tianming retorted. How about this? I will find a way to have one custom-made for you, outfitted with all the available equipment. As for your satisfaction with it, I cannot guarantee. By the way, Lu, regarding the matter I entrusted to you last time, has everything been resolved? Qin Gong inquired about the incident involving Han Jing at the food stall, hoping no loose ends remained. Upon hearing Qin Gong mention the issue, Lu Tianming furrowed his brow and said, You really know how to stir up trouble. Getting entangled with the Han family of Donglian Group. The Han family has significant social connections. I have already taken care of the official matters for you, but I worry about their potential underhanded actions. Of course, if they dare to target my people, I will ensure they understand the consequences. As long as the authorities do not trouble my friends, I believe that given the Han family's influence, any issues on a private level will likely not arise for the time being, Qin Gong contemplated. On the way, Qin Gong wished to delve into some knowledge regarding ancient formation symbols and requested Lu Tianming to find a computer expert to help him statistically analyze some data concerning the 5 elements gathering spirit formation. In a world filled with extraordinary abilities, peculiar interests seldom surprise anyone, so Lu Tianming merely paused for a moment before readily agreeing to the request. Although Lin family villa is located on the outskirts of the city, the traffic was sparse and the road conditions were excellent, allowing Lu Tianming to bring Qin Gong to their destination without much delay. Awaiting them were Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyu, the actual power holders of Kunyang Group, indicating their significant regard for Qin Gong. Lu Tianming observed this keenly, feeling more confident in his ability to cultivate a relationship with such a formidable external ally. Once again, in the courtyard where Lin Jinan resides alone, as soon as I stepped inside, I was greeted by Lin Jinan, who appeared to be in good spirits. Mr. Chun, it has truly been a challenge to finally invite you here. I wish to treat you, my savior, to a meal. Lin Jinan, clad in a traditional Tang suit, might have been mistaken for an ordinary wealthy gentleman were it not for the horrifying scars that marred his exterior. Old Master Lin, I genuinely have pressing matters at hand. Although I have joined the barrier, I have not set aside my studies and work, which is why I have been unable to visit you. I hope you will not take offense, Qin Gong replied courteously. The dining table has a way of bridging the gap between individuals, and the intimate gathering that Lin Jinan prepared fostered a deeper connection among them. After the meal, Lu Tianming and Qin Gong were escorted to Lin Jinan's study, accompanied by Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyu. Captain Lu, I have already heard from Tianfeng about your intentions. And just a couple of days ago, I explicitly declined a similar request from Captain Ping, Lin Jinan said, seated comfortably on the sofa. Though his study could not be described as particularly modern, it was furnished with essential pieces, each remarkably expensive and of high quality. Hearing Lin Jinan's words, Lu Tianming, who was seated opposite Qin Gong, displayed no signs of disappointment and smiled slightly. Old Master Lin, in this rapidly evolving world, technological advancements are predominantly controlled by powerful nations and major conglomerates, providing them with a steady stream of profits. I believe that Kunyang, as one of the world's top 100 enterprises and a formidable economic entity within our nation, must have some awareness of these matters. We are aware of these facts. Yet we wish to engage in straightforward business without entangling ourselves too deeply with the authorities, interjected Lin Tianyu, noting that his brother and he were more familiar with specific affairs. The times have changed, and our perspectives must evolve accordingly. While Kunyang's current strength is formidable, its pace of development has nearly halted. Numerous groups collaborating with other teams within our barrier are now on the verge of surpassing us. If Kunyang does not seek reform, it risks becoming a casualty in economic competition, Lu Tianming continued, striving to persuade them. Technology, particularly more advanced technologies, has the potential to revolutionize the world and can yield exceptionally lucrative profits, Lu Tianming added with a subtle smile. Qin Gong listened with some confusion. Yet Lin Jinan appeared far more enlightened. However, he seemed reluctant to make an immediate decision. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyu exchanged glances with their venerable father, remaining silent. And a palpable air of tension enveloped the room. I suggest we discuss this matter later. Old Master Lin, although your injuries do not adversely affect your health, they may tarnish your image. How about I assist in treating your wounds first, and then we can continue our conversation? Qin Gong suddenly interjected, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Lu Tianming cast a look of approval towards Qin Gong, recognizing that the Lin family was evidently wavering, yet had not reached a definitive conclusion. In this moment, extending a gesture of goodwill towards the Lin family to foster a measure of favor might indeed be the most effective means to dissolve the impasse. Qin Gong's spiritual energy inherently possesses healing properties, and coupled with the formidable restorative capabilities of the life talisman, the hydrotherapy he executed yielded astonishing results. Currently, Lin Jinan's injuries were merely superficial, although some impurities of spiritual energy lingered within his body. The majority had been removed by the Elder of Inner Demons during their last encounter, rendering the impact minimal. In addressing these uncomplicated wounds, Qin Gong found the task remarkably effortless. He enveloped Lin Jinan in a gentle mist, which felt refreshingly soothing. Under Qin Gong's guidance, the vapor gradually permeated Lin Jinan's scars, and the once terrifying wounds visibly healed at an astonishing pace, while the outer layer of scar tissue began to slough off, revealing tender new skin beneath. It was nothing short of a miracle, Lin Tianyu murmured in awe. Indeed, the power of cultivation is profoundly mysterious and formidable, lamented Lin Tian as he nodded in agreement. Regrettably, the spiritual energy of the world has become exceedingly scarce, despite our many years of cultivations. Our advancements in skill have been negligible, and the encroachment of impurities has become increasingly evident. After addressing Lin Jinnan's external injuries, Chen Gong proceeded to channel spiritual energy directly into Lin Jinnan's meridians. Such an act, if undertaken by another, would likely provoke a counterattack from Lin Jinnan's spiritual force. However, due to his trust in Chen Gong, Lin Jinnan remained compliant and motionless. Impurities, an overwhelming abundance of impurities. Chen Gong sensed within the tumultuous flow of liquefied spiritual energy in Lin Jinnan's body a significant quantity of impurities. Though it exuded a formidable sensation, in reality, this would gradually erode the cultivator's physical form, ultimately impacting their lifespan. This explains the dwindling number of cultivators in the world, to the point where they can now be counted on one hand. Lin Jinnan possessed a golden spiritual root, known for its prowess in aggressive attacks. The spiritual energy that should have radiated a brilliant golden hue was instead tainted by impurities, rendering it a murky yellow, powerful yet impure, robust yet devoid of vitality. Chen Gong endeavored to extract the impurities from the spiritual energy, despite Lin Jinnan's utmost efforts to restrain his own spiritual energy and refrain from retaliating. Chen Gong still felt an immense pressure, an inherent suppression from a core formation cultivator upon a foundation establishment practitioner. Chen Gong affixed the D-class psychic amplifier to his forehead, intensifying the extraction of spiritual energy. However, in comparison to the scant traces of liquid spiritual energy within him, Lin Jinnan's reservoir of spiritual energy was overwhelmingly vast. Despite Chen Gong exerting his utmost effort, he could ultimately extract less than 1/10 of the impurities from Lin Jinnan's spiritual energy. These impurities, after being filtered through Chen Gong's life vessel and then thoroughly refined using the 7 emotions thunder technique, resulted in a residual water-based spiritual energy that still surpassed the original quantity possessed by Chen Gong. Chen Gong sat cross-legged, beginning to fully merge the foreign spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Lin Jinnan wore an expression of astonishment. Although the total amount of spiritual energy within him had diminished significantly, Lin Jinnan did not feel weakened. Rather, he experienced a sense of liberation, akin to a powerful individual who had been burdened with heavy weights, and now, freed from those restraints, could finally unleash his true potential. "Father, how do you feel?" Lin Tianfeng inquired with concern. "Very well. In fact, I have never felt better," Lin Jinnan replied, waving his hand as a golden sword aura sliced through the air, effortlessly severing a marble pedestal that held a vase nearby, leaving a smooth, polished cut as if meticulously crafted. He then extended his hand to grasp the vase that was about to topple, pulling it back through the air with ease. Beside him, Lin Tianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. "Father, such formidable power. This is the true strength of a golden core cultivator. I sense I still have room for improvement. I used to believe that having more spiritual energy was better, but it seems that the purer and more controllable the power, the more genuine it is." Lin Jinnan sighed, his gaze shifting towards the meditating Chen Gong. "Father?" Lin Tianfeng followed Lin Jinnan's gaze, glancing at Chen Gong, then turned back to Lin Jinnan with a hint of confusion. "Tianfeng, Tianyu, our Lin family must closely follow the steps of this Kunlun envoy. I have a premonition that the possessor of this Kunlun order is the key to our family's resurgence," Lin Jinnan solemnly declared. Chapter 63. First hearing of the source realm. Once Chen Gong had thoroughly merged the spiritual energy within him, he felt a profound fullness in his body, and his previously stagnant cultivation seemed to hint at a breakthrough from the initial to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. After concluding his training, Chen Gong rose and offered an apologetic smile to Lin Jinnan. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, esteemed Elder Lin. I spent some time refining the impurities extracted from your spiritual energy. However, my cultivation is insufficient, and it may take several more sessions to fully extract the impurities from your body. Mr. Chen, you are far too courteous. You have granted this old man a rebirth. What is a little extra waiting matter?" Lin Jinnan responded promptly with gratitude. Lin Jinnan cast a glance at Lin Tianfeng, signaling him to explain the situation. Lin Tianfeng nodded and began. "Although our Kunyan group has not officially joined the national initiative, many matters in our circle are not secrets. A few years ago, in the Bermuda region of the Pacific, a temporal rift leading to an unknown world was discovered. There, scientists found a crystal containing immense energy. If the energy within that crystal could be harnessed, it would resolve the world's energy crisis. Hence, the unknown realm has been named the Source Realm. The extent of research on the Source Realm crystals remains unclear, leaving us without concrete information to make a judgment. However, the discovery of the Source Realm has ignited a fierce competition among nations, leading to a scenario where no one can prevail over the others, compelling the world's great powers to engage in collaborative exploration. In addition to the Source Realm crystals, the exploration teams have unearthed technologies that surpass the current scientific capabilities of Earth, initiating a transformation unbeknownst to the general populace. Many of the newly emerged scientific inventions are, in fact, merely rebranded technologies from the Source Realm. At this point, Chun-Gong interjected with some confusion, questioning why such matters should not be left to the state to manage, rather than involving major corporations that seek to profit from the situation. This sentiment underscores one of the reasons we prefer to remain uninvolved. The Xinhua Group and Tianyuan Heavy Industry Group, which declared bankruptcy 2 years ago, are likely to have been affected by the explorations of the Source Realm. Lin Jianan clearly hesitated to accept such risks. Furthermore, as a once prestigious family of cultivators, we are reluctant to engage too closely with the authorities. In a world where individuals with extraordinary abilities dominate the upper echelons of power, I believe that adopting a more discreet approach, sacrificing certain benefits to minimize risks, is a prudent course of action. Chen Gong understood that Lin Jianan's latter half of the sentence was indeed directed at him, yet he had his own considerations. Old Master Lin. The practice of cultivation is inherently a defiance of fate. Without taking risks, how can one achieve greatness? Risks have always been proportional to benefits. Of course, I am but a novice in business management. Ultimately, the decision lies in your hands. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Gong decided to express his views. Lin Jianan glanced at his two sons, seeing in their eyes a profound trust in him, which filled him with a sense of gratification. Master of orders. The founding intention of my Lin family in establishing the Kunlun Group was, in fact, to serve the Kunlun Sect. Now, as the cultivation world faces a dearth of talent, reviving Kunlun, as you mentioned, necessitates taking risks. Old Master Lin, why do you? Chen Gong said with a wry smile. Lin Jianan waved his hand, interrupting Chen Gong, and resolutely stated, Master of orders, titles are not of paramount importance, yet your status now is akin to that of the Kunlun Sect's leader. Regardless of how we address you, this identity remains unchanged. As I previously mentioned, Kunyang exists for the sake of Kunlun, and your decisions are, in essence, the Lin family's decisions regarding Kunyang. Master of orders, we also endorse this decision. Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu chimed in unison. The three gazed at Chen Gong with absolute trust and support, rendering him momentarily speechless. I have a suggestion, Chen Gong said after considerable thought. Please speak, Master of orders. Lin Jianan replied. Since we aim to revive the Kunlun Sect, and given that only a few of us remain, I believe we should establish the fundamental lineage of the sect. Old Master Lin will serve as our elder, while the three of us may refer to each other as brothers, Chen Gong proposed. Upon hearing this, Lin Jianan felt a swell of joy. Chen Gong's decision effectively integrated them, the peripheral members, into the core of Kunlun. Although the Kunlun Sect had fallen into decline, when it eventually flourished again, they would be recognized as its true founding elders. Elder Lin, is my decision acceptable? Chen Gong inquired with a smile directed at Lin Jianan. Everything will proceed as you arrange, Master of orders, Lin Jianan affirmed. Elder Lin, in the future, you may simply call me by my name. Before outsiders, I will still refer to you as Old Master Lin. By the way, I have also met the senior brother and second brother, Chen Gong said, turning to pay his respects to Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu. Lin Tianfang and Lin Tianyu, filled with unease, felt a flicker of joy within them. Having recently witnessed their father's displayed prowess, the two, who had cultivated for many years without significant achievements, found their hopes rekindled. That is indeed the case, however. The current issues of thin spiritual energy and excessive impurities must be resolved before we can expand our Kunlun cultivation power. I believe solutions may be found in the Source Realm, thus supporting the 11th team's entry into the Source Realm is a feasible agreement. After receiving Chen Xiao's trust, Chen Gong finally took his first step, feeling immensely joyful. The four of them chatted for a while longer before sending someone to invite Lu Tianming over. Lin Jianan openly expressed his support for the exploration of the barrier, willing to contribute to the nation's prosperity, which greatly pleased Lu Tianming and made him extremely satisfied with Chen Gong's performance. At this juncture, Chun Gong recalled that he had yet to request the defensive treasure, the shielding silk, from Lin Jinan. With that precious item, he would be able to soar through the skies, a true convenience indeed. As Lu Tianming successfully garnered the support of the Lin family's Kunying group, others were also eyeing this influential organization. In the Su family's estate in the western city, near the square where Su Wei practiced last time, Su Wei sat on a sandalwood chair, accompanied by his most trusted guard, Sun Lifeng. Due to the increasingly ambiguous stance of the Donglian group, Han Fengyuan had been avoiding discussions about investing in the Qianshui Bay project, persistently bringing up matters concerning his son Han Chong and Su Xinjie, his intentions being quite clear. If this continued, Su Wei, unable to secure more funding, would have no choice but to abandon the Qianshui Bay project. Once he did so, the internal pressure from the Su family would inevitably force him from his position as head of the family. Su Wei had pinned all his hopes on his daughter Su Xinjie, but her attitude remained resolute. No matter how ruthless Su Wei tried to be, it was impossible for him to completely disregard the bond between father and daughter. Even a fierce tiger does not consume its cubs. And Su Wei had not descended to such a heartless state. Looking at Sun Lifeng before him, Su Wei couldn't help but sigh. Lifeng, you have watched Xinjie grow since childhood. Do you think our union with the Han family has any chance of success? Upon hearing this, Sun Lifeng immediately stood up. But Su Wei quickly gestured for him to sit and speak. You have been by my side for decades, serving as my guard. Yet you are like a brother to me. There are no outsiders here. There is no need for the formalities of the inner circle, Su Wei remarked. However, Sun Lifeng remained unmoved, standing resolutely as he replied, Yes, protector. Su Wei smiled helplessly, recognizing that he was surrounded by stubborn individuals. Yet, he held a deeper appreciation for Sun Lifeng's unwavering nature. Sun Lifeng sighed internally. As Su Wei's most trusted confidant, he understood Su Wei's precarious situation. Under pressure from both internal and external forces, without Su Xinjie marrying into the Han family to secure their support, it was already a foregone conclusion that Su Wei would lose his position as head of the family. However, Sun Lifeng held a deep affection for Su Xinjie and would rather see Su Wei relinquish his role than allow her to suffer any indignities in marriage. Yet, such sentiments were not words he could voice. Instead, he said, Miss has always been strong-willed and has her own opinions. If the protector continues to force her, it may yield no results at all and could lead to irreparable circumstances. Su Wei's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Sun Lifeng's words. He instinctively understood the gravity of an irreparable situation, namely, Su Xinjie's potential suicide in the face of an unwanted marriage. This was one of the reasons he refrained from exerting undue pressure on her, which left him feeling utterly helpless. Furthermore, the right protector was exceedingly cunning and harbored ambiguous ties with certain overseas supernatural organizations. Han Chong, who appeared refined and cultured, was frequently seen frequenting the establishments of ill repute, revealing himself to be far from virtuous. He was likely not a suitable matrimonial candidate. Recently, the right protector's insistence on the marriage matter seemed to suggest ulterior motives. Observing Su Wei's shifting demeanor, Sun Lifeng intensified his arguments. Chapter 64. Su Wei's plan. Sun Lifeng noted the determination etched on Su Wei's face, realizing that his influence on the matter was dwindling, which left him somewhat despondent. After all, Su Xinjie had grown up under his watchful eye, and emotionally, he leaned towards her choices. At that moment, Su Wei received a phone call. After a few exchanges, he appeared visibly excited, a mixture of joy radiating from him. Protector, is there something amiss? Sun Lifeng inquired, intrigued by the stark contrast in Su Wei's demeanor before and after the call. I have received the latest news. My father-in-law has recently regained his health and seems inclined to return to helm the Kunying group. Furthermore, I've heard that Kunying is preparing for a new round of domestic investments, Su Wei exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. That is splendid news, Protector. The Lin family is undoubtedly far more reliable than the Han family, Sun Lifeng echoed, equally elated by the revelation. Su Wei nodded in agreement, the clouds of worry dissipating from his face. I've heard whispers about the Lin family's connections with some mysterious sects. I wonder how true that is. As if struck by a thought, Sun Lifeng inquired further. After receiving this news, Su Wei's spirits lifted significantly. He patted Sun Lifeng's shoulder and responded, Indeed, it is true. While others may remain oblivious, I have verified this through Tianro herself. However, the Lin family can only be considered an outer organization of those enigmatic sects. Leveraging their influence, they have thrived in the martial world. Yet, Times have changed. In business matters, one cannot solely rely on such hidden powers. The Kunlun Group may have fallen behind, but its foundation remains intact. I believe my father-in-law has recognized this and intends to revitalize domestic investments to restore Kunlun's vigor. Su Wei continued. If we can involve the Kunlun Group in the Qinshui Bay project, you would have no cause for concern. And you could then focus on stabilizing the family dynamics, Sun Lifeng mused, heartened by the prospect of the Lin family's involvement, which would spare Su Xinjie from marrying into the Han family. A rare smile graced his face. Let us hope so, provided they do not dwell on past grievances. Su Wei replied, suddenly beset by a mix of hope and trepidation. Su Wei's first wife, Su Xinjie's mother, is none other than Lin Jianan's eldest daughter, Lin Tianrou. Years ago, due to internal family conflicts, Su Wei failed to ensure Lin Tianrou's safety. A misstep that not only left Su Xinjie with lingering resentment, but also sowed discord within the Lin family. Although the two families maintain a distant kinship, their interactions have dwindled significantly since Lin Jianan fell ill and stepped back from his responsibilities, largely due to the strained relationship between Su Wei and his two brothers-in-law who oversee Kunlun. Now, with Lin Jianan making a return, there lies an opportunity to sway him. Securing a partnership with the affluent Kunlun would undoubtedly be far more advantageous than one with Donglian, but this endeavor is fraught with challenges. Immediately dispatch someone to keep a close watch on the Lin family's developments. Notify me as soon as old Master Lin reemerges, Su Wei commanded. Understood, Protector. Sun Lifeng responded loudly. A few days later, the previously subdued and somewhat lackluster Roaching University buzzed with activity. As today marked the end of summer break and the commencement of the new academic term, Chen Gong's dormitory has been reallocated, and he has now moved to the third floor of the graduate dormitory building. Although he currently has an apartment at Wonium Mountain Villa and seldom stays in the dormitory, he still went early in the morning to collect the keys to his new room. He took the initiative to thoroughly clean the dormitory before promptly leaving to head to the library in search of materials. Once he submits this information to Lu Tianming, he can consult experts in the field for calculations, ultimately leading to the formulation of a viable plan. Qin Gong has never considered himself a polymath, thus, he willingly delegates tasks he finds challenging to those capable of addressing such issues. This division of labor has significantly reduced Qin Gong's workload. Before long, Su Xinjie arrived at the library, selecting a book and quietly settling beside Qin Gong. She cast a fleeting glance at the book in his hands, then redirected her focus to her own reading. Su Xinjie increasingly relished the sensation of being in Qin Gong's company, particularly during these moments of silence where they acknowledged each other's presence, sitting together in tranquil study. It was simple, unadorned, yet profoundly authentic. Occasionally, a flicker of anxiety would cross Su Xinjie's mind as she pondered how long such a serene existence could endure. Nevertheless, these fleeting worries did not detract from her overall good spirits. Qin Gong was engrossed in his reading, yet he was not so absorbed as to neglect lunch, especially with someone by his side. Whenever they closed their books and exited the library to dine, Su Xinjie would, without a hint of hesitation towards the curious gazes of others, affectionately link her arm with Qin Gong's as they made their way to the cafeteria. Qin Gong had grown accustomed to this intimate relationship with Su Xinjie. However, whenever their arms intertwined, visions of Hu Ningjing linking her arm with him would inevitably surface in his mind. As lunchtime approached, Qin Gong received a call from Lin Jianan, requesting him to visit the Lin family villa in a couple of days to discuss an urgent matter. Recently, the three of them had been diligently managing their shop on Shichuan Road, which had been performing fairly well, albeit with considerable effort. Consequently, they rarely found themselves working late, making today's circumstances quite an anomaly. Why aren't you all resting yet? It's getting late, isn't it? Qin Gong inquired as he casually shut the door behind him. We've been waiting for you. The major shareholder, Yuan Ming, jested. Waiting for me? Is there something amiss at the shop? Or have you all finally come to your senses and decided to treat me to a drink today? Qin Gong queried. It's about the shop. Qiling has already designed this year's autumn collection for Xuanfei, Yuan Ming replied. Qin Gong suddenly found himself intrigued. With summer attire essentially being phased out and autumn collections on the brink of debut, seizing this opportunity to craft exquisite fall garments could undoubtedly enhance their business prospects. Is that so? Qiling, please bring forth the design sketches for my perusal. Qin Gong approached casually, taking a seat directly opposite Xie Qingling, closely beside Yang He. Xie Qingling appeared somewhat anxious. This was her inaugural experience in the actual design of apparel, and this particular design held the potential to significantly influence the trajectory of their partnership. Thus, As Qin Gong lifted her sketches, his eyes, imbued with a spark of creativity, reflected her palpable tension. Qin Gong could naturally sense Xie Qingling's anxiety. He smiled and said, "Sister Qi Ling, there is no need to be so tense. It's all right. We can always revise it. 3 heads are better than 1, and with an additional perspective, there's even less to worry about." Seemingly amused by Qin Gong's words, and with Yuan Ming beside her offering a reassuring squeeze of her hand and a comforting glance, Xie Qingling's nervousness swiftly dissipated. Qin Gong lowered his head and began to attentively examine the design sketches, scrutinizing each one meticulously. Each sketch bore detailed annotations penned by Xie Qinling, elucidating the intended artistic conception, the brands that served as inspiration, the sales performance at the time, and the fabrics required for production, along with associated costs and advantages. Qin Gong examined the autumn clothing designs at a leisurely pace, spending over half an hour on just a few sketches. Although he was not an expert in fashion design, he possessed a certain discernment for aesthetics, much like someone who cannot sing but can still appreciate the quality of a song. Qin Gong had his own opinions about the autumn designs. Overall, he found them quite satisfactory, yet some aspects felt somewhat awkward, indicating flaws in the design. However, he was at a loss to articulate the specific shortcomings. Unable to pinpoint the issues, he set aside the sketches, closed his eyes, and began to ponder. Yuan Ming, Yang He, and especially Xie Qinling watched Qin Gong with growing anxiety. Xie Qinling, in particular, felt her heart race again after just having relaxed. Although the 4 of them claimed to be partners, they all understood that Qin Gong was the true leader. According to the shareholding regulations established by Yang He, Qin Gong held 70% of the shares, while Yuan Ming, Yang He, and Xie Qinling each held 10%. However, Qin Gong did not manage the store like the other 3, who received corresponding salaries for their efforts. Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Gong: naturalness. It must be natural. He opened his eyes wide, finally recognizing the source of the problem. But he was puzzled by the intense gaze of the 3 individuals before him. He inquired, "Why are you all so tense? The designs are quite good, aren't they?" Yuan Ming chuckled. "Oh, second brother, do you not realize how frightening you look right now? You've even scared my wife as face pale. She has been working tirelessly to produce these designs over the past few days." Xie Qinling playfully pinched Yuan Ming, but she was too relieved to engage further. Upon hearing Yuan Ming's remark, Qin Gong felt a twinge of guilt and said apologetically, "I appreciate the hard work your sister-in-law has put in." Xie Qinling shot Yuan Ming a glance, then turned to Qin Gong and smiled. "It's nothing. It's my duty. I just hope I can live up to the expectations associated with my share." Qin Gong shook his head and replied, "There is no need for any apologies. I had initially intended for us to share the shares equally. However, my brothers insisted that I take the larger portion, which is what I should feel guilty about. I ought to express my gratitude to all of you. Without your support, this establishment would never have come to fruition. Therefore, let us all cast aside any psychological burdens and boldly pursue our ideas." The 3 individuals were quite elated, exchanging glances before exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, esteemed boss." Chapter 65, Autumn Attire and Nature. Qin Gong was amused by the playful banter of the 3 and chuckled, "Ha ha, if you continue to call me that, I might just become proud." However, let us now focus our attention on the autumn designs and carefully examine these blueprints to see if any modifications can be made. Yang He, somewhat perplexed, replied, "Second brother, did you not say that sister-in-law's designs were commendable? Why then the need for alterations?" Yuan Ming and Xie Qinling exchanged curious glances with Qin Gong. Having worked in a fashion company, particularly Xie Qinling, who graduated with a degree in fashion design, they had no doubt about Qin Gong's ability to assess the quality of a clothing design. Yet, the notion that he could offer professional suggestions for improvement struck them as astonishing. "I did mention they were good, but good does not equate to exceptional. At least these designs exhibit certain flaws that evoke a sense of awkwardness and unnaturalness," Qin Gong explained with a smile. Yang He jested, "Come on, second brother. You're not the eldest who watches romantic films daily and can point out a woman's physical imperfections just by looking. Can you really discern the unnaturalness in women's clothing?" Yang He realized he had misspoken, yet under the scrutiny of others, he pressed on, casting an apologetic glance at Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming shot Yang He a glare, but was met with silence from Xie Qinling. Turning around, he discovered her seated there, motionless, yet her eyes sparkled with brightness, her face adorned with an expression of surprise and excitement. "You are absolutely right, Qin Gong. I too have noticed issues in my own designs, but I have been unable to pinpoint the crux of the problem," Xie Qinling stated earnestly. At this, Yang He fell silent, astonished that his second brother possessed knowledge of fashion design. Second brother, you cannot be serious. What exactly is your field of graduate study? You can even identify the flaws in my wife's designs. Yuan Ming exclaimed, slightly exaggerated. Chen Gong smiled faintly, saying little else, and resumed examining Xie Qingling's design sketches with earnest attention. Chen Gong possesses a formidable and keen spiritual awareness, enabling him to perceive nuances that often elude the ordinary observer. For instance, he can detect flaws in clothing design that would typically require specialized training to recognize. It is as if he possesses an extraordinary advantage. Once he identifies the issue, a clear and accurate solution materializes in his mind. As he gazed at the designs, an impulse to make revisions surged within him. However, lacking formal training in this domain, he turned to Xie Qinling and inquired, "Sister-in-law, would you be able to modify the design according to my suggestions immediately?" Xie Qinling nodded affirmatively, responding, "That is certainly feasible. As long as you provide specifics, I can make the adjustments right away." Chen Gong spoke entirely based on his instincts, while Xie Qinling began modifying a design blueprint as per Chen Gong's instructions. Although the changes were subtle, Chen Gong articulated his thoughts with precision, allowing the task to be completed in a short span of time. When Xie Qinling revisited the design, she was utterly astonished, a sentiment mirrored in Yuan Ming, who appeared equally incredulous. "How does it look?" Yang He inquired from the side, a question that lingered in Chen Gong's mind as well. "Much improved, to be precise." "Vastly enhanced," Xie Qinling exclaimed with genuine admiration. Under Chen Gong's guidance, Xie Qinling proceeded to revise other design blueprints, each iteration yielding a noticeable transformation. Even Yang He, a complete novice, recognized that the modified designs represented a significant upgrade from their predecessors. The modifications persisted for over 2 hours, concluding around 3 in the mornings. Yet the four remained invigorated, particularly Xie Qinling, who radiated enthusiasm. Holding the design in her hands, she addressed Chen Gong. "Chen Gong, shall we visit the feet and garment factory tomorrow to finalize the production details? There's no rush. You should take the time to rest tomorrow. If you continue at this pace, I fear the boss might hold me accountable," Chen Gong replied, half jokingly, yet with earnestness. He emphasized the need for a professional presence when placing orders at the garment factory, indicating that Xie Qingling's participation was indispensable. "Why not let me go? I see you are quite busy every day. Although I've only worked a few months at a fashion company, I have accompanied them on several business trips and am somewhat familiar with this area. If all goes well this time, I could handle such matters in the future," Yuan Ming volunteered eagerly. After contemplating, Chen Gong realized that there were matters concerning Lin Jinan awaiting him the day after tomorrow. Prolonging the delay would inevitably affect the launch of the autumn collection. Thus, he nodded and said, "Let us all retire for the night. Rising a bit later will not be an issue, as the feet and garment factory is not far. A taxi ride will get us there swiftly." Chen Gong nodded and turned to ascend the stairs. Upon returning upstairs, he glanced at the time and realized it was getting late. Continuing his training might deprive him of rest. Although his need for sleep had considerably diminished, one cannot entirely forego slumber. Today, he decided to grant himself a well-deserved break and indulge in a good night's sleep. The following day, Chen Gong, accompanied by Yuan Ming, hailed a taxi to the New City Industrial Park, where the feet and garment factory was located. The development within the urban district of Rong City had reached its limits. Attracting investment by establishing factories in the precious old city area was evidently unfeasible. Consequently, the government designated a parcel of land specifically for the New City Industrial Park. Chen Gong had perused the materials provided by Xiao Jun and understood that the Feitan garment factory was relatively modest in scale, employing approximately 60 to 70 individuals. The factory did not engage in the business of clothing retail, but primarily accepted various garment orders, particularly those related to foreign trade. It was rare for the Feitan factory to take on projects from smaller brands like Xianfei, as the volume was minimal and profit margins were slim. However, the factory's owner and manager, Lu Guangfu, was a close friend of Xiao Jun, which was why he had agreed to such a production commission. Upon emerging from the taxi, Chen Gong beheld a factory site enclosed by walls, spanning roughly 70 to 80 acres, though much of it remained vacant land. Yuan Ming remarked with a smile, "The owner of this factory certainly has grand ambitions. If he were to fully develop this extensive piece of land into production facilities, he would undoubtedly secure a position among the top 10 garment manufacturing enterprises in Sichuan province." Chen Gongdao remarked, "What you exhibit is nothing short of blatant jealousy. A person who does not aspire to be the boss of a big enterprise is certainly not a commendable leader. If it were within my means, I would purchase the entirety of Sichuan Road. Keep dreaming, Yuan Ming retorted. As the two entered the factory premises, they observed trucks bustling in and out. With no fewer than 60 or 70 employees engaged in their duties, presenting a scene of vibrant prosperity, it appeared that there was indeed a promising prospect for development. Yuan Ming mused that if such a processing plant could further enhance its operations, it might very well have the potential to elevate its standing. Chen Gong smiled but did not respond verbally. Instead, he proceeded to the factory director's office alongside Yuan Ming. The director, Lu Guangfu, in his early 30s, exuded a sense of sharpness and competence while simultaneously conveying an impression of reliability, which endeared him to Chen Gong. I did not anticipate that Director Chen would be so youthful. Previously, Xiao Jun mentioned you, and I found it hard to believe. However, seeing you now, it is evident that you are indeed accomplished at a young age. Upon hearing Chen Gong's self-introduction, Lu Guangfu stepped forward with a firm handshake and responded heartily. Director Lu, you are the one who is truly accomplished. At just over 30, you have amassed a workforce of over 100 employees. I, who merely run a small shop, cannot possibly compare to you, Chen Gong modestly remarked. Lu Guangfu shook his head and smiled, saying, Director Chen, your words are excessively humble. Sichuan Road holds significant value, and the industrial park in this new district is of considerable worth. The price difference is substantial. To be honest, a few years ago, I purchased this vast expanse of land for merely the cost of the apartment you bought from Xiao Jun. My current success is largely due to favorable government policies and a stroke of luck. Luck is something everyone possesses. It merely depends on whether one can seize it. Chen Gong praised Lu Guangfu, acknowledging him as a discerning individual capable of seizing opportunities. This time, Lu Guangfu did not feign modesty. It appeared that acquiring this substantial tract of land was his proudest achievement. Director Lu, your business is significantly larger than what Mr. Xiao introduced. I have heard that you once operated a single factory with 70 to 80 personnel, but now with the expansion, your workforce must exceed 200, Chen Gong continued. Previously, we only undertook the leftover work from larger factories, resulting in a rather stagnant operation. Last year, I met an American businessman, which allowed us to secure direct orders. And just like that, we have flourished. Therefore, you are correct in asserting that opportunity is paramount. As the two engaged in amiable conversation, their camaraderie deepened, transitioning from formalities to addressing each other as Brother Lu and using first names. With such a foundation of friendship established, subsequent discussions regarding specific matters became considerably more manageable, allowing Chen Gong to directly delegate negotiations for small orders to one of Lu Guangfu's dedicated employees. While Chen Gong was busy with Yuan Ming preparing for the autumn collection launch at the store, the atmosphere at Rongqing Shandiao International Airport was markedly tense compared to usual. 2 rows of imposing, robust men clad in black stood rigidly at the reception area, each emanating an aura of formidable power that deterred any approach. At the forefront of this assembly awaited 2 heavyweight figures from the Kunlun group, Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyu, both gazing intently into the distant sky as if anticipating someone's arrival. Soon, an aircraft descended upon the airport, from which 4 stern-faced bodyguards descended first, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings for safety before standing rigidly at the foot of the aircraft steps. 3 individuals emerged from the aircraft, led by a man of approximately 40 years. He possessed a formidable stature and a resolute countenance. His features bore a resemblance to those of Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyu, though his eyes glimmered with a more pronounced glacial ferocity. Trailing behind him were 2 handsome young men, exuding charm and possessing exceptional physiques. Additionally, for men, akin to the previous 4 bodyguards, followed closely behind. Lin Tianfeng and Lin Tianyu swiftly approached, smiling as they remarked, "Third brother, your gatherings are becoming increasingly grand. So, have you been enjoying your time in America?" The middle-aged man descending from the plane was none other than Lin Jinan's 3rd son, Lin Tianwei. He offered a slight smile and replied, "Eldest brother, second brother, if you are willing, we can arrange an exchange."